First People's Hospital of Beijing. The intensive care unit was dimly lit and very quiet, except for the occasional beeping of machines. There was a sense of stillness. A middle-aged man with pale skin lay on the hospital bed, wearing an oxygen mask, looking very weak. A doctor and a lawyer walked in. Mr. Yifan, the last bone marrow transplant had some effect, but your cancer cells have spread throughout your body. I'm afraid ... The doctor hesitated. How long do I have left? Yifan asked calmly, his voice hoarse. Maybe a couple of weeks, possibly a month, the doctor replied with a hint of comfort. Oh ... Just a couple of weeks. Yifan chuckled self-deprecatingly, suspecting the situation was even worse. Mr. Yi, your wife, Ms. Lu Yao, has filed a lawsuit against you. She is requesting to split an additional 500 billion from your 800 billion inheritance. This is a letter from her representative lawyer. The middle-aged lawyer handed him a document. Lu Yao, his wife, his university classmate, they had been married for 7 years. The night he was diagnosed with late-stage cancer, she hastily prepared a will and forced him to sign it. 7 years of marriage, and on that date, he finally saw her true face. Money. Everything was for money. All emotions, everything was fake. Looking at the sternly worded lawyer's letter warning him not to dispose of personal property arbitrarily, his eyes welled up. He chuckled self-deprecatingly, tears slipping from the corners of his eyes. After 10 years of entrepreneurship and hard work, amassing nearly $1 trillion in wealth, he ended up without the one person he loved and who loved him, lying in the empty hospital room, without any family or loved ones by his side. Truly pitiful and tragic. Reality is just an illusion, an emptiness. Lawyer Joe, tell her not to worry about this money. According to my will, donate all my assets to charity, to impoverished mountainous regions, to the nation, Yifan said coldly. All right, Mr. Yi. By the way, Mr. Yi, a woman asked me to give this to you yesterday. Lawyer Joe took out a cloth-wrapped object from his bag. It looked like a book. The doctor raised the bed so he could sit up. Mr. Yifan, we won't disturb your rest any longer. The doctor and Lawyer Joe left the hospital room, and it fell into silent stillness again. Yifan opened the package and found a yellowed diary inside. Flipping through it, he saw the familiar name, Gu Muxi. I see you've been here for a long time, he continued. 1998. March 11th, cloudy. Yifan actually dared to let the air out of my bike. So annoying. I'm going to draw poop on his backpack. 2000. May 10th, light rain. Yifan forgot to bring his umbrella and got soaked like a drowned rat. It was so funny. He planned to change his choices secretly, and was woken up by my Foshan shadowless kick. We promised to go to the same university, and he wanted to back out. Yifan is talking about his girlfriend all the time. So annoying. So annoying. Causing me to stay awake all night. Maybe I've fallen for him? So annoying. Today is his wedding day. He wanted me to be his bridesmaid. I refused, even made up an excuse to deceive him. Didn't attend his wedding. Wishing him a happy life. 2012, January 11th, cloudy. He said over the phone he has cancer. It's terminal. The world felt like it's crumbling. 2012, February 2nd, light rain. He has no relatives who can have bone marrow transplant. And by some coincidence, I was a match. A 1 in 100,000 chance. Is this some kind of fate? If I can save him, I can accept any pain and cost, even my own life. He probably won't know, just like he won't know that I like him. Yifeng's heart trembled as tears streamed down his face. The mysterious donor turned out to be her. Scenes with Gu Muxi flashed back in his mind like a movie. Playing in the mud as kids, swimming in the river, getting scolded together, climbing the neighboring yard to get bird nests and being chased away by the neighbor's big yellow dog, going to school together, playing hide and seek together, playing games together day after day, year after year. Growing up as childhood sweethearts, they became each other's most familiar person, but because they were too familiar, he had overlooked her, as if her presence was taken for granted. But in that moment, he finally understood that he had missed the right person. This mischance would be a lifetime regret. At that moment, an endless wave of regret flooded his heart. Cough, cough. The intense emotions made him cough violently, blood spilling from his mouth and choking him. His consciousness began to blur. He felt a light appear in front of him, a blurry light. At the same time, he felt his body losing sensation, out of his control. Is this how my life ends? Gu Muxi, I'm sorry. I hope in the next life, I'll still be your childhood sweetheart. Tears rolled down his cheeks as he slowly closed his eyes. Yifeng, wake up. Get up quickly. Wake up. Mr. Lao is about to come for class. A gentle and urgent voice sounded in his ears. Yifeng suddenly opened his eyes and saw the classroom, familiar faces of students. Suddenly, a fair face with delicate features appeared before him, her dark and beautiful hair tied up in a ponytail. Very spirited, her watery eyes fixed on him. Her youthful face exuded vitality, giving off the vibrant energy of early spring. Gu Muxi. Yifeng widened his eyes in disbelief. What's going on? Aren't I in the intensive care unit? Aren't I dead? Why are you staring at me? Get up quickly. Mr. Lao is about to come. Do you want to be punished? Gu Muxi stared back at him with confusion. Is this a dream? Yifeng's eyes reddened, but he couldn't help but laugh. He sprang up and hugged her tightly. Even if it's a dream, it's enough. Gu Muxi, it's so good to see you. Yifeng grabbed her shoulders, tears in his eyes, and smiled. Huh, what nonsense are you talking about? What are you doing? Gu Muxi looked at him in bewilderment. Yifeng's embrace of Gu Muxi attracted the attention of everyone in the class. I won't miss you again. Yifeng smiled, gripping her shoulders. Huh. Suddenly, he leaned in and kissed her. The whole class was shocked in this moment. Everyone was bewildered. Gu Muxi's eyes widened, frozen in place. Quiet. The entire class fell silent. You could hear a pin drop. Every classmate was wide-eyed with disbelief, mouths gaping open. Unbelievable. School beauty Gu Muxi was kissed by Yifeng. Oh my god, is this for real? Sensing the warmth on his lips, Yifeng was momentarily stunned. Huh, how could he feel sensations in his dream too? He licked his lips. Oh my gosh, it's even a little sweet. Taste in dreams as well. Yifeng withdrew his body, looking at Gu Muxi whose cheeks had turned as red as an apple, and exclaimed, This isn't a dream. Fun. Gu Muxi blushed, pushed him away embarrassedly, then executed a textbook judo throw on him. Dang. Yifeng crashed heavily to the ground, the pain in his back jolting him fully awake. He looked up at the classroom ceiling, then at the bewildered expressions of his classmates, and finally at the date on the blackboard behind the classroom. April 12, 2000. He finally arrived at a conclusion in his heart. I've been reborn. Reborn back to the year 2000, the millennium. He remembered clearly. In this year, Gu Muxi was 18. In this year, they were about to take the college entrance exam, and now only 69 days remained before the exam. Yifeng raised his hands, looking at his still somewhat fair and slim arms, couldn't help but smile. I really have been reborn. Since heaven has given me another chance, in this life, I will live more vividly, with no regrets. And I can't miss Gu Muxi again. Yifeng, have you lost your mind? Gu Muxi appeared in his view, her face blushing, glaring down at him. Hello, Gu Muxi. Yifeng grinned. Gu Muxi was taken aback. What hello? What nonsense are you spouting? She squatted down and seized Yifeng's hand in a joint lock. Tell me, why did you take advantage of me just now? Ouch, you let go first. You speak first. There are so many people watching. Aren't you embarrassed? You let go first. Gu Muxi scanned the classroom and indeed, the entire class was staring at them. Those gazes were more than a little strange. Being uncomfortable under those stares, she reluctantly let go of Yifeng first. If there weren't so many people watching, I would definitely tear you apart. Yifeng stood up, took a deep breath, rubbed his wrist. Gu Muxi still had that violent tendency, the familiar childhood sweetheart from his memories. Tell me, why did you take advantage of me? Gu Muxi wiped her lips, almost chafing them. Yifeng had many things he wanted to say to her, but seeing the angry look on Gu Muxi's face, the words stuck in his throat. If he were to confess directly now, would he even lose a friend? Although the two of them usually joked around, once it came to matters of love, it could endanger their friendship. From childhood until high school, during those youthful, ignorant times, he hadn't viewed her as a girl. Similarly, Gu Muxi didn't seem to treat him as a boy either. He didn't know what Gu Muxi was thinking now. If their relationship were to suddenly change, wouldn't it backfire? Thinking this, Yifeng felt it was not urgent. He needed to first understand Gu Muxi's thoughts. I was dreaming just now, dreaming that you fell into a water pit, so in the moment of excitement, I wanted to give you artificial respiration. Yifeng made up an excuse. Gu Muxi. She pinched Yifeng's soft waist, You're the one who fell into the water pit. Yifeng winced. Don't worry. In the dream, I also pulled you out. Gu Muxi widened her eyes, about to strangle him when the head teacher Zhao strode into the classroom. Class, it's time for the lesson. Head teacher Zhao was teaching math, a bit old-fashioned and strict, so the students feared him. Privately, they even gave him a nickname, Zhao Demon King. Students dared not gossip about Yifeng and Gu Muxi anymore. Gu Muxi glared at Yifeng and hurried back to her seat. Yifeng's seat was behind hers, and he also sat back down. Feng, that was really cool. You actually kissed the school flower. Gu. Wang Tai leaned his head over, grinning and whispering. Yifeng turned to see the simple face in front of him, and smugly reply, don't you see Feng's courage? If only I had half the courage Feng possesses. Feng, you just kissed the school flower. This heroic act will surely be known throughout the school soon. Wang Tai exclaimed. It was at this moment Yifeng realized, oh no, wouldn't that make him public enemy number one among the male students in the school? Gu Muxi was the most beautiful school flower at Taoyuan High School, with countless secret admirers, but due to her aloof and domineering nature, she never gave anyone a chance. However, those admirers were persistent. Her desk received love letters, roses, and chocolates frequently. The advantage of hanging out with her before was all the chocolate, candies, and cookies one could want. Thinking about possibly becoming a rival to Gu Muxi's admirers, Yifeng felt a headache coming on. But hey, he's already lived through worse. Why worry? Having lived for several decades, he's capable of handling these youngsters with ease. Wang Tai, if someone challenges you with a book or something later, remember to throw it away. Don't involve me. Yifeng instructed. What challenge book? Wang Tai's brain took a moment to catch up. Yifeng, Wang Tai may be nice, but a bit slow. Don't ask, just remember to do as I say when the time comes. Yifeng gestured. His gaze fell on the hint of pink under Gu Muxi's white school uniform in front of him. He couldn't help but recall his curiosity back in middle school about girls' bras, wondering how they supported the weight, sometimes couldn't help but tug at the strap behind Gu Muxi. Perhaps that specific bra wasn't of great quality, as it snapped under his pull. That led Gu Muxi to chase him for several days. Recalling those embarrassing past moments, Yifeng couldn't help but smile foolishly. Feng, what's so funny? Wang Tai, curious about his sudden laughter, inquire. Yifeng chuckled mischievously, whispering, Wang Tai, tell me, are Gu Muxi and I a good match? Definitely, you and Gu are a perfect match. Feng, you're handsome, charming, with a charismatic and attractive presence, fleetingly majestic, domineering, and overflowing with charisma. Stop. Can't you use idioms correctly? Scratching his head, Wang Tai earnestly responded, Honestly, I think you both really suit each other. Look, among the whole school, how many boys can have a conversation with Gu's school flower? Apart from you Feng, there's no one else. I think you both get along well on ordinary days. You seem like a perfect match. You're right, from now on, Gu Muxi is your sister-in-law. Hehe. Yes. Feng, go for it. And maybe teach me a few tricks to chase Su Zhaoling. Wang Tai nodded. Su Zhaoling was a flower in the class, also Wang Ling's crush. In this period of youthful ignorance, who didn't have a crush on someone? This was the throbbing of youth. No problem, you're my good buddy. I'll definitely help you. Yifeng patted his shoulder. Suddenly, chalk flew towards him, hitting Yifeng's forehead perfectly. Yifeng, I'm teaching, and you're chatting in the back. Stand up. Zhao Zu on the podium glared at him, sternly scolding him. Teacher, what's wrong? Yifeng wiped the chalk off his forehead. Pointing to the math problem on the blackboard, Zhao Zu said, come solve this question. If the complex number z equals x plus 2x3 plus x plus 3i is an imaginary number, what is the real number value of x? Other students in the class turned to look at him, many of them stifling laughter. Everyone knew Yifeng was ranked in the top 10 in humanities and math, but on the contrary, at the bottom, so they were all waiting to see his blunder. Don. As Yifeng was about to respond, he heard a nose coming from under the table, as Gu Muxi kicked it twice. Look here, Gu Muxi whispered. She was writing the process of solving problems on her notebook. Yifeng could tell that she was trying to help him out. This little girl really cares about me. But these simple questions couldn't stump him. Yifeng was indeed weak in math before the college entrance examination, but in order to get into the Guangxi University of Science and Technology, He crammed for a month before the exam, scoring 503 points, surpassing the cutoff for first-tier universities. However, during the voluntary admission process, under the pressure from Gumuxi, he changed it to Guangxi University. He majored in computer science in university, which was highly related to mathematics. He was proficient in advanced mathematics, C++, and English level 6. Yifeng didn't think of himself as a top student, but he was considered an outstanding graduate of a prestigious university. These simple questions couldn't stump him. Why are you silent? Has your tongue been cut off? Weren't you happy just now? Zhao Zun reprimanded. Yifeng smiled slightly, walked to the podium, and picked up a chalk to write on the blackboard. Solution. Because complex numbers e equals x plus 2x minus 3 plus x plus 3I is purely imaginary. Therefore x plus 2x3 equals 0, x plus 3 does not equal 0. Solve for x equals 1. Teacher, the answer is 1. Yifeng smiled. The classroom fell into silence. All the students were astonished. Even Gumuxi was almost shocked. How did Yifeng improve his math skills? Zhao Zun was also a bit puzzled. He didn't expect Yifeng to come up with the answer. Did he study in advance? Ahem. Well, you answered correctly. Go back to your seat and listen carefully in class. Zhao Zun gestured for him to return to his seat. Yifeng chuckled. Yes, teacher. He returned to his seat, thinking to himself that the knowledge from his past life turned out to be useful. With his current knowledge, he could easily surpass a college student. If he took the college entrance examination again, he might even aim for the top spot. Thinking about the upcoming college entrance examination in 2 months, Yifeng couldn't help but feel excited. Fun J's awesome. I thought you were going to embarrass yourself. Wang Tai raised his thumb in admiration. Hehe, it's nothing, it's nothing. Yifeng straightened his clothes. At that moment, a little note was thrown from the front. It was a note from Gumuxi. He picked it up and read it. You owe me a favor. There was also a proud expression drawn on the note. This little girl thought it was her credit. That was because of my own ability, right? Yifeng smirked, tore a piece of paper from his workbook, wrote something on it, and threw it back at her. Gumuxi, upon seeing the note, looked puzzled, then blushed red, glaring back at him in embarrassment. Wang Tai, seeing this, curiously asked, Fengzhe, what did you write to Gu Campus Belle? Why did she blush? Hehe. Nothing. Yifeng lounged in his chair leisurely. On the other side, Gumuxi's deskmate, Chen Jiajio, also saw Gumuxi blushing in embarrassment and asked curiously, Muxi, what did Yifeng just say to you? Nothing. He's just a jerk. I'll deal with him after school. Gumuxi disguised her face. She secretly opened the note under the table. Besides owing you a favor, I also owe you a kiss. You can come claim it any time. I'll be waiting for you till the jerk, daring to take advantage of me. I'll deal with you later. Gumuxi tore up the note, grinding her teeth. If I don't teach you a lesson, I'm not Gumuxi. However, she felt a little awkward and sensed something strange about Yifeng today. Time passed quickly, and it was soon time to go home. Gumuxi packed up her bag and left the classroom early. Yifeng thought she might be shy and not daring to face him. Did his flirting backfire? It seemed like he needed to be more restrained in the future. As the saying goes, haste makes waste. If he was too hasty, it might cause her trouble. TZ. Let's go. Let's go home. Yifeng called out. Okay, Fengzhe. Wang Tai quickly packed up his box. The two of them, along with Gumuxi, lived in the same workers' community, the third rolling steel plant workers' community in Guangxi. Yifeng's father was a welder at the steel plant, and his mother was a vegetable vendor. Gumuxi's father was the deputy director of the steel plant, and her mother was a clerk in the factory. As for Wang Tai, he only had a mother who worked in logistics at the factory, while his father was a drunk who spent most of his time hanging out outside. His parents had long been divorced, but every time his father drank too much or ran out of money, he would go to his mother for money. Yifeng remembered a few quarrels his parents had in the community because of this. After the college entrance examination, Wang Tai's mother moved out of the workers' community to avoid his father. Because of this, Yifeng gradually lost contact with Wang Tai after starting university. It was a pity to break off such a good brotherhood because of family reasons. Since he was reborn, he couldn't let this regret happen again. The two of them left the classroom and arrived at the parking shed next to the school playground. The shed held Phoenix bikes, a perennial brand. Yifeng's bike was an old Phoenix brand he received for his 16th birthday, costing 180 yuan. He was about to unlock and take the bike when he noticed the tire was flat. Damn it, who punctured my tire? Yifeng cursed. Did a rival show up so soon? Oh. Yifeng, is your bike flat? What a pity. Looks like you'll have to walk home. Gu Muxi rode by on her bike, pretending to pass by. Upon hearing her tone, Yifeng was almost sure she was the one who punctured the tire. Hey, Fengjie, how about you sit on the back? I'll give you a ride home. Wang Tai patted the back seat of his bike. Hehe. No need. Yifeng chuckled, jumping onto the back seat of Gu Muxi's bike. All right, let's go. Muxi, Gu Muxi scolded. Why are you on my bike? Get off. I'm not getting off. Are you going to bite me? Yifeng shamelessly replied. Gu Muxi grinned, showing her 2 front teeth. That's it. She then grabbed Yifeng's arm and pretended to bite him. Yifeng quickly raised his foot to avoid her bite, firmly holding her waist with the other hand. No matter how Gu Muxi tried to bite, she couldn't reach him. Are you really a dog? Want to bite me? Luckily, I was prepared. Yifeng chuckled. Let go. I'm going to bite you to death. Gu Muxi threatened, trying to bite again. The two of them started playfully wrestling near the bike shed, attracting the attention of the surrounding students. Hey, isn't that Gu Campus Bell? Oh my. Why is she getting physical with a guy? Wow, it really is Gu Campus Bell. Are they flirting and bickering? Hearing the students' discussions around her, Gu Muxi felt embarrassed and whispered, let me go. Okay, promise not to bite me again. Give me a ride home, and I'll let you go. Yifeng demanded. Who told you to puncture my tire? Yifeng smirked. All right, hurry up and let me go. Gu Muxi reluctantly nodded. Only then did Yifeng release her. Gu Muxi then attempted to stomp on his foot, but Yifeng was prepared, lifting his foot to evade it. Trying to step on me too? Hehe. Gu Muxi was about to get angry and start a real fight. Wait a minute, aren't you afraid of so many people watching? I'm fearless. I have a thick skin. Yifeng acted nonchalant. Glancing around, Gu Muxi felt uncomfortable being stared at, feeling cornered by Yifeng. She gritted her teeth and said, HMPH, I'll deal with you when we get back. With that, she pedaled her bike, carrying Yifeng away. Hey, wait for me. Wang Tai rode his bike to catch up from behind. Yifeng sat in the back seat of the car, lightly embracing her slender waist with his left hand. A cool spring breeze brushed their faces, carrying the scent of fresh grass from the campus, refreshing and invigorating. This was spring in the year 2000. Sniffing carefully, he suddenly detected the fragrance of Gu Muxi's hair in the air. Gu Muxi, what brand of shampoo do you use? Yifeng curiously asked. Flower brand. Why? It smells really nice. HMPH. If you want to use it, just say so. Remember to return it after using. Gu Muxi replied. Really? Hey. Yi Shao, when have you ever been polite to me? Yifeng recalled and realized, indeed, he had never been polite. The relationship between the Yi family and the Gu family had always been very good, with Yifeng's mother and Gu Muxi's mother being good friends. So since they were young, Yifeng would accompany his mother to the Gu family, and he and Gu Muxi grew up together as childhood sweethearts. Gu Muxi, your 18th birthday is in 2 weeks, right? Yeah. What about it? Have you prepared a gift? No. Then why ask? Just asking casually. What gift do you plan to give me for my birthday then? Hehe, a gift you will definitely like. Tisk, I don't believe it. We've grown up together. You think I don't know what you like? Don't underestimate me. Then tell me, what do I like? Airplanes. What? Why do you think I like airplanes? Because you have a ready-made runway. Huh, Yifeng. I urge you to move rapidly, with the least friction, in a 360-degree rotation and leave here. What? Gu Muxi suddenly made an abrupt stop, trying to shake him off, but Yifeng firmly held on to her waist with both hands, keeping the two of them bound together. It must be said, Gu Muxi's slender waist was indeed thin ... and felt very good to the touch. HMPH, if you make me angry again, I'll throw you out, Gu Muxi grumbled, not minding the hands around her waist, seeming to be used to it. All right, calm down. I'll treat you to a popsicle later, Yifeng reassured. Humph, just one popsicle to calm me down. 2. Fine. Deal. 10 minutes later, Gu Muxi drove him to a small convenience store at the entrance of the third rolling steel plant workers community. At Wan, I want two popsicles. Gu Muxi parked the car and shouted into the store. Yifan turned back and saw Wan Tief just behind, shouting, "At Wan, add 2 more. Total of 4. A middle-aged woman in a floral shirt walked out, smiling. Gu Muxi, Yifan, school's out? Yes. At Wan, Gu Muxi said, obediently. Wan Lanhua took out 4 popsicles from the freezer, handing them to Gu Muxi. Gu Muxi took 2 for herself and gave the other to Yifan. Do you dare eat 2 without getting a stomachache? Yifan teased. Gu Muxi protected her portion as if it was a prized possession, glaring at him. Mind your own business. Don't even think about taking mine. Funjay. Wan Tief, who stopped the car on the side, called out, Tais, you're just in time. Here's 1 for you. Treat from me, Yifan generously offered. Wan Tief, his mouth watering at the sight of the popsicle, gratefully said, Thank you. Funjay, we're brothers. No need for thanks. Yifan patted his shoulder. The 3 of them stood in front of the store enjoying their popsicles. Yifan glanced at Gu Muxi, seeing her delicately lick the popsicle with her pink tongue, thoroughly enjoying it. Some wicked thoughts unintentionally crossed his mind. Don't rush, enjoy it slowly, Yifan chuckled. I like eating this way, and I like to bite too, Gu Muxi said, revealing her two cute vampire teeth as she took a big bite of the popsicle, devouring 1/3 of it instantly. For some reason, Yifan felt a chill below. The 2 popsicles were quickly finished by her, and she still seemed unsatisfied, eyeing the leftover half popsicle in Yifeng's hand hesitantly. Why are you staring at me? Yifan raised an eyebrow. Give me a bite. Just 1 bite. Gu Muxi licked her lips, looking like a greedy cat. I've licked the top already, Yifan warned. It's okay. I'll bite the bottom. Again, I've already bitten this. I'm not afraid. What are you afraid of? Gu Muxi retorted confidently. Yifan, when did I do that? I forgot. All right, I'll give you a bite, but don't take a big one. Yifan handed her the popsicle. Gu Muxi took 2 big bites, almost devouring more than half of it, leaving just a little. Okay. I'm done. Here you go. Gu Muxi smirked, returning the popsicle to him, then rode her bike and dashed off. Yifan was left staring at the remaining bit in his hand in bewilderment. Gu Muxi, stop right there. He finished the last bit, threw away the stick, and chased after her. Only dumbfounded Wan Tief remained behind. After a while, Wan Tief suddenly realized and shouted, Hey! Hey! Funjay, you haven't paid yet, ... Yifan caught up with Gu Muxi in the community, where she had parked her bike nearby and was about to run towards the staircase. He hurried forward to intercept her path. Aren't you trying to run after eating my popsicle? Yifan smirked mischievously. What do you want? Gu Muxi raised her chin, staring at him fearlessly. With a faint smile, Yifan leaned in, the 2 of them just a fist's distance apart, face to face. Gu Muxi's heart suddenly raced, instinctively trying to step back. But every time she retreated, Yifan kept advancing. Soon, Gu Muxi was cornered with nowhere to go but against the wall. What do you want? Gu Muxi bared her teeth, staring at him, her eyes showing a hint of panic. Yifan used his right hand to wall her against the wall, bringing them extremely close, almost able to feel each other's breath. Gu Muxi's breath became erratic, her heart pounding in her chest. She looked into Yifeng's eyes, sensing a different gaze than before, making her a bit nervous. What's gotten into Yifan today? Why does he seem so strange? Tell me, how do you plan to compensate me? Yifan squinted as he asked. HMPH, what do you want? You took advantage of me today, and I haven't settled the score with you yet. Gu Muxi pouted stubbornly. Yifan looked at her fair skin, beautiful face, and enticing lips, feeling a bit dazed. Looking at her now, Gu Muxi truly deserved to be the school's beauty, so pretty. Why didn't he notice how beautiful she was in his previous life? Perhaps it was because they were too familiar with each other. Yifan, your mother is here. Gu Muxi widened her eyes. Humph, trying to trick me with this move. I don't believe it. Yifan shook his head, not believing it at all. Suddenly, a hand grabbed his ear. Do you believe it now? A familiar voice sounded from behind. Yifan turned to see a familiar face he hadn't seen in a long time. His mother Meng Xiaoyu. He was stunned. Mom. Yifan was ecstatic and immediately embraced his mother. In his past life, his mother had passed away when he was about to graduate in his 3rd year of college, and afterward, his father, grief-stricken, had an accident and also left. Losing both parents in succession had greatly impacted him. To escape the pain of missing them, he could only numb himself with work. Now, seeing his mother again, he couldn't calm down. His mother had worked herself sick. Her liver disease had developed into cancer. Since they were poor before, all the money was used for his education, so even when she fell ill, she insisted on not having any examinations done. By the time she went to check, it was too late. Since he had a second chance at life, he couldn't let the tragedy repeat itself. Meng Xiaoyun paused before grabbing his ear, asking, "What are you up to? Did you cause trouble again? I told you, I can't cover up for you anymore." "Ouch, it hurts, Mom. I haven't. I really haven't caused any trouble." Yifeng winced with pain and smiled. Being scolded by Mom felt really good. "Really?" Meng Xiaoyun released his ear. "Mom, really, I didn't. If you don't believe me, ask Gumuxi." Yifeng rubbed his ear. To their surprise, Gumuxi looked helpless and said, "Aunt, he didn't bully me. Yifeng." Meng Xiaoyun grabbed Yifeng's ear again. "All right, did you bully Muxi again?" "Muxi, don't worry, I'll teach him a lesson when we get home," Meng Xiaoyun said. "All right, then Auntie, I'll leave now." Gumuxi smiled and ran upstairs. "Goodbye, Auntie." Gumuxi vanished in a flash. Yifeng did not expect to be questioned by Gumuxi in the end, and after much persuasion and assurance that he did not bully Gumuxi, he finally dispelled his mother's suspicions. Back at home, Meng Xiaoyun went to the kitchen to cook, while Yifeng stayed in the living room. This home wasn't large. It was a worker housing assigned by the third rolling steel mill, with 2 bedrooms, 1 living room, and 80 square meters. Looking around the living room, all the wooden tables and chairs were not new, showing traces of repairs made by Yifeng's father. The set of fabric sofa in the living room was discarded from Gumuxi's home, covered with a cloth made by his mother to protect it from getting dirty. In the center of the living room, there was a bulky 21-inch second-hand Hitachi color TV, square in shape. Yifeng's father bought this second-hand TV for 800 yuan from a flea market. That amount of money was a big sum for him at that time, considering he only earned 700 yuan per month. This old color TV was the only electronic appliance in the house. Apart from hanging their wedding photos and Yifeng's certificates on the living room walls, there was nothing else, truly bare. The decorations in the whole hall were simple yet warm. Yifeng knew that the family was not well off, quite poor. In this lifetime, he hoped his parents could live a better life, free from the struggles for mere sustenance. He clenched his fists, nails sinking into his flesh, took a deep breath, and made a decision. "Mom, Dad, in this life, I won't let you have any regrets. I won't let you yearn but be forsaken. I will use my own hands to shield you from hardships and storms." Yifeng turned on the TV, but the screen occasionally displayed static, making it impossible to watch. It seemed like it needed some fixing. He went to his parents' room to find a toolbox. Half an hour later, Meng Xiaoyun, in the kitchen, heard no sound coming from the living room except for clinking noises. "Son, what are you doing?" Meng Xiaoyun shouted from the kitchen, but got no response. Bewildered, she rinsed her hands, wiped them on her apron, and stepped out of the kitchen. "What are you doing?" Meng Xiaoyun saw scattered TV casings and parts on the living room floor, and was dumbfounded. "Mom, I'm repairing the TV," Yifeng said, focusing on the task. Despite being a computer science graduate from Guangxi University, fixing computers and designing IC boards were just one of his professional skills. In his past life, he could repair highly complex computer motherboards, so fixing an old home appliance like the TV was a breeze for him. "What? Repairing the TV, you little rascal, you better not mess it up. If your dad finds out, he'll definitely give you a spanking." Startled, Meng Xiaoyun quickly tried to stop him. How can a high school senior who hasn't even graduated understand how to fix a TV? "Hurry up. Stop it. He'll be home soon." Hey, Mom, I got it." Yifeng breathed a sigh of relief, grinned, and said, "I'm done." "Done? Get that thing back on. Quick," Meng Xiaoyun said sternly. "All right, I'll put it back together now." Yifeng reassembled the TV and placed it back on the cabinet. He pressed the power button. The TV flashed and then lit up normally, with color back on the screen. Meng Xiaoyun was dumbfounded. "My goodness, son, you really fixed it." She had hesitated to have it repaired because fixing a TV would cost a considerable amount of money. Yifeng clapped his hands, saying, "It should be fine. I checked it just now, and it was just a faulty resistor on the mainboard which I fixed with a wire." "Huh? What?" Meng Xiaoyun was puzzled. "Oh well, as long as it's fixed, if it wasn't, your dad would have to fix you." Meng Xiaoyun laughed. With the TV fixed and no need to spend money on repairs, she was genuinely happy. Suddenly, footsteps were heard on the stairs outside, followed by the sound of the door opening. "Wife? Son, I'm home." A worn-out voice rang out. The door opened, and Yi Jianbing appeared at the doorway in a dirty blue factory uniform. His hair was disheveled, and the blue color of the uniform was barely visible on the chest. "Dad, you're back," Yifeng greeted happily. Yi Jianbing, in his 40s, but looking much older with gray hair at the temples and a few wrinkles on his dark face, greeted his son with a tired smile. "Yes, had to work a bit late today before coming back." "Wife, is dinner ready?" "I'm starving," he asked. "Almost. I'll stir-fry a couple of dishes." "Go wash up first. Look at your hands, all black like coal balls," Meng Xiaoyun joked. "All right, I'll go wash up," Yi Jianbing chuckled, dropped his burlap sack, and headed to the bathroom to wash his hands. After a while, he noticed the TV show playing with a fire scene on the TV drama Palace lyrics of the Great Song Dynasty. "Huh, how come the TV is working again? Wasn't it broken?" "Wife, did you get it repaired?" he asked puzzled. Meng Xiaoyun proudly served up a plate of stir-fried hollow vegetables, saying, "Your son just fixed it." "What? Our son fixed it?" Yi Jianbing was incredulous, looking at Yifeng. Astounded, he patted his son's shoulder, encouraging him. "Son, you study hard, go to college in the future, don't end up like me without education." When the parents see any progress in their children, they feel extremely happy and proud. Hey, just a coincidence," Yifeng modestly replied. Yi Jianbing walked over, patted his shoulder, and cheered. "You're doing great, my son. You're a genius. You'll definitely surpass me in the future." Yi Jianbing excitedly applauded. Hey, just lucky," Yifeng humbly said. They all gathered to have a meal together. With a pot of porridge, 2 dishes were served. 1 plate of stir-fried hollow vegetables, indicating they were the leftover stock since there were no tender leaves. The other plate of bitter melon with sliced meat, about 15 pieces of meat totaling around 2 liang. Yifeng looked at the dishes and realized for the first time that his family was not well off. "Son, eat up. What are you staring at? Have more meat, you seem to have lost weight recently," Meng Xiaoyun said, serving him extra meat. His father took a sip of wine, pushed the meat towards Yifeng, and began eating the bitter melon. "The bitter melon is quite crisp today. Good pick, wife," praised Yi Jianbing. Observing this scene, tears welled up in Yifeng's eyes. The feeling of being cherished by his parents deeply moved him. At the same time, he felt saddened by their modest living conditions. "Mom, Dad, I swear, I will make sure you live a good life in the future. I promise." Yifeng finished eating and returned to his room to complete the assignment given by the teacher today. He drew open the curtains of the window and shouted towards the opposite side, "Gu Muxi, Gu Muxi." The curtains on the opposite window were also drawn open, and Gu Muxi appeared behind the window. Both families lived on the same floor, and their layouts were exactly opposite. The windows of the 2 rooms were facing each other, with a distance of about 5 meters. "What do you want?" Gu Muxi folded her arms and asked. "Nothing. Just wanted to see if you had eaten." Yifeng smiled. "I ate early. I'll continue with my homework now." Gu Muxi returned to her desk, but she didn't close the curtains. Yifeng also sat down, and from this angle, he could still see her profile. At that moment, he saw that she was writing something at her desk. Gu Muxi was indeed writing, but not the assignment, it was a diary. "On April 12, 2000, that Yifeng guy actually dared to kiss me, and in front of the whole class. He really made me angry. But after school, I punctured his bike tire. Hehe," she wrote, with a faint smile on her lips. The scene of being kissed by him during the day kept replaying in her mind. This scene had been circling in her mind for a long time, and it would pop up from time to time, making her distracted all day, unable to focus on her homework. Did Yifeng do it on purpose? Why did he suddenly kiss me? Also, since today, his gaze towards me has been strange, not as natural as before. Gu Muxi propped her chin with her hands, staring blankly at the white wall, lost in thought. The sight of her smooth legs swinging under the table emerged in Yifeng's mind. Could it be? Yifeng likes me? A thought suddenly flashed in her mind, but she quickly dismissed it. No way. How could he like me? All he does is bully me all day. Ah, Q. Who is talking about me? Yifeng sneezed inexplicably. He looked towards Gumuxi at the opposite window. Gumuxi, are you secretly cursing me? How did you know? Gumuxi turned her head. Yifeng, it was indeed this little girl. Now that they were alone, why not test her thoughts first? Yifeng moved a chair to the window side and waved at her. Gumuxi, come over here. Why? Come closer. Let's chat. Gumuxi looked suspicious, but moved a chair to the window side and sat down. Go ahead. What do you want to chat about? Yifeng rested his hands on the window and asked, I'm curious about something. During the 3 years of high school, did you not like any bow? HMPH. No. Gumuxi snorted proudly. Then what kind of bow do you like? I don't know. No specific preferences, but probably someone good-looking. Good-looking. Like me? Your thick skin can't even be pierced by Daikuan, right? Head. Tell me honestly, is your boyfriend standard like me? Gumuxi blushed at his words. No. She had indeed thought about the question before, what her boyfriend would be like if she had one. But no matter how many handsome faces she imagined, none were as pleasing to her as Yifeng. She even suspected that it was because they had been together for so long. Growing up together, her aesthetic sense was limited. For days, she felt frustrated about it. Do you not have a bit of imagination about a boyfriend? Yifeng asked, puzzled. No. I just want to study hard and get into a good university now. Can a relationship help in the college entrance exam? Gumuxi replied seriously. Yifeng felt a bit of a headache. Gumuxi's attitude was clear. Pursuing her couldn't be rushed, it required careful consideration. When did she start liking me in her past life? Yifeng felt like he was entering a foggy area. It was unclear, incomprehensible. A woman's heart, as deep as the Mariana Trench. Gumuxi's thoughts were probably even deeper. Yifeng, you called me over just to chat about this. It can't be all about you asking me questions. Now it's my turn to ask you. Gumuxi leaned on the window. Go ahead. What's the standard of your girlfriend like? For my future girlfriend, she would be 1.65 meters tall, weighing around 80 pounds, shoe size 32, likes to tie her hair in a ponytail, fair skin, and pretty. Yifeng grinned. Gumuxi looked disdainful. Your requirements are quite a lot. I don't think there are many people in this world who match your standards. Maybe you should prepare to be single for life. Too many? Not really. Let me add one more. She should have O-type blood. O-type blood? Gumuxi was stunned, suddenly realizing that those were her measurements too. Hey. Yifeng, are you making fun of me? She finally realized that Yifeng's conditions were referring to her. Oh. No. Maybe there's someone out there who really likes me. Yifeng tousled his hair. Gumuxi snorted. HMPH, only a fool would like you. I think you're quite foolish. Let's make do with each other. Get lost. Gumuxi pulled the curtains, ending their banter. She brought the chair back to the table, propped her chin with her hand, and drifted off again. Gumuxi, stop thinking about these messy things. Quickly finish your homework. She shook her head, put down her pen, got up, turned around, jumped onto the bed, covered her head with a blanket, and swung her legs in the air rapidly. After a while, her swinging legs stopped, she turned over, lay on the bed, and stared blankly at the white ceiling. A memory from deep in her mind suddenly surfaced. It was when they were 6 years old. In the room, Yifeng had a runny nose, sitting on the floor, playing with building blocks. Fun, do you want candy? This is wedding candy. Gumuxi ran in from outside, holding a red wedding candy in her hand. Yifeng's eyes lit up at the sight of the candy. He wiped his nose. She. I want to eat. I want to eat. Gumuxi sat down on the floor and handed him the candy. Mom said only married people can eat wedding candy. Promise me, you will marry me in the future. Okay. I'll marry you. The next morning, before the sun had risen, the sky was just breaking dawn. Knock, knock. Ida lazy pig, get up. Yifeng was awakened by the sound, gradually opened his eyes, and looked at the yellow bedding, mottled walls, peeling red wardrobe, and the J-shoe poster on the wall. Nothing had changed. I'm still in 2000. He had a long dream last night where he married Gumuxi, but upon waking up, he realized it was just a dream and he was still lying in a hospital bed. But now, waking up again, he found that the self lying in the hospital bed was also a dream. It's a dream within a dream. He got up and walked to the window, looking outside. Gumuxi used a clothes hanger to tap his window, disdainfully saying, "Ye shout, why are you up so late today?" Seeing him getting up, she put away the hanger and started tidying her hair. In the morning light, Gumuxi, in a loose blue school uniform, looked especially three-dimensional under the light, with her fair skin seeming to radiate a youthful glow. Very beautiful. Yifeng leaned on the windowsill, watching her and chuckling. "Why are you laughing, silly? Hurry up and change into your school uniform. I don't want to be late because of you." Gumuxi pouted. "I'll wait for you at the door." Yifeng grinned, immediately taking off his shirt. "Oh, then I'll wait for you at the door." Gumuxi watched him undress, her expression calm. "Hey, Gumuxi, aren't you going to avoid it a little?" Yifeng teased, not seeing the shy expression he imagined Gumuxi would have. Gumuxi glanced at him, sneer, "I know every single hair on your body. Nothing to avoid. Hurry up. Stop dilly-dallying." She closed the window, drew the curtains, and left. Yifeng shook his head, quickly changed into his clothes, brushed his teeth and washed his face at lightning speed, grabbed his bag, and prepared to go out. "Son, aren't you going to have breakfast?" Meng Xiaoyun called from the kitchen. "No need, Mom. I'll grab something on the way." Yifeng replied, opening the door and leaving. He ran eagerly to the door, where it happened to open. A decent middle-aged couple appeared at the door, Gumuxi's parents, Guxingzhang and Li Wan. "Uncle, Auntie, hello." Yifeng greeted with a grin. "Little Feng's here. Hixie will be out soon." Li Wan kindly patted his head. "Hixie, come on. Little Fun is waiting." Coming. Gumuxi appeared, with a piece of bread in her mouth, putting on her shoes and heading out. "Mom, Dad, we're off to school. Don't ride too fast on the way. Be careful." Guxingzhang smiled and advised. "Got it, Dad. Bye." Gumuxi grabbed Yifeng's hand, and they went downstairs together. Yifeng felt her soft and smooth hand in his. This scene seemed to happen every day in his memory. They went to school together, went home together, reviewed together, and often did homework together. When they reached the ground floor, Gumuxi let go of Yifeng's hand. "Yishao, please bring the cart out. I'll wait here." "Cart? Wasn't my bike's tire punctured by you yesterday? I don't have a cart anymore." Yifeng shrugged. Gumuxi was taken aback for a moment, then slapped her forehead. "Oh, right. How did I forget that?" But then she covered her mouth as if realizing that she had slipped up. "All right, it's really you," Yifeng said sarcastically, then hopped onto her back seat. "Until the bike is fixed, I'll let you take me to school today. Hehe." "Gumuxi, that's because you made me angry, isn't it?" "I won't take you." She pouted. "Then should I take you?" Yifeng raised his eyebrows. "That's about right." Gumuxi nodded in satisfaction. Yifeng got on the bike. Gumuxi gathered her skirt and sat sideways on the rear seat, holding onto his waist. "All right, I'm all set. Let's go. I suggest you better hold onto my waist, for stability." "No way." Yifeng glanced at her, then pedaled the bike forcefully, speeding up suddenly. With the sudden acceleration, Gumuxi exclaimed as her head bumped against his back. After the abrupt acceleration, Yifeng braked suddenly, causing Gumuxi to fall into his back. "Why did you brake so suddenly?" "There was a threshold ahead. I didn't notice it. I told you to hold on tight," Yifeng explained. Gumuxi glared at him, wrapping her arms around his waist from behind. "Okay. Go. Let's go." Yifeng felt the warmth coming from her, the soft feeling against his back, as if ants were crawling all over in his heart. He smirked. "All right, Miss Gu, let's go." Yifeng rode a pink lady's bike, with Gu, the school flower, behind him, attracting the attention of passers-by. The onlookers' gaze showed some surprise and a touch of envy. Middle-aged people might think how great to be young. "Gumuxi, are you full from just a piece of bread? What do you think? Then let's go eat pork coffle noodles." "All right." On the way to school, at a crossroad with traffic lights, there was a noodle shop, their go-to spot for a better breakfast. Yifeng parked the bike and called out to the owner in the kitchen, "Boss, 2 bowls of pork coffle noodles." "Sure. Hold on." An old boss in his 50s with sporadic gray hair popped out of the window and saw the two of them, asking with a smile, "The usual today, One with intestines, one with liver, right? Hehe. Yes, boss. Yifeng replied. As it was still early, with few people going to work, there were only 7 or 8 customers in the shop. Soon, their noodles were ready. Yifeng paid 3 yuan for 1 bowl, so 6 yuan for 2. Spending 6 yuan at once was a bit extravagant for Yifeng now. He carried the noodles over, and Gumuxi took out 3 yuan, handed it to him, and then took a bowl. No need, it's on me this time. Yifeng smiled, returning the money. Huh, is your brain not working? Easy, weren't you always afraid I wouldn't pay for my meal? Why so generous today? Gumuxi looked at him in disbelief. How come Yifeng suddenly seemed like a different person? It's so strange. Did I hit him on the head yesterday and he forgets everything? Hehe. People change. Yifeng sat down and started picking out the pig liver from the bowl. Gumuxi looked at him curiously, then picked out the intestines and put them into his bowl. They had a silent agreement to exchange ingredients in their poor, awful noodles. It had been their routine for years. Gumuxi found no more intestines in her bowl, but happily continued eating. However, she glanced at Yifeng from time to time. She felt Yifeng had indeed changed, but she couldn't pinpoint what had changed. The face in front of her, this appearance, were still so familiar. Gumuxi, do you have some dark circles under your eyes? Yifeng suddenly raised his head, staring at her. Do I? Gumuxi rubbed her eyes. She had spent the whole night worrying and couldn't sleep well. Hehe, are you losing sleep thinking about me? Yifeng teased in a low voice. Gumuxi blushed, a hint of fluster in her eyes. You wish. Only fools would think about you. I just didn't finish my homework and was preoccupied. Yifeng solemnly said. Don't be so hard on yourself. Gumuxi, silly Yifeng. You're the fool. This lady has an IQ of 115. Okay, is that so? Then let me quiz you. Go ahead. What's 2 times 4? 8. Oh, good girl. Gumuxi, dare to try to trick me. Damn it. Gumuxi gritted her teeth and reached to grab. Yifeng grabbed her hands and smugly said, well done, quite clever. Don't get too excited. We're in public, with so many eyes around. It's not good to make a scene. When we get back home, you can do whatever you want. Gumuxi. ... bastard. You smelly Yifeng, I'll take care of you when we get back. She couldn't stand making a fool of herself in public. If there were many people around, she would choose to endure it and find the right time to get revenge. Hehe. Okay, stop messing around. Finish your breakfast quickly and go to school. If you're late, it'll be a problem. Yifeng smirked. The two quickly finished breakfast, got on their bikes, and rushed to school. Just arrived at the school gate, there were many students on the road. Ring ring ring. Classmates, please let me through. Yifeng rang the bell on the bike and shouted loudly. This action immediately attracted the attention of many students on the road. Hey, isn't that Goo School Flower? Oh my god, who's that guy riding the bike with Goo School Flower to school? No way. Goo School Flower. Are they dating? Ah, my heart is broken. Oh no. No. My goddess. Along the way, Yifeng seemed to hear the sound of many boys' hearts breaking. This feeling, quite cool. But Gumuxi felt uncomfortable being stared at by so many people. Why are you making so much noise? Keep it down a bit. I'm afraid of bumping into people, understand? Yifeng carried Gumuxi to the parking shed and coincidentally ran into Wang Tai parking his bike. He got off the bike and greeted, TZ, good morning. Morning. Fang, that old popsicle from yesterday. Hey, don't mention that. Asking for money hurts feelings. Aren't we brothers? Definitely. You are my fan? Forever. Good brother, I didn't misjudge you, TZ. You're really reliable. Of course, Wang Tai, can't do anything. But I know loyalty. A lifetime. To brothers, nothing needs to be said. Hey. I'm thirsty. Is this your Wang's eye milk? Yeah. Fang, would you like to try it? Hey. That's not good at all. Yifeng took it, tilted his head back, and gulped down a big mouthful. Riding a bike is really tiring. After finishing it, Yifeng handed the bottle back to him. Tastes good. This stuff really quenches thirst. I'll go up first, okay? Sure. Wang Tai stood stupefied in place. When Yifeng walked away, he realized, shaking the bottle, it was empty. My Wang's eye. Gumuxi saw this and covered her mouth with a smile. Yifeng is a bad egg. She quickly followed him, catching up to Yifeng. 2 months left until the college entrance exam. Most subjects have been covered, and the remaining time is mostly spent on practice exams and self-study. Every week, there are basically 2 practice exams, and after 2 more self-study classes today. The remaining time is all for exams. After going through the practice exams, Yifeng also understood his shortcomings. Apart from math and English, where he was confident of getting full marks, he had forgotten many key points in other subjects. It seems he needs to review more on language, physics, and other subjects. Striving to memorize all the key points before the college entrance exam and aiming for outstanding results to make his parents happy. After the test, the last class is self-study. Yifeng took out a few crumpled 1 yuan bills from his pocket, counting them, realizing he only had 8 yuan of pocket money left this month. This amount of money is not enough to buy a birthday gift for Gu Muxi. Despite her cool and proud exterior, Gu Muxi actually has the same desires as other girls and likes cute dolls and plush toys. She especially wants a big duck, one of those giant duck plush toys that are as tall as a person. But such a big toy costs over 100 yuan. 100 yuan is a huge amount for an ordinary person in this era. Feng, you've counted it so many times. What are you trying to do? Counting it won't magically increase. Wang Tai scratched his head, curious. After a moment of contemplation, Yifeng asked, "TZ, do you want to earn money?" "Of course I do, but my mom won't let me. She says I should focus on studying for the university entrance exams and not do part-time jobs." Wang Tai replied, feeling troubled. "After school, follow me for a while. Let's find some work." Yifeng patted his shoulder, speaking seriously. "Okay." The school bell rang, and Yifeng and Wang Tai quickly left. Gu Muxi shouted from behind, "Yifeng, where are you guys going?" "Not going home. I'm taking TZ to see around. You go back first. Don't miss me too much." Yifeng didn't even look back as he spoke. Gu Muxi was taken aback, then heaved, "HMPH, smelly Yifeng, I'll go back by myself." Riding their bikes, Wang Tai carried Yifeng to a commercial street near the middle school. "Let's go, TZ. There are many stores here. Let's go check them out," Yifeng said. In fact, he already had a preliminary plan in mind. When someone wants to earn money, they should first understand their strengths, use their skills to earn a part of the money, or accumulate the initial capital. This is very important. In his previous life, through his hard work, he built a business empire worth billions, with advanced business management concepts and entrepreneurial thinking. Returning to the year 2000, he could foresee future business opportunities, and that was his biggest capital. After leaving a game company, he developed a game with a colleague, which was later acquired by a gaming company under the Penguin Group, giving him his first fortune. This was a typical case of accumulating initial capital through personal skills and abilities. With this initial capital, he started his own gaming company and embarked on the path of entrepreneurship. However, repeating the process of building an empire like before is no longer feasible. In 2000, computer hardware was not mature and the network infrastructure was underdeveloped. So his initial plan was to see if there were opportunities related to computer hardware. As a computer science major, he was knowledgeable about computers. Maybe he could use this skill to earn some money. "Feng, look, there's a computer store here. Wow, I really want to have a computer to play with." "Feng, how much does a computer cost?" Wang Tai looked at a computer store window display, drooling over the desktop machines inside. "Here, check out this brochure." Yifeng smiled. Wang Tai glanced down. Below the display, there was a board showing information about 3 different computer configurations. He couldn't understand the hardware details, but the numbers below were readable to him. 18,988, 19,988, 21,888. Oh my god, so expensive. Wang Tai was stunned. Yifeng shook his head. "These are just average configurations. If you want higher specs, it's even more expensive." Among the 3 configurations listed, the lowest priced at 18,988 yuan was the Qianlu 9570. It had an Intel P3500 MHz CPU, a Meiji PX6A, a motherboard, only 64 meters memory, a Diamond 4th Gen hard drive, 4.3 grams capacity, a Samsung 700's display, 14 inches, and ran Windows 98. Yifeng found this configuration appalling, but in that era, it was considered a good mainstream option. However, this price tag was a deterrent for most middle-class families. The average state-owned enterprise worker's monthly salary was only 700 to 800 yuan, and saving 1,000 for a whole year was considered good. It would take 2 years just to afford a computer at this price range. For the average person, a computer was definitely a luxury item. Boss, can't you help fix this computer here? It's really important for us. I can't play games without it. I can't fix it here. I only sell computers. If you need repairs, I have to send it back to the manufacturer for inspection and repair. I really can't fix it here. How long will it take to send it for repair? If it's fast, about 20 days. What? 20 days? That's too long. Isn't there any other way? I'm sorry. Is there another store you can ask? No. No. Boss, you must fix it within 3 days, or I'll complain to the authorities. Hey, kid, what's wrong with you? The voices of two loud men suddenly came from the store, catching Yifeng and Wan Tai's attention. Yifeng peeked his head in and saw a young man in school uniform sitting inside, with an indifferent look. You know how to fix computers? The chubby boss looked Yifeng up and down skeptically, his expression disbelieving. What's a high school student doing here causing a commotion? Nonsense. Heh. Boss, I've actually studied computer repair. Why don't you give me a try to see if I can do it? Yifeng remained calm and nonchalant, smiling slightly without a hint of nervousness. The young student asked doubtfully, Really? Can you really fix it? Just by looking at it, I know if I can fix it or not, Yifeng confidently replied. The young student saw the confidence in his eyes and felt a bit intrigued. He didn't want to send his computer back to the factory for repairs. It would take too long. If it's fast, it takes 20 days, and if it's slow, over a month is normal. He couldn't wait a day without playing games. He felt uncomfortable all over. All right, you can give it a try. The young student decided. The chubby boss widened his eyes and exclaimed, Is this okay? What if he breaks the computer? It's my computer. If he breaks it, I'll buy a new one. The young student retorted with confidence. The chubby boss had nothing more to say. Fine, it's your stuff, not mine. If any parts are broken during the repair, my shop won't be responsible for warranty. Wan Tai whispered from behind. Fun, do you really know how to fix computers? Didn't I tell you I do? Yifeng chuckled. With a background in computer science and a top graduate from a prestigious university, fixing computers was child's play for him. Yifeng walked over and first booted up the computer to identify the problem. After pressing the power button, the system loaded, but instead of entering the desktop, a blue screen appeared. It was a classic blue screen. The system loaded successfully, but couldn't reach the desktop, indicating a possible problem with the graphics card. What do you think? Have you figured out the problem? The young student anxiously asked. The chubby boss shook his head with a smile. I suspect it's a hardware issue rather than a software one. Decide sending it back for repairs. There's no other solution. You might as well not bother. Don't end up breaking the computer. A high school student knowing how to fix computers. It's ridiculous. He didn't have much faith in Yifeng's ability to fix the computer. Yifeng, however, was confident and smiled, saying, It's not a big issue. There's no need to send it back for repairs. I already know the cause of the problem. Really? What's the cause? The young student eagerly asked. Yifeng pointed to the main unit, saying, The graphics card is faulty. We'll know for sure once we open it. Boss, can I borrow a screwdriver? The chubby boss had a look of doubt on his face, but obediently handed Yifeng a set of tools. Yifeng skillfully removed the computer case with the screwdriver, revealing the hardware inside to everyone. It was a dedicated graphics card that could be removed, not an integrated one. Yifeng detached the graphics card from the motherboard to check its model. It was an Elite S320 model, a high-end card for that period. He had seen advertisements for it selling for 2,500 yuan per card. Yifeng carefully examined the card. Then a smile crept onto his face. So that's it. Huh? What is it? What's wrong? The young student was curious, but couldn't see the issue. Yifeng pointed out with the screwdriver. Look here, the sets of pin legs are loose, numbers 1 and 2. If they come off, the graphics card can't read data. The young student moved closer and noticed the pin legs on the board were almost breaking off, unlike the intact legs. Wow, I didn't see that coming. The young student was surprised. He didn't expect Yifeng to find the problem so quickly. The chubby boss was also dumbfounded. A high school student checking a graphics card? Unbelievable. Does he really know how to fix computers? Buddy, can it still be fixed? The young student asked nervously. Yifeng contemplated for a moment and then extended it, saying, fixable, but it's a bit of manual work. Essentially, it meant he could fix it as long as there was compensation. If you can fix it, I'll give you 500 yuan as repair fee. The young student generously offered. Teal. You're generous. What should I call you? Yan Jian. Yifeng. The two shook hands, solidifying the repair agreement. Yifeng initially thought 50 yuan would do, but to his surprise, the other party offered 500 yuan, which he promptly accepted. Money's there to be made. Damn it, 500 yuan, almost the monthly salary of an average worker. Who knew this guy was so wealthy? Being able to spend this much on a high-end computer. With his setup, it must have cost around 28,000 or even 30,000 yuan. If he could spend this much, an extra 500 yuan repair fee was likely insignificant to him. Boss, may I use your work table? Yifeng requested the chubby boss. Ow, sure. Go ahead. The chubby boss nodded, feeling a bit sour. 500 yuan for repairs was no small sum. Yifeng sat at the work table, started by cleaning the dust off the graphics card. As time passed, an hour had flown by. Yan Jian anxiously asked, how's it going? Still not fixed. Is it very difficult? Yifeng rubbed his eyes and nodded seriously, frowning. Don't be fooled by its size. Repairing the pin legs is a very tricky task, but rest assured, we're almost done, and it'll be fixed soon. In reality, it was a simple task. Soldering the pin legs back was all it took. Normally, it would only take about 15 minutes to do the job, plain sailing. He purposely delayed it to create a sense of value for the customer. When customers perceive your dedication and expertise, they feel your service is worth the price. If solved easily, they deem your service and expertise not worth the fee, leading to potential bargaining next time. It's like some traditional Chinese medicine practitioners specializing in treating lumbar problems. A regular practitioner charges around 100 yuan. In a few minutes, simple massaging can alleviate the discomfort. However, high-end clinics might offer a multi-step treatment involving acupuncture and cupping that takes hours, yielding the same relief, but charging over 1,000 yuan. The customers feel the service was very beneficial and prefer the higher cost. If a regular practitioner increases prices, customers might walk away instantly. This is the effect of perceiving value differently. After a few more minutes of delaying, Yifeng stood up and said, all right, it's fixed. Let's reinstall it now. Fantastic. Yan Jian exclaimed. He eagerly watched as Yifeng refitted the graphics card, then powered it up for a test. As expected, the monitor quickly displayed the Windows 98 desktop. Ah, it's working. It's working. Haha. I'm so grateful. Thank you for your hard work. Yan Jian shook Yifeng's hands emotionally. It wasn't too hard. Yifeng replied nonchalantly. Yan Jian said seriously, buddy, I didn't expect you to have such skills. Being just a high school student, you fixed my computer in an hour. It's beyond my expectations. No need for factory repairs. You did it in an hour. The money spent was well worth it. Yan Jian opened his wallet, revealing a stack of cash, roughly to 3,000 yuan. He counted out 600 yuan and handed it to Yifeng. 500 yuan might be a bit low. I'll add another 100 yuan as your hard work compensation. Ha ha. Generous, Mr. Yan. Yifeng grinned, unable to contain his excitement and happiness. Money in the bank. Money in the bank. This was 600 yuan, almost a month's salary for an average worker. Since the computer is fixed, I'll be heading home first to play games. Yan Jian said cheerfully, eager to move the computer. Take care, Boss Yan. Yifeng smiled as he watched him happily carrying away the computer. Shortly after, a middle-aged man in a suit and tie, with dark skin, entered the shop and carried away the remaining monitor. Wang Tai, who was watching at the door, saw Yan Jian and the middle-aged man getting into a Peugeot. My goodness, Fenjie, that guy is taking a Peugeot to go out. And it looks like the other guy is even a driver. What kind of family is this? Wang Tai marveled, also feeling envious. Well, they must be making money from mining, or maybe they have a mine in their home. Yifeng casually replied as he counted the money in his hand, smelling it after finishing the count. Money sure smelled good to him. Young man, you've got skills. The chubby boss came over with a smile on his face. Yifeng put the money back in his pocket, glanced at him, and smiled. It's okay, boss, you're too kind. Seeing his appearance, Yifeng knew the boss had something to ask for. He was used to people seeking help. In the business world, it's either you asking me or me asking you. Hey, it's not too much praise. You are quite talented. Let me introduce myself. I'm Zhao Xinji. Friends call me Old Zhao. Here's my business card. I'm the owner of this computer shop. Zhao Xinji handed him his card. Yifeng took the card and saw Wanxi Xinji Technology Co., Ltd. General Manager, Zhao Xinji. On the back, it listed the main business scope, representing various computer brands and assembling whole computer systems. Yifeng put the card in his pocket, smiling. Mr. Zhao, please get to the point. It's better for business. Zhao Xinji was taken aback, not expecting Yifeng's calm and composed attitude. Was this really a high school student? How come he seemed like an old fox? Oh, let me be direct. I just saw how skilled you are at fixing that graphics card, and you managed to solder the pins back without needing a magnifying glass. Your skills are even better than the repairmen in the factory. People often come to me with computers needing repairs, and since I can't do it myself, I'm thinking of cooperating with you to expand the repair business in this shop. I believe we can make a lot of money from computer repairs in the future. There aren't many places in Guangxi that fix computers right now, so the market prospects are great. We will definitely make money. Don't worry, you only need to work part-time. Come after school to fix the computers without affecting your studies. What do you think? Zhao Xinji said, rubbing his hands eagerly, closely watching Yifeng with shrewd eyes. Yifeng pondered for a moment and then smiled. Mr. Zhao's proposal sounds good, but how do you plan to split the earnings? Yifeng passed the ball to him, wanting to see how much sincerity he had. In business negotiations, it's usually disadvantageous to reveal your stance first. So, he wanted Zhao Xinji to express the profit-sharing issue first. Zhao Xinji pretended to look troubled, thought for a moment, and said, I see you are also in a difficult position at a young age, going out to make money. Here's the deal, I'll take a little loss. How about a 50-50 split on the computer repair earnings? How about that? If we get about a dozen jobs a month, you could earn 2,000 to 3,000 a month, even higher than office white-collar wages. He acted as if he was reluctantly taking a loss for the sake of taking care of juniors, coupled with painting a rosy picture. Making 2,000 to 3,000 a month will indeed be a high income, quite appealing. Yifeng remained silent at his words, keeping a calm expression. Zhao Xinji then stared at him, feeling secretly pleased. A profit split of 50-50, earning a few thousand yuan each month. Who wouldn't be tempted? He thought that if this young man agreed, he would be making money monthly without much effort. By coaxing this young man, he could earn a few extra thousand yuan a month. Plus, it required no additional costs. It was easy money. This was precisely why he eagerly sought collaboration with Yifeng. Young man, you can trust me for cooperation. I won't shortchange you. Zhao Xinji pledged, wanting to seal the deal. On the side, Wang Tai was stunned at the idea of earning 2,000 to 3,000 yuan a month. Isn't this money too easy to earn? Feng Jie, you should agree to it quickly. The what came next from Yifeng was unexpected for both of them. Mr. Zhao, I'm sorry but I can't cooperate under your proposed terms. Yifeng smiled slightly. Wang Tai was taken aback. Zhao Xinji was also puzzled. Well, young man, what's the concern? It's such a great opportunity to make money. Aren't you afraid of missing out on it by refusing? Zhao Xinji hurriedly tried to persuade him. Yifeng remained calm, saying, well, your offer sounds good. Mr. Zhao lacks sincerity for this collaboration. If it's a 50-50 split, then I might as well cooperate with other bosses in the electronics building. I believe they might offer a more sincere deal. It's getting late, and we should be heading back. Goodbye. With that, Yifeng turned to leave. Feng Jie. Wang Tai frantically scratched his head, thinking he might be missing out on a money-making opportunity. However, Yifeng raised his hand to silence him before he could continue. Wait a minute. Zhao Xinji quickly caught up to stop the two. Yifeng revealed a faint, imperceptible smile and halted his steps. Young man, don't rush. I'm truly sincere about working with you. If 50-50 doesn't work, how about we split it differently? Zhao Xinji was somewhat reluctant to let go of the chance to make money. He showed signs of compromising. Yifeng turned back around and extended two fingers. 20-80 split. I'll take 80, you take 20. Can you accept that for cooperation? What? 20-80 split? Zhao Xinji was taken aback by Yifeng's tough negotiation. Is that Is that acceptable? Yifeng smiled and was about to walk away. Yes. Yes. 2080 it is. Zhao Xinju quickly held him back, sheepishly agreeing. His chubby face now looked quite unsightly, appearing as if he had swallowed a fly. Nevertheless, a small gain is better than nothing. If the cooperation didn't work out, he wouldn't earn a penny. Yifeng then showed a smile, reached out his hand, and said, "Well then, Mr. Zhao, let's have a pleasant collaboration." Let's collaborate pleasantly. Zhao Xinju forced the smile, shaking hands with Yifeng. Now that it's settled, I'll come by after school, and the customers can pay me directly. That's the deal. Yifeng continued laying down his terms. Zhao Xinju blinked, surprised by Yifeng's shrewdness, particularly by his insistence on handling the payments himself. All right. Zhao Xinju strained out a smile. That's settled then. See you tomorrow, Mr. Zhao. Yifeng smiled and left. Watching Yifeng walk away, Zhao Xinju suddenly felt played, as if the young man had controlled the situation effortlessly. This young man was no ordinary one. So young, yet skilled in computer repair. With such mature manners and negotiation tactics, he had the upper hand in the negotiation. How could there be such an extraordinary person in this world? On the other side, after leaving the shop, Yifeng and Wang Tai rode their bikes towards home. Fenjie, I was almost scared to death just now. I thought you'd miss out on this money-making opportunity. You rejected Mr. Zhao just now. Are you not worried about losing this opportunity? Wang Tai asked as he rode his bike. Hey, Tai. Negotiation requires tact and strategy. You need to understand the other party's stance and limits, and then present your moves accordingly. Mr. Zhao offered a deal where he could expand his business without incurring labor costs, and yet he proposed a 50-50 split. That's not sincere. I wouldn't accept those terms. Well, I know he has more room for negotiation. So, once I refuse and show my intention to leave, he'd be pressurized. When he's pressure, I can put forward my conditions, and he'd likely accept mine. This back and forth is a negotiation tactic, helping us stay in a position of power. If you show too much eagerness from the start, you become passive. Since he was the one seeking collaboration, we should keep the initiative in our hands. Yifeng's words left Wang Tai in awe and confusion. Fenjie, you're impressive. Fenjie, shall we head back home now? No. Let's go to Fushan Street. Huh? Why are we going to Fushan Street? To buy something for Gu Muxi. Gu Muxi leaned on the desk, turned her head to look out the window at the window opposite. The window of Yifeng's room was tightly closed, and the curtains were drawn. Has Stinky Yifeng not come back yet? Gu Muxi muttered. Immediately, she got up to fetch a drying pole and used it to poke at the window of Yifeng's room. Hey Yifeng, she called out, but there was still no response from across the way. Where on earth did this guy go to fool around? How come he hasn't come back yet? Creak. The door behind her opened. Ow. Zixi. What are you doing? Li Wen came in holding a fruit tray, seeing Gu Muxi poking at Yifeng's window with the drying pole. Gu Muxi was startled, quickly pulled back the pole and turned around. Nothing. Mom, you walk so silently, you scared me. Li Wen saw through her daughter's thoughts with one look, saying, Are you waiting for Yifeng to come back? Li Wen put down the fruit tray and asked with a smile. Gu Muxi blushed, puckering her lips, nervously saying, I'm not waiting for him. Who's waiting for him? Li Wen chuckled. Come, have some fruit. Gu Muxi put away the drying pole, ran to eat the fruit, which was sliced apples, in the plate. Li Wen sat on the bed, suddenly asking, Zixi, do you like Yifeng? Cough cough cough. Gu Muxi almost choked on the apple at the words, coughing a few times. Mom, what are you saying? I don't like him. Only fools like him. Gu Muxi blushed as she defended herself. Oh, is that so? Li Wen saw her embarrassed look and chuckled with a hand over her mouth. I think Yifeng is pretty good. This kid is kind and clever. Gu Muxi chewed on the apple, casually saying, Mom, what's so good about him? I can't see it. All he does is bully me all the time. He bullies you? I don't believe it. Li Wen shook her head. Gu Muxi. Mom, are you his real mom or mine? How does he bully you? Yesterday at school, Gu Muxi was about to speak but suddenly blushed and swallowed her words. Thinking about her first kiss being taken away by Yifeng in front of everyone, she felt embarrassed. Li Wen smiled. All right, take your time eating. I'll go make dinner. Your father will be back soon. Rumble rumble. Suddenly lightning and thunder struck outside. Dark clouds gathered. Oh, looks like it's going to rain heavily. Did Yifeng not bring an umbrella? Li Wen walked to the window and mumbled to herself. After speaking, she left the room. Rumble, rumble, the thunder roared again. Raindrops began to fall like beans, and soon turned into a downpour. Kumuxi closed the window, watching the rain hit the glass with a daze. Stinky Yifeng probably really didn't bring an umbrella, right? And I punctured his bicycle. How will he come back? Will something happen to him? Will Stinky Yifeng be completely drenched? Or fall into the drain? Kumuxi restlessly returned to her desk, continuing to lean and stare at the pouring rain outside. After a while, she got up and ran out. Mom, I'm going out for a bit. She grabbed 2 umbrellas, put on rain boots, opened the door, and ran downstairs in a hurry. Li Wen stuck her head out from the kitchen, with a smile on her lips. This child, appearing indifferent on the surface, but actually cares more than anyone in her heart. Kumuxi arrived at the entrance of the staff quarters, looking towards the intersection. How come Stinky Yifeng hasn't come back yet? The rain was easing up a bit. She sat on a bench at the entrance of the quarters, waiting for over half an hour. Suddenly, a bicycle appeared at the intersection. She stood up and looked. As the bicycle got closer, she recognized that the rider was Wang Tai, and Yifeng was seated behind. Yifeng. Kumuxi's face lit up with a smile as she waved her hand, feeling relieved. Wang Tai heard her voice, rode the bike towards her direction, and stopped in front of her in no time. Finally made it. Wang Tai wiped his face, completely soaked, looking like a drowned rat. Gu-shiksu, I thought. Stinky Yifeng, where did you go? Why did you come back so late? Kumuxi bypassed him, held the umbrella, and headed straight towards Yifeng. Wang Tai froze in place. Hey, don't ignore me. Aren't I a person too? I didn't expect it to rain. Got caught in a sudden downpour halfway back, waited for the rain to ease a bit before rushing back. Hey, did you purposely wait for me? Yifeng held on to something, got off the bike, wiped the rain off his face, and grinned at her. Who waited for you? I was waiting for my dad. Kumuxi blushed, a hint of panic in her eyes, quickly changing the subject. Don't you have a raincoat? Are you out of your mind? I have a raincoat, but I didn't wear it, letting myself become a drowned rat. Isn't that crazy? She babbled, took a few steps forward, using her umbrella to shield him from the rain. Her umbrella was a bit small, so the two had to stand very close to each other to be fully covered. Yifeng caught a whiff of the delightful scent coming from her, being scolded but feeling good. Is she caring for me? This girl is tough on the outside but soft-hearted. What are you holding in your raincoat? Kumuxi walked closer and noticed the raincoat he was holding, seemingly concealing something, her face showing some confusion. What's so important inside that you would rather get drenched than wear the raincoat? Hey, big brother and big sister, can we continue this conversation inside? Wang Tai stood under the eaves of the gate post, sheltering from the rain, and shouted. Yifeng grinned. You'll find out in a bit. He quickly rushed back in under the awning and Kumuxi, with a puzzled look, followed suit. What precious thing are you holding? It's a birthday gift for you. Kumuxi was stunned. But my birthday is next Saturday. It's okay, I'll give you 2. Yifeng opened the raincoat, and a 1.3-meter tall pink pig plush toy with 2 backpacks hanging on its hooves appeared before her. The pig looked adorable and charming. Early happy birthday, Zixi. Kumuxi looked at him in astonishment, a surge of emotions hitting her. He came back just to not get the plush toy wet, because this is a birthday gift for me. She felt a mix of surprise and touched, her heart filled with sweetness and a touch of tears. Stinky Yifeng ... Don't you like it? I do. Do you like this color? I do. Do you like this style? I do. Do you like me? I do. Stinky Yifeng, you're taking advantage of me again. Kumuxi blushed, snatched the pink pig plush toy from his hands, proudly saying, I'll accept this gift. After that, she left with the plush toy, feeling her cheeks burning, reluctant to stay any longer before embarrassing herself in front of Yifeng. Oh my god. Funjie, was Gu-shiksu just shy? Wang Tai asked incredulously. If even you noticed, then it must be true. Yifeng chuckled. Yifeng and Wang Tai parted ways and each went home. As soon as he entered the house, Yifeng saw his parents waiting at the dining table, both with stern faces. Son, where have you been playing? Why did you come back so late? And look at you, all drenched. Meng Xiaoyun couldn't help but scold when she saw Yifeng soaked from head to toe. Yifeng scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed, making his parents worrying. "Mom, I did something with TZ and got delayed on the way back due to heavy rain." Meng Xiaoyun got up, took a towel, and helped him dry his wet hair, saying with concern, "Enough talking. Quickly, go take a shower, change into dry clothes. Don't catch a cold." "Okay, Mom," Yifeng replied, taking the clothes to the bathroom to take a hot shower, changed into clean clothes, and came out again. Just as he stepped out of the bathroom door, a chill wind blew, and Yifeng couldn't help but sneeze. "See? You've caught a cold. Come and have dinner. The food is all warmed up for you. You go ahead and eat. I'll make you some ginger soup to warm you up," Meng Xiaoyun said tenderly. "Heh. Mom, I'm fine. Ah Q." Yifeng sneezed again just after speaking, his nose running. It seemed he did catch a cold after all. His body really was weak. Yifeng couldn't help but mock himself inwardly. It seemed that he would have to pay more attention to nutrition in the future and exercise regularly. "Don't say you're fine. Eat quickly. I'll go make ginger soup for you. This child of mine." Meng Xiaoyun shook her head, wiped her hands, and returned to the kitchen. Yifeng sat at the dining table, looking at tonight's dishes: stir-fried loofah with meat and sautéed sweet potato leaves. The little bit of meat in the dishes had been picked out and placed in front of him. "Son, how's your studying been going recently?" Yi Jianjun took out a red plum cigarette, about to light it, but seeing Yifeng beside him, put it back. "It's all right, English and math are okay, but I need to review the other subjects more," Yifeng replied honestly. "Huh? Really? You used to be the worst in English and math. Did you mean it the other way around?" Yi Jianjun was surprised. "Dad, you can rest assured, I will definitely get a good score in the college entrance examination," Yifeng assured him. Yi Jianjun nodded. "If you have that confidence, that's good. Get ready for the college entrance examination, and in the future, don't play outside too much. Come home early to review your homework. It was just pouring rain, and your mother was worried sick waiting for you to come back," Yi Jianjun added. "If you ever have something, remember to call Uncle Gu. They have a landline at home. Don't make us worrying too much." Yifeng smiled apologetically. "Got it, Dad. I remember." Father and son chatted on and off. After Yifeng finished eating, Meng Xiaoyun brought out the ginger soup. "Here, son, drink this bowl of ginger soup. It'll warm you up." Yifeng took the ginger soup, blew on it, and a strong aroma of ginger hit him. He took a small sip, and his whole body instantly felt warm. His heart felt warm too. "Son, where did you and TZ go wandering today? Don't come back so late next time," Meng Xiaoyun said with a stern face. Her words carried admonishment but also concern and worry. Yifeng put down the bowl and smiled. "TZ and I earned some extra money." He took out a waterproof bag from his pocket containing 300 yuan. He spent 100 on gifts, gave 100 to TZ, and kept 100 for himself as pocket money. The remaining 300 yuan, he planned to give to his mom to improve the family's meals and support household expenses. He took out the money and handed it to Meng Xiaoyun. "Mom, keep this 300 yuan for now. You can use it to buy more dishes." Meng Xiaoyun and Yi Jianjun were both stunned to see the 300 yuan in Yifeng's hand. 300 yuan. That was half of Yi Jianjun's monthly salary. "Son, where did you get this money? You didn't do anything bad, right?" Meng Xiaoyun asked nervously. How could a high school student earn so much money? Yi Jianjun frowned and reproached. "Speak, where did the money come from? You didn't do anything shady outside, right?" Under their stern gazes, Yifeng quickly explained the situation to them. He said he earned it through repairing computers, and the money was earned honestly. When Meng Xiaoyun and Yi Jianjun heard Yifeng's explanation, their faces finally relaxed. Meng Xiaoyun took the money, hugged Yifeng excitedly, and kissed him on the forehead twice. "Oh, my good son, we misunderstood you. You're really making us proud. Son, I'm so happy." Meng Xiaoyun's face lit up with a smile. Yi Jianjun also looked pleased. "That's my beau, smart since he was young. Ha ha." Yifeng. That sounded a bit odd when he heard it. "Dad, Mom, when I can earn money in the future, we don't need to be too frugal. Let's have a bit more meat and another dish on normal days. You need to eat some meat too. I saw both of you not eating meat and leaving it all for me. That's not right. How can you not eat meat? It'll affect your health. Perhaps it's because of this. Mom has been malnourished for a long time, and that's why she's having health problems." Meng Xiaoyun counted the 300 yuan, not looking up, We don't need to grow any taller, so whether we eat meat or not doesn't matter. We can't spend this money randomly. I'll keep it for you to use for university in the future. Yi Jianjun sighed. Right, son? Let's save the money for later. We might need to tighten our belts again in the future, Yi Jianjun continued. Yi Feng suddenly recalled from his memory that his father was indeed forced to be laid off in 2001. The nation was undergoing an economic transformation, and many inefficient old state-owned enterprises were being closed or merged, causing a wave of layoffs. The laid-off workers back then dropped straight to the bottom of society, struggling to survive, leading to many broken families. Is it true? Will they just watch as we lose our jobs? Meng Xiaoyun's face changed. Yi Jianjun rubbed his temples, frowning. It's all over the factory. I estimate that might be it. We really have no way out. The factory has been running at a loss these years. It's said that the funds are reliant on the city's allocation to pay the workers' wages. If the factory doesn't make money, then it's probably a matter of time before it closes down. This news was undoubtedly a significant blow to the whole family. Meng Xiaoyun felt even more burdened. Her modest income from selling vegetables could only cover the household expenses, and the entire economic burden of the family rested on Yi Jianjun's shoulders. If Yi Jianjun were to be laid off, the family's economic pillar would collapse. For a moment, the three people at the dining table fell silent. The atmosphere was heavy and oppressive. Dad, Mom, don't worry. I'll be able to earn money in the future too. We will surely get through this difficult time. Yi Feng suddenly spoke, breaking the silence. Meng Xiaoyun looked at Yi Feng's determined expression, a smile of relief appearing on her face as she hugged him gently, patting his head. Our son has grown up, and I'm so happy. But your top priority is to do well in the college entrance examination and get into a good university, she said. Gu Muxi is at home. Li Wen is clearing the dishes and utensils when she asks, it's not even your birthday yet, but Yi Feng has already given you a birthday gift, and such a big doll too. This doll must be quite expensive, right? Gu Muxi holds the pink pig doll by its ears on the sofa, shaking it back and forth, feeling extremely happy. I don't know how much it cost, but this is the best gift Yi Feng has ever given me, Gu Muxi says as she hugs the pink pig, burying her face in its neck, feeling the softness and comfort. I'm really satisfied with this gift. Gu Xingzhong sits beside reading the newspaper and suddenly remarks, Zixi, since Yi Feng has given you such a valuable gift, it would be best to give something in return. All right, Dad. I know. I'll think about it carefully. Gu Muxi responds with a smile. Mom, Dad, I'll go back to my room to study now. Gu Muxi jumps up from the sofa with the pink pig in her arms and swiftly enters her room, closing the door. This child, as soon as she's back, she never lets go of that doll. Li Wen shakes her head and smiles. Gu Xingzhong sets down the newspaper and also smiles. Apparently, the gift Yi Feng bought suits her well. Yi Feng has been clever since she was young. Li Wen wipes her hands. They grew up together. How could they not understand each other? After a moment of contemplation, she asks, Old Gu, do you think these two kids might have feelings for each other? Gu Xingzhong takes out a pair of glasses from his glasses case, puts them on, and casually says, it depends on whether they have fate. When it comes to relationships, it all boils down to fate. I quite like that Yi Feng kid, but my liking isn't enough. In the end, it depends on whether Zixi likes her. Li Wen wipes the table and smiles. I think Zixi doesn't dislike Yi Feng either. In the room, Gu Muxi rolls around, in bed holding the pink pig. Why hasn't that stinky Yi Feng returned to the room yet? Took so long to finish dinner? Really eats like a pig. But wait, this pig's nose and eyes do resemble the stinky Yi Feng's. Gu Muxi lifts the pink pig high and mumbles to herself. She wonders about returning a gift to Yi Feng. Looking at the large pink pig doll, it must have cost quite a bit, right? How much? Maybe around 70 to 80 yuan. Where did Yi Feng get so much money from? Did she ask An Meng for it? He spends so much money on me. Wouldn't An Meng blame him? Gu Muxi suddenly sits up from the bed, thinking she should clarify this. Otherwise, she wouldn't feel right. Hey, Zixi. Yi Feng's voice suddenly rings outside the window. Gu Muxi sets down the pink pig, gets off the bed, goes to the window, pulls the curtain, and sees Yi Feng's smiling face in the window opposite. Why did dinner take so long? I thought you turned into a pig. Gu Muxi pinches the face of the pink pig, as if pinching Yi Feng's face. Hey, I was just helping my mom with the dishes, got delayed a bit. Why? Hasn't been too long yet, and you're already missing me. Yifeng teases. Heh. Miss you big head. Since you gave me a gift today, I'll have your back in the future. I guarantee no one will bully you except me. Gumuxi tilts her chin up, proudly. Have my back. With what? Yifeng sneaks a glance at her chest. You probably can't handle it. Gumuxi snorts. Underestimate me. Don't forget, I'm a 5th degree black belt in judo. If anyone dares to bully you, I'll use arm locks on them. Gumuxi uses the pink pig as practice, locking its head with both hands. I can also do a double leg takedown. The pig doll gets smashed on the bed. And then a Hell's Gate. The pig doll gets securely locked. Finally, a throw cut. Yifeng watches this and can't help but gulp nervously. Gumuxi does have a violent sigh. Thinking about these moves being used on himself in the future, Yifeng shivers unexpectedly, getting goosebumps all over. It's really terrifying, but, in all likelihood, maybe not. Gumuxi feels her neck also chill as she sees the pink pig held tightly by Yifeng, watching it get treated roughly. Ahem, Gumuxi, if you keep roughhousing like this, I'm afraid this doll won't last long. Gumuxi is startled and then sets down the pink pig, hugging it close, stroking its head. Don't worry, I'll take good care of it. By the way, Yishao, let me ask you something. Did you get the money for buying the doll from An Meng? A doll this big must be expensive, right? Yifeng briefly mentions the money-making situation, and Gumuxi suddenly realizes, feeling an unsettling stone finally drop in her heart. Wow. Yishao, I didn't expect you to be so talented. Can you teach me? Yifeng sees her serious expression and realizes she's not joking. Gudaxiahua learning computer skills. It would shock everyone, right? I can teach you, but, there should be some conditions, right? Gumuxi is taken aback, then pinches the pink pig's neck, lifting it high, and in a very calm tone says, Do you dare to set conditions for me? Yifeng, this, which, can mess with her. Ahem. Don't be like that. Don't get upset. I was just kidding. What relationship do we have that requires conditions? As long as you want to learn, I'll definitely teach you unconditionally. Gumuxi puts down the pink pig. That's more like it. So when will you come to teach me? Yifeng nods towards her room. In your room. Can't I? You can? Very much so. Huh. Why does it feel like you're smiling so sleazily? Do I? You're slandering me. As the two chat, a knock is heard on Gumuxi's room door. Zixi, do you want some fruit? Li Wan's voice comes from outside the door. Out. Mom, I'm not hungry. I need to finish my homework. Gumuxi hurriedly responds. All right, I'll leave it on the dining table. Come out and get it if you want to eat later, Li Wan says. Okay. Mom, I'll eat later, Gumuxi answers. The footsteps outside the door fade away, and she turns to see Yifeng wiping his nose with a tissue. Akiu. Yifeng sneezes twice in a row, with more mucus flowing out. Gumuxi's heart tightens, and she asks with concern, Are you catching a cold? It's nothing. Just caught a slight chill from getting rained on. I'll be fine after some rest. Yifeng wipes his nose, forcing a smile. Then why don't you go rest early? Did you take any cold medicine? Gumuxi asks repeatedly, tightly gripping the pink pig's ears. My mom made me ginger soup, so I shouldn't need to take cold medicine. And besides, we don't seem to have any at home. It's all right. You'll be fine tomorrow. Yifeng shrugs. Gumuxi is somewhat worried. That stupid Yifeng got herself sick trying to buy a gift. What a fool. A big fool. In that case, go and rest early. Gumuxi draws the curtains, takes a seat at her desk. She picks up her textbook and pen, but her thoughts are restless. If that silly Yifeng doesn't take cold medicine, will she get a fever at night? If she gets a fever and her brain gets fried, what should I do? If her brain gets fried and she can't take care of herself, what should I do? If she can't take care of herself, leaves the gas on without knowing, or has some accident, won't she be in trouble? Oh, the consequences are too severe. Gumuxi bit the tip of her pen, thinking about what would happen if Yifeng got worse after catching a cold. She suddenly hesitated. Ow. Was she overthinking it? Yifeng's immune system wasn't that bad, right? But what if it was? Maybe she should go and bring him some cold medicine. Gumuxi thought for a moment, got up from her seat, tiptoed to the door, and listened for any sounds outside. She found that there was no one talking in the living room. It seemed like her parents had already gone back to their room. She sighed in relief, slowly opened the door, tiptoed out, trying not to make any noise. She walked to the TV cabinet in the living room, opened it, and began to search for the medicine box to see if there was any cold medicine. Where did it go? I distinctly remember it being here. Gumuxi scratched her head, looking puzzled. What are you looking for, Hixie? Li Wan's voice suddenly sounded behind her. Gumuxi jumped in surprise, quickly stood up, and awkwardly smiled. Mom, you haven't slept yet? I'm looking for something. Li Wan glanced at the open medicine box, smiled, and said, I put the cold medicine in the left drawer. Oh. Gumuxi was puzzled. She didn't understand why Li Wan would know what she was looking for. Auntie Meng told me that Yifeng maybe has a slight cold, Li Wan explained. You want to bring him some cold medicine, right? Li Wan saw through her thoughts in an instant. Gumuxi blushed, pouted, thought of trying to come up with an excuse, but ended up admitting, well, yes, Mom, go ahead and bring it to Yifeng. I'll go back to rest. Li Wan smiled, then left. Gumuxi breathed a sigh of relief, opened the adjacent drawer, and finally found the cold medicine inside. She took the medicine and went out, arriving at Yifeng's house, and knocked on the door. Who is it? Meng Xiaoyun opened the door and saw Gumuxi standing there. She asked in surprise, Hixie, what's the matter? Auntie, I heard that Yifeng seems to have a cold, so here's some cold medicine. Maybe he'll feel better after taking it. Gumuxi handed over a box of cold medicine from behind her. Meng Xiaoyun took the medicine, gently patted her head, and said, Thank you, little Hixie. Gumuxi stuck out her tongue playfully. Let Yifeng take the medicine and rest early, Auntie. I'll go back now. See you tomorrow, Auntie. Okay. See you tomorrow, Gumuxi said before leaving. After delivering the medicine, she felt much more relaxed, returned to her room, and started working on her homework. After finishing her homework and reviewing her lessons, she looked at the clock and realized it was already late at night, 11 o'clock. She felt sleepy and yawned, stretched, and then went to bed. She wondered if Yifeng had fallen asleep. She walked to the window, opened the curtains, and saw that the light in Yifeng's room was already off. He must be very tired after taking the medicine. He should be better tomorrow, she murmured to herself at the window. Seeing that Yifeng's room remained dark, she closed the curtains, got into bed, and fell asleep. That night, she had a strange dream. In the dream, she saw Yifeng falling ill, shivering and saying he felt very cold. With no way to warm him, she hugged him tightly. After a while, she felt Yifeng was no longer shivering. She asked, Yifeng, are you feeling better? Much better. Yifeng suddenly turned around, but instead of his face, she saw a pig's face. A monster. Although the round face of the pig was cute, it still startled her to see it on Yifeng's body. Monster, feel my wrath. Gumuxi quickly locked up the pig-faced monster with an imaginary spell. Hixie, wake up. It's time for school. Her mother Li Wan's voice woke her up abruptly. Startled, Gumuxi opened her eyes and saw her mother's face. Mom, good morning. Li Wan didn't say anything, she just covered her mouth and chuckled, seemingly amused by something. Following her gaze, Gumuxi looked down and saw she had locked down the pig with her spell. It was just a dream after all. All right, get up and brush your teeth, Li Wan said, amused. I made fried eggs and minced meat with mushrooms porridge. Later, you can take some to Yifeng too, Li Wan urged. Gumuxi heard about the delicious porridge, and her eyes lit up. Great. But suddenly, she thought, if it wasn't for Yifeng being ill, she probably wouldn't get this treatment. Amazed, she asked herself, Mom, are you really my biological mother? After Li Wan left the room, Gumuxi got up, grabbed the hanger, and playfully poked at Yifeng's window. Hey, lazy bones, wake up. You'll be late if you don't wake up. After a while, there was some movement in the window opposite hers. The curtain was drawn, and Yifeng, rubbing his sleepy eyes, appeared at the window. Good morning, Gumuxi. Nope, it's not a good morning. Quickly go brush your teeth and wash your face, and I'll bring you something delicious later, Gumuxi urged in her mother's tone. However, she couldn't help but ask with concern, how are you feeling? Is your body better? Yifeng yawned, stretched, and smiled. Much better. Thanks to the cold medicine you gave me last night. Thank you. He had indeed felt fatigued last night, and his cold symptoms seemed to worsen. Luckily, Meng Xiaoyun later brought cold medicine, saying Gumuxi had brought it herself. Yifeng knew that Gumuxi was worried about him. After taking the medicine, he fell asleep early, and now in the morning, his cold was already much better. "You're welcome. I'm always there to help," Gumuxi said with a hand on her chest. Yifeng glanced at her, and with a look of concern, said, "Hey, be gentle with that pat." "Why?" "Another pat, and it might flatten even more," Yifeng joked. "Gumuxi, you better watch out." With a loud clap, Gumuxi shut the window and drew the curtains. Her chest was heaving with anger. How dare Yifeng say she's flat? What nonsense! She glanced down at herself and thought, not too bad, but definitely not flat. How dare he? I'll get him later. Gumuxi pouted, changed into her school uniform, and left her room to brush her teeth and wash up. She arrived at the dining table to see her mother had prepared 2 pots of porridge for breakfast. The aroma of the mushroom minced meat porridge enticed her taste buds, making her salivate. As she observed how caring her mom was towards Yifeng, she thought, "Wow, Mom is really nice to Yifeng, huh? Tixie, don't forget to bring Yifeng his porridge when you leave. Also, taste it to see if it needs more salt. You know he likes it salty, so if it's not salty enough, add some salt." Li Wen's voice came from the kitchen. Gumuxi's eyes sparkled mischievously. "Mom, it feels a bit bland. Yifeng likes it saltier. I'll add a bit more salt before taking it to him." Don don. The knocking sound echoed in the Yifeng household. Meng Xiaoyun went to open the door and saw Gumuxi standing at the doorstep holding 2 porridge pots. "Good morning, Auntie. My mom made breakfast for Yifeng too. Mushroom and minced meat porridge." "Oh, my mom said she wants you to come over and have some porridge before setting up the stall," Gumuxi politely greeted. "Okay, I'll come over in a bit," Meng Xiaoyun replied. She then turned around and called out, "Son, Muxi is waiting for you to go to school. Hurry up." "Okay, I'm coming," Yifeng responded. Shortly after, he rushed out with his backpack. "Good morning, Gumuxi," Yifeng greeted. Gumuxi heaved arrogantly, turned around, and headed downstairs. Yifeng chuckled to himself, hoping he hadn't annoyed her. "Mom, I'm off to school. Take your time on the way," his mom replied. "Sure thing." As they reached downstairs, the sky was just brightening up, and a few fiery clouds in the east looked exceptionally dazzling against the dim sky. "Gumuxi, look, those clouds are so beautiful." Yifeng pointed at the fiery clouds with delight. Gumuxi brought out her bicycle, looked up, and was also amazed by the fiery clouds. "If only we had a camera to capture it," Yifeng lamented. "What are you thinking? Cameras can take photos, not phones. Are you out of your mind?" Gumuxi bluntly retorted. Yifeng paused, realizing that indeed, phones currently couldn't take pictures. The hottest phone in the country was the Nokia 3310, costing over 1,000 yuan, only capable of making calls and playing Snake. Heh. Maybe in the future, we will have phones like that. Yifeng chuckled. "Who knows? By the way, here's your breakfast. Make sure not to mix them up. This one on the left is yours," Gumuxi earnestly cautioned. She pointed to the left side of the bicycle basket. Both porridge pots were stainless steel, the same model, looking identical with no labels, only distinguishable by their placement. "Hey, aren't they the same? No need to be so precise. Unless, do you add extra meat in yours?" Yifeng shook his head with a smile. "That's because, the one on the right, I've already eaten from it, and my saliva is in there, so you can only have the one on the left." Gumuxi quickly found an excuse. "Heh. That's nothing. From childhood to now, I've eaten some of your things too. Like, the lollipop you've eaten." Yifeng sat on the bike's back seat. How dare you talk about it? Get down. Do you expect me to give you a ride? Gumuxi loose and the bike handle. "Oh, can't you take care of the sick? Show some humanitarian spirit." Yifeng leaned on his forehead, acting sickly. "Stop pretending. Why don't you want to feel my deadly cross lock?" Gumuxi flexed her little fists, making a squeaky noise. I'm all better now. I should be the one giving you a ride." Yifeng quickly hopped onto the front seat. One more step, and he might have been in danger. "That's about right. You know your place." Gumuxi smoothed out her skirt from behind, sitting on the back seat. "Let's go. Little fun, I'll take you to school." "All right, old lady. Hold on tight." Gumuxi. Oh, Gumuxi, why are you pinching me? "Who's the old lady? Call me little princess." The two bantering friends arrived at school. Yifeng parked the bike, handed a porridge pot to Gumuxi. Here you go, Gumuxi, this one is yours. Gumuxi weighed it in her hand. Are you sure you didn't mix them up? What? Yifeng turned to ask. Nothing, just go ahead. Gumuxi conned herself. Yifeng glanced at his bike not far away, feeling sorry. Gumuxi, look, my bike is still stranded here. It's all your fault. It's been my companion for 4 to 5 years. Gumuxi snorted, blushing. Who allowed you to kiss me. You deserved it. HMPH. Gumuxi turned and left. Yifeng smiled proudly, noticing the girl blushing just now. It seemed like each time that thing was mentioned, she grew a bit shy. Hey, she really is cute. Yifeng picked up the porridge pot, shook his head, whistling as he followed. As Yifeng entered the classroom, Wang Tai ran towards him. Fenjie, something's wrong. A big deal is happening. What's up? Monsters attacking. World war breaking out. Yifeng joked, walking to his seat and sitting down. No, it's not that. It's actually happening. Wang Tai took out a piece of paper from his pocket and handed it to him. It's a challenge letter. Someone really sent a challenge letter. They want to meet you at the school gate after classes for a showdown. Yifeng was surprised as he swiftly skimmed the letter. The challenge was from Ho Zixing in class 2, warning him to stay away from Gumuxi and challenging him for a showdown behind the school gates to prove who is stronger. Ho Zixing. Yifeng remembered him, the sports committee member from class 2, a robust guy among Gumuxi's many admirers who had been persistently pursuing her despite being rejected numerous times. Yifeng thought about the guy's monstrous physique and then looked down at his own slender frame. A showdown, a child's game, not my thing. This isn't backing down. Well, being a bit timid in life isn't a big deal. Fenjie, what should we do? Do we accept the challenge? Wang Tai rolled up his sleeves, ready for action. You silly, it's almost the college entrance exam. What if we get a major infraction on our record for fighting? Go tear it up, toss it in the trash, pretend we never saw it. Yifeng instructed. These were just young, hot-headed kids. Maybe he was just impulsive and would calm down later, forgetting about this soon. Okay. I'll listen to you. Fenjie. Wang Tai nodded innocently, took the challenge letter, tore it into pieces, and threw it in the trash can. Yifeng's stomach grumbled. It was time for breakfast, so he took out the porridge pot, placed it on the desk, and prepared to have a filling meal. At that moment, Gumuxi, who had been chatting with classmates in the hallway, returned and sat in front of him. Are you having breakfast? Gumuxi stared at his porridge, revealing a strange smile. Yifeng gave her a sidelong glance. Am I just holding it to look at it? Drinking some, he took a spoonful and brought it to his lips, blowing on it lightly. Gumuxi's eyes gleamed. She clenched her small fist. Go on. Eat it. Eat it quickly. It's delicious. She fixated on the spoonful of porridge by Yifeng's mouth, showing an unintentionally creepy expression. Suddenly, Yifeng looked up. Why are you staring at me? Am I unusually handsome today? Gumuxi. Yes, very handsome. A cricket's handsome. She sat down, took out a small mirror, stealing glances at Yifeng eating the porridge with an expectant look on her face. Yifeng took a big gulp of porridge, looking pleasantly surprised. Gumuxi, your mom cooks really good porridge. It's delicious. Gumuxi was dumbfounded. What's going on? Doesn't he find it too salty? Impossible. I clearly added several spoons of salt. How come he can't taste any of it? Gumuxi looked puzzled. Could it be that he got the wrong portion? She quickly opened her own porridge pot and took a sip with a spoon. Faft! She sprayed the porridge out in one gulp. Her delicate little face twisted into a grimace. So salty. How could it be? Why is my portion so salty? Wait. A scene flashed in her mind, at the parking shed, where Yifeng handed her the porridge pot. Faft! Ha. It was a setup. It cracked me up. Yifeng's mischievous laughter rang out from behind. Gumuxi turned around to glare at him. You switched my portion. Yifeng smirked. Little girl, do you dare challenge me? Ever since she reminded him not to mix up the porridge pots, he already felt something was off. Just in case, he switched the pots while parking. Unexpectedly, this little missy really did something to the porridge. Luckily, I am clever. Heh. You scoundrel, give me back my porridge. Gumuxi snarled, trying to snatch back her breakfast. Yifeng quickly protected it, moving away. I already ate from this portion. Still want to grab it? Are you not afraid of eating my saliva? Gu Muxi gritted her teeth. I'm hungry. I don't care. Hurry. Give it to me. I won't give it. You dare bite me. Arg, oh my god. Are you a dog? How dare you bite me? Let go quickly. Give it to me. Stop fighting. Let's eat together. Done. Gu Muxi was really hungry, so she reluctantly agreed to Yifeng's proposal. The two of them, each with a spoon, drank porridge from the same pot. Yifeng, you took too much with your spoon. Leave me some. Well, if you eat slowly, can't blame me. You big-mouthed glutton. You little-mouthed scoundrel. Any objections? This scene stunned the other students in the class. Oh my god, the school flower Gu is actually eating from the same porridge pot as Yifeng. Have their relationship progressed to this level? Could it be? No way. Are they together? Whoa. Big news. Oh no, Muxi. Let me buy you another portion. Damn it, my heart is broken. Damn it. The students were buzzing with discussions. Wang Tai on the side was also shocked with his mouth wide open. Wow, Yifeng is awesome. Is this allowed? Is school flower Gu really falling for him? Gu Muxi's deskmate Chen Jiajia looked at the two of them, a hint of a smirk playing on her lips. These two seem to have a sweet bond. Seems like it. Soon, the porridge was finished by the duo. Burp. Not bad. The porridge is delicious. The fried eggs are delicious too. Auntie's culinary skills are really good. Yifeng burped after finishing his meal. Shall we do it again tomorrow? Gu Muxi rolled her eyes at him. You have such beautiful fantasies. Good morning, Muxi. Suddenly, a deep voice rang out at the classroom door. Everyone turned to see a strong, burly young man with thick eyebrows and big eyes, Ho Zixing from class 2, entering the classroom. Ho Zixing approached Gu Muxi and offered her a cream bun. Muxi, this is breakfast I bought for you. Have some. Gu Muxi furrowed her brows, resuming her aloof school flower demeanor. She pointed towards the porridge pot. No need. Ho, I just ate. I can't eat anymore. Ho Zixing forced a smile, but still persisted. It's okay. Just keep it. You can eat it during break time if you get hungry. He then noticed 2 spoons in the porridge pot. Why are there 2 spoons? One of them is my. Heh. Yifeng dryly laughed, taking back his spoon. What? Oh no. Ho Zixing grabbed his head in shock. Did the two of them, did they really eat from the same porridge pot? My goddess Muxi. How could this be possible? Ho Zixing felt as if the sky was falling down. He hesitantly asked Gu Muxi, is this true? Gu Muxi blushed, murmuring softly, it seems, perhaps, there's something like that. Hearing this, Ho Zixing's face immediately darkened, a storm brewing in his gaze as he glared fiercely at Yifeng, consumed by jealousy and anger. Envy and anger burned within him, a rage bubbling up in his heart. Yifeng had publicly embraced Gu Muxi a few days ago, and now this morning they shared a porridge pot. This was despicable. Yifeng, did you receive my challenge letter? Ho Zixing's eyes seemed to devour him whole. Challenge letter? What challenge letter? I have no idea. Yifeng shrugged, pretending ignorance. This kid was really troublesome, pretending not to know. How? You don't know? I left it on the table. Regardless of you receiving it or not, after school, meet me at the back gate of the school. If you don't show up, you're a coward. If you acknowledge yourself as a coward, just don't come. Heh. Ho Zixing's tone was icy. Yifeng squinted, his eyes narrowed, tapping the table. I didn't want to bother with you. If you are so eager to seek death, then I'll fulfill your wish. Damn it, I'm not afraid of some inexperienced kid like you. I've been in business for over 10 years. If I can't handle you, I'm not Yifeng. While he preferred to avoid trouble, when trouble sought him out, he had to deal with it head-on. Yifeng lived by a rule. He didn't cause trouble, but he also wasn't afraid of it. If someone didn't bother him, he wouldn't bother them, but if someone crossed him, he wouldn't hold back. All right, let's see after school. Ho Zixing glared at him fiercely. Ho Zixing, what are you planning to do? This is a school. Gu Muxi sensed something was off and stood up to rebuke. Ho Zixing quickly put on a smile, saying, Hey, Muxi, please don't interfere. This is between men. The pre-class bell rang. Muxi, I'm going back to class. Ho Zixing turned and left, but just as he reached the door, he looked back at Yifeng with a sneer. Yifeng, I'll teach you a lesson after school. You better wait for me. Yifeng met his gaze without backing down. Once everyone left, Gu Muxi, feeling angry, said, Yifeng, don't worry. Walk with me after school. I'll protect you. He wouldn't dare lay a finger on you. Yifeng couldn't let her get involved in something so dangerous. He casually replied, "Fine, then go to the parking shed and wait for me after school." This matter had to be resolved. If it wasn't dealt with today, Ho Zixing wouldn't let it go and would keep causing trouble. Only by completely solving the problem can it be eradicated once and for all. Yifeng, don't worry, I've always had your back since we were kids, and this time is no different, Gu Muxi said proudly. Wang Tai, looking on, was filled with envy. Wow, so, school flower Gu has always been protecting Yifeng since they were kids. Admiration flooded in from all around. Yifeng smiled and suddenly recalled childhood memories of fighting with other kids in the neighborhood. He and Gu Muxi could take on 4 or 5 kids alone. It was because of this that Gu Muxi's father later sent her to martial arts training. She excelled in judo skills. Since starting judo, none of the troublesome kids in the neighborhood dared to provoke her anymore. "Let's start class," said the homeroom teacher Mr. DRIZZLE, entering the room briskly. Gu Muxi turned back to prepare for class. Wang Tai brought out his textbook and whispered to Yifeng, "Yifeng, how do you plan to deal with Ho Zixing? He's clearly on a different level than you. He's the sports committee member of class too." Wang Tai expressed concern. Yifeng smiled. "Don't worry, I have ways to handle him. If strength alone ruled the world, who would need brains? Maple bro, do you have a way?" Wang Tai asked curiously. "Come over here." Yifeng waved his hand, signaling for him to come closer. Wang Tai leaned in, and Yifeng whispered something in his ear. Wang Tai's face lit up. "Maple bro, you're amazing. Your plan, it's quite ruthless." Yifeng patted his shoulder, smirking. "I guarantee Ho Zixing will be very satisfied." In the afternoon, classes 2 and 1 were together for physical education. Ho Zixing sat on the steps of the playground, watching Gu Muxi playing shuttlecock on the football field, with a silly smile on his face. Gu Muxi was wearing a loose school uniform, with a ponytail tied up, her exquisite and beautiful face always carrying a sweet smile, her snow-white skin shining under the sunlight. "Muxi looks so beautiful today." Ho Zixing held his chin in his hands, his eyes never leaving her for a moment. "Hey, Gu Muxi is the school beauty of our school. Of course she's beautiful. Crossing J, you can do it. You'll definitely win her over someday." A skinny, monkey-faced young man beside him cheered him on. "Yes, I feel Crossing J and Gu Beauty are a perfect match. Yes, Crossing J will definitely win Gu Beauty over." Several male classmates around echoed. Students passed by them. In class 2, Ho Zixing was a dominant figure, tall and strong, with thick eyebrows and big eyes. Everyone feared him. No one dared to provoke him. And he often had a group of lackeys around him, making other students even more fearful of him. After hearing their words, Ho Zixing felt more confident in his heart. "Of course, no matter what, I want to win over Gu Muxi." Suddenly, he saw Yifeng walking to Gu Muxi's side inside the field, not knowing what the two were talking about. Gu Muxi suddenly made a move to hit someone, and Yifeng turned and ran, and the two of them started chasing and playing on the field. Seeing this scene, Ho Zixing's face immediately darkened. "Damn it, that Yifeng is still hanging out with Muxi. Su Hao, after school, remember to keep an eye on him and don't let him run away. I'm going to teach him a lesson." The skinny young man, Su Hao, said in a low voice, "No problem. Crossing J, I'll make sure to catch him after school." Ho Zixing snorted, "That Yifeng doesn't know his place. Then I'll make sure he does." With that, he clenched his fist, emitting a chilling creaking sound. Hey, with his small build, wouldn't it be easy for Crossing J to overpower him? That Yifeng is in big trouble. Su Hao smirked. Ho Zixing proudly declared, "Even if I have to break his arm, I'll make sure to defeat him." He had liked Gu Muxi for 3 years, and after the college entrance examination, they might go their separate ways. He wanted to make the most of the last 2 months to launch a full-scale pursuit of Gu Muxi. However, before launching the final offensive, he had to clear the obstacles around Gu Muxi, especially this Yifeng, who publicly kissed Gu Muxi, stealing her first kiss. Unforgivable. He stared at Yifeng with intense eyes, becoming more and more irritated as he watched Yifeng and Gu Muxi playing on the field. "You little rascal, stop right there. Yifeng, who are you calling elephant legs? Explain it to me." Gu Muxi showed her cute little tiger teeth, ready to pounce on Yifeng. Yifeng raised his hand and said, "Stop." "Huh, what's up?" Gu Muxi stopped in her tracks, waiting for his explanation. "No, it was my mistake just now. I take back what I said. Your legs are not like elephant legs, Yifeng said seriously. Gu Muxi was finally satisfied. That's right, that's better. You only realize your mistake after getting beaten up. No, I think they should be like crocodile legs. He. Yifeng teased. You rotten Yifeng. I'll get you. Gu Muxi lunged at him, knocking him to the ground and pinning him on the grass. I'll teach you a deadly cross lock. Gu Muxi clasped his head with both hands, locking him in place, then clasped her legs tightly around his arms and body, immobilizing him. Yifeng struggled to breathe. Let go. Let go. I'm dying. Gu Muxi loosened her grip a bit, smirking. See, do you still dare to talk back? Asking for a beating. Yifeng gasped heavily, resting his head on her chest. It feels quite soft, so comfortable. Yifeng closed his eyes and enjoyed the moment. Yifeng? You annoying Yifeng, are you okay? Gu Muxi saw him with his eyes closed, thinking she had choked him out, and started to panic. But when she turned her head and saw Yifeng's mischievous smile, rubbing against her chest, you rotten. Yifeng. Bam. Gu Muxi kicked him away. Her cheeks flushed to her neck, feeling both embarrassed and angry. This despicable guy, he actually took advantage of her. He's so bad. Ahem, Gu Muxi. Don't be impulsive. Impulsive is the devil. Yifeng rubbed his butt, stood up, and advised. Gu Muxi clenched her fists, saying with a dark tone, don't resist, don't struggle, the pain will soon pass. Hehe. Yifeng. Samo_o. At that moment, there was only one thought in his heart. Run. Run fast. He wanted to turn around and run. Don't run. Stop. Gu Muxi shouted, chasing after him. The two started a new round of chase and escape, attracting the attention of students from two classes. Chen Jiajia, by the side of the field, watched the playful duo, showing a slight smile, and said to Wang Tai next to her, look at them, aren't they like a pair of enemies? Hehe. Yeah. They're so compatible. Wang Tai laughed foolishly. Chen Jiajia looked envious and sighed. Yes, I envy them. Relationships like that are so nice. Wang Tai suddenly remembered something and hurriedly said, oh, I have to go. I almost forgot about my errand. The physical education teacher blew the whistle 3 times, signaling the students to gather and prepare for the end of class. Ho Zixing and his group were at the entrance of the playground, discussing how to deal with Yifeng after school. At this time, Wang Tai rushed back from outside and accidentally bumped into Ho Zixing. Damn it, are you blind? Ho Zixing cursed, grabbing Wang Tai by the collar. Ah, sorry, I didn't mean to. Wang Tai repeatedly waved his hands, holding a bottle of chilled coke in his right hand. I remember you, you're Yifeng's deskmate, right? Ho Zixing glared at him menacingly. Ow. Yes, I'm Wang Tai. Whose drink is this? This is for Yifeng. Maple Bro bought it. I'll take it. If he has the guts, he can come find me. Ho Zixing snatched the iced coke from his hand, bragging arrogantly. Wang Tai hung his head, silent, seeming to have backed down. Get lost. Ho Zixing shoved him away. Without looking back, Wang Tai ran off, back to his own class. Ha ha. What a coward. That Yifeng kid is probably just as cowardly. Ho Zixing sneered. He unscrewed the cap of the coke, drinking it in big gulps. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Burp till the coke is so refreshing. He let out a long burp, feeling content. After physical education class, another class was conducted before it was time to go home. After school, as the dismissal bell rang, the classmates cheered, packed up their things, and rushed out of the classroom. Yifeng. Let's go. Gu Muxi picked up his backpack and turned back to call out. You go wait for me at the parking lot first. I need to do something important. Yifeng made up an excuse. You lazy bum. Hurry up. Gu Muxi hummed a tune as he left the classroom. After Gu Muxi left the classroom, Yifeng turned to look at Wang Tai. How's the plan going? Okay, it's going smoothly. Feng brother. Don't worry, I've already talked to the head teacher and the academic director. Wang Tai patted his chest. Yifeng patted his shoulder and said, wow, I didn't expect you to be so reliable. Teasy. Hehe, I have to do my best for Feng brother. Wang Tai said with a sycophantic smile. Alright, let's go. To the back door. Yifeng got up. Okay. Just as he reached the door, he ran into Su Hao staring at him. Hey. Yifeng, leaving? Su Hao smirked maliciously. Yifeng remained unfazed, gave him a glance, then walked towards the school back door with Wang Tai. At this time, outside the school's back door, about 40 to 50 students had gathered. They had heard the news that Ho Zixing from Class 2 wanted to challenge Yifan from Class 1 because of a dispute over the school flower. Ho Zixing had declared that this time, he would beat Yifan until he looked like a pig's head. This piece of news added some excitement to the boring school life, and many students waited at the school's back door after school to witness the drama. Who would want to miss a thrilling fight like this? Ho Zixing is coming out, someone exclaimed, and everyone turned to look. At the school back door, the fierce-looking Ho Zixing walked out, but he was holding his stomach and looking uncomfortable. Crossing Jay, what's wrong? A nearby youth asked in surprise, noticing something was off. I don't know. I must have eaten something wrong. Right after class, I had to rush to the toilet. Oh man, that's terrible. Ho Zixing looked gloomy. While in class, he suddenly felt the urge to go, but he managed to hold it until class was over before rushing to the restroom. As expected, he had diarrhea, a severe case that made his legs go numb, yet despite this, he had to come to the school back door to teach Yifan a lesson. Gurgle gurgle. Suddenly, his stomach churned, and he could barely hold back the urge. Crossing, come on, I believe in you. That's right. Crossing Jay, show the kid from Class 1 who's boss. Crossing Jay is awesome. His classmates cheered him on. Ho Zixing had to clench his thighs tightly, desperately trying to hold it in as he waved to his classmates. Thanks for the support. Crossing Jay, Yifan is here. Su Hao ran over and shouted. The crowd turned to look, only to see Yifan stroll casually with his hands in his pockets. Hey, everyone, how's it going? Yifan greeted the crowd, like a star making an entrance. Ho Zixing, this guy is here to show off. Is he? Let's see if he can keep that smile later. Yifan, you've got some courage to accept the challenge. Ho Zixing took a few steps forward, standing in front of Yifan. Heh, I've seen this kind of scene many times. What's there to fear? Yifan remained calm and fearless. Ho Zixing clenched his fist, ready to start the fight. Today, if I don't make you cry for mercy, then I'm not surnamed Ho. Then change your last name to Wang. Your neighbor is Lao Wang, who often fixes pipes next to your mom. Yifan taunted. Damn it, you're asking for it. Ho Zixing seized, about to throw the first punch. Wait. Hold on. Yifan raised his hand. Do you have any last words to say? Ho Zixing was taken aback. I haven't even warmed up yet. Hold my bag. TZ. Yifan handed his bag to Wang Tai and started to stretch his body, doing leg stretches, waist twists, and ankle rotations in front of a crowd of dozens of people. Gurgle gurgle. Ho Zixing's stomach churned again, and the urgent feeling was getting harder to suppress. His face was turning red from the effort, and he had to clench his buttocks tightly, fearing a messy accident. Damn it, are you done yet? Let's get on with it. He wanted to finish Yifan off quickly and then rush to the restroom. Why in such a hurry? I haven't even warmed up my back muscles yet, Yifan said nonchalantly, even shooting a disdainful look at Ho Zixing. Seeing Ho Zixing's increasingly reddened face, Yifan couldn't help but smile inwardly. Looks like he's really struggling to hold it in. Damn it, I don't care. I'm going to take you down. Ho Zixing cursed, ready to strike. Ho Zixing clenched his fist and threw a punch at Yifeng's face, but it was slow. He dared not use too much force because of his urgent situation. Yifan was prepared, dodging Ho Zixing's fist with ease. Hey. Yifan chuckled as he landed a punch on Ho Zixing's abdomen. Ho Zixing's expression changed dramatically. Oh no. Damn it. No. Plop 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 plop. Ho Zixing deflated, unable to contain it anymore. The sound of diarrhea filled the air as a stream of semi-liquid waste sprayed out, instantly soaking his pants from his behind down to his ankles. Ho Zixing had an involuntary flight. At that moment, everyone present was stunned, mouths agape, eyes wide open. In that instant, dozens of people were struck dumb in dead silence, with peculiar gazes fixed on him. They were utterly astonished. Su Hao opened his mouth wide, then quickly covered his nose. Crossing Jay just had a bowel eruption, in front of all these people. Oh my goodness. Ho Zixing stood frozen in place, his eyes staring blankly ahead. He could feel the warm waste flowing from his buttocks down to his calves, both legs soaked wet. Oh, looks like you have an upset stomach. Yifan pretended to be shocked, shouting loudly. Ho Zixing's mind went blank. These words hit him like thunder. He looked at Yifan, who was covering his nose, then glanced around at the dozens of students witnessing the scene. There were looks of disgust, mockery, and some were already bursting into uncontrollable laughter. Wow. The atmosphere was immediately enlivened, and everyone started to back away from Ho Zixing by several meters. Holy crap. Ho Zixing just had an accident. Ha ha. Damn it. Almost got splashed. The stench is killing me. Ha ha, this is hilarious. Ho Zixing got beat into an accident by Yifeng. Listening to the surrounding voices, Ho Zixing was mortified. So mortified. He wanted to find a crack and disappear in it right away. Oh no. Mom. I want to go home. Ho Zixing desperately wished to flee the embarrassing scene, but when he saw Yifeng's smug grin, he couldn't contain his rage. He angrily grabbed Yifeng by the collar. It's all your fault. Yifeng gave him a disdainful look. You can fly freely. Blame me? Damn it. I'm going to take you down. Ho Zixing raised his fist to strike. Stop. What are you doing? A stern voice rang out at the school gate. Startled, Ho Zixing looked up to see Mr. Zhao, the homeroom teacher of Class 1, and the academic director, Mr. Niu Daijin. Oh no. Plop. Yifeng spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed on the ground. Ho Zixing. You. How could you hit me? Yifeng sat slumped on the ground, a look of sadness and betrayal on his face. Blood trickled down from his mouth, making the scene look especially grim. Ho Zixing was utterly confused. How did you start bleeding? I haven't even touched you. Oh. Yifeng, are you okay? Mr. Zhao rushed over, helping Yifeng up. Seeing Yifeng's blooded face, he turned to Ho Zixing with anger. How could you hit someone? This is the school. How dare you be so reckless? Daring to beat up a classmate at the school gate, this is outrageous. Absolutely lawless. Ho Zixing's face changed color. Ho Zixing, immediately, call your parents over. This matter must be handled seriously. Hearing this, Ho Zixing felt like he had been struck by lightning. This is it. Xiaozu saw a mouthful of blood from Yifeng, and hurriedly asked, Yifeng, are you okay? Should we go to the hospital? Yifeng weakly said, Teacher, I'm fine. It's like this. How could you be fine? Wang Tai, quickly take Yifeng to the clinic. Okay. Teacher. Wang Tai quickly came over to support Yifeng, but he secretly gave Yifeng a big thumbs out. Awesome. Funjie. You are my idol. Yifeng showed a barely noticeable smile, then pretended to be in pain and said, Teacher, you have to help me. Ho Zixing was so angry that he almost spat blood. Damn it. This person is too despicable. Teacher. I swear. I didn't hit him. Absolutely not. I, Ho Zixing, swear by God, if I hit him, may heaven strike me. Ho Zixing swore, his words earnest. Xiaozu glared at him angrily and reprimanded, How dare you still try to argue, refusing to admit your mistake? Do you think we are all blind? Ho Zixing was anxious and said, Teacher, you can ask them. They can testify for me. Niu Daijin, with a serious face, asked, Did Ho Zixing just hit someone? Dozens of classmates nodded unanimously. They did see Ho Zixing strike first. Ho Zixing, damn. You guys, I have been wronged. Niu Daijin sternly reprimanded. Ho Zixing, look at this. So many people saw it. Bullying classmates, refusing to admit mistakes. How can our school have a student like you? Unbelievable, unforgivable. Come back with me. Call your parents right away. Have your parents come here. Ho Zixing's face fell, and now he was speechless. Xiaozu turned to Yifeng and said, Yifeng, you go to the infirmary first. Don't worry, I will ensure justice for you. Thank you, teacher. Yifeng thanked, then left with Wang Tai. And so, Wang Tai supported Yifeng and left the scene. Niu Daijin walked up to Ho Zixing, ready to lead him away, when suddenly he smelled a foul odor. My God! Did you have an accident in your pants? Niu Daijin saw that his pants were covered in excrement, almost making him nauseous. He was already an adult, yet he publicly defecated. Quick, go change your pants. Hearing this, Ho Zixing was already on the verge of mental breakdown. On the other side, Wang Tai supported Yifeng back to school, on the way to the parking lot. Damn, that was awesome. Funjie, your plan was brilliant. Look at Ho Zixing, that old beau is about to cry. Ha ha. And, Funjie, your acting skills are amazing. Comparable to a movie star. It's a waste not to act in films. Wang Tai admired him greatly. Get me a tissue. Yifeng let go of him with a smile. Here you go, Funjie. Wang Tai took out a tissue from his backpack. Yifeng wiped off the pig blood from his mouth. Tyas, you picked blood that was too strong. Wang Tai scratched his head, embarrassed. Heh. Fengzhe, I had no choice. The school cafeteria only had pig blood. I couldn't find chicken or duck blood, so I had to make do. But, come to think of it, Fengzhe, your plan was truly brilliant. You put a whole bottle of laxatives in his cola, made Ho Zixing drink it. He must be in serious trouble now. Ha ha ha. He just vomited in front of so many people. That scene was too good. He probably won't show his face around here anymore. It's hilarious. Yifeng cleaned up the fresh blood, rinsed his mouth with water, and smiled. He brought it upon himself, dared to provoke me. If I didn't harm him severely, that's me being merciful. Hearing this, Wang Tai's spine shivered, realizing anyone who dares to provoke Fengzhe is looking for trouble. Fengzhe is too ruthless. Fengzhe, are we still going to the infirmary now? Go. For what? Let's go home. Yifeng smiled, with Ho Zixing's trouble completely resolved, and also serving as a warning for others. Anyone else in Gumo Hide who harbors feelings for Gumo can think twice before causing trouble. This is what it means to settle disputes with a single punch, to prevent 100 more. Damn you. Yifeng, where did you go? Gumuxi walked over from afar, looking angry. Cough. It's nothing. Just went to the school back door. Yifeng smiled. Hot. Are you injured? Was it Ho Zixing who did it? Unbelievable. If I'm getting involved, I will teach him a lesson. Gumuxi saw the fresh blood on Yifeng's collar, her eyebrows furrowed, rolling up her sleeves ready to pay Ho Zixing back. Yifeng's heart warmed. Since childhood, whenever he was bullied, Gumuxi always stood up for him, regained face. Young Gumuxi would shout at those bullying him. Yifeng can only be bullied by me alone. Whoever dares to bully him, I will beat you up. The domineering and righteous Gumuxi was so adorable. Watching Gumuxi ready to confront them, Yifeng quickly stopped her. It's fine. This is fake blood. Pig's blood. Ha. Pig's blood. Gumuxi asked in puzzlement. Yifeng then briefly explained his plan and the situation at the scene just now. Gumuxi was amazed. Well done, Yifeng. You are so cunning. But beautifully done. Ha ha. Gumuxi patted his shoulder approvingly. Of course. Do I seem like someone who would suffer losses? Dealing with a little punk is a piece of cake. Yifeng laughed. You're smart. Let's go. Let's go home. Gumuxi rarely praised him. The three of them arrived at the parking lot. Yifeng was about to ride Gumuxi's bike when she stopped him. Ride your own bike. Don't think about riding mine again. Huh, wasn't my bike's tire punctured by you? How can I ride it? Are you planning to make me walk back? Yifeng joked with her. I already fixed it for you, Gumuxi casually said, bringing out her bike. Fixed it? You can fix bikes too? Yifeng was surprised, checking the rear tire of the bike. It seemed to be really fixed, no longer deflated. Heh, are you underestimating me? Stinky Yifeng. Gumuxi raised her chin proudly. You're amazing. Yifeng shook his head and smiled, pressed the wheel with his foot, then twisted it by hand. But my front wheel's tire seems crooked. Yifeng pretended to be puzzled. What do you mean crooked? Gumuxi put down the stand and went to check. Indeed, the front wheel of the bike seemed a bit bent. Huh, what's going on? That's not possible. It was fine just now. What happened? Gumuxi was puzzled. Meanwhile, Wang Tai, who witnessed everything, chuckled to himself silently, suppressing his laughter for fear of bursting out loud. Fengzhe is truly awesome. This method is truly exceptional. To ride home with Gumuxi, he doesn't hesitate to sabotage his own bike. It's a clever move. Yifeng sighed. It's a pity. This crappy bike is unrideable. Gumuxi, it looks like you have to give me a ride back for the next few days. Gumuxi said. Well, I'm out of luck. Get on. Yifeng turned his sorrow into joy, jumped onto the back seat of her bike. I'm all set. Let's go, shout we. Yifeng sat at the last seat and lightly held Gumuxi's slender waist. Gumuxi's waist was really thin. Yifeng couldn't help but pinch it. Unexpectedly, Gumuxi giggled and laughed. Darn it. Stinky Yifeng. Don't tickle me, or I'll make you walk home. Gumuxi turned and glared at him. Gumuxi, how much do you weigh? Are you too much of a straight guy asking about my weight? Do you want a beating? Hey. You said it. I won't tell you. I guess around 90 pounds. HMPH. I'm not telling you. If you don't tell me, how will I buy clothes? Buy clothes? You wear a school uniform all the time, like a tomboy. Don't you want to wear a beautiful outfit? I don't want to. Don't waste money. You'll need money for college. I don't need you to buy. Yifeng was stunned. This girl knew how to save me money even before entering the house. That's really cute. The two chatted as they quickly returned home. Gu Mushi went straight to her room upon reaching home. Li Wen curiously asked, Mushi, why did you go straight to your room when you came back? Mom, I'm looking for some clothes, Gu Mushi casually replied. Li Wen tilted her head, in confusion. She wondered what was going on with her daughter. Gu Mushi rummaged through her closet, muttering to herself, I am not a tomboy. She pulled out a floral dress she bought in her freshman year. She quickly changed into the dress, her favorite but rarely wore. She looked in the mirror, feeling like the dress was a bit tight and didn't fit well anymore. Gu Mushi tried to zip up the back, but her chest was too big, and she couldn't zip it up. Frustrated, she pulled hard, and the zipper broke. Annoying. Gu Mushi pouted. She couldn't wear her favorite dress anymore. She continued searching her wardrobe, and realized it mostly contained school uniforms or loose-fitting sportswear, lacking pretty dresses. There are no pretty dresses left. Dejected, Gu Mushi lay on the bed. You wear a school uniform all the time, like a tomboy. Don't you want to wear a beautiful outfit? Yifeng's words echoed in her mind. She quickly got up, thinking about his words. Am I a tomboy for not wearing a dress? Annoying. Why do I care so much about what he says? Gu Mushi changed back into her school uniform. Li Wen knocked on the door and then entered. Mushi, what are you looking for? Nothing. Just picking out an outfit, sportswear. Gu Mushi made an excuse. Let's get ready for dinner later. Can you help me set the table? Li Wen smiled. Sure. Mom, I'll be out in a minute. Gu Mushi nodded. She also wanted to wear pretty dresses, but didn't want to ask her parents for money to buy them as it would add to their financial burden. Although her dad was the deputy manager of a steel plant, they still tried to save money at home. Gu Mushi came out of her room to help set the table. Soon, Li Wen prepared dinner, and Gu Crossing Zhang returned home from work. Dad's back, wash up and let's eat, Li Wen greeted. Gu Crossing Zhang looked worried and sat on the sofa. What's wrong? Why do you look so stressed as soon as you come back? Li Wen curiously asked. Had a bitter taste today. Gu Crossing Zhang sighed. Tomorrow, Friday, you need to come with me to Shanghai. Why do we need to go to Shanghai? Li Wen asked in confusion. The city has proposed a solution for our plant, saying Shanghai Steel is interested in our steel plant and wants to discuss a potential merger. Our plant is like a hot potato to the higher-ups. They want to get rid of it as soon as possible. I've been appointed to handle the mission to Shanghai. Gu Crossing Zhang sighed. Li Wen was surprised. Talk about merging with Shanghai Steel. This is a big deal. It concerns the interests of over 3,000 workers at our plant. You must be cautious. Gu Crossing Zhang smiled. So, I asked my strategist to come with me. Honey, with you by my side to plan and strategize, I can feel more at ease. So, tomorrow on Friday, you'll come with me to Shanghai. Li Wen thought for a moment and nodded. All right, I'll go with you tomorrow. How many days will we stay? Probably for 3 days. Okay. Li Wen turned to Gu Mushi and said, Mushi, you heard that, right? Your dad and I are going to Shanghai tomorrow, so you need to take care of yourself for these 3 days and focus on studying. Gu Mushi nodded heavily. Don't worry, Mom. I'm all grown up and can take care of myself. Li Wen still felt a bit uneasy and suggested, I still have some concerns leaving you alone. How about I ask Yifeng to come over and keep you company for a few days? Both of you can study together and keep each other motivated. You need to focus on preparing for the college entrance exams. Gu Mushi was stunned. Oh, invite Yifeng to study with me? Yes. Any objections? Okay, no objections. Gu Mushi mumbled nervously. With her parents away, just she and Yifeng at home. The thought made her cheeks flush. Gu Mushi, what are you thinking? Yifeng has stayed at your house many times before for study sessions. Don't overthink it. Li Wen smiled. Mushi, do you enjoy playing with Yifeng? No. Not really. Gu Mushi blushed and shook her head. Li Wen could see Mushi's shyness and teased. I knew you two would get along well. After dinner, I'll go find Yifeng. At night, after finishing dinner, Yifeng was watching TV in the living room. The show playing was the popular drama series Daming Palace featuring a young Zuna. Yifeng couldn't help but marvel at how years had passed. His mother, Meng Xiaoyun, came out of her room and saw Yifeng watching TV. she asked. Son, shouldn't you be studying instead of watching TV? Yifan replied without turning his head. Mom, let me finish this episode. I'll study after this. Meng Xiaoyun chuckled as she found it unusual for her son to be engrossed in TV dramas lately. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door. Son, go answer the door, Meng Xiaoyun called. Okay. Yifan jumped off the couch and went to open the door. Outside, Li Wen stood with a plate of watermelon, looking friendly and smiling at him. Good evening, little Feng. Good evening, Auntie. Please come in. Are you looking for my mom? Yifan warmly welcomed her. Meng Xiaoyun came out of the bathroom and saw Li Wen, saying, Sis, what's up? I bought a watermelon and brought you half of it. I also came to see Yifan. Li Wen entered, placing the watermelon on the table. Yifan was puzzled. Is there something you need my help with, Auntie? Li Wen pinched his cheek affectionately and smiled. Little Feng, tomorrow afternoon, your Uncle Gu and I are going on a business trip to Shanghai and will be away for 3 days. I'm worried about Muxi being alone at home, so can I ask you to take care of Muxi for 3 days? Study with her. Make sure she doesn't slack off. Excitedly, Yifan said, I understand, Auntie. Don't worry, I'll take good care of Gu Muxi. Li Wen patted his head with relief. You're such a good kid. I'll leave it to you. Meng Xiaoyun, overhearing their conversation, added, Sis, I think Muxi should come over to our place for dinner during these days. It'll be livelier with more people. Great, Xiaoyun. Can you take care of Muxi these days? Sure, she's part of the family. No trouble at all. Okay then, I'll go pack. Enjoy the watermelon. Li Wen bid farewell and left for home. Yifan felt quite pleased thinking about taking care of Gu Muxi for the next 3 days. Alone with Gu Muxi. Gu Muxi, you can't escape from my grasp, haha. Suddenly, his head throbbed as Meng Xiaoyun tapped him. I'm warning you. Don't bully Muxi. If I find out, I'll make your bottom bloom. Yifan chuckled. Mom, Gu Muxi is so strong. I can't beat her, so how am I bullying her? That's discrimination. Why don't you say she bullies me? Meng Xiaoyun said firmly. Muxi is so sweet and gentle, she wouldn't bully anyone. Yifan smirked, remembering how she used her strong moves during a game earlier that day. Sweet and gentle? Where does that fit in? But I like her strong spirit. He turned off the TV and headed to his room. Mom, I'm off to study. He pulled back the curtains and found Gu Muxi already sitting at her desk. Hey, little Muxi, Yifan shouted across the room, smirking with a hint of satisfaction. Gu Muxi turned her head, seeing Yifan at the opposite window. What's up? Your mom just came to find me and asked me to take good care of you for the next 3 days. Make sure you study hard. Heh. Yifan grinned. What's there to be happy about? Humph. I just thought it'd be enjoyable to spend these 3 days with you. Gu Muxi saw his sly smile and thought he was ready to receive his mother's decree, wanting to come over and boss her around. She snorted. HMPH. Don't even think about ordering me around. If you dare to use my mom's words to blackmail me, I will make you taste the flavor of the Death Cross lock again. Yifeng, Gu Muxi, what kind of thought process is this? I didn't mean that. Ahem. Don't worry, I won't do that. At most I'll make you cook. No. I don't want to cook. Do you not want to, or cannot? Who said I can't? I'm very good at cooking. Okay. Really? But I've never seen you cook before. Do you really know how? HMPH. What can't this young lady do? Wait. Almost fell for your trick. Even if I know how, I won't do it for you. Yifeng almost fell for it. What a pity. Alright. I didn't expect you to be quite smart. Gu Muxi moved a chair to the window side. Proudly said, of course, my dad said I was smart from a young age. With an IQ of 114. Yifeng rolled his eyes and laughed. Is that so? You're so smart? I don't believe it. Let me test you with a few questions. Go ahead. Is a giraffe taller than an elephant? Yes. Is a rabbit faster than a turtle? Yes. Is a cow heavier than a pig? Yes. Do you have any difference from a pig? Quick answer. No. I don't. Haha. Gu Muxi? Damn it. Got tricked by that sneaky Yifan again. You did that on purpose. Yifan laughed. Then let me ask you another question. You just need to answer whether you know or not. What question? You're so stupid. Do your parents know? No. No or don't know. Haha. Damn it. You tricked me again. Gu Muxi angrily pulled the curtain shut, not wanting to talk to Yifeng anymore. Damn it. That stinky Yifeng, always trying to trick me. I'll ignore you. Gumuxi jumped on the bed, grabbed the pig plush toe, and locked it tightly with the death cross lock. Stinky Yifeng, I'm locking you up. Then she started kneading the pig plush toe's head. Stinky Yifeng, I'm going to squish your face into a ball and crush you. Stinky Yifeng, take this. I'll flatten you. Creak. Girl, what are you doing? Suddenly, the door of the room opened, and Liwen looked at her in surprise. Only to see Gumuxi holding the pig plush toe by the neck, gritting her teeth, as if she had a deep grudge against the pig plush toe. Ow. Mom. I'm cleaning the dust off the paws. Gumuxi smiled awkwardly and patted the pig plush toe's head with her hand. Oh. I just told Yifeng that you two will review together for the next 3 days, so you two should get along well. Liwen instructed. Gumuxi threw the pig plush toe on the bed, sat back at the desk, and bit the pen cap. HMPH. Stinky Yifeng, watch how I deal with you tomorrow. The next day, Gumuxi and Yifeng went to school together as usual. Not long after Yifeng returned to the classroom, Jiaozu brought Ho Zixing to the classroom door. Yifeng, come out for a moment. Jiaozu called out. Yifeng walked to the classroom door. What's the matter? Teacher, yesterday we met Ho Zixing's parents and gave him a good lecture. He has already been given a serious disciplinary action by the school, and now I specially brought him here to apologize to you, Jiaozu said, and gave Ho Zixing a stern look. After the incident yesterday, he knew he absolutely couldn't mess with Yifeng. This guy is too cunning. He bowed 90 degrees to Yifeng, apologizing. Yifeng, I'm sorry. I was wrong. Please forgive me. The other students in the class couldn't help but whisper. Ho Zixing is in trouble now too. Hey, if he doesn't apologize obediently, he might get expelled. Yifeng is amazing, making Ho Zixing obediently apologize like this. Now, let's not mess with Yifeng. Ho Zixing really got it bad from him. Look at what happened to Ho Zixing. Yifeng showed a smile of reformation, patted Ho Zixing on the shoulder. It's okay, I forgive you. Let's be friends in the future, okay? Seeing his smile, Ho Zixing felt his heart sink and chills down his spine. After what happened yesterday, he knew he couldn't mess with Yifeng. This guy is too ruthless. Yes. Friends. Jiaozu was very pleased with Yifeng and said, Yifeng, I didn't expect you to be so broad-minded. Well done, worthy of praise. You are too kind. My heart has always been generous and broad-minded, said Yifeng with a thick face. Ho Zixing, Yifeng's shamelessness. Don't mess with him in the future. This person is sure to retaliate without any reservations. Alright, you both go back now and get ready for class. Jiaozu sent the two away. Okay, teacher. Yifeng returned to his seat, and Gumuxi turned around and asked, why did the class teacher call you out? To reconcile with Ho Zixing. Yifeng nodded. Yes, reconciled. I bet he'll have to avoid me in the future. Gumuxi covered her mouth and laughed. You made him so pitiful. He must be afraid of you from now on. Hey. Gumuxi, how do you plan to thank me? I helped you deal with an ardent pursuer. Shouldn't you thank me? Yifeng tried to gain some benefits from Gumuxi, like treating him to a meal, or even cooking a meal at home. HMPH. What's it got to do with me? Gumuxi turned her head arrogantly. Yifeng's eyes narrowed, realizing that this little girl also had quite a thick skin. The school bell rang, and it was time for the history class. The history teacher, surnamed Mo, in his 50s, with thick reading glasses, looked like a typical old scholar. Class, it's time for the lesson. Hello, teacher. Please sit down. Today, let's study the history of the 3 kingdoms. Teacher Mo lectured as if he were reciting a scripture, and Yifeng couldn't focus. His attention was all on Gumuxi's back. He noticed a hint of pink in Gumuxi's pure white school uniform. Oh, it's too eye-catching. Yifeng suddenly had an urge to tug at it, but reason told him to restrain himself, to avoid making Gumuxi angry. Yifeng twirled his pen, deliberately dropped it on the floor in front. Plop, the pen fell near Gumuxi's feet. Gumuxi, I dropped my pen. Gumuxi picked it up for him, bending down. Without looking back, she handed it to him. Thank you. After a few minutes, plop, Yifeng's pen fell on the floor again, this time also near her feet. Gumuxi, I dropped my pen again. Gumuxi impatiently snorted, picked it up for him once more. After a few minutes, plop, the pen fell on the floor again. Gumuxi, my pen. Gumuxi bent down to pick it up, then turned back, grunted, don't twirl your pen if you can't handle it, okay. What? You're addicted to picking it up. Here you go. Yifan took the pen with a smile. Thanks. After a few minutes, plop, the pen fell on the ground again. Gumuxi, my pen. Gumuxi bent down to pick up the pen, then turned back and grunted. You want it? I won't give it to you. With that, she immediately confiscated the pen and put it back in her pencil case. Wang Tai scratched his head innocently and asked in a low voice, Yizhe, she confiscated your pen. Yifan chuckled. Yeah, she took it to use. Aren't you going to take it back? Wang Tai asked. Why take it back? It's for her. That way she won't have to buy a pen herself. Yifan replied. Wang Tai seemed to understand. Suddenly realizing something, he raised his thumb and said, You can do this. Nice one. Yizhe. By the way, Yizhe, this morning I went to Zhao Boss's place to check. He has two computers that need fixing. Yifan nodded, casually saying, Okay, after school. We'll go over. TZ, you should go there every morning to see if there's any work. You help me run errands, I won't treat you badly. Wang Tai nodded heavily. Okay, no problem. Hehe. Last time I brought the money back to my mom even praised me for being capable. Yifan patted his shoulder, solemnly said, TZ, do you believe me? Of course, I do. Wang Tai replied without hesitation. We're going to do big things in the future. You help me with work. We'll make endless money in the future. Live in a big house, Yifan said seriously. After we make a profit from Zhao Xinji, let's set up our own computer repair shop, and then sell computer parts. In the future, computer parts can earn a lot of money. TZ, you're the brother I trust the most. Only you can help me do things. I can't trust anyone else. Wang Tai moved. His eyes teared up, said, Yizhe, I'm with you. Whatever you ask me to do, I'll do it. Yifan smiled, patted his shoulder. With your words, I'm relieved. Wang Tai is his brother, his buddy, but also a pitiable person. The situation at home is not optimistic, with an alcoholic gambling father pressing down on him, demanding money from him and his mother every now and then. No matter what, he had to give him a hand to remove this mountain from his shoulders. What are you two talking about so excitedly? You stand up and answer the question. Suddenly, Teacher Mo on the platform shouted. For a moment, all eyes in the class were on Yifan. Yifan was caught by the teacher again. Yifan gave a dry laugh, stood up honestly. Teacher, what question? I just mentioned the story of the three kingdoms, the 3 visits to the thatched cottage. Tell us about it. Liu Bei made 3 visits to the thatched cottage and finally invited Zhuge Liang. What did Liu Bei say to Zhuge Liang next? Yifan was stunned. How would he know what the ancient people said? Page 58. Gumuxi's voice faintly came. Other students, no speaking. You need to answer quickly. Teacher Mo said with a stern face. Yifan scratched his head. Couldn't come up with an answer no matter how hard he thought. So he had to say, could it be? Liu Bei said they no longer needed to seek 3 persons to meet. Gumuxi. Teacher Mo. All students in the class. Ha ha ha. The whole class burst into laughter at Yifan's response. Even the serious and old-fashioned teacher Mo couldn't help but chuckle. Gumuxi was laughing so hard that he held his stomach. Yifan, you're really something. Ha ha. Yifan grinned and shrugged. That's all he could do when he couldn't come up with an answer. Ahem. All right, Yifan, please have a seat and focus on studying. No more chatting in class. Teacher Mo restrained his laughter and said sternly. Yes, teacher, I will listen attentively. Yifan replied awkwardly. Time passed, and soon it was the end of the school day. Yifan asked Gumuxi to go home first. Then he rode Wang Tai's bicycle to Zhao Xinji's shop on Commerce Street. When he arrived, Zhao Xinji warmly greeted him. Ha ha, you little brother is here. Come, have some tea. Zhao Xinji handed him a cup of tea. With a big smile on his face, he looked at Yifan as if he had seen the god of wealth. In his eyes, Yifan was now almost like the god of wealth. No need for tea. I'll just finish the work and go back. Where are the computers? Yifan waved his hand. Zhao Xinji's hand holding the teacup froze for a moment, feeling a bit embarrassed. But soon he set down the teacup and said, They are inside. 2 machines. Both can't boot up. Yifan nodded and went into the workshop to start checking the computers. These 2 machines had issues. One was a power problem. The other had loose soldering on the motherboard and a damaged capacitor. Boss Zhao, what prices did you quote to the customers? Hehe, It's all according to what you set, 800 for machines that won't boot, 500 for blue screen errors, and 400 for computers acting slow. Not including parts, just repair. I talked with them about 800 each. Jia Shinji rubbed his hands. These two machines could earn him 1,600 yuan, and he could take a share of 320. Easy money. Good. Inform them to come pick up their machines later. Yifeng smiled and started repairing. All right. Jia Shinji nodded busily. Over an hour later, Yifeng successfully fixed both machines, and they were working fine. Now was the prime time for PC repairs, and the corresponding repair skills were not widespread. He was making good money in this favorable situation. As the saying goes, as long as you stand in the current, even a pig can take off. All set, Yifeng told Zhao Shinji. Two middle-aged men in the shop heard the news and came over joyfully to inspect the machines. After booting them up, they found that both were fixed. Thank you so much. We really appreciate it. If the repair didn't work, I might have had to spend thousands on a new computer. One of the businessmen in a suit expressed his gratitude. Gentlemen, no problem at all. Take the machines back. They should work fine for a few more years. Yifeng said with a smile. The two men paid Yifeng, then happily carried the machines back home. Once they were gone, Yifeng counted the money. 1,600 yuan. 16 redheads. The money was indeed good. Wang Tai was stunned looking at the money. Yifeng made over 1,000 in just a couple of hours. So amazing. Following Yifeng is definitely the right choice. Hehe. You little brother. Zhao Zhu rubbed his hands next to him, eyeing the money in Yifeng's hands with jealousy. If only he could also repair computers, how great would that be? This more than 1,000 would be his own. Unfortunately, he didn't know how, so he could only receive a commission. Boss Zhao, this is for you. Keep the change. Yifeng handed him 400 yuan. Thank you. You little brother. Zhao Shinji was already so happy to earn 320 yuan lying down, and he gave Yifeng 80 yuan in change. Yifeng took the change, saying, All right, Boss Zhao, the job is done. We should head back. See you another day. Wang, let's go. The two left the shop, got on the bike, and hurried home. At the entrance to the residential area, passing by the Orchid convenience store, Yifeng asked Wang Tai to stop. What's going on, Fan? Wang Tai asked in confusion. I'm going to buy something. Yifeng got off the bike and walked into the store. Is Feng back from school? Aunt Wang welcomed him inside. Yes. Aunt Wang, bring me 2 boxes of high-quality nutritional cereal, the best ones. Yifeng pointed to the shelves with the nutritional cereals. The most expensive ones? That would be 50 yuan per box. Aunt Wang reminded him. It's okay. Just give me 2 boxes. Yifeng said. All right. Aunt Wang fetched 2 boxes of premium nutritional cereals and handed them to Yifeng. These were perfect for breakfast, nutritious and filling, with a good taste. Yifeng paid and said, Aunt Wang, I'm going back. After leaving the store, Yifeng handed the 2 boxes of cereal to Wang Tai. Take these 2 boxes of nutritional cereal back to your mom. It's rich in nutrients and good for health. Yifeng said, Feng, this. I can't accept it. These are too precious. They are 100 yuan for 2 boxes. No. I can't take it. I can't. Wang Tai refused. He knew he couldn't help much. Just running errands and receiving such precious gifts made him feel guilty. Listen to me. Take them. Don't argue. This is a little gift for your mom, Yifeng said, looking serious. Seeing Yifeng's determined expression, Wang Tai's eyes got wet. He wiped a tear. Grateful. Okay. Thank you, Feng. Yifeng then took out 200 yuan from his wallet and handed it to Wang Tai. I know your family has it even tougher than mine. Take this 200 yuan. Improve your meals a bit. And remember, don't let your dad gamble it away. If your dad comes asking for money, come to me. I'll speak up for you. Wang Tai was shocked to hear this and tears rolled down his face. Having a big brother like this was amazing. Feng, Wang Tai couldn't find the words, choked with emotion. Yifeng patted his shoulder, smiling. Why are you crying? Come on, we're men. Nothing to cry about. Quick, wipe your tears. Our days will only get better from here on out. Wang Tai nodded firmly. I understand. Feng. After parting ways with Wang Tai in the residential area, Yifeng returned home. As soon as he entered, he saw Gumushi sitting on the sofa watching TV, looking very well behaved. Yifeng is back. Gumushi turned around and smiled sweetly. Yifeng grinned, amazed at how Gumushi seemed to have transformed into a different person after coming to his house. Gumushi, what drama are you watching? Yifeng dropped his bag, walked over, and sat next to her nonchalantly. Whenever he got close to Gumushi, he could smell a faint scent, not sure if it was her body scent or the fragrance of her hair. The Great Ming Palace. Do you like watching it too? Gumushi asked, sitting upright. Yifeng looked at her chubby face from the side and couldn't help but pinch her cheek. Yeah, I like watching it too. Heh. I noticed you look a bit like one of the female leads in the drama, but you're prettier, Yifeng said while pinching her chubby cheeks. You mischievous Yifeng. Gumushi instantly burst out laughing, revealing her true nature, and grabbed Yifeng's neck with both hands. Oh. Yifeng is back. Let him wash up. It's time for dinner. Aunt Meng Xiaoyun's voice came from the kitchen. Gumushi released him immediately, and the next moment, Meng Xiaoyun came out carrying dishes. Let him wash up. Meng Xiaoyun welcomed him. Let me help set the table, Gumushi said, looking apologetic. Yifeng, Gumushi, your acting skills are so good. You should win an Oscar. Meng Xiaoyun then pinched Yifeng's ear and scolded. You can't let Mushi serve you tea. That's impolite. Yifeng winced. Hey, Mom. It's painful. Mom, you're too protective of her. It's okay, Aunt. I used to do this often for him. I'm used to it. Gumushi looked pitiful, feeling wronged. Yifeng, Gumushi, you're so good at acting, you should win an Oscar. Meng Xiaoyun pinched Yifeng's ear again. You can't bully Mushi like that. You can't do this in the future. Got it? All right, Mom. I got it. Yifeng quickly responded. Meng Xiaoyun finally let go and went back to the kitchen to tidy up. Father Yi Jianwo came out of the kitchen with dishes, smiling. Since Mushi is here for dinner today, add more dishes. Mushi, do you like these dishes? Gumushi sat by Yifeng's side like a well-behaved daughter-in-law. I love all these dishes. Thank you, Uncle Yi Jianwo and Meng Xiaoyun, for your hard work. Yi Jianwo chuckled. It's no hard work at all. Let's eat. Yifeng looked at the dishes on the table. Sweet and sour pork ribs, spicy fried pork, roasted duck, garlic lettuce, and a meatball soup, 3 meat dishes, 1 vegetarian, and 1 soup. He gaped at the table, astonished by the lavish spread. Such dishes were usually reserved for special occasions. Meng Xiaoyun came out and sat next to Gumushi, personally serving her food. Come on, Mushi, eat some more. These are your favorite dishes, eat more. Yifeng, I want meatballs. Yifeng immediately requested. Meng Xiaoyun gave him a stern look. Serve yourself. Yifeng, this meal is delicious, but Yifeng eats it feeling depressed. After eating and drinking their fill, Guxi helps wash the dishes and clean the table, then bids farewell to Meng Xiaoyun politely. Auntie, I'm going home to review my homework now. Good child, go ahead. Meng Xiaoyun kindly smiles. Auntie, goodbye. Uncle, Guxi waves her hand and leaves. Yifeng, having finished eating, is lying on the sofa watching TV, but is kicked by Meng Xiaoyun. Go, study with Hixie. It's almost time for the college entrance exam, and you're still watching TV. What if you don't do well in the exam? What will you do then? Yifeng smiles helplessly, saying, Okay, Mom, I'll go study with her now. She picks up her backpack, walks to the opposite door, Guxi's house. Upon entering, she sees Guxi taking off her clothes. Guxi is halfway through when she suddenly sees Yifeng barging in and freezes. Ah, bad Yifeng. Guxi quickly puts her hands down, hugs herself, and glares at him. Ahem, I didn't mean to. I didn't see anything. Really. Yifeng says seriously. Why didn't you knock when you came in? Guxi fixes her clothes, blushing, and questions him. It was totally subconscious, a habit. Hey, don't blame it all on me. Why are you changing clothes here? Yifeng defends himself. My parents aren't home. Where else can I change? Humph. Guxi hurries into the room to change clothes. Back in the room, Guxi leans against the door with her heart beating fast. What if the smelly Yifeng saw something? This smelly guy. She feels her cheeks burn, thinking about what might happen if Yifeng saw something. It's so embarrassing. The smelly guy, always taking advantage of me. HMPH. She looks down at her chest and suddenly has a thought. What if he thinks it's a bit small? After a while, She changes into loose home clothes and appears at the door. Loose white long-sleeved cotton shirt with loose sweatpants, comfortable to wear, but the combination looks a bit odd. Coming. Guxi gives him a glare. Yifeng chuckles and walks into Guxi's bedroom. As a child, he often visited Guxi's room, but the frequency decreased after junior high. After entering high school, Meng Xiaoyun told him that there are differences between boys and girls, and he should avoid going into Guxi's room unnecessarily. So over the past 3 years, Yifeng's visits to her room have been few. As he walks into her room again, the first thing he notices is a unique scent. It's a faint fragrance, very similar to the scent on Guxi. Could the scent of a young girl really be marinated into her body? He looks around the room. The furniture is simple, but everything is pink. Pink sheets, pink posters of female stars on the walls, a pink bookshelf. Besides the bed, the biggest piece of furniture in the room is the desk, a long and wide desk with various small tools neatly arranged on top. Although there are many items, they don't look messy at all. It's evident that Guxi is a bit OCD about tidiness. What are you staring at? Bring a chair in yourself. You sit outside. I'll sit inside. Guxi rolls her eyes at him. Heh. No problem. Yifeng grabs a chair and sits next to Guxi at the long desk. They start studying together. Yifeng reviews some humanities points that need memorizing, while Guxi reviews math. The room falls quiet. Only the sound of pens writing on paper can be heard. After a while, Guxi suddenly asks, Yi, which major at college are you thinking of applying to in the future? Computer science. Yifeng replies without looking up. Computer science? Is that major good? Guxi asks curiously. She thought Yifeng would apply for an English major or something. Computer science is the future trend. Of course, it's good. How about you? Me? You don't need to say. Let me guess. Farming major. Convenient for raising pigs at home. Go to hell. You're the one who raises pigs. No joke. Do you want to apply for architecture design? Oh. I didn't tell you that. How did you know? Yifeng puts down his pen, turns around, and says seriously, I'll be honest with you. I'm actually a fortune-telling master. I can decipher fate, read plum blossom numerology. I know it all. Guxi can't hold back her laughter at his serious nonsense, laughing until her branches are shaking. You, a fortune-telling master? Ha ha. You're the one who's a bullshitting fortune-teller. Ha ha. Yifeng chuckles mysteriously. If you don't believe me, let me read your palm. Really? Take a look. Guxi stretches out her jade-like right hand. Her skin is as white as snow, with a touch of pink. Yifeng feels a spark as he holds her hand. It feels soft, boneless, smooth and tender in his hands. He squints, moving one hand over her palm. After a while, Guxi impatiently says, Hey, bad Yifeng, can you read my palm or not? Shh, don't make noise. I was carefully studying the lines on your palm. Yifeng says with a serious tone. Did you find anything? Guxi curiously asks. I found that something very important is missing in your fate. What's missing? Wood or water? You're missing me. Hot. Guxi is surprised and looks at him incredulously. Yifeng's face is serious, not joking at all. Bam. Guxi playfully hits him on the head. Ouch, that hurts. Why did you hit me? Guxi. Yifeng holds his head and yells. You're making fun of me again. Missing me in your fate. Missing you is just right, isn't it? Guxi. She feels her heartbeat accelerating, her cheeks burning. This smelly Yifeng. What nonsense is he saying? Yifeng, if you continue like this, I'll have you practice fast-forwarding using the minimum friction method to move quickly forward. Ha, go away. Okay. No more kidding. Let's write our homework quickly. They return to their respective seats and start working on their assignments. An hour later, Yifeng finishes first and stretches lazily. Done. All set. Guxi looks up surprised. How did you finish so quickly? Ow. Guxi, can't you change your way of speaking for once? For example, you could say, How are you so smart and quick to finish? Yifeng teases her. Guxi suddenly realizes what Yifeng means, blushes, and spits out, What's on your mind? Yifeng turns around, jumps on her bed, and lies down on her pillow to rest. Ah, so comfortable. It's my bed. I'll sleep here. You continue your homework. Yifeng grabs her pink piggy doll and puts it against his back as a support. Guxi doesn't like that and shouts, Bad Yifeng. Don't squish my piggy. How? Aren't dolls used for support? Yifeng is puzzled. HMPH. not my doll. I use it as a pillow to sleep. What if you squish it flat? Guxi climbs onto the bed, snatches the piggy doll from Yifeng's back, pats it, and places it on the side of the bed. Yifeng didn't expect her to be protective of the doll he gave her. Fine. It's a bit cold. I'll cover you with your blanket. Yifeng pulls the blanket over Guxi, and a unique fragrance wafts over, refreshing. Ah, such a nice smell. This blanket is full of Guxi's scent. Guxi smells her exposed wrist, blushing, and says, "Hey, don't cover my wrist. You stink. You've tainted my wrist." She snatches the blanket back. Yifeng chuckles and says nonchalantly, "Okay, can I lie down to rest? You've slept in my bed before." Guxi suddenly laughs. "What are you laughing at? When you said that, it reminded me of when you wet my bed as a child and were afraid my mom would find out. So you woke up and covered yourself with clothes. Haha. You in that situation is really funny. I'll remember it for a lifetime." Guxi laughs heartily, her laughter echoing in the room, filled with joy. HMPH, I've got something embarrassing about you too. On your way home from school, you stepped on dog poop, didn't dare clean it, and threw away your shoes. Haha. Yifeng doesn't hold back from exposing her embarrassing moment. Afterwards, you were scolded by your dad. That was a new pair of shoes I bought for over 30 yuan. You cried and ran to my house after being scolded, hiding in my room. So funny. Yifeng also shares her embarrassing stories. You don't wash your hands after using the bathroom. You peeked at me using the bathroom. You were chased by a big yellow dog. Your goat broke the big yellow dog's leg, and your dad had to pay them money. You jerk. They start arguing again, pointing fingers at each other and glaring. Goo goo goo. Suddenly, both their stomachs protest at the same time. Yifeng. So, should we eat something first? Guxi. I was just thinking that. The two of them argued for so long that by the time dinner was digested, they walked out of the room together to the kitchen to find something to eat. Gumuxi, is there anything to eat at your place? Yifeng poured a glass of water and asked, I'm not sure. I think there should be instant noodles. Gumuxi wasn't certain either as she bent down to search in the kitchen cabinet. You never go into the kitchen. Yifeng drank some water, curious. How could that be? I can also cook. Gumuxi retorted without looking back, her voice slightly uncertain. Ah, I found something to eat. It's instant noodles. She excitedly took out the instant noodles and showed them off in front of Yifeng. Yifeng, I'll give it to you to eat. Yifeng sprayed out all the water in his mouth. What kind of terrifying words are these? Damn it, Yifeng. Why did you spray water on me? Gumuxi pouted with pink cheeks in anger. Cough, cough. It's nothing, sorry, I choked on the water earlier. Yifeng awkwardly smiled. Humph, serves you right for choking. Hurry up and cook the noodles. Gumuxi glared at him. All right, well, if you said you can cook, you should be able to cook noodles too, right? Yifeng asked. Of course, I can. Don't underestimate me. Gumuxi lifted her chin. All right then, I'll leave it to you to cook. Remember, this is your home. I'm just a guest, heh. Yifeng began moral blackmail. You're just a worthless guest. Gumuxi retorted. You don't know how to cook. Fine, I'll reluctantly do it. Yifeng used reverse psychology. Indeed, Gumuxi couldn't stand being provoked by others. She immediately shouted, Who says I can't? Wait outside. Watch me show off my skills. All right, it's settled then. Thanks. Yifeng smiled proudly and quickly ran out of the kitchen. Gumuxi, how did I fall for his trick again? Annoyed, Gumuxi stood with a roll of instant noodles in her hand, looking at the seasonings in the kitchen, feeling bewildered. How do you cook this? She had never cooked before. At most she had helped out a bit in the kitchen, with her mother cooking and if her mother was busy, her father cooking for the family. She rarely went into the kitchen, rarely touched kitchen utensils, and now she was clueless about how to cook noodles. What should she do? If she can't cook it, she'd definitely be laughed at by that annoying Yifeng. No, absolutely not. How can I let that annoying Yifeng look down on me? No matter what, I have to make it. Cooking noodles isn't that hard, right? Can it really stump this talented girl? Gumuxi, you got this. Gumuxi thought to herself. Giving herself a pep talk, she started preparing to cook the noodles. Following her mother's instructions, she filled a pot with water and lit the gas stove. Click. She successfully lit the fire. Ha ha. Lighting the fire looks easy as well. Gumuxi was pleased with herself. Next, Do I just add the noodles? She became confused again. She forgot whether she should add the noodles in cold water or hot water after all. Forget it. It's just water. Water boils either way. I'll just put them in to cook. She opened the plastic wrapper of the instant noodles and pulled out a bunch. Is this too little? Yifan is a big eater, so I should add a little more, she thought, pulling out 2 more handfuls, almost emptying the pack of instant noodles. Ha ha. Another task completed, she smirked, clapping her hands. Should I prepare some side dishes for him? Gumuxi pondered. How about eggs and lettuce leaves? After deciding on that, she fetched an egg and picked a few lettuce leaves. The lettuce leaves are too big. They won't taste good like this. My mom cuts them into strips. This way, they'll be more flavorful. Gumuxi took a knife, one of the rare times she had held one, and started cutting the lettuce leaves clumsily. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Yifan sat on the couch, his legs crossed and casually eating sunflower seeds. He couldn't wait to eat the noodles cooked by Gumuxi. Such a simple task of cooking noodles, she should be able to do it, and all he had to do was just wait to eat. Oh, what a joy to have a wife who can cook. He ate his sunflower seeds and eagerly anticipated Gumuxi's finished noodles. Inside the kitchen, Gumuxi was busy cutting the lettuce when she suddenly smelled something burnt. What's burning? She asked. My noodles. She suddenly realized the pot must be left on. She rushed to uncover the lid and was shocked by the sight. All the water had dried up. I'm sure I added plenty of water. What happened? She quickly turned off the fire and stirred the noodles. The top one seemed uncooked still, but the bottom ones were burnt and stuck. What was I thinking? I forgot to stir after adding the noodles. Gumuxi slapped her forehead, regretting her mistake. Not a big deal. It's just a bit burnt. It should still be edible. First, add some water. Then continue cooking. She poured 2 bowls of water inside and stirred. Then lit the gas stove again. She continued cutting the lettuce, and after a struggle, managed to cut a dozen or so pieces. The noodles should be almost done. I'll first add the lettuce, and then crack an egg in. She couldn't remember the steps clearly, but had a rough idea. So she dumped all the irregularly shaped lettuce leaves into the pot and stirred. Apparently, the water had reduced again, making the noodle soup thick, almost like snot. Gumuxi decided not to worry too much. It's edible, that's enough. It might not taste great, but she couldn't guarantee it. Next, she decided to crack an egg in. She wasn't good at it, but recalling how her mother did it, she knocked the egg on the edge of the pot. Using force, she cracked the egg and the yolk dropped into the pot along with some eggshells. Shells got in. Fish them out quickly. Gumuxi hurriedly fished out the eggshells with a spoon. When she fished them out, the shells seemed a bit smaller. Phew, that should be fine. Next is the most important step, seasoning. Gumuxi, with a serious expression, decided to first add some peanut oil, then some soy sauce and salt. The peanut oil went in successfully, followed by the soy sauce. The black liquid from the bottle had to be soy sauce, right? She poured it into the pot. After pouring quite a bit, she suddenly smelled something acidic. She brought the bottle to her nose to sniff. Ooh, this is vinegar. Aged vinegar. Oh no. What now? Gumuxi was dumbfounded as she poured quite a bit of vinegar in. How can she salvage this pot of noodles now? Vinegar. How about adding some sugar and making it sweet and sour noodles? Yes, sweet and sour flavor will be appetizing for sure. So, she found some sugar, grabbed a handful, dumped it in, and stirred. Lastly, she planned to add soy sauce and salt. Why does the soy sauce turn everything pitch black? Dark soy sauce. Sounds about right. Perhaps adding a bit less salt will do. The pot of noodles was large, so 2 spoonfuls of salt should be enough. Gumuxi speculated as she added 2 small spoonfuls of salt. After stirring again to make all the ingredients and spices blend, she was ready. Is the noodles ready, Gumuxi? I'm starving. Yifan shouted from outside the kitchen. Almost ready. I'm just going to dish it out for you. Gumuxi quickly used chopsticks to retrieve the noodles. Perhaps they were cooked too much, as they broke apart when she tried to take them out, so she used a spoon to scoop them out. Soon, she served a bowl of dark, sticky, egg noodles. Using a dish towel to hold the bowl's edges, she brought it out. Noodles are ready. Delightfully delicious noodles, Gumuxi announced as she placed the noodles on the table. Finally cooked. I'm about to faint from hunger. Yifan rushed over from the living room. When he reached the table and saw the big bowl of dark noodles, he was petrified. The sticky liquid, the dark noodles, The strange oil sheen, from top to bottom, left or right, it just didn't look like a delicious bowl of noodles. Yifeng forced a smile, pointing at the bizarre noodles, and asked in disbelief, This is the noodles you cooked? Gumuxi proudly replied, Yes, I even gave it a very nice name, soul-snatching, unbeatable delicious egg noodles. Yifeng, is it really that tasty? Yifeng questioned. Gumuxi replied with a serious face, Of course, it must be delicious. It's a product of all my hard work. This is the most dedicated thing I've ever made. But the color doesn't look quite right. Even the eggs turned black. Yifeng said. Stunned, Gumuxi put a hand on his shoulder, pressing him down on a chair, patiently explaining, Don't just judge it by its appearance. People can't judge by appearances. The same goes for noodles. Don't be deceived by its color. You have to savor its taste. Yifeng was taken aback. So profound. I'm convinced by you. Gumuxi looked expectant. So, shall we eat? Yifeng picked up a portion with his chopsticks. The noodles were so dark he couldn't see what was inside. Let's taste it. Yifeng poked a forkful of noodles, blew on it and put it in his mouth, chewing it. How is it? Gumuxi anxiously asked, clenching her fists. She was cooking noodles for the first time and wanted to know if Yifeng liked it. It's very delicious. Gag. Yifeng gagged twice, then hurried to the restroom, promptly throwing up everything he had just eaten, along with the stomach acid. When he came out of the restroom, his face was somewhat pale. He pointed at Gumuxi sorrowfully and said, Gumuxi, what have I done to you? How could you dare to poison me? Gumuxi, is it really that bad? She had been looking forward to Yifeng's reaction after eating, but it seemed like his reaction was a bit exaggerated. To think he actually threw up. It shouldn't have been that bad, right? Is it bad? Yifeng returned to the table, looking at her with a strange expression. Gumuxi, I am trained to endure even the worst tastes. But unless it's exceptionally bad. Don't believe me, try it yourself. And there were even eggshells in the noodles. Gumuxi, is this your secret recipe? Gumuxi still couldn't believe it. How could it be so bad as to make someone throw up? Yifeng must be exaggerating. I don't believe it. I'll try it myself. Gumuxi picked up Yifeng's chopsticks, took a bite, and immediately spat it out, rushing into the restroom. After a while, she came out from the restroom, leaning against the wall. How was it? Delicious. Yifeng cleaned up the mess on the floor, looking up and smiling at her. Gumuxi gave an embarrassed smile, realizing she had praised him earlier, only to have the situation turn around. How embarrassing. It seemed she would become a laughingstock for Yifeng again. Ahem. I admit it's not the best taste. So, I think you should be the one cooking noodles from now on. Yifeng didn't continue to tease her. He had thought Gumuxi's cooking skills were average, but the reality was far from what he imagined. Let me teach you, so you won't starve when you're alone at home and can't even cook noodles. I'll teach you step by step, provide you with hands-on guidance. Yifeng smiled. Gumuxi was delighted. Great. Yifeng and Gumuxi entered the kitchen. Now, follow my steps. Before cooking the noodles, prepare properly. Boil water with sufficient moisture, a bit more water, and the temperature should be right, a bit hot, so the noodles will be smooth. Gumuxi was puzzled by Yifeng's strange way of speaking but couldn't pinpoint what was odd about it. Do we need this much water? She asked. Yes. More water will make it smoother, Yifeng solemnly said. Before putting the noodles in the boiling water, let's prepare by chopping some vegetables. Take the knife, I'll show you the right way to hold it. Yifeng pulled her in front of him, then hugged her from behind, holding her hands and guiding her with the knife. Hold it this way to avoid cutting your fingers. Like this, patiently said Yifeng. But at that moment, Gumuxi felt Yifeng's breath on her ear, feeling blush rising and her heart racing. Why was this happening? Gumuxi told herself not to think too much and to focus. But now they were very close, especially with Yifeng holding her hands, making her heart race wildly. Gumuxi, are you paying attention? Yes, I think so, Gumuxi replied, in a daze. Now you should try cutting yourself. Feel the touch. Yifeng let go of her hands. Okay. Gumuxi followed Yifeng's way of holding the knife and began cutting slowly, cutting neater than before. Hey! This is so much better, she exclaimed, feeling like she had learned a new skill and was very happy. Cutting should use wrist finesse, not brute force. Practice a few more times, and you'll get used to it, Yifeng praised her. I understand. Gumuxi nodded. As she continued cutting, she became more skilled, increasing her speed, while maintaining technique. You're doing well. Learning so fast, it seems you're quite talented. Of course. This girl learns quickly. Gumuxi said playfully. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The water in the pot started boiling. With a grin, Yifeng said, Gumuxi, watch closely. When you pull out the noodles from the bundle, just squeeze with your hand to gauge the amount needed. Squeeze it and feel the thickness. See? Just enough for one person is perfect. For two people, it's enough. As the noodles enter the hot water environment, they will expand and become thicker. If you put too much, you won't finish eating in one go, so two people are needed. Go ahead, try grasping it. Feel the thickness. Yifeng handed her the noodles, and Gumuxi received it, squeezing and realizing the right thickness. So, this thickness is just right. Yifeng squinted. Now you can put it in the pot, but it's best to insert it from the middle and let it spread out on its own. It will naturally spread out and move with the water flow. Insert it. Gumuxi was startled but followed his instructions, inserting the noodles and releasing it. True enough, the noodles spread around, softening in the hot water. Now you have to stir it vigorously. With so much water, only thorough stirring will make the noodles swell and thicken properly, Yifeng said seriously. Okay. Gumuxi pursed her lips, following his instructions. When the noodles seemed ready, Yifeng said, okay, now you can add the eggs and vegetables. Just don't throw it in the eggshells this time. You can crack the eggs into a bowl first and then pour them in. Make sure no eggshells get in. Gumuxi laughed awkwardly. That was a mistake. Adding the eggs, vegetables, and a bit of salt for seasoning. After their joint efforts, they finally completed 2 bowls of noodles. Gumuxi was very satisfied, realizing that cooking noodles wasn't so difficult after all. And Yifeng seemed quite skilled at cooking. How do you find the noodles I cooked? They're good. Are you hungry now? Let's eat. Gumuxi attempted to eat with chopsticks, but was stopped by Yifeng. Wait. There's a technique to eating noodles. First, lightly lick with your tongue, feel the warmth and moisture of the noodle soup. Gently push aside the vegetables, then sip the delicious soup, and finally, pick it up. Remember, don't bite, use a sucking motion to enjoy the smooth soup. Alright, I'll follow your lead. Gumuxi ate following his instructions and her eyes lit up. So delicious. You're really good at cooking, Yifeng. Splurt. Yifeng almost spewed out the noodles in his mouth, but he managed to cover it in time. Cough, cough, it's delicious, you should eat more. There will be plenty of chances to eat in the future. Yifeng smirked, with a strange tone. Gumuxi looked at him suspiciously. Then suddenly a lightning bolt flashed in her mind. Only then did she realize the ambiguity in her previous words. I meant, the noodles you made are delicious. Damn it, Yifeng. What are you thinking in your head? Gumuxi blushed, glaring at him fiercely. Yifeng feigned innocence, saying, What? What are you talking about? I can't understand anything. HMPH. I'm ignoring you. Gumuxi blushed and, not wanting Yifeng to see, bowed her head to eat her noodles. But her embarrassment had already been noticed by Yifeng. Heh, this little girl's thoughts are quite innocent. Also, in this era, young people may not have the awareness of driving anytime and anywhere. After a meal of noodles that filled their stomachs, the two sat back in their chairs. Yifeng, go wash the dishes. Just wash mine casually too, thanks. Gumuxi patted her stomach. Why should I? No, I'm a guest, and I cooked the noodles. You go wash, thanks. Yifeng chuckled, shaking his head. Then let's play rock paper scissors. Loser does the writing. Gumuxi suggested. Yifeng, upon hearing this, sat up and shouted, All right, Gumuxi, I'm going to win. Don't underestimate me. Gumuxi also straightened her body. The two locked eyes, hiding their right hands behind their backs. 3, 2, 1. Rock, paper, scissors. Gumuxi played rock, while Yifeng played scissors. Yifeng silently chuckled. This girl always loves playing rock, doesn't she? I'm too lazy to beat her. Although he knew Gumuxi was likely to play rock, he still chose scissors. Yes, I won. I won. Gumuxi happily danced like a child. She twirled and jumped, her beautifully dark hair swaying gently, her exquisitely beautiful face revealing a charming smile. This smile was so pure, flawless. This smile was so captivating, enchanting. Gumuxi, so beautiful. Yifeng was a little stunned, feeling moved. How did he not notice how beautiful she was before? In the eyes of others, she was an ice-cold beauty, a school flower, but in his eyes, just a violent girl who likes sticking close to people. Sometimes, the real treasure is right beside you, but you fail to recognize it. Yifeng watched her with a warm smile at the corner of his mouth. Yifeng, go wash the dishes now, and after washing, I can help you review English. Your English is quite poor, you need to catch up. Otherwise, it would be a pity if your English lowered your college entrance exam score. Gamuxi said seriously. Okay. Yifeng grinned, got up to clean the dishes. After finishing, to return to the room, man started studying English. Gamuxi, there's an English sentence I don't quite understand. Can you tell me what it means? What sentence? Elikeo. What does this sentence mean? You don't understand this. It means I like you. I do too. Ha. Oh. You're asking to be smacked, Yifeng. Their voices floated out the window, blending into the deep night. This night was quiet and beautiful. The next day, Saturday, a day off, was loved by students and working people. In the morning, Gamuxi woke up from her dreams, and the first thing she did was poke Yifeng's window with a clothes hanger. Yishao, get up. Young Master Yifeng, the sun's shining. Gamuxi poked the window and called out a few times, but there was no response from the opposite side. Did Yifeng sleep like a log? She was about to continue poking when the curtain was pulled back, revealing Meng Xiaoyun at the window. In that moment, she was utterly embarrassed. Ow, good morning, Aunt. She quickly took back the clothes hanger, her face full of embarrassment. Meng Xiaoyun chuckled and said, Yifeng went out to play with Wang Tai early this morning. He never stays put on weekends. Gamuxi scratched her head, laughing awkwardly. Hope. Remember to come for breakfast later, Meng Xiaoyun reminded as she continued cleaning with a feather duster. Sure thing, Gamuxi replied, and quickly closed the curtain. That was so embarrassing. Yifeng went out to play early without calling me. Geez. Gamuxi changed into fresh clothes, went to freshen up, and when she came out, she noticed something on the dining table. Walking closer, she saw some milk and fried dough sticks, along with a meat bun, and a note beside them. Upon seeing the note, Gamuxi recognized Yifeng's handwriting. Gamuxi, I bought you breakfast, remember to eat it. Yi. An unbeatable handsome Yifeng. Gamuxi looked at the note, feeling a strange warmth in her heart. Silly Yifeng, you got lucky this time. I'll forgive you. She folded the note and kept it close to her, sitting down to enjoy her breakfast. A sweet smile adorned her lips throughout. Taking a bite of the meat bun, she murmured, where did that silly Yifeng and Wang Tai run off to? At that moment, Yifeng and Wang Tai were in the bustling commercial street of Tian District, Tian Road. This was the most vibrant city center in Guangxi, with busy foot traffic every day. This area was home to the largest Tian City shopping mall in Guangxi. Yifeng looked at the busy street, public phone booths every few meters, newsstands on the sides of the road, and some elders leisurely eating breakfast under the eaves. It was filled with the everyday life atmosphere of Guangxi. Yifeng, what are we doing here? Wang Tai asked in confusion. We're looking for a suitable storefront, renting a shop. After we finish the college entrance exams, during the 2-month break, we can earn some money. Yifeng smiled, having detailed plans in his mind. Working for Zhao Xinji was just to earn some initial capital, using his platform. He ultimately wanted to start his own business. With 1,000 yuan in hand, he could start by renting a store, decorating it, and buying enough tools. His plan was to secure the store first, earn money while renovating, then go get a business license, which would take some time. After settling the store for 2 months, he could start operating right after the college entrance exams. If he did these tasks after the exams, he would be almost entering college again upon finishing. So, Yifeng intended to plan ahead, arrange things properly, and earn a good sum during the summer break. Renting a store? Here? The rent here isn't cheap. It's at least over 100 yuan a month. Wang Tai exclaimed. TZ. Broaden your horizon a bit. The high rent here naturally has its reasons. To earn big money, you have to be willing to spend a little money. Look, over there is the Tian City shopping mall, with several office buildings nearby. And to the south, that's where the high-end residential area of Baiguiyuan is. Most families with slightly better conditions in Guangxi come here for shopping. Imagine, many of them would surely have computers at home. With so many company and enterprise computers, that's already a big market. For us, That's a big opportunity, Yifeng exclaimed. Wang Tai listened with wide eyes. He was still a naive young man who didn't understand how to do business. But after hearing Yifeng's words, he suddenly had an epiphany. Wow. Yifeng, what you said makes sense. It should be better here than at Xiaofei's place. Wang Tai praised. Yifeng smiled, glad that the lad's dense head had finally opened up. Looking at the bustling commercial district before him, he thought to himself, the future begins here. Yifeng and Wang Tai bought 2 old popsicles on the roadside, eating them while strolling and checking out storefronts. The Tian City commercial area is quite large, with storefronts available for transfer or rent, but they are all street-facing and expensive. A storefront of about 50 square meters costs around 1,000 yuan a month, and even a slightly less desirable location would still cost over 500 yuan a month. Located in the prime area of Guangxi city center, the prices were generally high. This shocked Wang Tai. He thought storefront rentals were only around 100 yuan, but he never expected them to be in the hundreds or over 1,000. My goodness, these prices are too expensive, beyond what I imagined. I thought they were around 100, exclaimed Wang Tai. There are some that are around 100, it's just that the ones along the street are expensive. We don't need to rent a storefront along the street, Yifeng said, licking his old popsicle. Then where should we rent? In the alley. But for Yifeng's computer repair shop, there was no need for it to be located in a street-facing commercial property. In Yifeng's plan, the computer repair shop only needed to be located within the commercial area as public transportation to the city center was convenient, and there were office buildings and high-end residential areas surrounding the commercial district. These customers were specific, their demand for computer repairs was steady. Not casual window shoppers who come to fix their computers after seeing a repair shop. Instead, when their computers had issues, they immediately thought about nearby computer repair shops for a convenient and quick solution. So Yifeng led Wang Tai to venture into the alleyways off the main street. The commercial atmosphere in the alleyways was not lively, with few people around, mostly residents of nearby self-built houses occupying the storefronts. The further they went towards the end of Tian Road, the lower the prices got. Storefronts in the front section of Tian Road's alleys were priced at around 500 yuan per month, while in the middle and end sections, the prices had dropped to around 200 yuan per month. This price range was acceptable for Yifeng. They strolled back and forth in the middle and end sections 3 times, noting down the storefronts with suitable rents, and after careful consideration and comparison, Yifeng finally chose a storefront around 100 meters from the entrance of the 8th alley. This storefront was a newly vacant ground-floor self-built house storefront with no transfer fee, and the monthly rent was 230 yuan. Wang Tai looked around, with the bustling Tian City commercial area in mind. Noticing that there was no one around here, it was quite desolate. Brother Feng, are we really going to choose this storefront? It's so quiet here. What if no one comes? Wang Tai worriedly asked. Yifeng chuckled. It's good that it's quiet here. The rent can be cheaper. Don't worry. Once the shop is set up, as long as we advertise well, customers will come. Plus, look, there's a high-end cafe on the side of the road at the entrance of the alley. The people going in and out of such high-end cafes surely have higher incomes, and it's normal for them to have computers at home. As long as we find a way to advertise there, the effect will certainly be great. Following where he pointed, Wang Tai indeed saw a well-decorated cafe at the entrance of the alleyway. He didn't expect Brother Feng to consider even this cafe. Brother Feng's thinking is really impressive. Wang Tai silently admired him. Number 100 of the 8th alley. There's a contact phone number, Yifeng said as he walked into the empty storefront to inspect. This was already his 3rd time looking at it. The storefront wasn't large, around 50 square meters, completely empty, with just white walls all around. A chair at the entrance had the landlord's phone number and rental information. At that time, mobile phones were not widely spread among the common people. Even the best-selling, cheapest Nokia 3310 cost 1,500 yuan. A typical monthly salary for the working class was only 300 to 400 yuan, and some might not even save up 1,000 yuan throughout the year. Mobile phones were considered luxury items. After the large reform in state-owned enterprises after 2000, many factories either closed down or were merged, leading to an additional 30 million unemployed workers nationwide who had to find their own ways to make a living. Now was a period of struggle. Ordinary families dared not to spend recklessly. Yifeng's family didn't even have a landline phone. They borrowed one from the Gu family when needed. Among the Gu family, only the deputy factory director, Buxing Zhan, had a Nokia 3310 mobile phone for business contacts. Those who could afford to buy a mobile phone and pay the monthly phone bill were generally from wealthier backgrounds. Typical working-class families either installed a landline at home or used the public phones found on the streets when necessary. Yifeng also wanted to buy a mobile phone and a computer, but his funds were limited. "Come on, TZ. Let's go to the phone booth and call the landlord." Yifeng beckoned. At a roadside phone booth, there were 5 or 6 people in front of Yifeng waiting to make calls. He stood in line, took out a 30 yuan denomination IC card, which was a popular item at the time. After waiting for over half an hour in line, Yifeng finally got his turn. He inserted the IC card into the phone booth, and it showed a balance of 12 yuan. He dialed the landlord's number using a notebook. After a few rings, a somewhat impatient woman's voice came over the phone. "Hello, who is this?" Yifeng could still hear the clattering of mahjong tiles in the background. "You're the landlord of the storefront at number 100 of the 8th alley, right? I want to rent the storefront and see it," Yifeng said directly. "Oh, renting the storefront? Okay. Wait a moment," came the slightly excited voice from the other end of the line. They arranged to meet at the storefront's entrance. Hanging up the phone, Yifeng and Wan Tai waited at the storefront's entrance. After a while, a slightly chubby middle-aged woman wearing a floral dress walked over from the end of the alley. "You want to rent the place, right?" The middle-aged lady examined Yifeng from head to toe with uncertain eyes. Yifeng was very young. He looked like a high school student rather than a business-minded adult. "Yes, ma'am," Yifeng said, calling her ma'am, which brought a smile to the middle-aged woman's face. This young man had quite the way with words. She opened the door fully. "Come in and take a look. It's still an empty storefront, no transfer fee required. And the rent is only 230 yuan, very cheap." Yifeng smiled slightly, saying, "It looks decent indeed, but is the water and electricity fully functional?" The middle-aged lady replied, "Fully functional. There's even a kitchen inside. You can cook as well. By the way, what kind of business do you young people want to run by renting this place?" she asked. "Just to clarify, you can't run any shady business in this place." Yifeng smiled. "We want to open a computer repair shop. This is what we are studying, just trying to make some money with our skills." "A computer repair shop? I really can't tell. You two are so young and already have such skills," the middle-aged lady said, in surprise. "Nothing much. We learned it on our own," Yifeng replied, carefully inspecting the water and electricity details in the storefront. After a round, he found no major issues, but the decoration was ordinary, and there were no complimentary items inside. In contrast, Wan Tai showed excitement, seeming very pleased with the storefront. Yifeng tugged at his sleeve to make him tone down his excitement. Wan Tai quickly mimicked Yifeng, putting on a more subdued expression. "So, young man, my place is not bad, right? Let me tell you, getting a place like mine for 230 yuan a month is quite a deal." The middle-aged lady emphasized the scarcity of the storefront, wanting Yifeng to make a decision quickly. Yifeng shook his head, pretending to look somewhat dissatisfied. "It looks okay, but there's no furniture inside, not even tables and chairs, and the decor is a bit rough. Most importantly, this alley is too remote and quiet. It's the weekend now, not a single person around. This location might not be suitable," Yifeng commented. "Ma'am, I think 230 yuan for this storefront is a bit expensive. We'll consider other options. Thank you for showing us around," Yifeng said, turning to leave. The middle-aged lady became anxious. Her storefront had been vacant for over 3 months due to the desolation of the alley without much foot traffic. Finally, someone was interested in renting it. How could she let this chance slip away? Hey, young man, this price is really low. Are you sure you don't want to rent?" Yifeng turned back after exiting the door, smiled for a moment, then said, "I think 150 yuan a month would be more appropriate for this place." The middle-aged lady was taken aback, exclaiming, 150 yuan? This storefront is 50 square meters, that's too low. No. How can you bargain like this? Too harsh." Yifeng shook his head. "I saw storefronts in the 9th and 12th alleys that are 60 square meters for only 200 yuan a month, and they even come with tables, chairs, and electric fans. 150 yuan a month isn't low, he said. Oh, have they lowered their rent? The middle-aged lady was surprised. She had set the rental price based on nearby storefronts, but hearing Yifeng's revelation that those storefronts were available for just 200 yuan, she was astonished. Yifeng smirked, showing a nearly imperceptible smile. His previous words had been half true and half false, just to tease her. Yes, Mom, if you're not willing, we'll go check out other options, Yifeng said, turning to leave. The middle-aged lady hurriedly caught up and said, Wait, how about 170 yuan a month? Let's make it a deal quickly at 170 yuan. After contemplating for a moment, Yifeng said, No, 160 yuan. Any higher and it won't be worth it. The middle-aged lady gritted her teeth. Fine. 160 yuan it is. That's final. Wang Tai, watching Yifeng's bargaining skills, was amazed. Brother Feng is so awesome. Negotiating prices like a pro. Most storefronts nearby were renting for over 200 yuan. Getting a 50 square meter storefront for 160 yuan in the core commercial area is unmatched in cost effectiveness. It's a steal. Yifeng finally smiled. Okay, we'll save the trouble of looking elsewhere. Let's rent it for now and see how it goes. How long are you planning to rent? The middle-aged lady asked. Yifeng showed four fingers. 4 months. 4 months? Isn't that too short? The middle-aged woman frowned. Yifeng pretended to sigh and said, Business is tough nowadays. If things work out, I'll renew for another year. But if I can't make it in for months, I'll have to close the shop. The middle-aged woman thought about it and agreed. With the economy in a downturn and businesses struggling, finding a tenant for the space was already a good deal. All right, let's go print the contract and sign it, the middle-aged woman said. They went through the process, found a print shop, and printed out a standard lease contract. After reviewing the contract, Yifeng added a few clauses, such as no arbitrary rent increases and tenfold compensation for landlord breaches. After Yifeng made the adjustments, the middle-aged woman quickly scanned through and agreed. They signed the contract on the spot. The rent was 1 month's advance and 4 months' deposit, totaling 900 yuan. With just 1,000 yuan in hand, Yifeng's remaining money after paying the rent was now his pocket money. Ms. J, it's been a pleasure doing business. If my business picks up, I'll definitely continue the lease. Yifeng smiled. The middle-aged woman, surnamed J, was called J Giffen. Through their conversation, Yifeng learned that she was a native of Guang City, with a son studying in Jing City, and her husband worked as a junior supervisor in electromechanical factory. She enjoyed playing mahjong and gambling for small amounts of money, often ending up losing more than winning, which led her to rent out the ground floor to supplement the household finances. Yifeng finally understood why she was so eager to rent out the place. Her family was not well off either. However, gambling while not well off seemed somewhat self-inflicted. All right, you have the keys now. I have to go play mahjong. I'll be off then, J Giffen said, taking her copy of the contract and leaving in a hurry to go play mahjong. After watching J Giffen walk away, Wang Tai expressed his admiration to Yifeng, saying, Brother Feng, you're amazing. You secured the shop for just 160 yuan. You're better at negotiating than my mom. So impressive. Yifeng patted his shoulder and said, Shop rent is also considered a business cost. To control costs, bargaining is necessary. Let's go. First, let's get a new lock. Then we can grab some lunch. Yifeng found a locksmith in a nearby alley, spent 30 yuan on a new lock, and replaced the lock on the shop door. It was a precautionary measure to prevent any mishaps. After finishing up, Yifeng took Wang Tai to eat rice noodle rolls. There was a shop selling rice noodle rolls at the end of Tian Street. After eating their fill, Yifeng planned to explore the surrounding area to check out the commercial opportunities. However, he was thin, and his profile showed a pale complexion with high cheekbones, giving off a sense of malnutrition. Hearing footsteps approaching, the young man warily turned to glance at Yifeng and Wang Tai. Seeing no threat from the two, he turned back to continue searching through the trash. Yifeng noticed his deep phoenix eyes, but they lacked any light, as if he had already lost the spark of life and became numb and indifferent. Ah, how pitiful! Wang Tai shook his head and whispered. In this period of economic hardship, where begging and homelessness were prevalent, he had become one of the city's abandoned children. Yifeng also sighed, realizing that the young man was not very old, seemingly around 18 or 19. He might have been a promising young student attending classes, but had now stooped to rummaging through trash for food. After a while, the young man finally found a piece of bread still unfinished in the trash bin, relief washing over his face. With the food in hand, he lowered his head and walked away. However, after a few steps, two young men with bleached hair and iron chains around their necks appeared in front of him, blocking his path. "You again, you little punk." One of them, wearing a shirt with a skull print, fiercely glared at the young man and kicked him to the ground. "Didn't I warn you not to show up in this area again? Every time I see you, I will beat you." The skull-shirted young man continued to curse and insult the young man on the ground, while the other young man with the iron chain joined in the beating. The young man in the blue t-shirt could only cover his head, curl up on the ground, and endure the blows helplessly. Yifeng knew that intervening at that moment would surely bring trouble. In the past, he might have chosen to ignore the situation to avoid getting involved. He could have remained indifferent, thinking that he had no connection to the unfortunate young man and questioning why he should help. But now, having a second chance at life, how could he live with regrets or let himself be consumed by the pursuit of money, turning into a cold-hearted person? No, that was impossible. There was nothing to fear. "Stop!" Yifeng shouted with determination. Wang Tai rolled up his sleeves, standing beside him without hesitation. Regardless, if they were to fight, they must protect Yifeng. The two troublemakers turned their attention towards Yifeng after hearing the voice. The skull-shirted man glared at Yifeng fiercely. "Who do you think you are? Minding other people's business. Are you looking for trouble? I have the power to take you down right here in broad daylight," Yifeng said with a cold snort. "This is Guan City. This is Daxia. There are still laws here." The two thugs burst into laughter at Yifeng's words. "Ha ha, talking about the law. Let me tell you, in this area, we are the law," the skull-shirted man said, arrogantly. The other young man with the iron chain pulled out a switchblade from his pocket and sneered at Yifeng, saying, "Ma Feng, here are two lambs coming to us voluntarily, right?" Ma Feng, also known as the skull-shirted man, showed a fierce look in his eyes. "Yes, since these two kids love poking their noses into other people's business, let's show them the consequences." The two hooligans walked towards Yifeng. "Kid, hand over all your valuables and money." Ma Feng stared fiercely at Yifeng, while the other young man gestured with his switchblade, which looked dangerously sharp. Yifeng quickly thought of a way out and attracted their attention by speaking up. "Well, I do have money, but I don't think you'll be able to take it from me." "What? Are you looking to die? I'll stab you." The iron chain-wielding young man threatened viciously. Smack! Before he could finish his words, he suddenly felt a sharp pain at the back of his head. The young man in the blue t-shirt struck him hard with a brick, knocking the iron chain-wielding man to the ground. Blood gushed from the wound as he felt dizzy, unable to move. Witnessing this, Ma Feng was taken aback and utterly confused, not understanding what had just happened. In the blink of an eye, Yifeng exclaimed, "TZ, get him." Wang Tai was prepared, clenching his fists and landing a punch on Ma Feng's face. The punch was strong, causing Ma Feng to stagger. Yifeng followed up with a kick, putting all his strength into it, landing on Ma Feng's groin. Ma Feng yelped in pain as Wang Tai seemed to hear the sound of breaking eggs. Yifeng's blow was precise and fierce. Impressed by Yifeng's actions, Wang Tai stepped in to help, kicking Ma Feng relentlessly while he was down. Despite Wang Tai seeming a bit naive, he showed no fear when it came to fighting. With a larger stature and more strength compared to Yifeng, his kicks made Ma Feng howl in agony. Crack! Suddenly, there was the sound of a knife stabbing into flesh. Yifeng and Wang Tai were shocked, thinking that the young man in the blue t-shirt had been stabbed. Turning around, they realized that it was the young man himself, his eyes bloodshot, with a face full of malice, as he ruthlessly plunged the switchblade into the iron chain-wielding man's thigh. Crack! Another stab, and fresh blood gushed out. The iron chain-wielding man screamed in pain, a look of horror in his eyes. "No. No. Please." In his eyes, this young man who had been repeatedly beaten by him and Ma Feng, offering no resistance, had now turned into a demon. The young man in the blue t-shirt had completely lost his temper at that moment, his anger clouding his judgment. As he raised the dagger to strike, a hand suddenly grabbed his wrist. "Calm down. If you kill him, you'll end up in jail. Think about your family," a low voice belonging to Yifeng advised. The young man in the blue t-shirt turned to see who was holding his hand and, following the arm, he saw Yifeng, causing him to freeze. After a moment, the madness in his eyes gradually dissipated, and he regained some sense of reason. You are young. You have a future ahead of you. You don't need to ruin your life over a scoundrel, Yifeng gently advised, seeing the young man regaining his composure. If he were to kill the scoundrel, it might feel good momentarily, but he would forever be labeled a murderer, destined to be caught and jailed, possibly even facing the death penalty. Sacrificing his life for a scoundrel was not worth it. I understand. The young man in the blue t-shirt calmed down and spoke calmly. Yifeng breathed a sigh of relief and released his wrist. Suddenly, the young man in the blue t-shirt stabbed the Iron Chain youth in the thigh again. Ah! The Iron Chain youth cried in pain, his thigh already bearing for cuts, blood flowing non-stop, staining the ground red. Yifeng was taken aback, realizing that the young man was ruthless and reckless. The young man in the blue t-shirt pulled out the spring knife and walked over to the cowering wasp. No. No. Please. I was wrong. Don't stab me. The wasp, seeing the fate of his companion, paled in fear, pleading for mercy. However, the young man in the blue t-shirt remained expressionless, repeatedly stabbing his thigh. The wasp cried out in pain, his face contorted, filled with terror. I'll take this knife. If you dare to bully us again, I'll kill you, the young man in the blue t-shirt said with an extremely calm voice, devoid of any emotion, but the killing intent sent shivers down the spine. The wasp was extremely scared, tears streaming down his face. No, I won't do it again. Elder brother, I was wrong. Yifeng tugged at the corner of his mouth, telling Wang Tai, remember, never underestimate anyone. Wang Tai, stunned, nodded repeatedly. I got it. What are you guys doing? At this moment, someone stuck their head out of the window and asked loudly. Yifeng quickly pulled the young man in the blue t-shirt up from the ground and whispered, leave quickly. The young man in the blue t-shirt ran off, followed by Yifeng and Wang Tai. The three of them ran out of Tian City's commercial district, reaching the bridge tunnel near Guanxi's second bridge. When they reached the bridge tunnel, the young man in the blue t-shirt finally stopped. Wang Tai sat down exhausted, breathing heavily. Yifeng, won't the police come after us? Yifeng also caught his breath, smiled, and said, no, those two are definitely habitual criminals who rob frequently. They won't report us to the police. Phew. That's a relief. Wang Tai chuckled, finally letting out a sigh of relief. Dig brother, you're back. Suddenly, a crisp voice of a little girl echoed from the dark corner of the bridge tunnel. Yifeng and Wang Tai turned their heads to see a ragged little girl with disheveled hair timidly stepping out of the darkness. She looked about 7 or 8 years old, not very tall, similarly thin, malnourished, but with big, bright eyes, exuding innocence and purity. The little girl seemed scared upon seeing Yifeng and Wang Tai, hiding behind the young man in the blue t-shirt, her face showing some fear. Don't be afraid. They are my brother's friends, the young man in the blue t-shirt reassured her. Are you hungry? Look, I brought back bread for you. Go ahead and eat it. The young man in the blue t-shirt took out a half piece of bread he found in the trash can from his pocket and handed it to the little girl, a hint of a smile appearing on his face, tender and indulgent. The little girl took the bread, her eyes wide, and asked, brother, did you eat? I did. See? I already ate half of it. The rest is for you, he replied. Brother, why are you injured again? Did someone bully you? No. I fell on the road. No one bullied me, he replied. Wang Tai, listening to the siblings' conversation, couldn't help feeling emotional, his eyes moist. The siblings were truly pitiful. Yifeng tapped his shoulder, feeling emotional. Wang Tai, there are people in this world who have a tougher life than us. Wang Tai gave a bitter smile. Compared to them, what we've been through is nothing. Yifeng stood up and walked over to the young man in the blue t-shirt, asking, what's your name? Han Ping'an, he replied. I'm Yifeng, and this is my brother, Wang Tai. Yifeng introduced themselves. Han Ping'an turned around and bowed deeply to Yifeng and Wang Tai. Thank you for earlier, he said gratefully. He may not be good with words, but he was genuinely thankful. Yifeng's actions were like a ray of light shining into his previously dark world. Having a job meant earning money, and with money, they could buy food and survive. Survival meant there was hope. Yifeng offered him hope for a new life. When you see something wrong, it's right to step in. I couldn't just stand by and watch you being treated this way. Yifeng was about to say more but noticed the little girl listening intently to him, so he stopped. Han Ping'an also understood that his sister was present and he didn't want her to worry, so he tried to keep the incident from her. Yifeng nodded and smiled. Yifeng sent Wang Tai to buy some snacks and food. Han Ping'an and Yifeng sat down not far away. Han Ping'an, not one for flowery words, shared his backstory simply and bluntly, without adding any embellishments. He was 18 years old, and his sister, Han Nanni, was 10. They had lived in the lower class since childhood. Their parents used to work in a paper factory, and their combined income could sustain them. However, the factory was closed due to pollution, leading to all employees losing their jobs. Losing their jobs was a devastating blow to them. After being laid off, both siblings dropped out of school. Their father fell into gambling and accumulated debts. Unable to bear the hardships, their mother left them. 3 years ago, their father was forced to commit suicide by debt collectors. Now, only the siblings were left alone, relying on each other for survival. For the past 3 years, they had been living in the bridge tunnel. Han Ping'an tried to find odd jobs, but with the economic downturn, competition for jobs was fierce, and he could barely secure any work. Their income was meager and unstable, leading to a hand-to-mouth existence. The two bullies had been picking on him regularly, venting their frustrations on him. Unable to endure it any longer, he had felt the urge to kill. After hearing Han Ping'an's story, Yifeng fell into silence. Though he appeared calm when recounting his past, the suffering behind those calm words was palpable. Your name means peace every year. Chosen by whom? It's a good implication. Yifeng tried to console him. My mother, Han Ping'an replied with a self-deprecating smile, finding it somewhat ironic. Do you have any plans for the future? Yifeng asked. I have no plans, he replied, a hint of confusion on his face. Then he added, surviving one day at a time is good enough. Yifeng smiled. Then help me, and I'll pay you a salary. Me? Han Ping'an was astonished, unable to believe his luck. Finding a job to support himself and his sister was a blessing. Yifeng nodded solemnly. Yes, and accommodation is provided. I just acquired a shop today. It needs renovation, and I need help with that. You and your sister can stay there. The shop has a kitchen, so you can cook for yourselves. Upon hearing this, Han Ping'an trembled, eyes welling up with tears of disbelief and excitement. He was grateful beyond words. He might have a chance to start anew with a steady job. I said you are young and have a future. I believe in your future. It will be bright, Yifeng reassured him with a smile. Han Ping'an might realize one day in the future that meeting Yifeng had changed his life. Brother, don't bully my brother. Han Nanni ran over, hugging Han Ping'an, glaring at Yifeng protectively. Thinking Yifeng was mistreating her brother, she rushed over to shield him. However, she was also afraid of Yifeng, pouting and on the verge of tears, of holding them back. Yifeng chuckled at the strong bond between the siblings. Han Ping'an stood up, patted her head, and said, Nanni, brother wasn't bullied. He's now the boss and you can call Yifeng Brother Feng. Han Nanni checked her brother's expression, then nervously addressed Yifeng, Brother Feng. Boss. Nanni. Be good. I'll give you candy later, Yifeng said with a smile, wanting to ruffle her hair but refraining because she was still slightly worried and sensitive. Wang Tai returned with a big bag of various foods, candies, and fruits. Here, take it, this is what Brother Feng asked me to buy, Wang Tai said with a goofy smile. Yifeng took out a bag of soft candies from the bag and handed it to Han Nanni, gently saying, Here, Nanni, this candy is for you. Han Nanni hesitated to take it, looking at Han Ping'an to see if it was allowed. Han Ping'an hesitated for a moment, choosing not to accept the candies. He thought he had done nothing yet to deserve them. Seeing his reluctance, Yifeng insisted, Consider it a gift from me. Take it. Han Ping'an finally accepted the sweets, his face breaking into a smile. Thank you, Yifeng, Han Nanni joyfully said, accepting the candy. Yifeng then took out his wallet, pulled out a 50 yuan note, and handed it to Han Ping'an. Your monthly salary is 300 yuan. This is an advance payment. Meet me tomorrow at 9 a.m. at 100 Tianhe Road, Lane 8. Han Ping'an hesitated. I can't take this. Yifeng insisted, but Han Ping'an remained firm, refusing to take the money until he had done any work. Yifeng chuckled, shaking his head, and said, All right, remember to come to the shop tomorrow. Han Ping'an smiled and replied, Okay. The translation of the Mandarin text to English is as follows. It's getting late, I have something to do. so I'll head back first. See you tomorrow. Yifeng said goodbye to Han Ping'an. Take care, boss. Han Ping'an bowed. Yifeng smiled and said, Don't call me boss. Just call me Brother Fun, like iron. Yes, Brother Fun. Han Ping'an nodded heavily. Well, let's go. See you tomorrow. Yifeng waved to Han Nanny. Goodbye, Brother Fun, Nanny shouted unclearly while eating soft candy. Han Ping'an held his sister's hand and watched Yifeng and Wang Tai leave. Brother Fun is a good person, Nanny said earnestly. Yes, he's also our benefactor. Han Ping'an expressed gratitude to Yifeng. Brother Fun, I will forever remember your kindness today, and I will definitely repay it in the future. He silently made up his mind. Yifeng and Wang Tai returned to the shop to get their bicycles and headed to Zhao Xinji's computer shop. Just as Yifeng parked at the door, Zhao Xinji, with sharp eyes, greeted him. Hey, Yizhe, you came at just the right time. Today is Saturday, and we have for customers bringing in their computers for repair. I've been waiting for you. You don't even have a phone. I can't even give you a call. Zhao Xinji smiled with his eyes squinting. Why are there so many today? Is the boss promoting? Yifeng curiously asked. Based on the flow of customers at this shop, repairing a dozen or so computers in a month is considered normal. Hehe. Not much. I just texted all our old customers, saying that we are now offering repair services here. When they heard that repairing here is more convenient and cheaper, they are more than willing to come. Zhao Xinji smiled proudly. Zhao boss knows how to do business. I'll have to learn a lot from you in the future, Yifeng complimented. Zhao Xinji was flattered and said, Hey, if you want to learn, we can go into business together. You can manage the repair business, train apprentices, and we can dominate the computer repair business in this area. We could easily make tens of thousands. Yifeng knew what Zhao Xinji was thinking, but partnering with him in business was not an option. He was pure businessman. What is a businessman? Someone who only sees profits. It's said that partnerships are based on interests, but once the interests are gone, the partnership will dissolve, or it might even turn into animosity. Yifeng has always interacted with Zhao Xinji with a mutually beneficial attitude, and their relationship was based solely on mutual benefit. Let's talk about it later. I have to go repair some computers now, Yifeng casually responded and entered the work area. Zhao Xinji's eyes showed a hint of disappointment, but he maintained a smile on his face. All four computers had black screen faults, 2 had issues with memory, and 2 had problems with the motherboard power supply capacitors. The memory used in these 2 computers was Stramp 1010 Ms, 64 megabytes, and a new piece of this memory cost over 1,300 yuan. Repairing these old memories was more troublesome. Tell the customers of these 2 computers that there are memory issues. They may have to wait a bit. It might be repaired late. Probably they can take it up around 6 in the afternoon. Yifeng informed Zhao Xinji. What? You can fix it today. I thought it would take 2 or 3 days. They took it to the electronics department and quoted 1,000 yuan, and they needed to wait 5 or 6 days for repairs. Are you sure you can fix it today? Zhao Xinji asked in surprise. Yifeng joked, Is Zhao boss doubting my skills? Or is it my integrity? No. Absolutely not. I'll inform the customers in a bit, Zhao Xinji quickly explained. Yifeng focused on repairing the computers, and by 6 in the afternoon, customers began arriving to retrieve their machines, waiting to take them home. Yifeng finally finished the repairs, tested the machines to confirm they were functioning properly, and handed them over. Just as he was carrying out the computers, he noticed a familiar face among the customers. Ha, buddy, all the computers are fixed. Yang Jian walked over with a smile. Ah, it's Yang brother. Why do you have time to come? Yifeng asked curiously. Not much. A friend's computer broke down, and I recommended him to come to you for repairs. You're fast and good. Saves time. We're going to the bar after this, Yang Jian said with a smile. Getting recognition from customers made Yifeng feel good. Doing business should be like this. One party has a need, the other can meet that need. Both benefit, and most importantly, gaining the customer's recognition of your skill. Thank you for taking care of the business. Can you take the computer back and use it without any problems? Yifeng asked with concern. No problem, it works well, just like new. Even red alert is not lagging anymore. You're skilled. Yang Jian gave a thumbs up in praise. Yifeng chuckled, as long as it works. In fact, he just cleaned up the junk memory for him. In this era, when computers were not fully popular, most people didn't know much about how to use them, and without third-party software to help them. So, it was common for computers to slow down after extended use, as most computer users did not maintain them properly and didn't install necessary software. The computers are fixed. Let me show you, Yifeng said to the four customers, demonstrating the computers one by one. Ensuring they had no issues, they were all delighted and praised Yifeng's excellent skills. Finally, they all gladly paid the repair fees. Each person paid 800 yuan, and Yifeng made 3,200 yuan in half a day. After the customers left, Zhao Xinji excitedly approached Yifeng, rubbing his hands together and praising, "Yi kid, your skills are amazing, even better than the repair shops at the electronics building. There aren't many shops in Guangxi who can repair computers now. Most people have to send them back to the manufacturer. If we were to partner up, we could definitely make a big profit." Yifeng smiled and said, "Let's talk about this later. Zhao boss, where's the money?" Zhao Xinju's share was 640 yuan, and Yifeng gave him 650 yuan. Even 10 yuan had to be returned to him. Zhao Xinju saw that Yifeng seemed uninterested and felt a bit disappointed, but he was still happy to receive the money and return 10 yuan to Yifeng. Making several hundred yuan in one day felt great. He saw Yifeng as a golden goose. If he could drag him into business together, they could definitely make a lot of money. But why wasn't this kid interested? After collecting the money and counting the remaining loose change in his wallet, Yifeng found that he had 2,710 yuan. He made quite a bit of money today. This amount of money may seem small, but it's not yet enough for him to fly solo. Renovating the shop, purchasing office supplies, and buying a batch of computer components all required money, and there were many other areas where money was needed in the future. However, now there were exactly 60 days left before the college entrance examination high school graduation exam, and he needed to earn more in these 2 months working at Zhao Xinju's shop. "Alright, Zhao boss, I've finished the job, and it's getting late. I have to go home for dinner. I'll come back tomorrow." Yifeng bid farewell. Hey, Yi kid, I'll treat you to dinner tonight. Let's go to Guanwei restaurant, my treat. Zhao Xinji eagerly invited. "No. Maybe some other time. I have things to do." Yifeng politely declined. With that, Yifeng and Wang Tai prepared to leave the shop. At this moment, a middle-aged man in a faded white shirt, carrying a bag on his shoulder, walked into the shop. He almost collided with Yifeng on his way in. "Oops, I'm sorry. Really sorry. My bad." The man in the white shirt bowed apologetically. "It's okay." Yifeng smiled. The middle-aged man in the white shirt nodded and shouted to the store owner, "Zhao boss, had you considered those goats? Do you want to buy those items?" "Manager Huang, I've thought about it. We sell new computers here, so those old components you have are of no use to us. You should try elsewhere." Zhao Xinju waved his hand impatiently. The man in the white shirt looked disappointed. Okay, I'll ask elsewhere. Sorry for disturbing you." After speaking, the man in the white shirt sighed, turned around, and left. However, Yifeng overheard that he seemed to have a batch of old computer components to sell, sparking his interest, and he followed after him. They walked a few dozen meters away from the shop, and Yifeng called out to him, "Manager Huang, wait a moment." Huang Guanyuan heard someone call him and turned back to see Yifeng, showing a hint of confusion on his face. Could this young man be looking for trouble? "Do you need something, young man?" Huang Guanyuan cautiously assessed Yifeng. Yifeng smiled warmly and said, "I heard you mentioning a batch of old computer components at the store earlier." Huang Guanyuan was surprised. It turned out this young man was inquiring about the computer components. Was he interested in them? Upholding the principle of not missing any business opportunities, Huang Guanyuan quickly changed to a friendly smile and introduced his business to Yifeng. He was a business manager at an electronics component recycling company, but in truth, he was just a salesperson. Their company specialized in the recycling of old electronics and appliances, salvaging valuable items from individuals or landfills. Last month, they bought a batch of 25 old machines from a garbage recycling shop, all discarded and replaced by internet cafes. Unfortunately, all the good parts had been taken out by the seller, and what was left were useless scraps, sold by weight as scrap metal. Their boss saw this batch of goods and became interested, thinking they could disassemble then, and possibly assemble 2 or 3 computers. However, they didn't expect these to be all old and damaged components. They couldn't even assemble a single computer. These old components would be a large sum to repair and wouldn't fetch a good price even after fixing them. The repair costs would exceed the selling price of the computer, making it a loss. Now the boss sent their salespersons to seek out computer shops that were willing to buy these components and get rid of this hot potato. After running around for half a month searching almost to every computer store in Guangxi, no boss was willing to take over the batch. Yifeng listened to his story, and although he appeared nonchalant, his interest was piqued. He said, "Manager Huang, I'm a high school senior at First High School, and I'm quite interested in computer components, so I'd like to study some old components." Huang Guanyuan heard that Yifeng was just a high school student, and a look of disappointment flickered across his face. He thought he had found a potential big bear, but it turned out to be just a student. It seemed he had wasted much effort and time for nothing. It looked like he was destined to gain nothing today. "I understand. You want to buy. You have enough money for them? These 25 old, the old components, including monitors, would cost 5,000 yuan. Huang Guanyuan inquired suspiciously. Wang Tai spoke up first in shock. "What? 5,000 yuan? That's so expensive. You bought them by weight. Now you're selling based on computer components. Such a cunning business strategy. Brother Feng, let's forget it. They're trying to cheat us." Wang Tai gestured to pull Yifeng away. Yifeng gave him an approving gaze. "Tais, good job. You learned how to negotiate a price so quickly." "Yeah. Manager Huang, it's not very sincere of you. If that's the price you're suggesting, then I don't think we can continue the discussion." Yifeng shook his head and said before turning to leave. Huang Guanyuan felt anxious at the thought of missing an opportunity, so he quickly grabbed Yifeng's hand, with a forced smile on his face, saying, "Don't rush. Let's negotiate the price. Let's talk about it." Yifeng pretended to be uninterested. "All right, a few days later. We'll check the goats first before deciding." "When do you plan to go see the goats?" "I'm available now." Yifeng checked the sky. The sun had set. "It's late, we have to go back. Let's talk about it in a few days." "Hey, young man, what do you mean by a few days? Can I have your phone number?" Huang Guanyuan hurriedly asked. "Let's say next Saturday. My phone number is 020775 Yifeng left Gumuji's phone number with him and bid farewell, leaving with Wang Tai. Wang Tai rode his bicycle and asked in confusion, "Fengjie, do you really want to buy those old components?" Yifeng chuckled. "To everyone else, they are electronic junk, but to me, they are treasures. Can we make a big profit with them? It all depends on the condition of those goods." "Ah, I see. Why don't we go see tomorrow?" "Tais, you goof, if they find out we really want to buy, they will definitely ask for a higher price. So, we have to wait and not let them see our true intentions and push their price down to the lowest." "Oh, I see it now. Fengjie, you're awesome. I understand." In the evening, Wang Tai was driving Yifeng home. When they passed by a cell phone store, Yifeng asked him to stop. "Fengjie, what's up?" "I need to buy a phone. It's inconvenient without one." Yifeng got out of the car and continued, "Wait here for me, I'll be out soon." Inside the cell phone store, it was not big, selling new phones of various brands, as well as second-hand phones. Yifeng went straight to ask the boss the price of a second-hand Nokia 3310. The new phone was selling for around 1,500 yuan, but the boss quoted 800 yuan for the second-hand phone. After some bargaining, Yifeng managed to haggle the price down to 600 yuan, and also spent 20 yuan to buy a 7-digit SIM card, which activated successfully. Yifeng paid 620 yuan and happily played with the phone. The 3310 phone was the hottest selling phone at the moment, capable of making calls, sending texts, and playing Snake. It had the best value for money among all the phones currently available. Now he was also a phone owner. After buying the phone, Yifeng came out of the store and showed off to Wang Tai. "TZ, look, I have a phone too." "Fengjie, let me see." Wang Tai excitedly exclaimed. He took the phone, fiddling with it, feeling quite fascinated. He had seen such a thing before but had never played with one. Yifeng taught him how to send texts, make calls, and Wang Tai looked envious. "All right, stop drooling. When I earn some money, I'll get you a phone too." Yifeng patted his shoulder. "Really? Fengjie, I love you so much." Wang Tai exclaimed excitedly. Go, Get out of here. My sexual orientation is normal, alright. It's getting dark. Let's ride back home. Yifan returned home at 7 o'clock. As soon as he opened the door, he smelled the aroma of the meal. Wow, it smells so good. Mom, what delicious food did you make today? Yifan cheerfully exclaimed. You child, you played outside all day, and now you decide to come back. Zixi helped me with a lot of housework. Meng Xiaoyun came out of the kitchen with the dishes. Go wash up. It's time to eat. Yifan saw Gumuxi sitting on a couch obediently watching TV. Gumuxi turned her head to look at him and asked, Yifan, where did you and Wang Tai go to play? You didn't even take me. There seemed to be a hint of resentment in her tone. Hehe. Nothing much. Just went to fix a computer. How come? You already miss me after just one day. Yifan walked over and joked in a low voice. Humph. Dreaming big. Who misses you? Fool. Gumuxi blushed, arrogantly. Yifeng, after dinner, come with me. I have something to give you. Yifeng was taken aback. What are you giving me? Gumuxi mysteriously said. You'll find out after dinner. Yifeng scratched his head. What was this little girl up to? Was she planning something to tease him? He had to be careful later. After washing up, Yifeng's father, Yi Jianjun, came home. Dad, why did you work so late today? Yifeng asked puzzledly. The workers at the factory organized some sort of self-help union. They want to elect a few representatives to go to the city to fight for their rights, so I had to attend a meeting there. That's why I came home late. Yi Jianjun sighed. The situation at the third rolling steel plant is getting more chaotic. I heard that Lao Gu was sent to Shanghai to negotiate the merger with Shanghai Steel, and they all seem to have some opinions. Yifeng recalled that the third rolling steel plant was also struggling and would likely become another member of the state-owned enterprises closing down under the reform wave. The third rolling steel plant was just a microcosm of the thousands of state-owned enterprises. The largest wave of layoffs in Daxia had arrived. Dad, don't worry, everything will be fine. Let's not talk about work at home. Come, let's eat. Meng Xiaoyun came out of the kitchen with the food. Tonight's meal was as hearty as yesterday. 3 dishes and a soup, 2 meat dishes and 1 vegetarian dish, sweet and sour fish, bitter melon with pork slices, stir-fried water spinach with garlic, and a very delicious clam and vegetable soup. Yifeng thought he was lucky to have Gumuxi's blessings these past few days. After dinner, Gumuxi and Yifeng went downstairs for a walk. The night enveloped the workers' community, with the dim streetlights illuminating the area. Occasionally some barking dogs could be heard. It was quiet and peaceful. As soon as they left the house, Gumuxi covered Yifeng's eyes from behind and said, Don't open your eyes now. Why? What are you up to? Trying to kiss me? Yifeng joked. Gumuxi blushed and spat. Dream on. It was strange how Yifeng had become so slick recently, always trying to take advantage of others through words. I said there was a surprise for you. You can't open your eyes, Gumuxi instructed and then let go of his eyes. Yifeng sneakily opened his eyes just a crack, only to see Gumuxi staring at him. Alright. You peeked again. You're really not honest. Gumuxi caught him in the act. Yifeng closed his eyes again, feigning innocence. I didn't open my eyes. I couldn't see anything. Don't lie to me. Now turn around and face the wall. No peeking. Gumuxi held his hand and led him to the wall. Yifeng squeezed her soft hand, feeling comfortable. Hey, why are you holding me like this? Gumuxi blushed and let go, glaring at him. Okay now, Yifeng asked. Hold on a bit longer. Gumuxi left sneakily. In no time, she pushed out a brand new Phoenix bicycle from the stairwell. She had bought it with her New Year's money, a total of 130 yuan. It was her gift to Yifeng. His old bike had been in disrepair for 3 years, and she wanted to get him a new one, so he could ride comfortably. Would he like this gift? Would he be thrilled? Gumuxi was eagerly anticipating Yifeng's reaction. Gumuxi pushed the bike behind Yifeng. Smelly Yifeng, turn around and look at me. Yifeng turned around and saw Gumuxi staring at him with a smile, holding the new bike. He looked at the bike, feeling perplexed. This is the thing you wanted to give me, a new bike. Yifeng couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and helplessness. He finally managed to hitch a ride on her bike, and now she had bought him a new one. How was he going to ride with her in the future? Yes, don't you like it? Gumuxi asked, puzzled, noticing Yifeng's less than surprised expression, hinting at slight disappointment. Cough. No. I love it. Really love it. Wow, such a nice new bike. Yifan pretended to be extremely excited. Gumuxi, can you act any more fake? If you don't like it, I'll return it tomorrow. Gumuxi huffed as if she wanted to push the bike away. No. No. I like it. Really like it. Whatever you buy for me, I'll like it. Yifan took the bike from her. It's the new Phoenix model, right? Must have cost a lot. Well, it was 130 yuan. My New Year money is almost spent. I'm truly touched, so moved I could cry. Let me lean on your shoulder for a bit. Yifan pretended to wipe tears and hugged Gumuxi. Gumuxi, so fragrant, so soft. Gumuxi. Yifan, do you know a phrase? What? Turn on the light in the toilet, madly seeking death. Ha, watch this move, the deadly crosslook. Ah, let go. Gumuxi grabbed his head and locked his neck, immobilizing him. How'd you dare take advantage of me? Quite bold. No. No, Gumuxi, you misunderstood. Gumuxi blushed, just like a ripe peach. You stinky Yifan, what are you thinking? Hey, who's taking advantage of whom now? Miss Gu. The two of them were playfully wrestling. What are you two doing? Suddenly, Meng Xiaoyun's surprised voice came from behind. The two froze instantly. They slowly turned their heads to see Meng Xiaoyun looking at them with a very startled expression, holding a trash bag. In that moment, both Yifan and Gumuxi felt extremely awkward. Gumuxi quickly let go of Yifan and awkwardly said, "Oh, Auntie came out to throw away the garbage. Let me help you." She took the bag from Meng Xiaoyun's hand to dispose of it. Meng Xiaoyun then glanced at Yifan and said, "Son, are you bullying Muxi again?" Yifan, how biased my mom is. It's really not, Mom. We were just playing. Yifan scratched his head awkwardly. That's good. Don't bully Muxi, understand? Treat her well. Meng Xiaoyun instructed and then went back upstairs. As soon as Meng Xiaoyun went up, Gumuxi came running back. How did it go? Did Auntie say anything? She said not to bully you in the future. Yifan said seriously. Gumuxi saw through his fake words and chuckled. Big fibber. Let's go. Hop on your new bike. Let's go for a ride. Let's see how it rides. Yifan kicked the bike stand and started riding, with Gumuxi gracefully leaping onto the rear seat. Gumuxi, where do you want to go for a ride? Anywhere, up to you. Let's go to the night market street, my treat for some sweet soup. Really? Let's go then. Ha ha. Hold on tight. I'm about to ride. I've been seated tight. Go ahead and ride. You're only holding onto my clothes, not my waist. If you don't hold onto my waist, you might fall off later. Fine. Here. All set. Little E. Off we go. Near the workers' residential area of the steel plant, there is a night market street, which is the favorite place for the night gatherings of the workers from the third steel plant. You can have skewers, drinks, as well as desserts, fried skewers, clay pot congee, a variety of delicious options. At that time, the Westlake Road night market was very popular, and there would be a small night market street next to any residential area. This night market street was not far from the workers' residential area, just a 10-minute walk or less than 10-minute bike ride. Yifan took Mushi to the entrance of the night market street, parked their bikes along the street. It doesn't seem as lively as before, Mushi remarked, looking at the night market street in surprise. On both sides of the intersection were stalls selling clothes, undergarments, and socks, while inside were various food stalls. Despite the same number of stalls, there were fewer customers on the streets. Even though it was a Saturday night, the crowd was about half of what it used to be. It wasn't as crowded as before. Mushi, what would you like to buy? Yifan smiled and asked. How about, let's look at the undergarments. Not sure if there's anything suitable for you. Mushi teased, get lost. I want to go drink some dessert. Yifan nodded. Let's go. Miss Mu. The two walked side by side into the night market. Mushi naturally loved shopping and browsing around. She initially said she wouldn't look at undergarments, but ended up stopping at the undergarment stalls to make selections. Young lady, what color are you looking for? What style do you want? Do you want lace? An enthusiastic middle-aged woman at the stall greeted them. I'll take a look first. There are so many. It's a bit overwhelming, Mushi replied while browsing. The middle-aged woman chuckled and suggested, why don't you ask for your boyfriend's opinion? Pick something he likes. After all, he's the one who will be seeing it. Mushi was startled. Huh? Boyfriend? Yes, Ask for your boyfriend's opinion, right, young man? The middle-aged woman teased. Yifeng was amused and almost burst out laughing. The shopkeeper had a keen eye. He even thought we were a perfect match. Ha. Mushi's cheeks flushed red as she quickly clarified. Shopkeeper, he's not my boyfriend. The shopkeeper looked doubtful. Not your boyfriend? But he's accompanying you to buy undergarments. Oh. Really? Mushi blushed and explained, slightly coquettish. Oh. I see. I thought you two were a couple. My apologies. The shopkeeper laughed heartily. Mushi picked two beige lace trim styles and asked, Shopkeeper, how much for these two? Both are 15 yuan each, the shopkeeper replied. Ah, that's expensive. I think I'll have another look. Mushi hesitated, looking reluctant to spend the money. Yifeng pulled her back, saying, if you like them, buy them. I'll treat you tonight. Shopkeeper, please pack these two, Yifeng said, and the shopkeeper gladly obliged. Thank you for your patronage. The two of you are quite lovely. The shopkeeper beamed, quickly wrapping up the undergarments. After paying, Yifeng handed the bag to Mushi and said, Here, it's for you. Thank you. Mushi took it happily. What cup size is this? Did I buy one too big? Yifeng curiously asked. Mushi pinched his cheek. Just be quiet if you have nothing useful to say. The two playfully left the stall, and the shopkeeper couldn't help but chuckle, thinking they were a good match. Bought the undergarments. The two then approached a fried skewer stall and each bought a beef skewer. Nowadays, the fried skewers were made with fresh meat, tender and juicy, coated with a hint of black pepper sauce, tasting like steak. Yifeng eagerly devoured the skewers, finding them delicious. Mushi, on the other hand, ate daintily and ladylike, taking small bites. Yifeng finished first, wiped his mouth with a tissue from the stall, then noticed Mushi had black pepper sauce on her lips, resembling a stubble. You eat so slowly and end up with sauce all over your mouth, Yifeng joked, grabbed a tissue, and carefully wiped her lips. Mushi was stunned, gazing at him in surprise. She watched his serious and gentle expression as he cleaned her lips. Mushi felt a sudden flutter in her heart at this tender moment. She couldn't help but notice Yifeng's slightly handsome features. She could feel the warmth of his fingers on her lips, a slight electric jolt passing between them unintentionally. There. Be careful when you eat. Don't turn into a messy eater, Yifeng teased. Oh, Mushi responded softly, lowering her head, feeling her cheeks warm, not wanting Yifeng to see her embarrassment. The two left the street, enjoying their food, and making their way to a dessert shop at the end of the street. They found an empty table outside the shop, with two plastic chairs. What do you want to drink? Yifeng asked. I want a ginger milk pudding. Then I'll have coconut sago. Mushi replied. Let's agree. No sneaking sips from each other's drinks. Maximum 2 sips. Yifeng chuckled. Mushi stuck out her pink tongue playfully, recalling how they used to share drinks. Lin, 1 order of ginger milk pudding, 1 of coconut sago, and fried potatoes. Yifeng called out to the store owner. Lin. All right, got it. Please wait a moment. Lin, the middle-aged store owner, replied with a friendly smile inside the shop. A tribute said the shop had been open for over 10 years, and Yifeng and Mushi had frequented the shop dozens of times. The store owner, known as Lin, was also nicknamed Old Lin. After a while, Lin served the desserts and fried potatoes. Oh, it's you two. Are you planning to come out at night more often recently? Lin greeted them warmly. With the college entrance exams approaching, we have more homework lately, so we can only come out on weekends to relax, Mushi explained. I see. It's important to focus on the exams. You two shouldn't be spending all your time on romance, Lin joked. Ha. Mushi was stunned. Lin stood up, chuckling. Well, I was just kidding. Bringing your girlfriend out to have dessert at night. Young man, you're quite romantic, hey. Mushi glared at him, blushing. She wanted to explain further, but Lin had already walked away. Ha ha. Mushi, why does everyone think we're a couple? It's amusing. Yifeng pretended to be troubled, unable to contain his smile. Mushi grumbled. Who would be foolish enough to like you? Only a fool would find you appealing. How could the shopkeeper lack foresight in his judgment? Really? Yifeng found Mushi's frustrated expression amusing. Come on. Let's enjoy your ginger milk pudding. The two drank their desserts, chatting about everything under the moon. There seemed to be endless topics to discuss, and they never ran out of things to talk about. Mushi had finished half of her dessert and then noticed Yifeng's coconut sago. She licked her lips and asked, "Is your coconut sago tasty?" Hearing her question, Yifeng knew what she was thinking. "All right, you can have 2 sips, just 2 sips. No more." Yifeng indulged her. "Hehe. Don't worry, I'll just take small sips," Mushi agreed, excitedly drinking from Yifeng's coconut sago. She took a spoonful, then drank the rest in big gulps, sounding like a water buffalo. "Hey, stop, stop." Yifeng quickly intercepted, but only a third of the bowl remained. "Oops, Yifeng, your coconut sago is delicious," Mushi burped, feeling satisfied. Yifeng chuckled. "How could you say that after drinking half of it?" "Hehe. I got carried away and drank a bit too much." "Yifeng, your stomach can host a battleship, so I'm sure you won't mind." Mushi smirked, feeling accomplished. Yifeng retorted, "Exactly, I certainly don't mind." Yifeng suddenly initiated a surprise attack, scooped up some of Mushi's ginger milk pudding and shoved it into her mouth. "Your milk is pretty good too." Mushi grinned, feeling a twinge of pain. "That's it, I'm going to drink yours." "No. You bit me. Then put your hand out, and see if I dare to bite you." "You dare? You're like a little dog." "HMPH. You're the little dog." "No. You're the pig." "Then you're the cabbage." "Ha. What does that mean?" "That way I can nudge you." "Ha ha. Go die." As the two playfully bantered, a little girl with a basket of flowers brightened up the scene. "Flowers for sale. Flowers for sale. Do you want to buy flowers? To brothers and sister." The little girl in a flowery dress cheerfully approached Yifeng and Mushi. Yifeng paused, turned to look at her, and kindly declined. "The flowers are beautiful, but I don't need any. Thank you." The little girl blinked her big round eyes, then turned to Yifeng. "Brother, buy a flower for your girlfriend." Mushi was taken aback and looked at him dumbfounded. "Is it for me?" Gumuxi pointed to herself and asked. "Yeah. What does a big man like me need flowers for? Let me give them to you." Yifeng smiled. Gumuxi showed a happy smile and said, "All right, I'll reluctantly accept them then." She took the bouquet of roses and smelled them. "They smell so good. I'll take them back and put them in a vase," Yifeng said. "As long as you take care of them, they will thrive," Gumuxi confidently replied. After finishing their dessert, the two rode back home on a bike. When they reached downstairs, they met Wang Tai heading out for a walk. "Funjie, where did you and Gu, the campus belle, go and come back from?" Wang Tai approached them. He suddenly noticed Gumuxi holding a bouquet of roses and had a knowing look on his face. "Oh, I see, hehe, you're doing great, Funjie." Wang Tai teased Yifeng. Gumuxi blushed and said, "Wang Tai, what are you thinking? These flowers are bought to nurture." Yifeng chuckled. "It's nothing. We just went to the night market, had some late night snacks." "That's great. Was the date successful?" Wang Tai walked up to Yifeng and gave him a thumbs up. "It was fine," Yifeng replied. "Oh," Wang Tai called out with a deep meaning. Gumuxi rolled her eyes at the two of them and said, "I don't want to deal with you guys. I'm going back to plant the flowers." Gumuxi returned home, took out an unused vase, cleaned it, filled it with water, and placed the bouquet of roses inside, arranging them beautifully. "Done." She clapped her hands, sat at the dining table, and stared blankly at the roses. She had received flowers from other bows before, but none seemed as beautiful as the ones Yifeng had given her. The next morning at 8 o'clock, Yifeng and Wang Tai rode their bikes to the shop at 100 Lane 8 of Tian City. Yifeng had just entered the alley when he saw Han Ping'an sitting with his sister at the doorstep of the shop. He couldn't help but smile. This Han Ping'an was quite proactive, coming so early. Yifeng rode up to Han Ping'an and stopped. "Ping'an, why are you here so early?" Han Ping'an stood up, looking a bit awkward. "Feng, hello. I didn't have anything to do, so I came here to wait." "Have you been waiting long?" "What time did you come?" 6 o'clock. "Have you had breakfast?" "Yes, I have. I haven't finished the snacks you gave me." Yifeng raised an eyebrow and said, "You can't consider snacks as breakfast. If you don't eat, your sister needs to eat too." He then took out 10 yuan from his pocket and handed it to Han Ping'an. "Go buy some breakfast, get some buns, fried dough sticks, and some milk." Han Ping'an didn't take the money, keeping his head down in silence. Yifeng chuckled. "I'm not just getting it for you guys to eat, but also for me and TZ, as we haven't had breakfast yet." Han Ping'an reluctantly accepted the money, nodding. "Okay, Funjie, I'll go now." With that, he rushed towards the entrance of the alley, eager to complete Yifeng's task. Yifeng shook his head. Han Ping'an was too sensitive inside, and a bit stubborn. That such a person was actually well suited to be in executive position since he was quick in executing tasks and had a strong sense of responsibility. Little sister, don't stay outside in the cold. Come in and sit, Yifeng said with a caring smile, opening the shop's door. Thank you. Funjie tilde Han Nanan nodded obediently. Ever since Yifeng bought her a bag of candy and snacks yesterday, Han Nanan was no longer as afraid of Yifeng, feeling a bit closer to him. Besides the 4 white walls inside the shop and the bare kitchen at the back, there was nothing else. The hard furnishings of the shop were decent, but Yifeng wanted to reconfigure the electrical system and rearrange the wiring for better working conditions. Last night, Yifeng had already designed a plan for the shop using a blueprint. It was an innovative design, integrating the soft furnishings and service, a holistic approach to ensure customers experienced a unique consumer experience upon visiting. The shop was the only offline scene for customers to interact, and to enhance marketing success, this scene needed to be well crafted. TZ, go rent some tools for me on this list. Mainly tools for wall chiseling. Yifeng took out a list from his pocket, with items like an electric drill, a marking tool, and a tape measure listed on it. For a one-time renovation project, it was more cost-effective to rent tools instead of buying new ones to save costs. After looking at the list, Wang Tai nodded and said, "All right, I'll go buy them. Also, buy a set of kitchen utensils, like spatulas, ladles, pots, and seasoning," Yifeng added, handing the money to Wang Tai. "Got it." Wang Tai took the list and the money, then rode off on his bike. Shortly after, both Han Ping'an and Wang Tai returned. The 4 of them sat down on the floor, starting to have breakfast. Meat buns for 5 cents, vegetable buns for 3 cents, a basket of dumplings for only 2 yuan, so milk for 3 cents. A breakfast costing 10 yuan was quite sumptuous, and Yifeng even felt like the 4 of them wouldn't be able to finish it all. However, Yifeng underestimated Han Ping'an and his sister's appetites. Han Ping'an finished a bun into bites and downed a package of soy milk effortlessly, as if he hadn't had such delicious food in a long time. Han Nanan also grabbed a big meat bun and started munching on it. Ping'an, Nanan, eat slowly, there's more. And don't choke. Yifeng was genuinely concerned that the siblings might choke. Soon, the breakfast originally enough for 6 people was devoured. Han Nanan was full, her cheeks showing a rosy tint. Thank you, Funjie, this is the fullest I've ever been. Han Nanan expressed her gratitude. Yifeng rubbed her head and said, "From now on, you'll eat and stay here. You should have no problem eating your fill. I've asked TZ to buy kitchen tools, and later I'll get you to beds to stay temporarily here. Once the shop is almost finished with renovation, I will rent a house for you." Han Nanan smiled sweetly, not avoiding Yifeng's touch. Han Ping'an stood up a bit awkwardly, saying, "Funjie, tell me what you need me to do, I'll do it. I'll teach you how to chisel next. Learn well, and then you can take over for the rest. There's a lot of wiring and chiseling to do. It might take 10 days to 2 weeks, Yifeng instructed, making sure Han Ping'an prioritized quality over speed. Okay. Yifeng explained every detail to him, and Han Ping'an diligently noted everything down in his notebook. After making sure nothing was forgotten, Yifeng bought a portable bed and a few sets of clothes for the siblings. The shop had a kitchen, a bathroom, beds, clothes, and food. The conditions weren't the best, but they were livable, a better option than sleeping under a bridge. Yifeng made sure everything was taken care of and then went with Wang Tai to Zhao Xinji's shop to continue repairing computers. It was a Saturday, and there were 3 more computers to fix, earning Yifeng 1,200 yuan. He counted the money, feeling satisfied and secure. While money isn't everything, not having it can be a big problem. With money, one gains confidence and security. Working hard to make money and striving to move forward makes for the most fulfilling days. Yifeng checked the time. It was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon. After finishing the work, it was time to head back. "Boss Zhao, I have to go back to school tomorrow, so I'll come back after school," Yifeng informed Zhao Xinji. "Oh, Yizi, don't be in a hurry. Let's go out for a meal tonight, my treat at the Xingxing Hotel." Zhao Xinji quickly stopped Yifeng. As Yifeng was about to decline, Zhao Xinji continued, "Yizi, don't be in a rush to refuse. Tonight I also invited Wan He the head of the employment office at Guangxi University of Science and Technology. Huang He has a lot of talent under his belt. I believe that with the ubiquity of computers, computer repair services will have great prospects. To establish good business, it requires good personnel. Why don't the three of us have a good chat? And who knows, we might discuss a bright future together. Yifeng was surprised by Zhao Xinji's networking reach. It was an opportunity to connect with the school's network. However, Zhao Xinji aiming to rope Yifeng in may have been an overestimation. Yifeng contemplated for a moment, feeling that there was no harm in going once, so he nodded and said, "All right, tonight we'll just crash Zhao Boss's dinner." When Zhao Xinji heard Yifeng agreeing, his face showed a happy expression, saying, "Haha, great, I'll call to reserve a private room." Zhao Xinji happily ran to use the landline phone. "Funjie, are we really going to have this meal?" Wang Tai hesitated, looking a bit nervous. He had never been to a business dinner before, afraid of saying the wrong thing and making jokes. "Don't worry, just follow me during the meal. No need to say much," Yifeng said casually with a confident smile. Dealing with drinking sessions and dinner parties in his past life, when doing business, he often dined and drank with various leaders and business owners. In most cases, business deals in the country were negotiated over a meal, and the culture of wining and dining was deeply entrenched in the business culture. Without alcohol, there is no banquet, no event, and no business. That's the logic. "TZ, go buy me 2 bottles of pure milk," Yifeng instructed. Funjie, do you really need to drink 2 bottles of milk?" Wang Tai scratched his head in confusion. Yifeng smiled. "If I tell you to buy them, then go buy them. I'll tell you why later." Okay, I'll go buy them now," Wang Tai replied, running out to buy 2 bottles of pure milk from the convenience store. Yifeng quickly finished both bottles of pure milk. Zhao Xinji came out from the back room, his chubby face beaming, saying, "Yizhao Jage, don't drink so much milk. I bought 2 bottles of good wine. Leave some room in your stomach to have a few drinks later." Yifeng grinned and said, "I have an average alcohol tolerance, so I'll take it easy." "Heh. No problem. If you get drunk, I'll book a room for you to rest." Zhao Xinji's eyes twinkled. This time inviting Yifeng to dinner was still for one purpose, to woo Yifeng into working together to grow the maintenance business. He had thought about recruiting people to do computer maintenance, but couldn't find anyone suitable. Computers were not yet fully popular at the time, let alone finding technical talents who could repair them. Most of those who understood maintenance went to work as technicians in computer companies, and some even went to higher-paying jobs in the electronics department. Technical talents in this field were scarce. So, to expand the maintenance business, the only way was to have Yifeng as a technical guy, recruit some professional students from Guangxi Science and Technology University to be taught by Yifeng, and have those students acquire certain maintenance skills. This way, they could expand and strengthen their business. Therefore, this dinner was very important to him. To persuade Yifeng, he went to great lengths, inviting Wang He from the employment office, and spared no expense to treat guests at the newly opened restaurant. It was the best 10 most expensive restaurant in Guangxi, the New Crossing restaurant. "It's about time. Let's take a taxi over there." Zhao Xinji smiled. "Hold on. Let me make a call back home first," Yifeng said. He took out his cell phone and dialed the phone number of Gu Muxi's home phone. After a few rings, the phone was connected, and Gu Muxi's clear voice came through. "Hello, who is this?" "Heh. It's Gu Muxi, right?" "Oh. Yifeng, it's so late. Aren't you coming back yet?" "Wang Tai and I have something to do. Tell my parents we won't be home for dinner." "How? Not coming home for dinner? Okay. Are you going to the internet cafe to play?" "No. Just casually going to the city center." Okay. Next time I want to go too." "Sure. Next week when it's your birthday, I'll take you out to play." After chatting for a few more minutes, they hung up the phone. Yifeng checked his phone. It was indeed very convenient to have one. Later, Yifeng, Wang Tai, and Zhao Xinji took a taxi and went to the newly opened restaurant in Guangxi. The New Crossing restaurant had been open for nearly 8 years in Guangxi. Although it paled in comparison to old stores like Taoyu and Baiwailu in terms of age, its excellent taste and suitable business atmosphere made it famous. It was still the first choice for business dealings in Guangxi. Yifeng and Wang Tai arrived at the entrance of the New Crossing restaurant, where various luxury cars were parked. Bentley, BMW, Audi, Cadillac, and more. In this era, being able to afford a basic car was already considered wealthy, and those who could afford luxury cars mostly had a net worth in the millions. Wow, so many luxury cars. Wang Tai looked on with envy, his eyes wide. Yifeng, who had seen many luxury cars, didn't feel anything special about them. Keep your mouth shut. Don't be too envious. We'll be able to afford cars like these in the future too, he said to Wang Tai. Easy Zhao Jage. Let's go inside. The private room is already reserved, Zhao Xinju said with a smile. The three of them went up to the third floor, which had a large dining hall area, a rest area, and several private rooms on both sides of the corridor. Led by a female server, the three of them arrived at a spacious private room with a round table that could seat 10 people. While Zhao Xinju was ordering, Yifeng went downstairs to buy 2 packs of soft drinks. Upon Yifeng's return, tea was served, and as the door to the private room opened, 2 people walked in. Ha! It's been a while, Zhao boss. A middle-aged man with a large pompadour and a big belly greeted with a smile. Hello, Teacher Huan. Zhao Xinju stood up and greeted him warmly. The two of them shook hands warmly, exchanging pleasantries as if they were long-lost best friends, but in reality, they each had their own intentions. Come, Teacher Huan, let me introduce you. This is my little brother Yifeng. His computer repair skills are better than those technicians in the computer building. His level is absolutely high. Zhao Xinji introduced Yifeng to Huan He. Hello, Teacher Huan, I'm Yifeng. Yifeng shook hands and smiled modestly but confidently. Huan He shook his hand, carefully examining Yifeng. Seeing Yifeng looking very young, with a hint of immaturity on his face, but exuding confidence and calmness in his every move, Huan He raised his eyes to take a closer look. Ha! You must be the talented younger brother that Boss Zhao talked about. Really promising at such a young age. Huan He chuckled, his eyes squinted into slits. I dare not claim to be a genius, just repairing computers as a hobby while studying, Yifeng modestly responded. Zhao Xinju noticed a young man beside Huan He, in his 20s, and asked, Teacher Huan, who is this? Huan He introduced, Lu Bing. He works in the same office as me, and he's a graduate of the Science and Technology University. He used to be my student. Hello, Boss Zhao. Lu Bing looked somewhat proud, shaking hands with Zhao Xinji, and then cast a glance at Yifeng, showing a hint of disdain in his eyes. He had heard Huan He mention that there would be a computer repair genius at the dinner today, hoping to exchange some computer expertise. Thus, he asked to come together with Huan He, but upon seeing Yifeng in person, he felt a bit disappointed. So, he was just a brat. What kind of technical skills could such a young person have? What a letdown. Hello. Lu Bing extended his hand towards Yifeng, uttering the 2 words coldly. Zhao Xinju silently shook his head, finding him ignorant and arrogant. Yifeng squinted his eyes, smiled, shook hands with Lu Bing, and said, So, you're a senior from the Science and Technology University. I've heard that the university has always been able to cultivate excellent tech talents, which I admire. With just this one sentence, Yifeng praised him as a tech talent. Lu Bing's lips curled into a proud smile, clearly enjoying being praised. As long as you work hard to get into the Science and Technology University, it's not a problem. But how about you, Yifeng? Which university are you currently studying at? Guangda? Lu Bing asked, adding an educational tone to his seniority. Huan He wrinkled his brow slightly upon hearing this but remained silent. I'm still a student at No.1 High School, about to take the college entrance exam in 2 months. Yifeng smiled, not hiding his identity. Oh, then welcome to enroll in the Science and Technology University in the future. Although it's challenging to get into Science and Technology University, with effort, there's hope. Lu Bing's face showed more indifference upon learning that Yifeng was still in high school. If he wasn't even a university student, how could he be a genius? It seemed that Boss Zhao wasn't reliable at all. How could he set up a game like this? Lu Bing's face revealed a hint of disdain. Huan He chuckled lightly, saying, Enough standing and talking. Let's sit down and have some tea. Everyone took their seats. While Zhao Xinji, the host, was supposed to sit at the head of the table, he graciously invited Huan He to sit there instead, then asked Yifeng to sit on Huan He's left side. Zhao Xinji personally poured tea for everyone. After taking a sip of tea, Huan He praised, This tea is good. Boss Zhao, what kind of tea is this? Zhao Xinji was taken aback since he didn't know what tea it was. having just asked the server to bring the most expensive one. This. Teacher Huan, I'm a rough person, and I can't tell what tea it is. I forgot to ask the server. Shall I go and ask? Jia Xinju said, embarrassedly. This should be Xinyang Mao Fen, and it's the pre-Qingming tea. Yifeng suddenly spoke up. Huan He was quite surprised and asked with a smile, I feel the same, Yifen. How can you tell just by smelling it? It seems you also know a lot about tea. Taking a sip of tea, Yifeng smiled modestly and said, I have some knowledge about it, but not particularly specialized. Pre-Qingming Xinyang Mao Feng tea. After brewing, the leaves are thick and short. The color is slightly yellow. Only the Yun tea buds from before the Qingming festival have this quality. This premium tea resembles the second-rate Dongding Biluochen. They have a similar taste, but slightly different aromas. Xinyang Mao Fen is a bit bitter on the palate but sweet on the finish, while Biluochen has a more fragrant taste. The aroma is fuller. Hence the saying that Biluochen smells throughout the mountains and intoxicates from a distance. The fragrance of Biluochen makes 100 miles drunk. Yifeng spoke confidently, citing knowledge with ease and composure. Nearby, Huan He and Zhao Xinju were listening with great interest, nodding continuously. Huan He then engaged Yifeng in a conversation about tea, chatting warmly about it. Huan He felt like he had found a kindred spirit. Ha. Yifeng, you truly have a broad knowledge. Come to my house for tea sometime, and let's explore together. If Teacher Huan says so, I am flattered, but please wait a while for me. After the college entrance exam, Yifeng smiled. Indeed. Focus on your studies first. No problem. Huan He smiled with his eyes closed. The more he looked at Yifeng, the more he felt that the young man in front of him was extraordinary. He spoke with class, humor, and grace, making him appear less like a green student. Instead, he seemed more like a seasoned player in the business world. Lu Bing, who was beside Huan He, felt uncomfortable seeing his former teacher chatting so well with Yifeng. What's so great about just knowing a bit about tea leaves? He thought to himself. With a snort, he interrupted Huan He and Yifeng's conversation. Yifeng, I heard from Boss Zhao that your computer repair skills are remarkable. Is that true? Jia Xinju was taken aback. How can this kid be so blunt? Who starts off by questioning someone else's abilities like that? Isn't that just embarrassing for the other person? This type of university graduate who stays at school after graduation must not have faced the harsh realities of society. They have no emotional intelligence at all. Hey, Yi Xiaojie's computer repair skills are indeed excellent. No need to say more. I have always had great confidence in his abilities. I have never encountered a computer he couldn't fix so far. Zhao Xinju said, praising Yifeng and helping him out. Huan He shot a dark glance at Lu Bing. Lu Bing looked puzzled, thinking to himself, can't I just ask a question? What's the teacher doing? It's nothing special, just learning a few things to make a living, and I need to keep learning in the future, Yifeng said calmly. Then let me test you. If a computer has no sound due to a motherboard failure, where do you think the problem is? Lu Bing asked in his own way. Huan He was stunned. This question was quite deep. Even university students might not understand it, let alone know how to repair it. Yifeng hadn't even gone to university yet. Isn't this just making things difficult for him? Enough. Lu Bing, eat more and talk less. Huan He realized bringing him here was a mistake. Indeed, he was obviously someone who had not experienced society. Even Yifeng was more knowledgeable in speaking than him. Yifeng gave a slight smile. It's just a small question. First, check the motherboard capacitors, see if the voltage is normal. If that's okay, check the audio chip. Most likely, it's a detached solder point on the CPU. Clean it and resolder it. Lu Bing was astonished to hear Yifeng's answer, and even the repair method was correct. He really has some skills. Indeed, that's correct. Huan He's face showed realization. Jia Xinju said he had this skill, and it's true. This young man before him is truly a genius. Not only in technical skills, but also in his way of speaking and doing things without any flaws. It's nice to work with such an intelligent person. Repairing computers is just a personal hobby of mine. I prefer to study C++, Java, and other programming tools and languages. I believe that Java tools developed by Sun Company may shine in the future. The tools in JDK 1.2 are powerful, and the libraries are very rich. Yifeng smiled. Huan He was shocked, amazed. My God, you even study Java? We don't have that course at our school. Yi Xiaojie, You truly are a genius. Yifeng smirked inwardly, feeling assured of his future. It's nothing. I just read a lot of tech magazines and check out things I'm interested in. Yifeng humbly replied. Lu Bing, on the side, was surprised, itching to talk, but he only knew the name, unsure of how to engage. This left him quite frustrated, feeling overshadowed by a young man, losing face. Soon, a waitress brought the dishes and drinks. Zhao Xinju promptly invited everyone to eat and chat together. He poured drinks for everyone, toasting, I toast to Teacher Huan and Yi Zhaojage. Yifeng raised his glass for the toast and drank it in one go. The alcohol felt a bit fiery in his stomach. It seemed like the alcohol content was quite high. Ha ha. Yi Zhaojage has a good drinking capacity. Let's eat first. Zhao Xinju was pleased. As they ate and drank, Wan Tai quietly ate, his eyes fixed on Yifeng, observing his every move and words carefully. Watching Yifeng navigate smoothly between Wan He and Zhao Xinji, he listened to Yifeng's words, watched his every move, all deeply imprinted in his mind. Seeing Yifeng so confident and gradually taking the lead in the conversation, becoming the center of the gathering. Under Yifeng's lead, the atmosphere became very lively. Wan Tai couldn't help but admire, thinking to himself, wow, Yizhe is really amazing. After a few rounds of drinks and a variety of dishes, Wan He wanted to smoke. He turned to Lu Bing and asked, Lu, do you have any cigarettes on you? Cigarettes? Teacher Huan, I don't smoke, so I don't have any cigarettes with me. Lu Bing shook his head. Wan He, next time, you better not come out. Ha ha, don't worry, Teacher Huan, I'll have the waitress bring it over. Zhao Xinji had also forgotten to bring cigarettes and quickly said, no need. Teacher Huan, you can smoke mine. It's all the same. I had cigarettes with me. Yifeng took out 2 packs of soft Zhanhua cigarettes from his pocket. Soft Zhanhua, 85 yuan a pack. 1 pack is almost equivalent to a third of an ordinary person's monthly salary. Wang He's face immediately revealed admiration. This young man is impressive. He knows how to speak and act appropriately. Zhao Xinju was also surprised. Yifeng doesn't smoke, yet he brought cigarettes. Quite unexpected. And Yifeng went straight for the soft ones. 2 packs, that's 170 yuan. Ha ha. Well, then, I'll smoke Yi Zhaojage's. Yi Zhaojage is really generous, smoking soft Zhanhua. Huan He laughed. Yifeng opened the pack and skillfully took out 2 cigarettes. I'm used to it, but I can't smoke now. I made a deal with my dad, not for another 2 months. Teacher Huan, you can smoke. Yifeng handed the cigarette to Huan He. Watching Yifeng unpack the cigarettes so smoothly, Huan He couldn't help but smile. He took a cigarette from inside, and Yifeng lit it for him. Very thoughtful. Thank you. Huan He smiled and said, increasingly appreciating Yifeng. You're welcome. Yifeng chuckled, handing the cigarette to Zhao Xinji. Zhao Xinji took the cigarette and seeing they had drunk enough, felt it was time to discuss some actual business matters. Lighting his own cigarette, he said, let's not talk about it. Today we all have a pleasant time drinking. Being able to gather together is also a kind of fate. As the saying goes, we drink together, make money together. Teacher Huan, what do you think about the matter I mentioned last time? With your resources, we will certainly not lack talent in our computer repair business. After pondering for a moment, Zhao Xinji took a puff of his cigarette, then glanced at Yifeng, and said, well, what I can do to help? With Yi Zhaojage here, students from the university can learn a lot, earn money, and why not? As long as Yi Zhaojage is willing to teach, many people will want to learn. Huan He's words implied that there were no issues, but it really depended on Yifeng's willingness. If Yifeng was willing, there would be people willing to learn from him. Huan He came to this dinner to assess if Yifeng's skills and capabilities were sufficient. After the meal, he firmly believed that Yifeng was definitely a key figure in the computer repair business, and he couldn't do without him. Yifeng expertly returned the ball to Zhao Xinji. For a moment, there was a bit of silence at the table with each person lost in their thoughts. Zhao Xinji understood Huan He's intent quickly and turned to Yifeng, saying, Yi Zhaojage, with Teacher Huan's resources joining us, our business is sure to be very promising. In the future, the computer repair market will definitely have high demand. Let's train more talents, open repair shops throughout the city, make a fortune by the day. As for the money, as long as you agree, we can talk about it. He finished and locked eyes with Yifeng, wanting to see Yifeng's reaction. However, Yifeng remained calm, without speaking immediately, only smiling. Boss Zhao has a good mind for making money, and it seems like a feasible business. Zhao Xinju's face beamed with joy. Did Yifeng finally agree? But his smile froze the next instant. However, I still have exams coming up, and after that, I have to go to university. Let's talk about this later. There's a lot on my plate. Hard to juggle. Yifeng casually found an excuse that was hard to argue against. Zhao Xinju, feeling a little anxious, was about to suggest Yifeng delay his university studies for a while and focus on making money first. But he held his words back. Advising someone not to study would be a disaster in terms of social skills. Odd. Yi Xiaojage, you can do it in your free time. Won't interfere. Zhao Xinju said somewhat anxiously. Yifeng's expression turned a bit cool. Boss Zhao, making jokes, huh? He thought Zhao Xinju was just kidding, giving him a way out. Zhao Xinju was about to say something, but looking at Yifeng's expression, he felt frustrated and held back. Huang He observed everything clearly and probably understood Yifeng's attitude towards Zhao Xinju. His eyes revealed even greater admiration. This young man facing such a temptation and remaining unmoved, showing such resilience. Not an ordinary person can have that. Come, Zhao boss, business can't be rushed. Rome wasn't built in a day. Huang He tried to mediate, raising a toast. This dinner lasted from 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. and they only dispersed after they had drunk enough. Zhao Xinju went outside to settle the bill. When he wasn't around, Huang He poured Yifeng a cup of tea and smiled. I feel particularly lucky to get along well with Yi Xiaojage tonight. Here's my business card with my phone number. Let's stay in touch often, exchange more ideas. Huang He took the initiative to hand over his business card, wanting to maintain a good relationship with Yifeng for future benefits. Yifeng accepted the card with both hands, looked at it, and carefully put it in his pocket, smiling. It's the right thing to do. There's still a lot I don't understand, and I should ask Teacher Huang for more advice. Huang He squinted, glinting with satisfaction. Here, in place of alcohol, let's toast with tea. Meeting is fate, for our friendship, a toast. Yifeng raised his cup for a clink, and they drank it all. After a while, Zhao Xinju returned, and after exchanging some pleasantries about meeting again soon, they said their goodbyes and left. Zhao Xinju wanted to call a taxi for Yifeng to go home, but Yifeng politely refused. Yifeng and Wang Tai rode back to Zhao Xinju's shop together to pick up their bicycles. It was late at night, the surroundings were quiet, no cars on the road, very few pedestrians, and the dim streetlights illuminated the two bicycles riding side by side. Shay, I can tell. Boss Zhao was really eager to have you join tonight. I feel he doesn't want to miss the opportunity to make money with you. Should we continue working at his place? Wang Tai worried, afraid it might be hard to break away later. Yifeng smiled lightly. We'll continue working there. I'm just using Zhao Fat for my own benefit, and he's using me for what he needs. There's no need to worrying about anything. TZ. Let me tell you something. Don't think that just because someone treats you like a brother at the dining table that they're really your brother. Maybe they only want to use you. Boss Zhao wants me to join him because he wants to use my skills to help his business thrive, explained Yifeng. But you know, if I really do join him, once I've trained those university students enough to handle the business, he'll immediately kick me out. Believe me, a person like Zhao Xinji is capable of doing that, because by then, my skills won't be irreplaceable anymore. Getting rid of me means getting all the profit without sharing. That could be tens of thousands, even millions of profits. With such hefty gains in front of him, can conscience really weigh on his mind? Besides, he didn't really have a conscience in the first place. When Wang Tai heard this, he was shocked. Yeah, we can't cooperate with him. Yifeng chuckled. So, let's work on our own. Tonight we benefited greatly. We used Zhao Xinji's game to our advantage, and we met Teacher Huang from the city's Science and Technology University. Huang He used to be a teacher and now works in the employment office. Sitting in that position shows he has a wide network of connections. Maintaining a relationship with him will be very useful for us in the future. Wang Tai turned to look at Yifeng in amazement. At that moment, he felt like Yifeng was a seasoned old fox. Usually, Yizhe is quite approachable, making people feel close to him. But when he gets serious about business, it's like he becomes a different person, more wise, decisive, and calculating. In Wang Tai's heart, he silently admired Yizhe, thinking Yizhe would be his idol from now on. The two rode back together, almost reaching home by around 10 p.m. When they reached the staircase, Yifeng parked his bike. Most of the alcohol's effects had been dissipated by the night wind, but he still sniffed his clothes. Tias, do I still smell like alcohol? Wang Tai leaned closer, took a whiff, and said, the alcohol smell is strong, and there's also a heavy cigarette smell. Yifeng slapped his forehead in frustration. If he goes back like this, his mom will definitely smell it when she opens the door, and then there will be a storm of criticism. Maybe even his dad using the belt for a whipping. He wouldn't be able to explain himself afterwards. What should he do? Suddenly, Yifeng remembered that Mr. and Mrs. Gumushi had not yet returned and wouldn't arrive until the next afternoon. So why not spend a night at Gumushi's house to handle one night? Yifeng thought for a moment and felt that this was the best he could do for now. He would go back to change clothes and go to school after his parents and to work the next day. It's getting late, you should go back and rest first. See you at school tomorrow. Yifeng waved his hand. Alright, Ije, you should go to bed early too. I saw you drink at least a caddy of wine. I'll leave first, see you tomorrow. Wang Tai rode his bike away. Just mentioning the word wine, Yifeng felt a bit of a headache and dizziness. The 52% baijiu he had earlier, even if it wasn't a caddy, was still about 8 taels. Initially, he didn't feel too drunk while enjoying the cool breeze outside, but once he got home, the alcohol hit him. If he hadn't had 2 bottles of pure milk to balance it out, he might have passed out on the way. If the alcohol's effects were too strong at night, he probably wouldn't be able to go to school the next day and would have to ask Gumuxi for help with getting a leave of absence. Yifeng rubbed his dizzy head and tried to sober up a bit. He tiptoed upstairs, not wanting to disturb his parents. When he arrived at Gumuxi's house, he lightly knocked on the door. Who is it? Gumuxi's voice came from inside the door, sounding a bit cautious. Gumuxi, it's me, Yifeng responded in a low voice. Yifeng? Footsteps could be heard inside the house as Gumuxi opened the door. She appeared at the door in a loose long nightgown, her dark hair falling on her snow-white shoulders. The thin straps of the nightgown complemented her sexy collarbone, captivating the eyes. Her exquisite face showed a hint of drowsiness, and her milky skin seemed to glow. Judging by her appearance, she was ready to go to bed, but Yifeng had called her out. At the first sight of her, Yifeng was amazed by her beauty. Ha, Yifeng, where have you been up to? Why do you reek of smoke and alcohol? Did you drink? And smoke too? It's suffocating me. Gumuxi covered her nose and mouth, showing her displeasure. Yifeng glanced back at his home's door. No movement inside, but he didn't want to stand outside and talk, so he said, let's talk inside. Come on in. Yifeng grabbed her shoulders and pushed her inside. Once inside Gumuxi's house, Yifeng felt the effects of the alcohol hitting him, and he slumped on the couch to rest. Stinky Yifeng, where did you go tonight? How could you drink so much? Are you drunk? Really? You're an adult now, don't you know your limits when drinking? Did you also smoke? Honestly, you really don't give people peace of mind. Yifeng closed his eyes slightly and listened to Gumuxi's complaints and nagging. Suddenly, he felt very happy. Being drunk and listening to a woman in the house nagging at him was actually a happy thing. It meant that he wasn't alone, that there was a girl in this world who cared about him. Actually, it's nothing much. Just had a meal with Chow Lao Ben from the computer store, talking about some business. Yifeng rubbed his forehead, his vision starting to blur. Oh, Yidasha is out doing business. He's really something. Gumuxi didn't believe him at all, but she could see that he was a bit tipsy, so she didn't bother arguing with him further. You're drunk, you should wash your face first. Gumuxi spoke to herself, then turned to walk to the bathroom. There weren't any spare towels in the bathroom, so Gumuxi pouted and could only use her own towel. When that stinky Yifeng wakes up, he better buy me a new towel. Gumuxi filled half a basin with cold water, then poured in some hot water from the kettle and tested the temperature with her fingers. Once she felt it was the right temperature, she soaked the towel, wrung it out, and turned to see Yifeng half asleep on the couch. Humph. Having too much to drink. Gumuxi inflated her cheeks in frustration. It's because I'm such a kind-hearted person. Another person would have thrown you out ages ago. She muttered to herself as she walked over and sat down beside Yifeng, carefully wiping his face. Gumuxi. Yifeng felt the warmth of the towel on his face, carrying a unique fragrance, the scent of Gumuxi. Slowly opening his eyes, Gumuxi's face became clearer. What are you saying? Just saying thank you is enough. Treat me to an old popsicle tomorrow, 2 of them. Otherwise, it wouldn't make up for my care tonight. Yifeng grinned. Head. No problem. Any number will do, as many as you want. Hey, you promised. I'll remember this. Don't back out once you're sober. Gumuxi got up to wash the towel again, then sat back beside him. A subtle fragrance wafted from her, making Yifeng feel both comfortable and ticklish. How come there's always this scent on Gumuxi? It's hard to fathom, but he could remember this scent forever. As long as it was the fragrance, it had to be Gumuxi. Yifeng felt the alcohol overwhelming him, his eyelids heavy, and he started drifting off to sleep. Gumuxi nagged, "Don't drink so much next time. It's not good for your body to get drunk." Gumuxi heard no response from Yifeng and peeked at him, realizing he had already closed his eyes and seemed to be asleep. He's already asleep. Gumuxi pushed Yifeng a bit, thinking of suggesting he take a shower before sleeping, but it seemed he was too intoxicated to manage that. This guy just wants to sleep like this. Really? Such an annoyance. Gumuxi wrinkled her nose in disgust. Her sense of smell was keen, especially towards the mixed smell of smoke and alcohol, finding it very unpleasant. When her dad, Gu Xingzhang, came back from socializing, covered in smoke and alcohol, she always kept her distance. Only her mother didn't mind. She would fuss over him all night, help him undress and clean up, then help him to bed. Gumuxi glanced at Yifeng. "Ah well, let this stinky guy sleep on the couch." She washed the towel again, emptied the water, then got up to help Yifeng lie down on the couch. But when she lowered his head, she noticed stains on Yifeng's clothes, making her slight OCD quite uncomfortable. Eating with stains on your clothes? Really? Gumuxi puffed up her cheeks, disgruntled. Wanting to just ignore it, she couldn't help but worrying. If she didn't remove the stain, she would keep thinking about it all night. "All right, I guess I'll wipe him down. Otherwise, he'll make the couch stink." Gumuxi touched her chin, pondering. So she reluctantly fetched a basin of warm water, placed it next to the couch, and went into Yifeng's shirt buttons. Her gaze fell on Yifeng's Adam's apple and moved downward, noticing his faint muscle contours. Blushing, heart racing, she felt as if a little deer was jumping wildly in her chest. Stinky Yifeng, looking so thin, but surprisingly muscular. "Why am I feeling a bit nervous? Oh. Why you've seen this stinky guy bare-chested before." Gumuxi, stay calm. She shook her head, trying to shake off the strange thoughts and continued to unbutton Yifeng's shirt. 1 button, 2 buttons, 3 buttons. With each button undone, Gumuxi's heart beat faster, and her face reddened to the roots of her neck. "Humph, you stinky Yifeng. Making me serve you. I'll get back at you later." Gumuxi felt her cheeks burning but had no choice but to muster the courage to remove Yifeng's shirt and then wipe his body with the warm towel. After completing all this, Gumuxi pinched her nose, hung Yifeng's shirt on a distant chair. So stinky, but at least the job's done. Gumuxi washed the towel, emptied the water, then got Yifeng's legs onto the couch. She sighed heavily, clapped her hands, and said, "Done." That was exhausting. She rubbed her shoulders, feeling sore and swollen. She looked down at Yifeng, seemingly fast asleep, and realized it was a bit cold at night. Would it be okay for him to catch a cold with his bare shoulders exposed? She thought for a moment, then went to her room, fetching a wool blanket from the closet and gently covering Yifeng with it. "Water. I'm so thirsty." "Water," Yifeng suddenly muttered. Gumuxi leaned in, hoping to understand his meaning. "Really?" Gumuxi pouted but got up to pour him a glass of warm water. "Here's some water. Drink up." Gumuxi knelt down, offering the glass to his lips. When Yifeng only mumbled while not seeming to wake up, Gumuxi thought, "This stinky guy. He needs help even to drink water." She wanted to drop the glass and leave him be, but seeing Yifeng continuously pursing his lips, she felt sorry for him. "Oh, fine. I must owe you big time in my last life." Gumuxi sighed. Dejected, she helped Yifeng sit up, rested his head on her chest, and fed him the water slowly. Gulp, gulp, gulping, Yifeng downed the water instantly once he started, finishing the whole glass. Gumuxi placed the glass on the table, planning to set his head down, but heard Yifeng mumbling something again. Was he sleep-talking? Gumuxi bent down, listening closely. She heard Yifeng's head rubbing against her, mumbling, "How soft." Gumuxi thought, "What the heck?" Her cheeks turned red, and she hurriedly put his head on the couch, spitting out, "Stinky Yifeng, you must be feeling itchy. I'll tidy you up when you wake up." Gumuxi inflated her cute cheeks pocket, wishing she could give Yifeng a finishing move right then, but restrained herself considering his drunken state. HMPH. I'll ignore you. I'm going to bed. Just as Gu Muxi was about to leave, a hand grabbed hers. Gu Muxi. Don't go, huh? Gu Muxi thought Yifeng had woken up and leaned down, looking at him as he seemingly opened his eyes halfway. Are you awake? Gu Muxi asked in confusion. Yifeng's lips moved, seemingly uttering dream words. What are you saying? She inched closer, trying to hear Yifeng better. Gu Muxi, I regret it. Please don't leave me, please. She could only catch brief words from Yifeng but didn't understand his meaning. What do you want to say? Gu Muxi asked again. Suddenly, Yifeng's hand wrapped around her head and pulled her towards him. And the next moment, their lips met. MN. Gu Muxi's eyes widened in shock as her mind exploded. Thunderstruck. She was left dumbfounded as if struck by lightning. Gu Muxi's whole body was tense, frozen in place. She stared with big eyes, shocked, at Yifeng, feeling the scorching breath coming out from his nose. In addition, there was the warm sensation transmitted from his lips, a feeling like an electric current repeatedly tingling her. Indeed, her whole body felt numb, confused. She stood still for a while, before slowly coming back to her senses, her cheeks already red as ripe apples. She, again, was kissed by that smelly Yifeng. Damn it. This was the second time. That damn jerk. She suddenly broke free from Yifeng's hands, took several steps back in embarrassment and anger. You smelly Yifeng. Darn it, taking advantage of me again. I'll strangle you. Gu Muxi was furious, gnashing her teeth, her hands threatening to squeeze Yifeng's neck and end his wicked life once and for all. Gu Muxi. Don't go. Yifeng murmured softly, frowning, seeming to be in great pain. Gu Muxi, seeing this, felt much of her anger dissipate. Go where? This is my house. If anyone should go, it's you. HMPH tilde forget it. I'll spare your life this time. I'll deal with you when you wake up. Gu Muxi retrieved Yifeng's clothes and shoes, then went back to her room to sleep. But as soon as she lay down, the embarrassing scene from earlier flashed through her mind. The scene felt like an endless loop playing in her head, making her restless. Damn smelly Yifeng. Gu Muxi blushed and picked up a pig plushie, then proceeded to knead and pinch his cheek vigorously. I'll pinch you to death. Darn it. Gu Muxi seemed to have mistaken the pig plushie's face for Yifeng's, and she continued to knead and pinch it for 7 to 8 minutes before feeling satisfied. Unknowingly, drowsiness took over, and Gu Muxi hugged the pig plushie tightly with her legs, slowly drifting off to sleep. It's uncertain how much time had passed, but Yifeng was awakened by the urgency to pee. Drowsy and disoriented, he stumbled in the darkness to the restroom. After using the restroom, he yawned and staggered back to his room, promptly falling asleep again. Feeling a bit cold at night, he subconsciously reached for the blanket, tugging it. Half asleep, he mumbled, "Give me some blanket. Don't steal my blanket." Gu Muxi mumbled in response. Unable to pull the blanket, Yifeng turned around and snuggled into the covers, falling asleep. The next morning, a beam of bright sunlight pierced through the curtains into the room, landing on the bed. Ring, ring, ring. The alarm clock on the bedside table rang. Gu Muxi hugged something, feeling its warmth all over, finding it comfortable. Despite wanting to keep sleeping, she reluctantly stirred and stretched to turn off the alarm clock. As her hand reached out, she felt some hair. A head. Stop it. I want to sleep. Yifeng's sleepy muttering filled her ears, instantly dispelling her drowsiness as she slowly awakened. Feeling an uneasy premonition, she cautiously opened her eyes, only to see a neck and chin. She froze, bewildered, and slowly lifted her head to see a familiar face. Yifeng's face. What's going on? How did Yifeng end up sleeping next to me? Where am I? She was completely lost, still trying to make sense of the situation. The continuous ringing of the alarm clock also woke Yifeng. Opened his eyes, his senses returning, catching a familiar fragrance. The scent was pleasant, familiar. He lowered his head and saw Gu Muxi. In that moment, their eyes met, both bewildered and stunned. Yifeng, Gu Muxi. They both exclaimed simultaneously, then lifted the covers, looked down, only to see Gu Muxi's white arms embracing him, her long legs intertwined with his body like an octopus's grasp. But luckily, aside from Yifeng not wearing any clothes, their clothing remained intact. Darn it! Gu Muxi's cheeks flushed. She withdrew her hand and legs from Yifeng's body, then kicked him off the bed. Ouch! Damn it! Yifeng fell to the floor, his sleeping attire completely kicked off. He grabbed his waist, then got up again. Gumuxi, why were you sleeping on my bed? Yifeng protested loudly, feeling very aggrieved. Humph. Your bed. Take a good look around. Whose room is this? Gumuxi scoffed. Ha. Yifeng looked around, noticing the pink walls, the pink bed, the spacious desk. He was utterly confused. Damn. How did I end up in Gumuxi's room? Maybe I sleepwalked here and slept over. Arg. My head hurts. Yifeng massaged his temples, the aftermath of a hangover setting in. You damn Yifeng. How did you end up here last night? Gumuxi's cheeks were red as she interrogated him. The memory of last night's kiss replayed in her mind, making her heart race. Ahem. Gumuxi, please hear me out. I mean, let me explain. There must be a misunderstanding somewhere that needs clarification. Yifeng chuckled awkwardly. Gumuxi crossed her arms, waiting for his explanation. Possibly. I drank too much last night, maybe sleepwalked back to my own room. Yifeng chuckled nervously. Huh. You actually remembered you got drunk last night? Gumuxi gave him a glare. You were so drunk last night, I had to take care of you all night. She suddenly realized the word take care wasn't quite suitable, so she quickly corrected herself. I mean, look after you. You owe me big time for this. Yifeng remembered drinking with Zhao Pangzi and Huang He, then returning to the neighborhood with Wang Tai. But once they arrived in the neighborhood, his memory was hazy. Okay. I owe you big time. Yifeng scratched his head, grinning. It wasn't a big deal to owe Gumuxi a favor, he even welcomed it. Do you remember the stench you emanated last night, close to suffocating us all? Gumuxi scolded him. Ow. I don't quite remember, Gumuxi. Did I do anything stupid last night? Yifeng asked with confusion. Gumuxi recalled the kiss from the previous night, causing her heart to race. No. You didn't do anything. Let's just forget about it if you can't remember, Gumuxi stuttered. Yifeng scratched his head, unsure about her odd expression. Suddenly, footsteps could be heard outside the door. Shafeng didn't come back last night. Do you know where he went? It was the voice of Meng Xiaoyun coming closer. The voices made both Gumuxi and Yifeng break out in cold sweats. Oh my god, don't say I'm here. Yifeng quickly whispered, lowering his voice. Quickly, Gumuxi locked the door from inside and pretended, Auntie, I'm changing clothes. Yifeng said he stayed at Wang Tai's place last night. I'll go pick him up later and we'll go to school together, so rest assured. Aunt Meng Xiaoyun's worries were eased by this explanation. This child, staying at Wang Tai's place and not even notifying me. Geez. Meng Xiaoyun complained before adding, I'm off to set up the stall. I've made porridge, pack 2 boxes later, and bring one for Yifeng. Okay. Okay, Auntie. I'll do that, Gumuxi replied quickly. All right, I'm leaving. The sound of Meng Xiaoyun's steps gradually faded away. Gumuxi and Yifeng both sighed in relief, then looked at each other. Phew. They both burst into laughter, finding each other's appearances quite comical. Gumuxi, we shared a bed last night, so now you have to take responsibility for me. Take responsibility for you, my foot. Do you really think I'll feel responsible for you after all the times we've slept together since we were kids? Fine. I'll take responsibility. Yifeng, hurry and leave, or I'll smash your head and throw you out like a bowling ball. All right, received. Yifeng saw that Gumuxi's expression was normal, so he felt a bit relieved, not wanting to upset her. Perhaps he felt that they were too familiar, and sleeping together wouldn't lead to anything. I drank too much last night. Missed a great opportunity. Yifeng shook his head in regret as he opened the door and left. Gumuxi relocked the door, leaning against it, her heart still pounding madly. Damn Yifeng, how dare he climb into my bed to sleep? On the way to school, Gumuxi and Yifeng rode their bicycles forward. Yifeng rode behind, looking at the empty seat of Gumuxi with some reluctance. Gumuxi, really, why not just return the greeting? Why insist on giving a bicycle? Yifeng smiled helplessly. Stop. Gumuxi ahead suddenly shouted and stopped. What's wrong? Yifeng also stopped behind. It's time for you to fulfill your promise now. Go buy me 2 old popsicles. 2 of them. Gumuxi held out 2 fingers. Yifeng tugged at the corner of his mouth. Eating popsicles? It's early in the morning. Aren't you afraid of getting a stomachache? I love eating. What's it to you? Fine. I really don't know what to do with you. I'll go buy them for you. Hehe. Remember it's 2. Don't be stingy. Yifeng parked the bike next to the convenience store, then bought 2 old popsicles from the owner. Here. For you. Yifeng handed both of them to her. Gumuxi took them happily, immediately opened the package and started licking. Yifeng stared at her, watching her stick out her pink tongue, licking the old popsicles one by one, occasionally putting the popsicle in her mouth and swirling her tongue around. He couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Gumuxi, I didn't expect you to be quite good at licking. Of course, I've eaten 1,000 or 800 old popsicles. They taste the best this way. Gumuxi didn't detect the double entendre in his words, thinking that Yifeng was complimenting her on licking the popsicle. Heh, I didn't expect that eating old popsicles could also lead to mastering good tongue skills. I'll have a hard time enduring this in the future. Yifeng chuckled softly. Huh? What do you mean by enduring? Gumuxi didn't hear clearly and asked. Ahem. Nothing. Hurry up and eat your popsicle. We still have to go to school. Yifeng cleared his throat and changed the subject. Gumuxi hummed lightly, revealing a row of white teeth, with 2 cute little tiger teeth, taking a bite of the old popsicle, known off a chunk. Yifeng inexplicably felt a chill down below. Wow, so many computers. Gumuxi, while eating, suddenly noticed a new internet cafe nearby through the window, seeing people setting up computers inside. Yifeng also noticed the millennium was the first year of the internet cafe becoming popular, but there were still few internet cafes, only about a dozen in the entire city. Mainly because computer prices were too high at the moment, setting up an internet cafe incurred considerable costs, and in order to quickly recoup the investment, they had to raise the internet access fee. Currently, internet cafes charge 10 yuan per hour, which most ordinary people and average students couldn't afford. Despite this, many people were still attracted to going online, showing the strong money-making ability of internet cafes, which were usually full every day, requiring players to queue up if they wanted to play. As a result, in the latter half of the millennium, internet cafes in the city gradually increased, becoming the preferred entertainment option for the younger generation. Yifeng still remembered a saying that used to be popular: want to get rich, open an internet cafe. In this era, opening an internet cafe was a trend, a business that could earn money while lying down. Over the next 10 years after the millennium, internet cafes became a golden era of profitability, where internet cafes sprung up in every corner of cities nationwide, even more common than arcades. In Yifeng's plan, opening an internet cafe was also part of his business territory. This lucrative path to earning money, such a big trend, he wouldn't miss it. I really want to go play on the computers. Gumuxi looked hopeful. You've never been to an internet cafe? Yifeng asked in confusion. Gumuxi shook her head. Internet cafes are too expensive. 10 yuan per hour. I could eat a lot of popsicles with that money. She really wanted to go play, but the internet fees were too costly, dissuading her. Do you want a computer? Yifeng smirked and asked. Of course I do, but any decent computer costs 7 or 8,000 yuan at least. A good one costs 20,000. Where can I afford that much money? Gumuxi glared at him. Never mind. Let's not look at it. Gumuxi walked to the other side, eating her popsicle on her own, but still couldn't help sneaking a glance at the internet cafe. Seeing this, Yifeng internally chuckled, realizing that once someone desired something, that desire was unstoppable. His eyes twinkled, probably knowing what to give her for her birthday next week. After finishing her popsicle, Gumuxi sat on the bike and waved to Yifeng, saying, "Yi, let's go." On the days going to school, apart from reviewing, everyone was constantly doing exercises, preparing earnestly for the upcoming major exams. As the college entrance exam approached, the atmosphere in the classroom became more tense, and the days were calm yet boring. In the blink of an eye, a week had passed. Yifeng and Gumuxi had been studying together during this past week, supporting each other. Even after school, he would go to Gumuxi's room every day to study with her. One Friday evening, Yifeng was studying physics in Gumuxi's room. This was his weakest subject in the science stream, and he intended to study hard to pass every subject. Participating in the college entrance exam again, he didn't feel too much pressure, as he was confident in achieving near-perfect scores in math and English, which reduced the study pressure for these two major subjects. Yi, do you know how to solve this math problem? Gumuxi suddenly approached with a workbook. A fragrance wafted into his nose. Yifeng looked up and saw Gumuxi with her big watery eyes staring at him. But as his gaze lowered slightly, he noticed Gumuxi's loose neckline, revealing a charming scene, making his eyes widen. A phrase suddenly popped into his mind. When you gaze into an abyss, the abyss also gazes into you. Are you asking me? What are you looking at? Gumuxi asked curiously. Yifeng pretended to be clueless. Catching on to where Yifeng was looking, Gumuxi blushed and quickly covered her chest with her hand. What? I wasn't looking at anything. Yifeng acted innocent. Go to hell. Gumuxi blushed and kicked him away with her foot. Oh, you violent maniac. You pervert. They accused each other. Gumuxi jumped up and then landed on top of Yifeng, pinning him down, showing her teeth. I'm going to gouge your eyes out. Heh. Gumuxi, I don't think you have the guts. Take this. Dragon Claw Strike. Defying me? You're asking for it. Life-stealing cross-lock. The two of them began wrestling on the floor as they exchanged attacks. Knock, knock. At that moment, a knocking sound came from the door, followed by the door opening and Liwen appearing at the doorway. She was taken aback by the scene inside. What are you guys doing? Gumuxi had pinned Yifeng down, holding his neck with both hands, while Yifeng gripped Gumuxi's waist. The two of them, upon seeing Liwen, were almost petrified instantly. After a moment of silence, Gumuxi quickly got up, blushing and scratching her head. Mom, we were just teasing each other. Don't misunderstand. Yeah. Aunt, Gumuxi wasn't bullying me. Yifeng pretended to look wronged. Gumuxi? Stinky Yifeng dared to copy me. Liwen gave a stern glance at her daughter, saying, Sweetie, little Feng took the time to study with you. How could you bully him? Get along well, you know. Gumuxi looked bewildered and had no choice but to reply, Okay, Mom, I know, I won't bully him. Liwen switched to a gentle smile and said to Yifeng, Zifeng, there was a call for you from an unknown number. Gumuxi saw her mother's attitude towards Yifeng and was stunned. Mom, I'm your daughter, right? Okay. Aunt, I'll go answer the call. Yifeng rushed out to answer the phone. Before leaving, Liwen reminded Gumuxi, be nice to little Feng. Don't bully him. Gumuxi. Mom, I didn't bully him. Really. I watched you two grow up together. I know better than anyone else, okay? Little Feng isn't a match for your black belt in judo. Liwen chuckled, covering her mouth. Girls should act a bit more restrained. Occasionally being a lady is also good. With that said, Liwen left and closed the door. Gumuxi smirked. What lady? Can I eat it? What ladylike demeanor? I guess that's beyond me in this lifetime. In the living room, Yifeng picked up the landline phone. Hello, who is this? Is this Yifeng? This is Huang Guanyuan. Upon hearing this name, Yifeng remembered. It was the manager, Huang Guanyuan, who sold computer parts. Heh. Manager Huang, what's up? Yifeng of course knew why the other party called. It must be about buying components, but he played dumb pretending to have forgotten. On the phone, Huang Guanyuan dryly laughed, saying, Yifeng, you forgot. We arranged to check the components this week. You're such a busy person to have forgotten. How are you considering it? I talked to our boss, and we can definitely give you a satisfactory price. Hearing the urgency in the tone, Yifeng realized the man was also eager to meet the sales target. Now it was his turn to take the initiative. Oh, I remember now. I almost forgot about it if you didn't call. If it weren't for Manager Huang's call, I would have truly forgotten. Let's meet tomorrow morning. I'm free tomorrow morning, on Saturday. I'll come over to take a look. But just so you know, I'll check the goods first, and if I'm not satisfied, I won't buy. Yifeng smiled. Huang Guanyuan was pleased to hear Yifeng agree to come look at the goods the next morning. It provided a glimmer of hope to meet the sales target before risking losing his position. Hearing Yifeng's agreement to visit the next morning, he was naturally ecstatic, as it meant he had a chance to offload the stock. Alright, our company address is 19 Hessian Road. I'll be waiting for Yifeng's visit. Huang Guanyuan said excitedly. Okay, I got it. After a few pleasantries, they ended the call. Yifeng put down the phone, rubbed his chin, and realized he still had over 12,000 yuan in cash. It was more than enough, but when it came to costs, he wanted to press down on them a bit. During the past week, after school every day, Yifeng went to Zhao Xinji's place to repair computers and earn around 2,000 to 3,000 yuan a day. After a week, with the previous savings added up, he had over 12,000 yuan in cash. These funds still had to go towards renovating the store, buying computer parts, There were plenty of expenses ahead, so he wanted to spend every cent wisely. Yifan returned to Gu Muxi's room. "Who called you?" Gu Muxi asked curiously. "I said it was a beautiful girl. Do you believe me?" Yifan teased her. Gu Muxi chuckled. "A beautiful girl? I don't believe it. Which beautiful girl would take a liking to you? You'd better get your eyes checked at the hospital." After joking, she continued to concentrate on her exercises, and Yifan sat on the side to read. Half an hour later, the next morning at 8 a.m., Yifan and Wang Tai took a bus to 19 Hessian Road. It was a street-facing mixed-use building called Hessian Mansion, but in reality, it only had 6 floors and a wider body. Yifan gave Huan Guanyuan a call once he arrived at the building. Soon, Huan Guanyuan appeared at the building's entrance, jogging over to greet Yifan and Wang Tai. "Ah, hello, little brother Yifan." Huan Guanyuan ran over, warmly shaking hands with Yifan. "Manager Huan, just take me to see the goods directly. If they're not suitable, I'll leave. I have other matters to attend to," Yifan calmly said, showing no particular interest in the components and not appearing eager. Yes, the goods are in the company. Please follow me, brother Yifan." Huan Guanyuan hurriedly gestured. Guided by Huan Guanyuan, Yifan and Wang Tai arrived at the company on the 3rd floor. Huan Guanyuan's company was called Shengsan Electronic Recycling Co., Ltd., specializing in the recycling of household appliances and electronic products. Yifan was familiar with the revenue model of such businesses, which involved acquiring electronic products with residual value from the primary market at low prices, such as old air conditioners, refrigerators, TVs, and computers. They would then sell useful second-hand products to secondary dealers or return them to electronic manufacturers to earn the price difference. Although these businesses could sell acquired goods at double the price, they required high turnover capital. Typically, if some goods could not be sold immediately, the more goods held back, the more difficult the capital turnover would be. Therefore, they usually made every effort to sell the goods as soon as possible to recover the payment and profits. Upon entering the company, the dimly lit environment and the lazy employees lounging around the office desks gave off an impression of a lack of vitality and a dull atmosphere. Yifan glanced at the other rooms where many second-hand electronic products were stored, indicating that they were probably under pressure due to the accumulation of inventory. With just a glance, Yifan roughly perceived the current difficulties facing the company: excessive inventory, inadequate employee quality, and poor management. Huan Guanyuan led Yifan to a storage room where 25 large monitors and 25 scattered computer mainframes were placed. "The goods are all here, brother Yifan. Please take a look," Huan Guanyuan said with a smile. Yifan nodded, picked up a board at random, checked the label, which indicated the production date and model. Looking at the label behind the chassis, he suddenly realized something. These were Galaxy computers produced in 1997, which supported AMD-K6 and Intel M.Max chips, as well as SDR memory. If fully equipped, these computers were valued at around 9,000 yuan at the time, making them relatively expensive for 1997. Of course, nowadays, 9,000 yuan could buy a better computer than this model. These old computers could still run DOS games like Xianjin and Red Alert, and they were most likely discarded from internet cafes. After casually checking a few mainframes, Yifan discovered that most were either missing graphics cards, hard drives, or chips. When he powered on the monitors, they still worked fine. Compared to the mainframes, the monitors were not as prone to damage. After roughly inspecting the goods, Yifan felt happy as he was confident that only some parts were faulty, discarded by internet cafes, but after looking at several mainframes, repairing the issues didn't seem too difficult. In other words, if you repaired this batch of computers, it would result in a batch of finished second-hand computer systems. By selling these 25 units at the market price for second-hand computers, he could make a significant profit hand over fist. Suppressing his excitement, Yifan maintained a composed expression and asked, "Manager Huan, most of the missing components in these mainframes seem difficult to source. Each mainframe is incomplete, and the good components have likely been removed. These useless components can't be used. So what's the point of having this pile of scrap metal?" Yifan expressed his lack of interest in the goats. Huan Guanyuan knew the awkward situation represented by this batch of goats. Repair was not cost-effective, and the repair costs would likely surpass profits, making it difficult to sell the systems. However, selling failure components as second-hand parts was also not a viable option. Ah, Brother Yifan, you mentioned wanting to study these goats. With this many components, we can offer you a discount. You can tinker with them however you like when you take them back. Huan Guanyuan eagerly tried to persuade Yifan. Yifan nodded. Indeed, damaging them wouldn't bother me. So, how much are you planning to sell them for? If you negotiate another 5,000 yuan, I will leave immediately. Huan Guanyuan quickly added with a smile. No, I discussed it with the boss. If you take all of them, for 1,000 yuan, they're all yours. 4,000? That's still too expensive. Where would this pile of scrap metal be worth for 1,000 yuan? You've probably only earned around 2,000 yuan from taking them back, Yifan commented. Or how about a final price of 2,500 yuan? Consider it untangling yourself from this mess, Yifan casually proposed. 2,500 yuan. Brother Yifan, you're really driving a hard bargain. Huan Guanyuan chuckled, clearly dismayed. He couldn't handle Yifang's sharp bargaining skills. Starting with over 1,000 yuan off the initial price, this was too much to bear for him. Not acceptable? Then, just keep them here. Otherwise, scrap metal should fetch a few hundred yuan, Yifeng pointed out. Wang Tai, we're leaving, Yifeng called, ready to take Wang Tai away. Wang Tai chuckled in his mind, noting Yifeng's exceptional bargaining prowess. He definitely had Huan Guanyuan cornered. Flustered, Huan Guanyuan blocked Yifeng's path and said, Brother Yifeng, please wait. Let me go ask the boss. After saying that, he hurried to the back office. Once Huan Guanyuan left, Wang Tai asked in a low voice, Brother Feng, can we really buy this batch? Yifeng laughed lightly. To others, it's worthless, merely a white elephant. But to me, it's treasure, repairable goods that, with a few additional parts, will become profitable second-hand computer systems. Brother Tai, do you know how much these second-hand computer systems could be sold for? Yifeng teased. Curious, Wang Tai asked, Brother Feng, how much? Yifeng chuckled softly. Minimally 3,000 yuan per unit, maybe even higher. Wow, Wang Tai gasped. If all the computers in this batch were repaired and sold as second-hand systems, the profit potential could reach dozens of times the cost. Considering at least 3,000 yuan per unit, with a total of 25 computers, that's over 70,000 yuan. Just the thought of this number excited Wang Tai. He'd never seen such a large sum before. Seeing Wang Tai so energized, Yifeng raised his hand and hushed him. Calm down first. Okay. Wang Tai took a deep breath to compose himself. Soon after, Huan Guanyuan returned and said to Yifeng with a smile, I just went to talk to the boss, and it's fine. 2,500 yuan it is. Yifeng's lips curved into a smile. Success. All right, your boss is wise. Please have your team help me transport the goods back. I'll give you an address, Yifeng requested. Huan Guanyuan also breathed a sigh of relief. He had fulfilled his task and completed his sales target. Sure. We'll arrange for it to be delivered to you shortly, Huan Guanyuan agreed. After Yifeng shared the shop address with Huan Guanyuan, completed the payment, received the receipt and invoice, conducted the handover procedures, Yifeng and Wang Tai returned to the shop. A week had passed, and the shop's renovations were still ongoing. Yifeng had visited twice during this period, and the progress was pleasing. Initially set for 2 weeks, Han Ping'an had completed most of the work in just 1 week. When they arrived at the shop around noon, Yifeng bought some fast food. Ping'an, Gan, let's have lunch. Yifeng pushed the door open and saw Han Ping'an using a chisel to slowly work on the grooves. Unable to use the drilling machine during lunch and dinner, Han Ping'an used a chisel to slowly carve out the grooves bit by bit. Brother Feng, dig Brother Feng. Hello upon seeing Yifeng arrive. Both brother and sister were delighted, setting down their work to come greet him. Yifeng noticed Han Ping'an's left middle finger was wrapped in a cloth with bloodstains, furrowing his brows. You're injured. Han Ping'an scratched his head sheepishly. Just a minor injury. No big deal. Let me see. Yifeng put down the fast food, unwrapped the cloth, revealing a deep cut on the middle finger with fresh blood oozing out. No bandage in sight. You call this nothing? You're not even using antiseptic. No bandage either. Are you trying to get an infection? Do you want to die? Yifeng scolded sternly, though filled with concern. Despite his strict tone, it was infused with care. Scolded, Han Ping'an hung his head and remained silent. Tai, go to the pharmacy and buy some medicine. Get medical alcohol and a box of bandages, Yifeng instructed. All right. Wang Tai acknowledged, then hurried out to purchase the medications. Yifan personally cleaned and treated Han Ping'an's wound once the medicine was obtained, then bandaged it. Just after finishing lunch, Wang Guanyuan arrived with the scrap computers. Yifan signed for the delivery, and Wang Tai and Han Ping'an began unloading the goods. When all 25 computers were stacked in one corner of the shop, Wang Tai asked, "Brother Feng, shall we repair all the units now?" Yifan gave a slight smile, saying, "No need. Start with 2 first. We need them for tomorrow." 2. Wang Tai puzzledly scratched his head. "One will be for me, and the other is a gift for Gu Muxi's 18th birthday. It's her birthday present," Yifan said. Wang Tai immediately understood, chuckling, "You've got it going on, Brother Feng." Yifan touched the computer, feeling a sense of emotion. Gu Muxi, turning 18. Thinking about it, they had been living together for 18 years already. "Little Qingmei, you'll probably love this gift, won't you?" Yifan bought a set of second-hand tables and chairs and a set of repair tools, including soldering iron and hot air gun. With a workspace ready for repairs, he began working on fixing computers. First, he repaired the faulty hardware, and then went to the electrical science building to find second-hand missing parts. The afternoon sun was scorching, heating up the ground with waves of heat. The shop was still in a messy, half-construction state. Han Ping'an and Wang Tai continued to cut openings, with Han Nanni carrying a small bucket behind them, sprinkling water, then sweeping away dust and debris with a broom. Amidst the deafening noise of drilling, Yifan immersed himself in the repair work, ignoring the chaos around him. Phew! Yifan exhaled, lifted his head, took his eyes off the magnifying glass, and put down the soldering iron in his hand. Almost done. The next step is to apply some heat-absorbing glue. He muttered to himself. It took him 3 hours to repair the motherboard of this computer. The faulty points were not just 1 or 2, but a total of 5. Capacitors were damaged, pins were broken, the solder points under the chip were missing, and so on. It's no wonder they were reluctant to bring it in for repair, as most repair technicians might not be able to fix it, and the cost of repair might be enough to buy a new board. However, for Yifan, it was just a matter of investing some time, with no cash cost. After repairing the motherboard, it was like obtaining a second-hand component, which would fetch a higher price than the scrap parts. Yifan placed the motherboard back into the computer case, which now only needed a hard drive to boot up. He installed a functional hard drive from another computer, connected the monitor and power supply, and powered it on. Although Yifan knew everything had been repaired, there was still a bit of tension regarding whether it would boot up properly. Zzz. The power connection was successful, the motherboard started up, and the computer fan began to spin. The monitor lit up, and after a while, the Windows 98 system screen appeared. A couple of minutes later, the desktop finally appeared. Successful boot up. Ha ha. Yifan exclaimed excitedly. He had managed to fix this rundown computer himself, giving a sense of accomplishment. Upon hearing the sound, Wang Tai and Han Ping'an put down their work and approached, impressed by what Yifan had achieved. "Oh my, Fenjie, you actually managed to fix it," Wang Tai exclaimed in disbelief. "Fenjie, your skills are top-notch." "Heh. It was a bit challenging to fix, but as long as it works, it's good. Just with this one computer, we can make back our costs. Each machine can earn at least 3,000, Yifan happily remarked. This batch of computers was his first pot of gold. If we fix all the computers in this batch, we could make a big profit. Wang Tai grinned from ear to ear. Yes, let's continue working, comrades. Victory is yet to be achieved. We need to roll up our sleeves and keep going. Yifan encouraged with a smile. Great. Let's get back to work. Wang Tai was determined. Yifan continued to work diligently, starting to repair another scrap computer. Time passed quickly in the busy atmosphere. After fixing to computers, Yifan looked up, and the setting sun outside cast a golden glow on the ground. He checked his phone and was surprised to see it was already 5 o'clock in the evening. It was already 5 o'clock. Yifan was taken aback, not expecting time to fly by so quickly. He hadn't even gone to Fat Zhao's place to repair computers on this weekend day. He almost forgot about it. Looking closely at his phone, he saw 3 missed calls from Fat Zhao. He needed to go there to make some money first. Tai Zi, let's pack up and go to Fat Zhao's place. Yifan called out, organizing the tools on the table. Okay. Wang Tai responded and put down his shovel, walking over. Funjay, after we fix these to computers, are we going to sell the rest of the ones we repair? It's not to computers, we're keeping but 3. And we also need to leave 1 in the shop. The rest will be sold. Yifan explained while tidying up. Hehe, that's going to be a good amount of money. Can't wait. Wang Tai filled with anticipation. Yifan patted his shoulder and said, once we fix these computers, it'll take about a month or so. Let's head out for now. Yifan and Wang Tai boarded the bus and headed to Zhao Xinji's shop. The weekend bus was packed with people, crammed like sardines. The whole bus was tightly packed, just like canned sardines. On top of that, the hot weather filled the bus with the smell of sweat. Yifan hadn't experienced this feeling in a long time. He felt dizzy and uncomfortable from the suffocating air in the bus. He chuckled inwardly, vowing to buy a car once he made some money. When they arrived at Zhao Xinji's shop, it was already 6 o'clock. As soon as Yifan entered, Zhao Xinji hurriedly came over. Hey, Yi Xiaojage, where have you been? The customers have been urging us for the machine several times. I thought you weren't coming today. I called you several times, and you didn't answer. If you hadn't sent that text, I would have told them to come back and get the machines tomorrow. Zhao Xinji sounded slightly agitated. He wasn't pleased with Yifeng's behavior affecting his earnings. Yifeng remained calm. Boss Zhao, I also have my own matters to attend to. I'm not available 24/7. If it's too late next time, you can ask them to wait for another day. All right. Zhao Xinji waved his hand, showing some annoyance. Yifeng secretly chuckled to himself, seeing Zhao Xinji's reaction. Tell the customers to come back an hour later to pick up the machines. All right, Zhao Xinji replied, and went to make the call. Returning to his workbench, Yifeng saw 4 machines waiting for him. After checking each one, he found that none of them were booting up. It meant another opportunity to make money today. He immediately started working, and in just an hour, he had managed to repair all 4 machines, handing them over to the customers on time. After deducting the repair fees and Zhao Xinji's commission, he had earned 2,710 yuan. Counting the money, Yifeng felt content. Making money through his skills felt comfortable. Zhao Xinji, on the other hand, looked on with envy. His expression changed as he smiled and said, Hehe, Yi Xiaojage, let's discuss something. How about I find you an assistant? When you're not around, they can help with the workload, as losing customers is easy. Yifeng smiled politely and calmly replied, no need, I can handle several machines on my own. Ah, that must be tiring. Seeing you work so hard makes me feel uneasy. Having an extra pair of hands could reduce the pressure on you. Let's go with that plan. I'll find someone soon. Zhao Xinji pretended to be considerate. Before Yifeng could say anything more, he made an excuse and stepped outside to make a call. Yifeng watched him walk away, inwardly chuckling. He knew what Zhao Xinji was up to. Even if he insisted on bringing in someone else, learning to repair computers wasn't something you could pick up in 10 days or 2 weeks. Another month or so, and he would stop playing along with Zhao Xinji's game. If he wanted to find an assistant for himself, he could go ahead. After some thought, Yifeng felt it wouldn't affect him much and called out to Wang Tai to head home. Watching Yifeng and Wang Tai leave, Zhao Xinji stood at the door, a frown on his face. This Yifeng guy was starting to disregard him more and more. Despite several invitations and attempts to get him involved, Yifeng refused to join forces and work together. It seemed that the plan to bring him in as a partner wouldn't work out. His face grew darker as he thought of another failed attempt. In the evening, after dinner, Yifeng went to Gu Muxi's room as usual to review her homework. Gu Muxi had finished her work and was leaning against the head of the bed, reading a book, her two clean legs swaying by the bedside. Her bare feet looked like translucent jade stones, round and cute. When Yifeng finished his homework and turned to look at her, he couldn't help but feel a dry throat. How would it feel to hold those feet in his hands? Wait, when did he become interested in feet? Yi Xiao, why do woodpeckers always peck trees? Gu Muxi, while looking at her book, suddenly looked up and asked. Yifeng quickly averted his gaze. How would I know? Maybe they like to drill into holes. Why? She inquired. Maybe tree holes are more damp and warm. Is that so? Or did you just make that up? If you think it's made up, then let's go with that, Yifeng replied confidently. I knew you wouldn't know, pretending to know in front of me. Gu Muxi's tone was playful and arrogant. Continuing with her book, Yifeng chuckled then asked, do you know how woodpeckers peck trees? Of course, it's in cartoons. Who doesn't know that? Muxi scoffed at what she thought was a silly question. I don't believe it. Can you imitate how a woodpecker pecks a tree? Yifeng climbed onto the bed beside her. How do you want me to imitate? She asked. Use my face as the tree. Yifeng pointed to his cheek shamelessly. Muxi exclaimed. What? You want to fall from my bed onto the floor? No way. Humph. Suddenly changed your mind because I'm here. She was about to kick him, but the doorbell rang, causing her to retract her foot. Liwen pushed open the door and entered with 2 drinks. 1 glass of milk, 1 glass of juice. Have you both finished your homework? Liwen smiled slightly, asking the two. I've finished. But who knows about Yishao? Muxi raised her hand. Aunt, I've finished too. Yifeng also raised his hand. Liwen nodded approvingly. That's great. You two working on homework together is much quicker. Are you both tired? Have some drinks to relax, she suggested. Easy. This is your favorite orange juice that I bought freshly squeezed from oranges this afternoon. She. This is the milk you wanted to drink. Liwen placed the milk and juice on the table. Thank you, Aunt. Yifeng stood up to express his gratitude. You're welcome. Keep reviewing your lessons. I won't disturb you. Liwen affectionately patted his head and left. Muxi breathed a sigh of relief after hearing her mother's footsteps fade away. She had narrowly escaped her mother catching them in an awkward moment. Sly Yifeng, you were lucky just now, evading that situation. Yifeng took a sip of juice, then passed the milk to her. You're really reluctant to let it go. Huh. Muxi took the milk, scoffing. Me reluctant? If someone dismantled you entirely, I wouldn't even bat an eye. Yifeng chuckled to himself. This girl was sharp with her words, but soft-hearted. He chewed down the juice, then licked his lips, wanting more. Glancing at Muxi, he saw her gulping down the milk. When she put down the cup, some white milk clung to her lips, with a drop sliding down from the corner of her mouth. Yifeng's eyes widened, taking in the sight with a sharp inhale. He couldn't hold back. Why are you staring at me? Muxi stuck out her tender tongue, licked her lips, and asked in confusion. Yifeng, with a show of shyness, said, Muxi, can I take a sip of your milk? My milk. Muxi looked at the milk in her hand, pursed her lips and said, No, I won't give it to you. You didn't even share your juice with me. If you're not giving it, then forget it. Originally, I was planning to give you a birthday present tomorrow, but now, let me reconsider. Yifeng sighed. Ow. Birthday present? Yishao, what birthday gift are you planning to give me? Muxi narrowed her eyes, curious to ask. Well, Yifeng pretended to hesitate. Come on. Just 1 sip. Okay. Muxi handed the pure milk in her hand. Unwilling to give up the milk, unable to extract any information, Yifeng took the milk, chuckled, and said, If I drink it, there will be my saliva in it. Aren't you afraid? Muxi rolled her eyes at him and said, Afraid of what? If you have a virus, so what? Besides, it's not like I haven't drunk it before. After saying that, she felt her words were a bit ambiguous, blushed, turned her head aside. She still remembered when they were young, both families were not well off, and when one family bought candy or snacks, they would always share and enjoy them together. They shared the same lollipop many times. They also drank from the same bottle, ate from the same snack bag, and gnawed on the same sugar can. It was all so normal to her, so she didn't think anything of it. Okay then, I'll drink it. Yifeng raised his head and took a big gulp, finishing half a cup in one go. Stop. Stinky Yifeng, give my milk back. Muxi quickly snatched the milk back and glared at him. Oops, accidentally drank too much, but as you said, just 1 sip. I didn't take a second sip. Yifeng wiped his mouth, smiling triumphantly. Muxi finished the rest of the milk, put the cup away, rubbed her little fist, and hummed, Now, can you tell me, what birthday gift is it? Yifeng said seriously, It's a computer. Muxi was startled, then laughed. Yishao, do you think I don't know about your financial situation? You're going to save up money fixing computers to buy another computer. You're lying, right? I don't believe it. In her impression, a computer was considered a luxury item. Most families couldn't afford one, let alone Yifeng. A computer cost at least 7,000 or 8,000, if not more. Stinky Yifeng, playing with me again. Yifeng, why is it that no one believes when someone tells the truth nowadays? Anyway, you'll find out tomorrow. By the way, this Sunday, are you free? Yifeng stretched out his words. I'm free this Sunday. What's up? Muxi was surprised and asked in return. Didn't you say you wanted to go shopping downtown last time? Tomorrow is your birthday, so I'll take you shopping. Yifeng smiled. Oh, Yi Xiao, since when do you have so much free time? These days, I see you coming home late, after work, and barely having time to eat. Now you're going to take me shopping. Gu Muxi asked in astonishment. What? Are you not going? I'm going, of course. Then it's settled. We'll head out after breakfast in the morning, and I'll ride your bike. Hey, you have your bike, why ride mine? Heh. Mine is new, I'm afraid it might get stolen. Oh, okay. But if my bike gets stolen, you won't be upset, will you? Yes, you're asking for it. Gu Muxi bared her teeth and claws and pounced on Yifeng, knocking him down on the bed and pinning him. Kids, do you want to eat? The door suddenly opened, and Li Wen appeared in the doorway, stunned in place. Gu Muxi and Yifeng were petrified on the spot. Gu Muxi was pinning Yifeng down on the bed in a very ambiguous position. Ahem. What are you guys doing? I think I'm here at the wrong time. Li Wen smiled awkwardly. Ah, Mom, don't get the wrong idea. We're just playing around. Gu Muxi quickly got up, blushing and explained. Yes, Aunt, Yifeng said seriously. Well, I understand. You guys can continue. I'll mind my own business. Li Wen smiled mysteriously, closed the door, and left. Gu Muxi glared at her. Mom, please, don't think too much. It's all your fault. Stinky Yifeng. Yifeng shrugged, laughing. Blame me? In the living room outside, Li Wen ran to the sofa, sat next to Gu Xingzhan in excitement. Honey, do you think Muxi and Xiaofeng are dating? She was thrilled, as if she had discovered a new world. Dating? It's impossible. They've grown up together since they were little. They're too familiar, so it's less likely. Gu Xingzhan shook his head in disbelief. Being familiar is good. Childhood sweethearts are nice, right? And I've watched Xiaofeng grow up since he was young. That kid is hardworking, kind, and ambitious. Quite nice. Anyway, I'm in favor of it. Li Wen smiled. Gu Xingzhan chuckled. Xiaofeng is a good kid, but when it comes to emotions, it's up to the kids themselves and fate. I think being too familiar might make it less likely. You don't understand men. Li Wen was taken aback. Is that so? But they seem to get along well. Who knows? Maybe sparks will fly as they spend more time together. Gu Xingzhan rolled his eyes at her. You're getting worked up over nothing. You just mind your own business. It's the kid's business. He pushed the watermelon on the table toward her and smiled. You just enjoy your watermelon. Li Wen picked up a slice of watermelon, recalling the scene just now, a mother's smile creeping onto her face. The following day at 7 in the morning, Gu Muxi got up early to freshen up. After washing up, she went back to her room to pick out her clothes, suddenly realizing she couldn't find a blue dress she knew she had. She ran out and called out to her mom in the kitchen. Mom, have you seen my blue dress? Li Wen came out of the kitchen and said, wasn't it put away in your closet? Maybe it's in the lower drawer. She suddenly noticed that Gu Muxi had makeup on, asking, Daughter, are you going out today? Why are you wearing makeup? Remembering that her daughter rarely put on makeup unless for special occasions or school events, Gu Muxi blushed a bit, eyes darting around, casually answered, No, it's nothing. Just want to go downtown for a stroll. Oh, today is your 18th birthday. Mom will go order a cake for you shortly. Remember to come back tonight. From today, you're officially an adult. Li Wen smiled. Mom, I know. I'll be back this afternoon. Gu Muxi turned back to her room, found the blue dress in the bottom drawer, put it on joyfully. After changing, she checked her outfit in the mirror, spun around in place, the dress fluttering. The lovely blue dress made her look extra radiant and charming. Not bad. Gu Muxi touched her face, then stood with her hands on her hips, quite satisfied with her look. Yifeng would probably like this, right? Bah. Who cares if he likes it? I'm dressing for myself. Gu Muxi shook her head, trying to shake off those strange thoughts. Finally, she grabbed her little handbag and left the house. Mom, I'm going out. Aren't you having a meal? I'm going to eat at Yifeng's place. Gu Muxi changed her shoes and quickly left. Li Wen came out of the kitchen, bewildered. Why is she having breakfast at Xiaofeng's house? Gu Muxi arrived at Yifeng's doorstep and knocked. The door opened, and Meng Xiaoyun saw Gu Muxi in a dress, exuding a bit of a ladylike aura, feeling surprised. Oh, Muxi, are you going on a date today? Looking really pretty today. Gumuxi blushed and grinned. Not really. Aunt, where's Yifan? Looks like he hasn't gotten up yet. That lazy bones, can you go pull him out for me? Meng Xiaoyun smiled. Okay. Gumuxi said. She walked in and headed straight to Yifeng's room, pushing the door open to find him leaning against the bedhead, just rising with bare arms. Oh my god. Gumuxi. Don't you knock. You scared me. Yifeng was startled, covering his chest suddenly. It's already this late, and you're still not getting up. Gumuxi stood with her hands on her hips. Can't you just get up? I'm still bare up top. Why don't you go out first? I'll change my clothes. I don't have anything on below, Yifeng said. Okay. Gumuxi blushed and quickly stepped out, closing the door. Stinky Yifeng, why does he like being asleep so much? After a while, Yifeng came out dressed, and Gumuxi was already sitting at the dining table having porridge. His mother, Meng Xiaoyun, still busy in the kitchen. Gumuxi, apart from going downtown today, where else do you want to go? Yifeng asked as he sat down. To the amusement park. I haven't been there in ages. Today is my birthday. Let's have some fun. Gumuxi muttered while having porridge. Okay then, I'll take you to the haunted house. Yifeng grinned. Haunted house? No fun. I haven't been scared since I was a kid. Gumuxi scoffed. Yifeng, okay, forgot it. She's not just any ordinary girl. Stinky Yifeng, hurry up and finish eating so we can leave. Come on. The porridge is hot. You're so slow. It takes you forever just to drink a bowl of porridge. Oh come on. You are so annoying. Always rushing and rushing. Oh really? What do you want then? What time is it already? I'm your mother. Don't mimic the way I speak. You're talking nonsense. The two were conversing in strange accents from a TV drama. Meng Xiaoyun came out from the kitchen, gave them a look, and said with a smile. What are you two saying? Your accents are so strange. Let's finish eating and then go play. It's Hu Hui's birthday today. Let's have some fun. Meng Xiaoyun took out her wallet from her pocket, ready to give Yifeng some pocket money. Mom, it's okay. I earn a lot of money fixing computers. I have money to spend, you keep yours. Yifeng quickly refused. Really? Meng Xiaoyun asked in surprise. Yes, really. Just relax. Yifeng smiled and quickly finished his bowl of pumpkin porridge. Mom, we're going to play now. We'll be back this afternoon. Yifeng got up to change his shoes. Gumuxi, with a sweet face, stood up and said, Auntie, let's go play together. The two left the house, and Meng Xiaoyun listened to their bickering outside the door, a smile of fondness on her face. These two kids always stick together and don't find it annoying at all, which is nice. Downstairs, Gumuxi brought out a bicycle. You can ride my bike, but you have to give me a ride. Gumuxi said. Why? I'm wearing a skirt today. Excuse me. You've ridden a bike in a skirt before. Okay, it's just an excuse. Then you ride your own bike. Yifeng quickly grabbed her. Okay, I'll give you a ride. That's more like it. Gumuxi raised her chin playfully. Stinky Yifeng, I can't control you, can I? Today. Be a good driver for me. Yifeng got on the bike and said, Madam Gu, please get on the bike. Okay. Little Yifeng. Gumuxi elegantly sat on the back seat and said, Let's go. Little Yifeng, I'm ready. Gumuxi struggled to pedal the bike. Madam, why is this bike so hard to ride? Is it because it needs lubrication? Or maybe, just maybe, you're too heavy. Gumuxi, asterisk, go away. It was another sunny day, and because it was the weekend, there were more pedestrians on the road. Gumuxi looked up at the green trees along the road, with the sunlight shining through the leaves, occasionally basking in the sun, feeling warm all over. So comfortable. Gumuxi reached out her hand, a sweet smile on her face, trying to grasp the sunlight. She gently hugged Yifeng's waist with her right hand and looked at his back, her smile widening. It was nice to be out with Stinky Yifeng. The mood was really good. Little Yifeng, let's go get some ice cream later. I remember there's a very delicious ice cream shop in the city center. You don't want to go to MCD at Tian City Mall? Yifeng asked. It was the first McDonald's in the city, where many people would buy ice cream or have a chicken burger for birthdays. It's too crowded there. I don't want to queue. The one on the pedestrian street is not bad. Gumuxi said. The two arrived at the commercial street of Tian City, where they found a shop named Sweet Ice Cream. There were about a dozen people lining up on weekends, a much better situation compared to the hundreds of people lining up at MCD. Yifeng had just bought some ice cream and saw two young men surrounding Gumuxi. It was clear they were trying to chat her up and harass her. Yifeng's face darkened, and he walked over quickly. "Little girl, come play with us. Don't be so cold. Let Big Brother take you to a fun place." A young man with a shaggy haircut leered at Gumuxi. Gumuxi's eyebrows furrowed as she coldly said, "Before I lose my temper, you better back off." "Oh, such a spicy temper. I like it, heh." The young man with the shaggy haircut laughed lewdly and reached out to touch Gumuxi's shoulder. Gumuxi's eyes flashed. A swift leg sweep. Pow. Ouch. Followed by a powerful back throw. Pow. The young man with the shaggy haircut was slammed hard on the ground, howling in pain. It all happened in a flash, and Gumuxi's movements were extremely smooth and skillful, leaving the spectators stunned. "Wow. What a fierce girl." The remaining young man saw his companion being beaten up and cursed angrily, attempting to grab Gumuxi. Suddenly, an ice cream appeared in front of him, slapping him in the face. Ada. Yifeng learned from Bruce Lee, lifted his leg like a kickboxing swing and kicked him, but his ankle suddenly felt sore and swollen. "Damn it, seems like I twisted my ankle. Never mind. Let's leave here first before causing trouble." While the guy was still coping with the ice cream on his face, Yifeng grabbed Gumuxi's hand and ran. Hit and run. Quite thrilling. The two ran madly forward, covering 300 to 400 meters before finally stopping in a small alley by the roadside. Phew. It seems they didn't chase us. Yifeng breathed heavily, looking around, not seeing any pursuers, and feeling relieved. "Ha, that was fun." Gumuxi was excited, finding the fight just now quite exhilarating. Yifeng. He had indeed been startled by Gumuxi's skills just now. She deserved her black belt in judo. Her moves were clean and sharp. "Miss Gumuxi, I didn't expect us to run into this kind of trouble as soon as we went out to play." Yifeng shook his head and smiled helplessly. "Those two jerks were looking for trouble with me. I can't just let them bully me, can I? I haven't even shown them my real skills yet." Gumuxi flexed her small fists. "All right, let's not argue with you. Where's my ice cream?" Yifeng held the remaining ice cream protectively against his chest. "This is mine since you threw it on that guy's face." Gumuxi squinted, revealing two small fangs, and threatened, "To give it or not to give it." Yifeng. "Don't do anything you'll regret." Seeing his resistance, Gumuxi smiled slyly. "Don't worry, I won't." So the two of them happily made a deal to share the ice cream, each taking a bite and not allowing the other to take more. They strolled together, attracting some strange looks from passers-by who saw them sharing the same ice cream. But Gumuxi didn't care. She walked lightly, gazing around at the shops on both sides of the street. For her, it was a normal thing. She had been sharing food and drinks with Yifeng since childhood, and was used to it. Yifeng walked by her side, turning his head to look at Gumuxi humming a cheerful tune, a smile on his face. Suddenly, he felt that her beautiful black hair was missing something. "Gumuxi, let's go check out the little accessories stand up ahead." Gumuxi glanced at the brightly adorned little items on display and seemed a bit interested but hesitant. "No, the accessories at the city center are a bit expensive. Let's look later." Yifeng pulled her back, stood in front of her, and smiled. "Today's your birthday. Let's be a little extravagant. I'll buy it for you." Gumuxi looked into his sincere eyes, and the two faced each other like that. "All right, let's go take a look." Gumuxi smiled. It was her birthday, so she might as well indulge a bit. If Yifeng wanted to buy it for her, she'd return the favor next time. The two arrived at the accessories stand, where they sold bracelets, necklaces, earrings, headbands, and hairpins. "Take a look. These are all the latest designs." The shop owner, a middle-aged man, had a shrewd gleam in his eyes. "I'll take a look first." Gumuxi glanced over the items at the stand, but was overwhelmed by the dazzling array of accessories. Seeing her looking a bit indecisive, Yifeng picked out a crystal butterfly hair clip for her. "This one looks pretty. Why don't you try it on?" Yifeng held out the crystal butterfly hair clip to her. The middle-aged man quickly praised, "Girl, your boyfriend has a good eye. This hair clip I just got in a few days ago. It's the latest design." "Ow, boyfriend? Uncle, you misunderstood. He's not my boyfriend." Gumuxi was taken aback, blushing as she explained softly. "Really? Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you two looked so good together. I thought you were a couple." "No, we're not." Gumuxi felt embarrassed, pouting and taking the hair clip from Yifeng. She put it on, adding a sparkling touch to her beautiful dark hair. How does it look? Is it nice? Gumuxi turned around, feeling more radiant and captivating. Not bad. Not bad. It seems my for beauty is still good. Yifeng bragged and laughed. Then let's take this one. Boss. How much is this hair clip? Gumuxi took off the clip and asked. Heh. It's 5 yuan. The middle-aged man rubbed his hands and smiled. What? 5 yuan for this? Boss. This kind of accessory only costs 3 yuan where I'm from. Gumuxi was surprised, feeling it was a bit expensive. With 2 yuan, you could have a bowl of noodles, but she liked the hair clip and felt it was a bit pricey. Yifeng, on the other hand, said, Hey boss, please pack it up. Then he said to Gumuxi, It's your birthday today. I'll buy it for you. 5 yuan isn't that expensive. All right. Thank you, Yifeng. Gumuxi smiled. Gumuxi left the stall and looked around. Young man, not bad. Work harder. Keep an eye on her. The middle-aged man chuckled, handed the package to Yifeng, and gave him a thumbs up. Good business, boss. Yifeng chuckled and turned to find Gumuxi. Gumuxi blinked, curious. What were you talking about just now? Oh, nothing. Yifeng. Where are we going next? Gumuxi, I'm taking you somewhere. I've prepared a birthday present for you. Oh. What is it? Why so mysterious? Heh. You'll find out when we get there. Yifeng brought Gumuxi to the entrance of his own store. What is this place? Gumuxi looked up in confusion at the self-built store door. This is my business space. Come in. Yifeng smiled and opened the door to go in. Funjie. Han Ping'an saw Yifeng and set down the hammer he was holding, standing up to greet him. Ping'an, don't you take a break on weekends? Yifeng looked at him covered in dust, with bloodshot eyes, looking a bit tired. I'm not tired. No need to rest. I want to finish the task you assigned me, as soon as possible. Han Ping'an replied hoarsely. You still need to balance work and rest. If you keep working like this, you won't finish the task before your body collapses. Yifeng said sternly. Han Ping'an felt warm inside and let out a sigh. All right, Funjie, I got it. He suddenly saw a stunningly beautiful girl standing behind Yifeng, with a fresh temperament, a melon seed face, delicate features, even more beautiful than the actresses on TV, which amazed him. Is this Funjie's girlfriend? She's really beautiful. Funjie is indeed a lucky person. Who is he? Han Ping'an, my first employee, a capable worker. Yifeng patted Han Ping'an's shoulder, praising him. Han Ping'an scratched his head awkwardly. Miss, hello. Gumuxi raised her eyebrows in disbelief, her expression showing she was speechless. Hey, did you call the wrong person? Han Ping'an looked at Yifeng in surprise, his eyes full of wonder. Is he mistaken? Yifeng chuckled and took out 10 yuan from his pocket, handing it to Han Ping'an. Ping'an, go buy some food first. You don't need to work today. Rest well. If I see you working, I'll deduct your pay. Han Ping'an felt grateful and relieved. All right, Funjie, got it. He suddenly noticed that Han Nanny was not there. She went next door to play. She come back when it's time to eat. Han Ping'an shook his head with a smile. Kids love to play, but at her age, she should start going to school. Let's find a school for her once the store is on track. Yifeng pondered for a moment. Really? Thank you, Funjie. Han Ping'an was very excited and grateful, with gratitude in his eyes. Of course, go buy some food first. Yifeng smiled. Okay. I'll go now. Han Ping'an took off his face mask and ran out. Gumuxi looked around the store, surprised. How much do you rent this store for? You are even hiring people and doing renovations. My goodness, so many computers. Where did you get these? How much did you earn? Gumuxi looked shocked at the bunch of computers stacked behind the work table in the store. This is the same Yifeng who used to divide a piece of candy and eat it over 2 days, right? Just with the rent of the store, these computers would have cost a lot of money. Not to mention that he also hired people. Unbelievable. Heh, I only made a little money from computer repair. It's nothing much. Yifeng replied calmly, with a hint of arrogance in his tone. Reborn in a new life, if he couldn't even earn his first bucket of gold, it would be a waste of his reputation as a successful entrepreneur in his past life. Wow, so many computers. Are they all working? Gumuxi was so excited that she ran to the pile of computers, touching and examining them. She had always wanted a computer, so she could surf the internet, chat with people from all over the country, even around the world. How cool would that be? She had been yearning for it for years, but she knew her family's financial situation wasn't great. A computer was a luxury item for them. So every time she heard her well-off classmates at school talking about computers, QQ, and games, she felt envious. But she could only envy them silently. When she saw so many computers stacked there, although they all looked old, her eyes lit up with excitement that was hard to suppress. Even if they were old computers, they were still computers. A second-hand computer cost at least 4 or 5,000 yuan, which was quite expensive. I've only repaired 2 of them so far. The others are not fixed yet. Yifeng smiled and went to tap on one of the computers on the work table. This one is a birthday gift for you. Gumushi was stunned for 3 whole seconds after hearing this. What? A birthday gift from me? Yi? Are you serious? Is it real? Gumushi grabbed Yifeng's arm, finding it hard to believe, and confirming repeatedly. Yifeng gave her a side eye. Of course, it's true. When have I ever lied to you? Have I lied to you? Big or small? Ahem. Well, let's not dwell on past mistakes. Let them blow away with the wind. Anyway, this time I'm not fooling you. Really? Really? But I have a condition. Gumushi quickly crossed her hands on her chest, alertly saying, Yi, just to clarify, I won't sell either computer, not even both. Yifeng smirked. Gumushi, what do you think of me? Do I look like a pervert to you? Gumushi glanced at him seriously. From the looks of it, you kind of do. Yifeng. Gumushi burst into laughter, shaking with a smile. Don't make that face. I'm just teasing you. Go ahead. What's the condition? As long as it's not too much, I'll agree without any problem. Yifeng really wanted to say be my girlfriend, but it felt unrealistic and might even scare her. Hehe, I haven't figured it out yet. I'll let you know when I do. Yifeng narrowed his eyes, leaving himself a trump card. Okay. Let me know when you figure it out. Let's find a way to take the computers back. Shall we set up an internet connection or something? Gumushi couldn't wait to touch the computers. We'll find a tricycle to take them back. Yifeng said. Then you do the heavy lifting. Ha. Gumushi, are you treating me like a beast? Is it not allowed? Well, I guess it's fine. I'll do all the work, and you give me grass. Hehe. Hot. Why do you sound so vulgar? Is that so? I don't think so. Gumushi sat in front of the computer, excitedly asked, Yi, how do you play with a computer? I'll teach you how to operate it. This is the mouse, and this is the keyboard. Yifeng reached out from behind her, wrapped his arms around her, and then held her hand on the mouse, teaching her the basics. Gumushi felt Yifeng's warm breath near her ear, her heart beating fast for some reason, her cheeks flushing. Click the left button to select, right button for options, double-click left to open software. Yifeng explained seriously. After a moment, Han Ping'an came back with snacks. Funjie, got some food. Gumushi's eyes sparkled. I'll go eat some snacks first. She slipped out from under Yifeng's armpit and ran to get some snacks. What a glutton. Yifeng shook his head and followed her. Han Ping'an bought a variety of snacks for 10 yuan as much as possible. Gumushi was eating cookies, but when she saw Yifeng take out a sausage, she also wanted to eat it, but only bought one. Huh? No more sausages, just one. Gumushi pouted. How about you take a bite of mine? It's delicious and pretty long. All right, let me take a bite. Just a gentle bite, be careful not to hit your teeth. I won't, I'm an 18-year-old adult. Hey. Don't lick it. If you do, what am I going to do? HMPH. Hand over your sausage. What? Feeling challenging. Still want to argue with me? Okay. Fine. Here you go. Yifeng reluctantly handed her the sausage. Gumushi, afraid he might grab it back, immediately stuffed the sausage into her mouth, holding the entire sausage inside. Ha ha. Now the whole sausage is covered in my saliva. You won't get to eat it, she proudly said, then joyfully enjoyed eating it. Yifeng looked at her with a strange expression. She fit a 10-centimeter sausage in her mouth. He didn't expect her to have this talent. After the 3 of them had snacks, Gumushi wanted to learn computer repair and begged Yifeng to teach her. Yifeng disassembled the computer and told her the functions and usual problems of each component. Gumushi learned very seriously and attentively, with strong comprehension skills. When she understood that computer components were essentially integrated circuits, she comprehended the functions of capacitors, circuits, and pins. They stayed in the store until 3 p.m., and Gumushi saw that it was getting late, so she had to go home. You go back first, I still have some things to do. I'll help you bring the computers back later. Yifeng smiled. How? Aren't you coming back with me? What else do you have to do? Gumushi asked curiously. I need to go make money by repairing computers. Where do you think the startup capital for my business comes from? Oh, I see, that's good. Yi, you are very ambitious. What do you want to do once you earn money? To marry you. Get lost? Lying again. You've said this dozens of times since we were kids. All right, I'll head back first. After you're done, hurry back and have the cake. Otherwise, there won't be any left for you. Gumuxi threatened playfully. I'll finish it all by myself, Gumuxi said, acting fierce and cute. Yifeng shook his head and smiled wryly. All right, you go back first. Why is it so hard to speak the truth now? Maybe it's because it's too familiar. The more serious you are, the more it seems like a joke. Bye. Yi Xiao, goodbye. Miss Gu. Yifeng watched Gumuxi bounce away happily, looking like she was in a good mood. It's her 18th birthday, and she received a gift she likes, so she probably be happy all night. Yifeng smiled and was about to head back when suddenly a sharp pain shot through his right ankle. He squatted down, took off his shoe and sock, and saw bruising and swelling on his ankle. Damn, how unlucky. I really twisted my foot. Yifeng spat, rubbed the swollen area with saliva. It's a folk remedy, and he's not sure if it works, but at least it gives some psychological comfort. Perhaps Gumuxi's family has some ointment for injuries. He'll apply it when he gets back. Initially, it was just a dull pain, but it looks quite severe now. Yifeng put on his sock and shoe, took out his phone to check the time. He couldn't go back yet. He still had to go to Zhao Xinji's place to fix the computer. Even though his foot was twisted, it shouldn't affect his ability to make money. He'll endure it for now. Yifeng collected himself, then went back to the shop to give Han Ping'an instructions on the next steps. He handed him a list of materials to purchase, wires, and sockets. At this pace, he might finish all the wire grooves in 2 or 3 days, after which it'll be wiring, socket installation, lights installation, and repainting. Electrical installation requires some technical knowledge, which Han Ping'an lacks. Yifeng would have to do it himself, but the space wasn't too big, so it wouldn't be too much trouble to install. Han Ping'an could help mix mortar and paint. He believes that within a month, he can finish the soft decorations according to the design. Once the renovation is done, it will surely amaze everyone, as it's based on the design of an Apple store, focusing on simplicity, technology, and fashion. After giving instructions, Yifeng took a bus to Zhao Xinji's store. After a packed trip on the bus, Yifeng walked to Zhao Xinji's store. Just as he arrived at the door, he heard Zhao Xinji's laughter coming from inside. What could make him so happy? Yifeng walked inside and saw Zhao Xinji chatting with a scholarly young man in glasses and a checkered shirt, who seemed very familiar with him. Hey, Yi Xiaojie is here. Come on, let me introduce you. Zhao Xinji warmly greeted Yifeng, his face filled with a smile. But in Yifeng's eyes, this smile seemed a bit fake. Yeah. Mr. Zhao, you seem to be in a good mood today. Is your wife pregnant again? Yifeng teased. Hey, Yi Xiaojie, you really know how to joke. We need to reduce the birth rate. Oh, today is not about that. Zhao Xinji realized he was led off topic and quickly said, well, let me introduce you. Gao Hongxing, Gao Crossing, my younger cousin's classmate, a top student from Heishi University in Nanhai Province, recently graduated and came back. Hello, Brother Yi. Gao Hongxing adjusted his glasses, greeted with a formal smile, a hint of embarrassment on his face. To think that a top university graduate like him would have to call this guy older. Isn't it embarrassing? Hello, graduates from Heishi University are all outstanding talents. Yifeng complimented casually. Gao Hongxing's face showed a hint of pride and smiled slightly. Yifeng then turned to Zhao Xinji. Mr. Zhao, why did you hire such a talented person? Zhao Xinji laughed and said, Hey, didn't I tell you last time that I want to hire an assistant for you to share some of the pressure? Gao is quite good. He also studied computer science. Although he hasn't repaired a computer before, he still has a good foundation in this area. He will help you in the future. You won't have to work so hard then. After saying that, his eyes stared at Yifeng, waiting to see how Yifeng would react. Gao Hongxing was the candidate he had found to eventually replace Yifeng. Once Gao Hongxing learned enough to work independently, Yifeng would be out. Yifeng remained calm and seemingly unsurprised. Oh, Mr. Zhao is really considerate of me. Since Mr. Zhao has decided, I have no objections. Jia Xinju was taken aback by Yifeng's lack of reaction and his readily acceptance of the arrangement. It was unexpected. Then, I'll leave it to you, Yi Xiaojage, to guide him well. Jia Xinju turned to Gao Hanxing and instructed, although you graduated from Heishi University, you're still not familiar with computer repairs. You should learn more from Brother Yi. Gao Hanxing felt a bit uncomfortable, but managed to smile. Sure, boss, I'll learn from Brother Yi. Having to learn from someone several years his junior made him feel awkward, but for the sake of work, he had no choice but to do it. Easy Fun glanced at both of them and quietly chuckled. Jia Fadi was scheming to replace him because he refused to cooperate. Once Gao Hanxing learned the ropes, then Yifeng would be out. But no matter, in a month or so, he would leave anyway. Yifeng didn't react much because he wanted to keep a good relationship with Zhao Xinji. Before the shop started running, he still needed income from Zhao. If he had reacted strongly, he would have lost that income, and finding another avenue would be troublesome. Yifeng wasn't impulsive, always thinking about his interests, how to gain an advantage, and that's how he would act. Of course, the premise of pursuing interests is to adhere to principles in handling matters. Making enemies is simple, but resolving enmities is difficult. In business, one must avoid making enemies and make more friends. With more friends, more opportunities will present themselves. Mr. Zhao, how many computers are there to repair today? Yifeng said with a light laugh as he walked towards the workstation. Today, there are 5. Some customers specifically asked for you, saying you repair quickly and well. Your reputation is starting to grow, Brother Yi. Jia Xinju flattered. Mr. Zhao, you're too kind. The customers are smart. It's about having a competitive edge. Mainly, we charge cheaper than the technicians at the electronics building. Yifeng modestly replied. Yifeng looked for his tools on the workstation, but they seemed to have been put away. Gao Hanxing also followed him in and said, Brother Yi, I've organized all your tools into the drawers. Don't worry, I'm good at organizing. Yifeng glanced at him and calmly said, Next time, no need. I have my own way of organizing tools. If you put them all away, it'll be a hassle for me to find them. Before starting work, you need to understand that efficiency is key. Don't waste time looking for tools. Gao Hanxing was scolded a bit, and his face changed, looking a bit uncomfortable. However, he forced a smile and said, Okay, Brother Yi, I understand for next time. Yifeng smiled and stopped talking. Sometimes you have to take the initiative to assert your dominance in conversation, regardless of the other person's age. Yifeng understood that Gao Hanxing was just an apprentice assistant and needed a bit of pressure. Gao Hanxing would have to learn from him, and if Yifeng was displeased, Gao Hanxing wouldn't learn anything. That's how it is when you're an apprentice assistant. Even if he didn't like Yifeng, he had to maintain a polite facade. Jia Xinju sat on the other side of the shop, observing everything, a smug smile on his face. He speculated that as a graduate of a prestigious university like Gao Hanxing, studying computer science, he should quickly learn the trade, right? As long as Gao Hanxing could master half of the skills, he didn't have to be too outstanding to replace Yifeng. Then he could raise Gao Hanxing's salary, have him train others, and his computer repair business would take off. Hey, easy guy, you refuse to cooperate with me. Now I won't play nice with you. Time passed, and by 6 p.m., Yifeng had repaired 5 computers as scheduled. After testing them and ensuring they were fixed, he handed them over to the customers. The customers were pleased to see their computers fixed and quickly paid Yifeng for his services. After deducting Zhao Xinju's commission, Yifeng earned 3,200 RMB that day. Yifeng counted the money, satisfied, and tucked it into his wallet. Mr. Zhao, I finished today's job. I'll head off now. Yifeng greeted Zhao Xinji. Ah, you're leaving already? How about we grab a meal later? Zhao Xinji politely tried to keep him. Yifeng declined, saying, No, today is my friend's birthday. I have to go back. Maybe next time, definitely next time. Okay then, I won't keep you. Take care. Zhao Xinji saw Yifeng off and then, after Yifeng was far away, he snorted and returned to the shop. Gat, how was it? Did you learn something by watching today? Zhao Xinji asked Gao Hanxing with a beaming smile. Gao Hanxing hesitated. He hadn't learned much this afternoon. He had only observed and hadn't asked any questions. He had a general idea of what was being repaired, but didn't understand the repair process. However, he didn't want to seem dumb in front of Zhao Xinji. After all, he was a graduate of a top university. If he admitted he didn't understand, keeping this high-paying job would be difficult. So, he forced a smile and said, "It was okay. It doesn't seem too difficult, and I learned a few things." Zhao Xinji was pleased and patted his shoulder, encouraging him. "Great, keep it up. Once you've learned, I won't mistreat you." Yifeng returned home at 7 p.m., where he encountered an uncle downstairs who helped him bring his computer over. "Thank you for your hard work, uncle." Yifeng smiled and settled the delivery fee on the spot. "Hey, thank you for caring. Do you need help carrying it upstairs?" The middle-aged uncle kindly offered since it was difficult to carry two computers alone. Feeling some pain in his ankle, Yifeng reluctantly agreed. "Well, then, thank you. Please accept this 50 yuan. Yifeng took out another 50 yuan from his wallet as a token of appreciation for the help in moving the computers. The middle-aged uncle was pleasantly surprised and thanked Yifeng repeatedly. Together, they moved the computers upstairs. Opening the door, Yifeng found that his parents were not at home, likely celebrating Gumuxi's birthday across the hall. Yifeng and Gumuxi's families often had dinner together on their birthdays, making for a lively gathering. After putting the computers back in his room, Yifeng washed his face to freshen up, trying to hide his fatigue. However, the strain of moving the computers up the stairs had worsened and the pain in his ankle. After taking a sip of water, Yifeng headed to the neighboring apartment to join the celebration. Gumuxi welcomed him back and mentioned that they were just about to have dinner. "I'm so hungry. I want to eat 2 bowls of rice tonight." Yifeng chuckled. Inside, Gumuxi's mother and Li Wen were cooking in the kitchen, while Gu Xingzhan and Yi Jianjun were chatting in the living room, seeming very cheerful. "Son, come over here." Yi Jianjun waved him over. "Dad, what's up?" Yifeng walked over, curious. "I heard from Muxi that your recent test scores were good, ranking in the top 10 in your class." Yi Jianjun asked in surprise. "Yeah, they were alright, but I still need to review physics, chemistry, and language a bit more." Yifeng grinned. Yi Jianjun continued. "Do you feel confident about passing the entrance exam for second-tier universities?" "If I can pass the second-tier exam, I can attend a better school. Muxi has always performed well in exams. If you work harder and excel, you both could attend the same university and take care of each other. You've been in the same class from primary school to high school, and if you go to the same university, we'll be relieved." Yifeng smirked. His father seemed to lack confidence in him. Second-tier universities? What a joke. But then again, his academic performance used to be average. Now, however, he was confident he would score well above the eligibility for first-tier universities. "I'm quite sure about passing the second-tier exam. It's not that difficult. I've also told Muxi that after the college entrance exam, you both can list the same university as your first choice, aiming for Guan City University as the top pick since it's closer to home." Yifeng replied. Yi Jianjun nodded in satisfaction. "That's the spirit, keep it up." Gu Xingzhan added. "Lao Yi, it seems like Xiaofeng is quite confident. We should believe in him, he will surely do well." "Ah, my dear boss Gu, he did well this time, but his grades used to be mediocre. I'm a bit worried." Yi Jianjun shook his head. Gu Xingzhan looked at Yifeng and said, "Xiaofeng, so aim for good grades that will impress your father." Yifeng nodded. The conversation continued as Li Wen and Meng Xiaoyun brought out the last 2 dishes. "Let's sit down and eat." Li Wen invited them to the dining table. It was a hearty meal with 6 dishes and a soup, much like a grand dinner during Chinese New Year's. Gu Xingzhan specifically opened a bottle of goat wine to treat Yi Jianjun, as they were old drinking buddies who enjoy having a few drinks together once in a while. Gu Xingzhan had received some fine wines as gifts from others, and Yi Jianjun was relishing the opportunity to taste them now. The dinner was lively, with both families having known each other for over 20 years, creating a bond stronger than with relatives, almost like close family. After the meal, Li Wen cleared the table and brought out the cake. "Ding ding ding, time for cake. Let's all sit down. The daughter will light the candle and make a wish." Li Wen smiled. Gu Muxi happily nodded, sticking just 1 candle into the cake and lighting it. "Gu Muxi, what birthday wish are you making?" "It's your 18th birthday, after all," Yifeng asked curiously. "Mind your own business. I'm not telling you," Gu Muxi retorted haughtily. folding her hands to make a wish silently. She wished for her parents' health, Yifeng's success in the college entrance exam, and career advancement. Tilda, considering Yifeng gave me a computer as a birthday gift, I'll make a wish for him too. Gumuxi thought to herself. Gumuxi, did you make a wish related to me? Yifeng suddenly leaned in and quietly asked. Gumuxi blushed. Of course not. Don't flatter yourself. With that, she blew out the candle. Hey, we haven't sung the birthday song yet, Yifeng exclaimed in surprise. Xiaofeng, with your tune-deaf voice, I've endured listening to it for over 10 years. Let's spare ourselves, shall we? Gumuxi rolled her eyes at him. Yifeng chuckled helplessly. He may not have been musically gifted in the past, but after studying music in college and attending courses specifically for it, he was confident in his abilities now. Well, it looks like Gumuxi won't hear my melodious voice today. Gumuxi cut the cake, first giving slices to the elders, then a generous piece to Yifeng, and taking a small one for herself. Why are you eating so little? Yifeng asked curiously. There's too much cream in the cake, and I'm afraid of gaining weight. You eat more, Gumuxi replied casually. With your figure, there's no need to diet, right? Yifeng shook his head. Despite being half a head shorter than him, Gumuxi was already 1.7 meters tall, considered high among girls in the south. Not only was she tall, but she also had a well-proportioned body, envied by many girls at school. If I like it, you can't stop me. Let's go to the room, Gumuxi suggested, not wanting to smell cigarette smoke from Gu Xingzhan and Yi Jianjun smoking in the house. They went to the room, sitting at the desk to enjoy the cake. Xiaofeng, did you bring back our computers? Gumuxi had been wondering about her birthday gift. I did. They're in my room. I'll help you install it after school tomorrow. You know, I had to carry the computers back and forth twice with the delivery guy. It was exhausting. Yifeng shook his head with a smile. Gumuxi felt touched by his efforts and was about to say something when Yifeng teasingly said, Hey, give me a kiss as a reward. Gumuxi blushed and scolded, Get lost. Are you trying to take advantage of me? Well, tomorrow morning, I'll treat you to breakfast. Pig offal noodles with pig offal. Yifeng chuckled, but suddenly, he moved his foot, triggering intense pain in his twisted ankle. Ah, it hurts. Yifeng winced in pain, surprising Gumuxi. What happened to your foot? She asked, puzzled. It suddenly worsened. Moving the computers upstairs aggravated it, Yifeng explained. Gumuxi blinked in disbelief, realizing that he had been moving the computers with an ankle injury, which made her feel guilty. She quickly offered, Sit here and wait for me. I'll get some medicinal wine to apply it. My dad's medicine is very effective. All right, I definitely need the medicinal wine. Yifeng agreed. Gumuxi left and returned with a small bottle of medicinal wine. After a while, she poured some on her hand and started applying it carefully to the swollen area on Yifeng's ankle. Yifeng was surprised as Gumuxi had never voluntarily applied medicine for him before. She usually insisted that he deal with it himself. Seeing Gumuxi diligently applying the medicine, Yifeng felt a warm glow in his heart. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through him. Ah, it hurts. Yifeng cried out in agony. Gumuxi, what are you doing? Gumuxi looked up, gave him a look, and replied, I'm applying the medicine with some force for it to penetrate. Endure it if you want a quick recovery. Big man, you can handle a bit of pain. Yifeng responded. Oh, it's not that difficult. Do you remember when I applied medicine for you before? You were howling like a ghost. Gumuxi raised an eyebrow. What? I wasn't crying out. You're just trying to humiliate me. Yifeng chuckled, remembering the time back in 8th grade, when Gumuxi tumbled down the stairs. The scene was so comical, he couldn't forget. Gumuxi blushed slightly and looked embarrassed, muttering a retort. What a funny memory that was. You should remember that. You definitely cried out, especially when you rolled down the stairs like a clumsy cat. Gumuxi blushed and retorted back playfully. They continued bantering as Gumuxi diligently applied the medicine, which was indeed powerful and started to reduce the swelling. My goodness. Yifeng, your ankle is seriously swollen. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Gumuxi exclaimed, feeling a bit guilty for not realizing the severity of his injury earlier. It wasn't that painful before, but it's gotten worse. Moving the computers made it hurt more. Yifeng explained helplessly. Gumuxi was taken aback by the extent of his injury. You should have told me earlier. Gumuxi then decided to fetch an egg from the kitchen, intending to use it as a compress after applying the medicinal wine. She instructed Yifeng to prop up his foot so she could properly treat his swollen ankle. Gumuxi cautiously and strongly applied the medicinal wine, as Yifeng winced in pain. The pain was unbearable for a moment, but it was a necessary discomfort for a quick recovery. Outside the room, Gu Xingzhong and Yi Jianjun, Li Wen, and Meng Xiaoyun looked at each other in surprise. Li Wen was puzzled. What are those two kids doing in there? Li Wen looked puzzled and got up to knock on the door. Zixi, what are you guys doing inside? The door opened, and Gumuxi grinned. Nothing much. I was applying medicine for Yi Xiao. This guy can't endure any pain at all. Oh, got it. The eggs are boiled. Can you get a cloth to apply some heat for Xiaofeng? Be gentle, okay? Don't hurt Xiaofan, Li Wen instructed. Gumuxi, oh, all right, Mom, I know. Gumuxi had 3 black lines on her forehead. Why was Mom always biased towards that annoying Yifeng? She went to the kitchen, took out the boiled eggs, wrapped them in a piece of cloth, and then took them to apply heat for Yifeng. Yifeng didn't want her to apply the heat, as it was torturous. She didn't know how hot the eggs were, and almost burned her skin. Yifeng ended up gently massaging himself with the eggs. After applying the medicinal wine and using the warm eggs for heat therapy, he felt much better, and the pain reduced. Yifeng leaned against the bedhead, watching Gumuxi trimming her nails at the desk. She was sitting with her legs crossed. The hem of her skirt moved up a bit, revealing a pair of fair and slender legs. The elasticity should be pretty good, right? Hey, Gumuxi, can you help me trim my toenails later? Why do I have to help you trim them? Just because you have a big face. I'm big everywhere, except my face. My hands are busy with the hot compress. It's inconvenient. Gumuxi glanced at his swollen ankle and softened. All right, seeing that you gave me my favorite birthday gift today and sprained your foot, I'll help you trim them. Yifeng was delighted. Gumuxi was indeed tough on the outside but soft-hearted. Thanks. Can you trim the left foot first? The left foot doesn't hurt. Yifeng grabbed a pillow and lay comfortably, waiting for her to assist him. Gumuxi sat at the bedside and started trimming Yifeng's toenails with nail clippers. Yi Xiao, you should remove that dead skin when you shower. Oh, it's so thick, Gumuxi said with a hint of disgust. The skin is a protective layer. Why remove it? It feels secure to have skin covering things, Yifeng teased. Gumuxi was taken aback. Why are you speaking in such a weird tone? What's weird about it? It's normal, Yifeng replied. I don't want to deal with you. After I'm done trimming, go rest and go to bed early since you hurt your foot, Gumuxi said. Huh? Are you kicking me out so soon? It's already 10 p.m. Do you plan to stay here overnight? Ha ha. Why not? Annoying Yifeng. Do you want me to throw you out in a bundle? Don't be so impulsive. Well, I'm technically half your master, teaching you how to fix computers and cook noodles. Gumuxi rolled her eyes and humphed. Your noodles aren't that tasty anyway. Then why did you eat so much? My noodles aren't good enough for you, Yifeng retorted. Your noodles are too hard. They're undercooked. Gumuxi stubbornly replied. Ha ha. At least I made them myself. Besides, you were busy, and they got burnt. Yifeng chuckled. Gumuxi pinched his thigh. Ouch. Gumuxi, why did you pinch me? Gumuxi raised her chin proudly. If you keep mocking me, I won't mention the noodle incident again. Yifeng smirked. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Gumuxi showed her white teeth. If you say one more word, I'll cut off your toes. Yifeng chuckled but obediently stayed silent. After all, his toes were still in her hands. After a while, Gumuxi quickly finished trimming Yifeng's toenails in a few movements. All right, Yi Xiao, you better leave now and go sleep. Gumuxi put away the nail clippers and clapped her hands. So soon? Yifeng felt a bit reluctant. The feeling of Gumuxi's soft hands holding his toes was quite pleasant. Too bad good times are always short-lived. All right, I'll go back first. Little she, can you help me? Yifeng looked at her pitifully. Fine. Fine. You're such a troublemaker. Gumuxi pulled him up from the bed. Yifeng got up unsteadily and accidentally hugged her, feeling her soft and warm body, making him feel like he was in heaven. A unique fragrance teased his senses. Gumuxi smelled so good. Be careful, I can't hold you up. Gumuxi blushed, puffed her cheeks, pretending to be annoyed. But being hugged by Yifeng like this made her heart beat faster inexplicably. Oops. Sorry. Yifeng scratched his head, steadying himself. After putting on his shoes, with Gumuxi's support, he walked out the door. In the living room, Gumuxi's parents were the only ones left. Is your foot feeling better, Shafeng? Liwen asked with concern. After applying medicinal wine and heat therapy, it's much better. Thank you, Auntie. Yifan smiled. Get some good rest, Shafeng. She. Be careful with him. Shafeng probably can't ride his bicycle for the next few days. Can you give him a ride to school? Liwen instructed. Gumuxi nodded reluctantly. Mom, why do you treat that annoying Yifan so well? All right, I got it. Gumuxi responded helplessly and continued supporting Yifan back. When they reached Yifang's house, Gumuxi let go of his hand. Okay, you can walk the rest of the way by yourself. I'm going back to take a shower. With that, Gumuxi turned around and happily bounced back to her own home. Yifan chuckled and walked into his house. Just as he arrived back home, Meng Xiaoyun came out of the kitchen, looking puzzled. Son, why are there two computers in your room? Oh, I bought them cheaply from a junk collection company. These two have been fixed, and I'm giving one to Gumuxi as a birthday present. Yifan confessed honestly. Good job, son. You can repair computers, too? I didn't know you had this talent. Meng Xiaoyun was pleasantly surprised. Heh, it's just so, third in the world. Yifan scratched his head, chuckling. Go take a shower. Afterward, I'll help you with your feet. You're so careless, you sprained your foot. Fortunately, it's not my hand. Otherwise, you'd be more stressed about your studies. Meng Xiaoyun said sternly. I'll figure out the money issue. If not, let's forget about it. It's not enough, and we need tens of thousands. Where can we get tens of thousands? Let me ask my second uncle and fourth aunt in a few days. No matter what, let me try to gather the money. Let's see how much we can get. Meng Xiaoyun shook her head, smiling bitterly. It really troubles you. If we can't get enough, we probably won't be able to pay it back, let alone what we need is a significant amount. After the Gaokao, Shafeng will go to college, so let's save the money for his education. I should be able to hold on for another 10 to 20 years. Yi Jianjun shook his head. Do you really have 10 to 20 more years? The doctor said, if you don't have the surgery soon, you might miss the window for the best treatment if it worsens. Don't worry about the money. I'll figure it out. Rest a bit and don't overwork yourself. Take it easy, Yi Jianjun said with a deep sigh, his face expressing worry. Once he finished a cigarette, he lit another, continuing to gaze out of the window at the night, smoking alone. The smoke enveloped him, making his back appear more hunched. The next morning, Yifan was still in a daze when he was suddenly woken up by knocking outside his window. Annoying Yifan. Get up. If you don't hurry up, I won't wait for you. Early in the morning, hearing Gumuxi's clear and sweet voice, Yifan opened his eyes, a happy smile appearing on his face. Who wouldn't love such an alarm? He rubbed his sleepy eyes, got up, dressed, and opened the curtains to see Gumuxi on the opposite window, tying her hair. The morning sunlight shone on her, making her glow like a star, full of youthful spirit. Good morning, Gumuxi. Yifan greeted with a smile. Gumuxi was still in her loose sporty school uniform, radiating youthfulness. It's not early anymore. Go freshen up, and I'll pick you up later. No need to make breakfast. My mom specifically made bone broth porridge for you this morning. HMPH, I never got this treatment before. Gumuxi pouted, showing her mother's favoritism. Heh, that's Annie being kind to me. All right, see you later. Yifan chuckled, closed the curtains, and left to freshen up. It was then that he noticed his ankle wasn't hurting anymore. He looked down at his ankle, which had reduced swelling and only had a bit of bruising left. The medicinal wine was really effective. His foot was almost healed overnight. With no pain in his foot, his mood lifted, and he hummed a tune as he finished getting ready and left with his backpack. Mom, I'm off to school. Auntie made bone broth porridge for me this morning. Yifan called out at the door, but after waiting for a while, he didn't hear a response from Meng Xiaoyun in the kitchen. Was Mom still not up so early? Yifan was puzzled and walked into the kitchen, finding it empty, with the stove cold. Mom? Yifan called out again, but there was no reply. Did his mom already leave for the street stall so early? Yifan shook his head, opened the door, and just saw Gumuxi coming out from the opposite door. Really? Gumuxi looked at him with a skeptical expression. Yifan nodded earnestly. Yes, it's true. It still hurts a bit, so I estimate it will take a few days of rest to recover. Life is like a drama, all depending on acting skills. Without that, how could I manage to have Gumuxi sent to school? I've completely got a hold of Gumuxi. Haha. Okay, let's go. I'll help you down the stairs, Gu Muxi said helplessly. With her assistance, Yifeng walked down the stairs. Gu Muxi, did you go to set up the account yesterday afternoon? Yifeng asked. Now, in order to go online, you still need to go to the business hall to set up the account, and then the computer connects to the internet through a telephone line. At that time, fiber optic technology wasn't widespread yet, so dial-up internet was used. It simulated signals through the telephone line to dial a special number of an ISP with a maximum speed of only 56 kbps. And once you made a phone call, you couldn't go online, and vice versa. With this slow internet speed, you could only browse web pages, forums, use OICQ also known as QQ, or play offline games. Only internet cafes and certain business units use dedicated broadband connections for playing network games like CS. Yes, my parents agreed. A technician came to set it up in the afternoon, but my mom only allows me 30 hours of internet usage per month, which is about an hour a day. It's not easy. Internet fees are quite expensive, around 50 to 60 yuan per month. Gu Muxi sighed. Your mom is probably worried that you'll spend too much time surfing the internet and neglect your studies, Yifeng said with a smile. Maybe, but being able to play for an hour every day is not bad. Haha. Gu Muxi brightened up in an instant. A woman's mood changes faster than flipping a page. Alright, when I come back from school, I'll help you set up the computer. You can also ask the installation technician to install the network cable for me. I should also get a desktop computer at home. Yifeng smiled. Sure. I'll inform the installation technician in advance when school is over. Gu Muxi nodded. As the college entrance exam approached, there were barely any classes. It was either teachers explaining exam questions or self-study. School time passed by quickly in the tense review period. After school, Wan Tai took Yifeng to Zhao Xinji's shop to repair the computer. The next day, the new assistant apprentice, Ga Hanxing, began to actively ask Yifeng for help with computer repairs. Yifeng still didn't pay much attention to him, wanting him to adjust his attitude first. He might teach him a thing or two then. Ga Hanxing was at Yifeng's mercy and could only obediently follow orders, not daring to argue. After fixing the computer, Yifeng returned home. The installation technician who came over was from the telecommunications company. This was not the later established telecom company, but a new company handling telecommunication services in the region, later merged and reorganized into a telecom group. When Meng Xiaoyun saw Yifeng returning, she quickly asked, Zifeng, did you call someone to install the phone and internet? Doesn't it cost a lot? Yifeng smiled. It's not that expensive, only about 300 to 400 yuan. Mom, don't worry. I earned some money from computer repairs recently, and having the internet installed will make it easier for me to learn about computers. Yifeng had earned over 7,000 yuan from computer repairs recently, plus the savings from before. He now had 31,000 yuan in cash that he could use. Spending a few hundred yuan to install a phone wasn't a big deal. At this rate, in another month or so, he'd have enough money to open a shop. The store setup, along with buying some computer accessories, would be a substantial expense. Meng Xiaoyun patted his head and said with a smile, Our son is good at making money so quickly, but you should focus on preparing for the college entrance exam and not get distracted. And if you earn money, remember to save it for when you go to university. Don't spend it randomly. She was pleased to see that Yifeng could earn money now. Okay, Mom, got it, Yifeng replied with a smile. However, he carefully examined his mother's complexion and noticed she looked a bit pale. He couldn't help but ask, Mom, are you too tired? Should we go to the hospital for a checkup? Meng Xiaoyun smiled. No need, I'm fine, but you should still get regular checkups. Don't worry about the money, I have some here. Yifeng said seriously. All right, I'll listen to you, but let's discuss it another day, Meng Xiaoyun casually replied. An hour later, the installation technician had set up the phone and internet at Yifeng's home. After paying, Yifeng started setting up the computer on his desk in the room. Once his computer was set up and connected to dial-up internet, he successfully connected to the network. It was such a relief, finally able to go online at home. Yifeng was extremely excited. The internet was truly the greatest invention since the new century. It was going to change the world. Despite the slow and unstable internet speed, taking about 5 to 6 seconds to load a web page, it didn't dampen Yifeng's enthusiasm for using it. With this computer, he could program and develop software, a handy tool for earning money. Once he developed software or games, he could sell them too. How exciting! In the year 2000, the internet and computers were not yet widely accessible, and many utility software and games hadn't been developed, such as farming games, parking games, landlords, and even popular for 1,399 games weren't online yet. This market was a vast sea waiting to be explored. Yifeng opened several popular websites, such as Suhu and Xingguan, which were information portal websites that also had their own chat rooms. Chatting in chat rooms, browsing portals, and discussing topics on forums were the main ways of socializing online at the time. OICQ, also known as QQ, wasn't particularly popular yet. Yifeng remembered that at that time, QQ hadn't changed its name yet, and the company had just secured funding. Their user base had only just reached 5 million registrations, but that figure counted for multiple accounts per user, some even having several, or dozens, even hundreds of accounts. The number of real-time online users hadn't exceeded 100,000 yet, a relatively low figure compared to the real-time online traffic of major portal websites. However, this year was also when the internet bubble burst, severely impacting the internet industry. With the rapid increase in operational costs due to expanding users, QQ faced serious financial problems, unable to cover losses. Reflecting on this, Yifeng felt he didn't have the ability to venture into this era of the internet. Maybe there would be an opportunity in the future. He downloaded OICQ and saw a very simple, nostalgic login interface with gray frames. The input interface only required a user number, a password, and 3 navigation buttons at the bottom: login, cancel, and registration guide. Following the registration guide, he registered an account for himself of 6 digits. After entering the account number and password, he successfully logged in. What a historical moment! The first QQ was born. Yifeng chose the username Maple. While Yifeng immersed himself in the joy of being online, Gumuxi couldn't contain her excitement and came looking for him. Hey, you're already logged in playing, but you haven't helped me set up yet. Gumuxi pouted, looking annoyed. Oops, almost forgot about that in my excitement. Alright, I'll set it up for you now, Yifeng chuckled. Yifeng moved the computer to Gumuxi's room, helped her set up internet connection, checked the IP address, and optimized the network settings. After successfully dialing up and connecting to the internet, he tested the network speed, finding it to be quite similar, with speeds ranging from kilobits to tens of kilobits per second. It's ready. You can surf the internet and browse websites and forums without any problems. Yifeng clapped his hands. That's fantastic. Gumuxi jumped with excitement, as if she were a child. Eagerly, she sat in front of the computer, trying to operate it herself. Yifeng bookmarked some portal addresses for her, taught her some basic online activities, and lastly, assisted her in setting up her own QQ account, registering her and adding his account as a friend. That's it. From now on, we can chat online. Yifeng nodded contentedly. Gumuxi was surprised, then rolled her eyes at him. Your window is right across from mine. Why would we chat online? Yifeng was speechless. It seemed indeed that was the case. They spent all day together and could just talk face to face through the window, making QQ chats unnecessary. Well, chat with people online then, but be careful. The online world is full of dangers you can't handle. Who knows? Maybe the person you're chatting with could be a weirdo. Don't trust online friends easily. Got it? Yifeng solemnly advised. Gumuxi nodded. I understand. Don't worry, I'm not a child. Okay then, I'll head back. If you have any questions, just call me from across the window. Yifeng laughed. After Yifeng left, Gumuxi, staring at her QQ, suddenly had a mischievous idea. Hehe, that cheeky Yifeng. Let's see how I can prank you. At 10 p.m., after Gumuxi finished her evening routine and returned to her room, she opened the QQ registration page and created a new account. Using the new account, she sent a friend request to Yifeng's account. Haha, naughty Yifeng, I'll be your first strange online friend. On the other side, Yifeng was browsing forums on his computer. Suddenly, there was a new message on QQ. Upon checking, he found a friend request from a strange account named Shumunianhuo. Someone is adding me as a friend already. Puzzled, he accepted the friend request. Hello, Shumunianhuo greeted. Yifeng immediately typed back. Yifeng, who are you? Are you a guy or a girl? Shumuni Anhuo. What are guys and girls? Yifeng. I mean, are you male or female? Shumuni Anhuo. Female. Yifeng. How did you add me on QQ? Shumuni Anhuo. Just added randomly. Yifeng narrowed his eyes, sensing a conspiratorial aura. The QQ friend adding function is to enter an account number. Although some people who surf the internet aimlessly might randomly search and add, Yifeng doesn't think the other party can coincidentally search and find their new QQ account. Let's see what IP address it is. Yifeng chuckled lightly and opened the firewall software. The early QQ software will record local information. The firewall software can record the information sent and received and also show the sender's IP address. This address is the real IP address of the chat partner, which was not blocked or disguised in the early versions. Yifeng scrolled down the firewall records and saw a string of IP addresses behind the earliest chat record. When he saw this IP address, he couldn't help but be stunned. Isn't this Gumuxi's home IP address? In the afternoon, when he helped her set up the computer network, he had seen this IP address. So that means, this netizen called Shumu Kinghua is actually Gumuxi. Yifeng's eyes flashed with understanding. No wonder there were inexplicable friend requests. Gumuxi must have registered a new QQ account and pretended to be a stranger to tease him. After realizing it, Yifeng decided to go along and see who would tease whom. Hey, you want to play with me? Yifeng immediately typed and sent. Oh, hi. Are you a friend online? I thought you were a woman. At this moment, Gumuxi across the window received the message. She was taken aback, wondering which woman Yifeng was talking about. She had to ask clearly. Shumu Kinghua. Which woman? Who do you think I am? Yifeng. Oh, it's just a little girl from next door. You wouldn't know her. Shumu Kinghua. You seem to know her well. Yifeng. Well, of course. Very well. I know every strand of her hair. Gumuxi blushed, glancing at Yifeng's QQ. How dare you? Shameless. Shumu Kinghua. Hehe. Really? Yifeng. By the way, who are you and where do you live? Gumuxi hadn't thought of a disguised answer yet, so she quickly made up one. Live in the Northeast, you wouldn't know. Yifeng grinned. Oh really? Say something in Northeastern dialect. I love it. Very amusing. Gumuxi didn't understand the dialect, scratching her head, unsure how to respond. She typed, what Northeastern dialect would I speak when surfing the internet? I don't want to say. Yifeng chuckled. Okay. Even though we're thousands of miles apart, it's still fate that we meet. Let's communicate more and get to know each other better. Gumuxi sniffed. Shumu Kinghua. How do you want to get to know each other better? Yifeng. However you want to deepen the understanding, I don't mind. It's the kind where I know your depth, and you understand my length. That kind of understanding. Gumuxi raised an eyebrow. Okay. Shameless Yifeng. Daring to flirt online. Speaking in circles. Humph. I'll slowly get back at you later. Shumu Kinghua. Hehe. Okay. But I have something to do now. Let's talk another day. After a while, Yifeng saw that the other person's QQ had turned gray, indicating they had gone offline. He smirked. Gumuxi, pretending to be a stranger. Then let's have some fun. He logged out of QQ and continued to work on the computer. Despite the poor internet connection, it didn't affect the local performance. He planned to set up a C++ program on his computer and install Java environment to facilitate his own coding and software development in the future. Yifeng planned to create an antivirus software. His computer science major included network security courses, and he had even participated in the third National Internet Security Competition, which deepened his understanding of network security. At present, the commonly used antivirus software adopts a broad-spectrum signature code technique, which is outdated and not user-friendly. Yifeng aimed to create a heuristic antivirus engine, more advanced, secure, and user-friendly. The antivirus software couldn't be too large due to the current computer specifications. It would focus on simplicity, efficiency, and functionality. When computers become more widespread and the internet flourishes, he could enter the cloud security domain. After all, a well-known market leader emerged at that time, -360 security. By establishing his presence early in this field, perhaps he could outshine 360 security in the future. With rapid typing on the keyboard, Yifeng set up the environment and started coding. During the day, Yifeng studied diligently at school, fixed computers after school, and coded at home after dinner. On weekends, he worked on setting up shop, painting walls, buying furniture, and refurbishing a batch of broken computers. He led a busy and fulfilling life, sacrificing his free time and never taking a day off. More than a month later, it was the last weekend before the college entrance exam. On Saturday morning, Yifeng and Wang Tai hurried to the shop. Standing at the shop's entrance, Yifeng looked at the glass door with a confident smile. He believed that this shop would impress everyone who walked in. The shop had a sleek and stylish sign above with a minimalist red maple leaf logo on the left and the store name on the right. Yifeng Electronics, computer repair expert. The name Yifeng Electronics was chosen because it sounded like to flourish, representing the future life of Hin and Gumoxi. The straightforward name man suffix made it clear to everyone who entered. It was a professional computer repair shop. The shop's overall appearance was comfortable and stylish, giving off an Apple-like vibe. Upon entering, the main color scheme was white with light yellow. The white walls complemented by pale yellow spotlights, mahogany tables on either side, and product shelves accentuated with lighting created a cozy and comfortable atmosphere. The shop was divided into 4 main areas. The left and right sides featured product displays. The central area had 2 mahogany tables custom designed by Yifeng, showcasing computers and accessories to give customers a techy vibe as soon as they entered. Apart from repair services, Yifeng planned to sell assembled machines, new or second-hand computer components. The third area served as a rest area, furnished with leather seats, a water dispenser, and a magazine rack. This would be where customers waiting for their computers could relax, an area Yifeng planned to improve. The fourth area was Yifeng's workspace, equipped with various tools, inspection instruments, and a clean and organized look. This half-displayed workspace aimed to give customers a professional feel while demonstrating expertise. With a satisfied smile, Yifeng admired his masterpiece. Yifeng Electronics was about to take off in Wuhu. Funjie, Funjij, Han Ping'an and Han Nanni greeted from the work area. Ping'an, well done. The hygiene is very good. Yifeng patted his shoulder and praised. The current Han Ping'an was wearing new clothes, new shoes, although still a bit thin, but his spirit was much better compared to a month ago. Han Nanni next to him was also neat and clean, with 2 cute braids tied up, looking lovely and charming. Her hair was no longer as dry and yellow, and her face no longer showed signs of malnutrition. Yifeng rented a house nearby with a kitchen for the 2 of them. With their wages, their meals improved, which naturally led to better health. It's nothing. Han Ping'an's usually serious face showed a bit more smile. The shop has also been renovated, and you both don't have much to do for now, just keep an eye on the shop normally. Me and TZ will go to the Electronic Science building later. You move out that batch of computers later. Move them to the middle of the shop, wipe them with a dust-free cloth, try to clean them as much as possible, then use that bottle of plastic yellowing agent to wipe some. It can make the monitor look newer. Be careful not to get it into the machine. Yifeng instructed him. Yes, Funjie. Han Ping'an nodded seriously. Yifeng smiled. Han Ping'an had strong execution, meticulous in doing things, which was intertwined with his character. Han Ping'an was a very introverted person, rarely spoke, very sensitive inside. He greatly hoped for recognition from others, especially from Yifeng. When such a person does things, they only do without saying much, and they do it very meticulously, very well, unafraid of hardship, just hoping to do things well so as to gain recognition from Yifeng. Yifeng hoped that he would become more cheerful and outgoing in the future, but it was obviously not something that could be achieved overnight. Slowly does it, Yifeng believed that he would definitely grow and become better in the future. After Yifeng finished arranging everything, he walked around the shop, moving the tables and chairs. Noticing some areas lacking decorations, he made a note of it in his notebook for later improvements, striving to make every detail better before the opening. Yifeng looked at the time on his phone. It was already 11 o'clock, not too early. It was time to go to the Electronic Science building. The purpose of this trip was to find a suitable buyer for this batch of second-hand computer brains, and to find some contacts for computer accessories. In this shop, computer repair was the main business, selling assembled machines, and accessories were the secondary business. But do not underestimate the profits of these 2 businesses. The profit from assembling machines is actually the highest, whether it's a new machine or a second-hand one. A new machine usually has a 30% profit margin, while the profit margin for an assembled second-hand computer brain is even higher, ranging from 50% to 100%, depending on what you buy and sell. Like this batch of broken computers, once they were repaired and sold, the price difference would definitely be high, possibly 20 or 30 times. TZ. Bring the business cards, let's go. Yifeng smiled. Heh, sure. Feng Jie. Now we are people with businesses, and we have business cards too. Wanti joked. He heard that today they were going to the Electronic Science building to discuss business, so he specially bought a white shirt to go with jeans, making him look a bit more mature. If he wore a t-shirt and casual pants, he would look very young. The two picked up their business cards and left the shop. The Electronic Science building was a bit far from the city center, so they took a taxi directly there. After a ride of about 20 minutes, Yifeng and Wanti arrived at the Electronic Science building. Standing at the entrance of the building, Yifeng looked at the bustling crowd coming in and out of the entrance, with a hint of hope in his eyes. The Electronic Science building was a 10-story building. The first 3 floors were electronics market, and the remaining 7 floors were office spaces for businesses. This was the most concentrated area of electronic products in the city, where various electronic manufacturers and distributors were located, mainly focusing on computers and mobile phones, as well as some other electronic products. It's really bustling here, Wanti murmured, taken aback by the crowd at the building. Let's go. Let's explore as well. Yifeng smiled. Yifeng led Wanti into the building. The ground floor was filled with various arcade machines, mobile phone stalls, and computer accessories booths. This area mainly catered to consumers. It was all storefronts. Yifeng casually looked around and went straight to the 3rd floor. The 3rd floor mainly dealt with computers and accessories. There were fewer people on this floor as those who came here were generally looking to buy computers or computer accessories. In an era where online shopping and logistics were not developed, shopping malls were the main purchasing channels. Yifeng circled the entire 3rd floor, identifying a few large storefronts that sold both second-hand computer brains and new computers, while also having signs for buying back second-hand computer brains. Yifeng arrived at the entrance of 2 large storefronts. These 2 were side by side, with the same business. Each storefront had 2 women welcoming passing customers, engaging in a silent competition. Yifeng narrowed his eyes, already formulating a plan. TZ. Let's start with this one. Yifeng pointed to the left store called Yongfao Computer Shop. Okay. Wanti nodded and followed Yifeng. At the entrance of Yongfao Computer Shop was a woman around 30 years old, with heavy makeup on her face. She saw Yifeng and Wanti approaching the store and hurriedly came forward to greet them warmly. Are you here to look at computers? Come in. Come in. Our store's computers are very complete, well configured, high quality, and at a good price. Yifeng smiled faintly, saying, Hello, I'm here to sell second-hand computer brains. The woman was taken aback at his words, then her smile disappeared, and she asked coldly, To sell second-hand computer brains? Oh, what are the specifications of your computers? Did you bring them with you? Buying a computer means giving money, selling one means asking for money. She suddenly became less friendly. Yifeng didn't mind, as he had encountered such people before. I have a larger quantity to sell. I brought the list of specifications. Can I talk to your boss? The woman replied. Our boss just went out. He'll be back later, so you might have to wait a bit. Yifeng smiled and without hesitation, turned towards the store on the right. The store on the right was attended by a young woman in her 20s, wearing a professional short skirt. Seeing Yifeng and Wanti, the young woman approached warmly. Hello, how can I help you? Sir, the young woman's tone was gentle and respectful. Her service attitude was very comfortable. Hello, does your store also buy second-hand computer brains? Yifeng confirmed. Yes, we do. Any quantity. You want to sell computers? Please come in. Please sit. What are the specifications of your computers? The young woman warmly invited Yifeng to sit on the lounge chair at the store's entrance. Yifeng took out the prepared list of specifications, saying, I have a large quantity of computers to sell, a total of 22 units. Here are the specifications for all the computers. Except for Izan Gumuxi's 2 units, Yifeng also left one in the shop. The rest were the ones that were repaired and ready to be sold, totaling 22 units. And he intentionally raised his voice, hoping the woman next door would hear. What? 22 units? The young woman covered her mouth in surprise. She hadn't been here long, And this was the first time she heard of selling so many computers in one go. Perhaps only a medium-sized company would have that many computers. Sir, please wait. Let me get the boss out. He will want to talk to you in person. The young woman immediately got up and left. The woman next door overheard Yifeng's words and was shocked. Selling 22 computers? It could be a big deal. She immediately took out her phone to make a call. However, Yifeng noticed all of the woman's actions. Heh. Let's just sit back and watch the show. Wan Ti also noticed the woman making a call and occasionally looking towards Yifeng. He whispered, Feng, why don't we go talk to the store next door first? Talk to them, see what they think, then come to this one. I think she's interested too. Yifeng chuckled and whispered, TZ, learn a bit. Selling things is also an art. I don't go talk to each store. There's a reason for it. This is called the principle of competitive buying, which means there is only one condition for goods, and buyers with the same desire and competitive relationship will raise the price of the goods in order to outbid each other. Yifeng saw Wan Ti looking a bit confused but remembered their visit to M restaurant last time. Last time I took you to McDonald's, do you remember? Wan Ti seemed confused but nodded as he recalled their visit. We originally went to eat the spicy chicken sandwich, but unfortunately, it was out of stock. Only the grilled chicken thigh sandwich was left, and there was only one. The auntie behind us in the line also wanted to buy it, urging us to be quick, as if we didn't buy the leftover grilled chicken thigh sandwich, it would definitely be bought by the auntie behind us. Did you notice? At that moment, our needs changed. You ended up wanting that chicken thigh sandwich. Wan Ti seemed to understand something as he nodded. Feng, the atmosphere of competition buying affected me. If there wasn't the auntie behind us, I was actually thinking of getting the Orleans fried chicken piece. Yifeng brightened up, patting Wang Ti's shoulder. TZ, your ability to understand is good. Wang Qian scratched his head and laughed, saying, Feng Jie explained it so well that I understood as soon as I heard it. That's good. Just understand. You can watch on the side later, Yifeng said, glancing inside the shop. A young woman was leading a middle-aged man wearing a blue shirt and black pants. The middle-aged man had a large pompadour, wore gold wire glasses, and had a slight belly, appearing slightly prosperous. Hello, I am the boss of this shop. My surname is Ning. Call me Ning Fiping. How should I address you? Little brother. Ning Fiping walked up to Yifeng very warmly and handed them each a business card from his pocket. Ning boss, hello, I am Yifeng. And this is my brother Wang Qian. Yifeng took out a business card from his own pocket and handed it to him. Exchanging business cards is a normal preliminary gesture in business dealings, because from the business card, you can see your name, phone number, and company's main business. West Maple Electronics. Ning Fiping was surprised. He had been in the electronics industry for over 5 years and had never heard of this shop. Upon seeing the address on the business card, which was in the city center area of Tian City Plaza, it suddenly struck him. Your little brother is also in the same industry. No wonder I heard from Xian that you are going to sell a batch of 22 computers. Apart from large corporate companies, I guess only people in the same industry would be interested, Ning Fiping warmly said with a smile. Sort of, but our shop is not open yet. It will be some time before we can start operating, Yifeng explained. I came to the electronics building today mainly to sell a batch of second-hand computers, so I came to take a look. Yifeng handed him the list of computer configurations. Ning Fiping took the configuration list but couldn't help but admire Yifeng a bit more. This young man spoke without changing his expression, praising him, but he didn't seem particularly pleased. People who understand how to conceal their thoughts, hide their true intentions, and even emotions are very formidable, with such deep cunning. Well, let me take a look at the configuration list first. Ning Fiping carefully browsed the configurations of a total of 22 computers. He found that these computer configurations were from 3 to 4 years ago, and most of them were internet cafe configurations. These machines are not priced very high when new, but they have good price-performance ratios, which internet cafes like. This can help compress and reduce costs. Are these computers exchanged from internet cafes? Ning Fiping asked in surprise. Yifeng's heart moved. Indeed, he was an expert. He could tell from the configurations alone that these were from internet cafes. Yes, they are indeed machines exchanged from internet cafes. Ning boss has a keen eye. Yifeng smiled and nodded. Ning Fiping smiled. One can become adept by seeing more. From the configuration list, these computers are indeed pretty good. The price is reasonable, and they can still be sold to individual customers. If the machines have no problems, I can indeed purchase them. You little brother, how do you plan to sell them? Ning Fiping asked, squinting his eyes, fixedly staring at him, trying to catch any subtle expression from Yifeng to judge his bottom line. Yifeng remained expressionless, seemingly pondering. Oh, is this little brother planning to sell computers? Suddenly, a loud voice came from the neighboring shop. Yifeng looked back and saw a plump man in a suit hurrying over. Hello, I am X Forever, the boss of the next door shop. Yunfa Computer. Here's my business card. How should I address you? Little brother. X handed out his business card. Yifeng smiled slightly, taking the business card with both hands. Hello, Mr. X. I just went to your shop but didn't find you there. So, I came to sit. Yifeng's words were ambiguous, also signaling X that he and Ning Fiping had not reached a deal yet. X was naturally astute. Hearing Yifeng's words, a shrewd glint flashed across his eyes. Oh, I see. Sorry about that. I just went to the restroom, and when my shop assistant heard that someone was selling computers in bulk, I quickly came back. What kind of computer configurations are you selling? Little brother, let me take a look. X smiled. Ning Fiping frowned upon seeing X. His face revealed a slight displeasure. Mr. X, this isn't very polite of you. Didn't you see that I was negotiating with the two little brothers? You barged into my shop and tried to interfere right in front of my eyes. Isn't that a bit excessive? As he said this, his tone became a bit colder. Their two shops were right next to each other, doing the same business. They usually competed with each other for customers. X thickened his face and chuckled. Ning boss, are you saying I'm interfering just because I came into your shop? Moreover, no one knows who will make this deal in the end. Ning Fiping had a somewhat awkward expression, but didn't say much more. He tried hard to suppress his anger, his expression returning to normal. Heh, Mr. X, these 22 machines, would it be difficult for you to take them all? Ning Fiping said calmly. Although he was addressing X, he was speaking to Yifeng as well. The implication was that X's funding was limited. His financial strength was not as strong as Ning Fiping's. Yifeng, being a seasoned player in the business world, immediately caught the meaning behind Ning Fiping's words. But he didn't mind having another competitor, so he said with a smile, if Mr. X is interested, also have a seat and let's talk. You can also take a look at the configuration list. Haha, okay. Let me take a look. X pulled out a chair, sat down, ignoring that this was Ning Fiping's shop. He glanced briefly at the configuration list on the table, nodding. These are old internet cafe computers from a few years ago. The configurations are still decent, and they can be used. Ye little brother, I'm quite interested in these computers. Are you planning to sell them individually or as a package deal? Yifeng looked at Ning Fiping, smiling. Selling individually would be too troublesome, so I'd prefer to sell as a package. 22 computers for 66,000. And all the machines in our shop are guaranteed for a year. If there's a problem, we provide repairs or replacements. On average, it's just 3,000 per machine. Indeed, not a high price for such configurations, even a bit cheap. Yifeng calculated that if sold to individual customers, he could have made about 4,000 to 5,000 per machine. They already had potential buyers lined up, so they would surely make a profit. X and Ning Fiping couldn't help but show signs of slight delight upon hearing Yifeng's price. And with the added 1-year warranty, it was indeed a very good deal. Typically, second-hand computers sold only came with a 3-month warranty. After 3 months, if any parts failed, they would need to pay for repair costs again. A 1-year warranty made the deal very attractive. Haha, ye little brother indeed knows business. This price isn't too high. I'm in. X immediately spoke up. Looking at the pricing, he felt that this young man in front of him was extraordinary, good at dealing with people, and savvy in business. Yifeng just smiled. If we have the money to make together, if I set it to a high price, you wouldn't buy, right? Ning Fiping didn't want to be overtaken by X, so he immediately said to Yifeng, "You little brother, you dare to offer a 1-year warranty. That's very sincere. My final offer is 70,000. Sell me these 22 machines." After saying this, Ning Fiping cast a cold glance at X. Would he let this opportunity for a good deal slip away? X snorted, somewhat sarcastically to Ning Fiping. Ning boss, you're generous all right, but I have some capital saved after all these years. Ye little brother, I offer 74,000. Sell these computers to me. Ning Fiping's face turned cold, immediately bidding, I offer 76,000. I offer 78,000. I offer 80,000. I offer 82,000. The bidding war continued between them, escalating the prices. The atmosphere at the scene became tense, the smell of gunpowder thick. Ning Fiping squinted, slammed the table, shouting, I offer 90,000. Wang Tian's heart almost jumped out of his chest upon hearing this figure. 90,000 yuan. He had never seen so much money. He couldn't even imagine how high a stack of 90,000 yuan on the table would be. But this amount of money would be enough to make an ordinary family happy for an entire year. He had never seen so much money, and couldn't even comprehend the idea of having 90,000 yuan stacked up on a table. But this figure was enough to make an ordinary person happy for an entire year. However, this amount of money made Ning Zi's heart race. 90,000 yuan. 90,000 yuan. The annual household expenses were around 3,000 yuan. He had never seen that much money before, and the thought of 90,000 yuan piled up made his heart skip a beat. This amount of money would be enough to make an ordinary family happy for an entire year. However, this amount of money made Ning Zi's heart race. 90,000 yuan. 90,000 yuan. The annual household expenses were around 3,000 yuan. He had never seen that much money before, and the thought of 90,000 yuan piled up made his heart skip a beat. Esteemed Ning Fiping finally smiled slightly on seeing Ning Zi leave. Although the 90,000 price was high, he still stood to profit. The deal was still profitable, though reduced somewhat. But making Ning Zi walk away with a dark face was worth the money. Ning turned to Yifeng, smiling, "Ye little brother, my word is my bond. 90,000 it is. I'll buy these computers from you. Let's consider it done between friends. If there's any future business, we'll look out for each other." Ha ha. Yifeng just smiled faintly, not showing any signs of joy. Nodded. Ning boss is straightforward, and I'm happy to make friends with you. As the saying goes, more friends equal more paths. The more friends, the wider the roads. I've always been someone who enjoys making friends, Ning said, looking at him appreciatively. This young man spoke and acted as if he had been around the business world for a long time. His calm demeanor and speech belied his age, making him someone to be reckoned with. Are these computers still in your shop? Can we take a look today? Ning asked. Yes, they are, and you can come by any time. I look forward to Ning boss's visit. Yifeng smiled. Ha ha, then let's go have a look together after I grab something, Ning said. He was efficient and decisive, never dragging his feet when making decisions. Ye little brother, you guys wait here for me. I'll go get something. Ah Xian. Serve tea to the two young men. Ning called out into the shop and quickly walked to a compartment in the display area. When everyone had walked a bit away, Wang Qian looked at Yifeng with admiration written all over his face and whispered, "Fengzhe, your move was really smart." Yifeng smiled and patted his shoulder. "TZ, remember, if you are a seller, you must master this skill proficiently. The principle of competitive buying is a powerful tool for selling goods, simple and practical. This principle has also developed a business behavior called hunger marketing, where a small amount of goods is released, creating an illusion of supply shortage, and customer behavior of competing to buy can be used to maintain higher prices and profit margins for the goods." Wang Tai was surprised by this and said, "Wow, there's a way like this." Yifeng tapped the table and said seriously, "In fact, this kind of hunger marketing is already quite common. Many companies are using it because it's simple, effective, and commonly used. Like the fast food chain M, they could increase production, as making fried chicken only involves a few steps, but they maintain a fixed amount every day, creating a constant supply shortage. They raise the price twice within a year, and yet so many people are still flocking there. They rely on their unique product advantages, employ the principle of competitive buying, making customers eager to grab a bite. If they opened up the supply, while they would indeed make more money every day, when they eventually raised prices, customers would not be happy." Wang Tai listened and seemed to have a sudden realization, as if a new world had been opened up to him. Yifeng saw him deep in thought and smiled slightly, not interrupting him. Wang Tai was his most trusted buddy, and would be his capable right-hand man in the future. Being naive now doesn't mean he will continue to be naive in the future. Through business, people always become a bit smarter. The young woman named Xiang brought over 2 cups of tea and said, "Just wait a moment, the boss will be out soon." Xiang smiled lightly. Yifeng nodded and said, "Okay, we're not in a rush." After waiting for about 10 minutes, Ning Feiping came out wearing a new coat, his hair nicely groomed. Yifeng nodded to himself. Ning Feiping seemed to understand business etiquette quite well, indicating he wasn't just an ordinary small business owner. Only those with a certain social status, higher-ranking businessmen, paid attention to these details. Because once you step out, you become the face of your own business. "Sorry for keeping you waiting. Let's head out now," Ning Feiping apologized. "In a little while, Mr. Ning. Will you be driving yourself or taking a cab with us? During the early stages of my business venture, I don't have enough money to buy a car," Yifeng admitted candidly. In front of such a person, revealing some truth would make the other person feel sufficiently sincere. Ning Feiping laughed. "In that case, I'll drive. I believe in the future, Yunyi will definitely be able to afford several luxury cars. Changing them daily is also okay." Ha ha. He found the young man in front of him increasingly interesting, sincere, and composed, handling things meticulously. If such a person didn't succeed, who would? Associating with such a person might bring benefits in the future. Mr. Ning is joking, changing a car every day, and getting tired during monthly maintenance, Yifeng responded casually. While chatting and walking, the 3 of them took the elevator down to the ground floor to pick up their car. To Yifeng's surprise, Ning Feiping was driving a BMW 5 Series E39. Given that this car's starting price was 600,000 yuan, it could easily sell for 800,000 yuan if fully equipped. Driving a 600,000 yuan car would already be considered a luxury sedan. Not many entrepreneurs in Guangzhou could afford such a car, mostly those with a net worth of several million or even tens of millions. Mr. Ning is indeed hiding his capacity well. Only extraordinary people can drive an E39, Yifeng commented. "You recognize this car? This is an imported model. Not many people in China are familiar with it," Ning Feiping said, surprised. "I saw it in a magazine. BMW's latest Pride, a luxury benchmark. Not many people in Guangzhou can afford to buy it." Yifeng admired the car. "Ha ha. Yunyi is joking. There are actually quite a few wealthy people in Guangzhou. I don't count for much, and this car wasn't bought by me. I don't have the means. It was a gift from my old man, and I find it comfortable to drive, so I've been using it," Ning Feiping explained. As they drove, Yifeng and Ning Feiping chatted about various topics, flowing seamlessly and prompting laughter in the car. Ning Feiping occasionally looked deeply at Yifeng, realizing that this young man was quite extraordinary. Regardless of the topic, Yifeng could provide insightful remarks, having a clear and rational understanding of the future. From the internet to the manufacturing industry, he seemed to have foresight in all areas. To Ning Feiping's surprise, during their conversation, he found out that Yifeng was only 18 years old and was about to take the college entrance exam. A genius. Too much of a genius. Could there really be such a genius among the youth? Ning Feiping was astounded by Yifeng's confident and rational knowledge of the future industrial landscape. After approximately half an hour, they arrived at the city center and parked in front of Yifeng's electronic repair shop. "Mr. Ning, my shop is here," Yifeng said, stepping out of the car with a smile. Ning Feiping was immediately impressed by the shop's interior design as soon as he entered. The simple and stylish left side, featuring a high-tech red maple leaf logo, and the clean introduction on the right side, West Maple Electronics, computer repair expert, instantly caught his attention. "The design of this shop is amazing," Ning Feiping remarked admiringly. "Mr. Ning, please come in. This is my territory. Feel free to roam around," Yifeng said with a smile. "Ha ha. Yunyi, you're joking. How could I freely roam about?" Ning Feiping grandly walked into the shop. Wang Tai quickly went to help, opening the glass door for them. At the moment Ning Feiping entered the store, he was shocked by what he saw. Looking around, he could only think of 2 words. Perfect. This was followed by another 4 words. Unbelievably good. The shop was not large, but it was well organized and each functional area was clearly defined. The decor in each area was harmonious and unified. The spotlights and light strips created a warm ambience, exuding a simple and stylish aesthetic that was captivating. This was art tin design. This shop was remarkable. "Yunyi, is this your shop? Who designed the interior of this store?" "A master designer," Ning Fiping asked in astonishment. The more he looked at the store, the more excited he felt. So formidable. The design of every detail was so pleasing. He had seen many stores and been to many hotels, yet this shop was the best design he had ever seen. Yes, the best. Like a work of art. Absolutely advanced aesthetic sense. Truly amazing. It wasn't a master designer who designed it. It was designed by me, Yifeng answered calmly. What? You designed it yourself? You drew up the plans? Ning Fiping looked at him in disbelief, dumbfounded. It was hard to believe. This young man could also design interiors, and design such a tech-savvy and stylish shop. Such design skills and artistic aesthetic ability were truly astonishing. Seeing Ning Fiping stunned, Yifeng couldn't help but smile inwardly. Mr. Ning, the computer you asked for is over there, neatly arranged. Han Ping'an heard the sound in the kitchen and hurried out to join them. Elder brother Fun, go and plug in the power for each computer. Bring one up for Mr. Ning to inspect the machine, Yifeng instructed. All right. Han Ping'an nodded. Wang Tai also went to help. Only then did Ning Fiping snap out of it, taking a deep breath. Yan Yi, you are truly a genius. This is the best shop I've ever seen among all the shops. If you were to enter a competition, you'd win the best design award. Ning Fiping didn't hold back his praises, because the design of this shop was worth it, and the owner of this shop designed it. Yan Yi deserved it. Mr. Ning, you're overpraising. Please come in. Yifeng smiled and reached out his hand. Ning Fiping extended his hand. Wait. Before inspecting the computer, there's something I need to discuss with you. Yifeng was surprised and a bit concerned. Could there be some unforeseen variable? Mr. Ning, please go ahead. What's the matter? Yifeng remained calm and asked. Ning Fiping quickly changed his tone to a flattering one, rubbing his hands, and said with a smile, can you also help me design a shop like this? Yifeng, he thought it was going to be something serious, but it turned out to be this. Seeing Yifeng's bewildered expression, Ning Fiping, thinking Yifeng was reluctant, hurriedly added, rest assured, as long as you design it, I can offer you a big design fee. Yifeng stared at him blankly, then smiled and said, no problem. Let's forget about the design fee. Boss Ning, let's consider each other as friends. We don't need to talk about design fees. Designing the store was not difficult for Yifeng. It could be done in one night, so he considered it as a favor. Ning Fiping receiving this favor would make things smoother in the future. Ning Fiping was somewhat surprised when Yifeng refused the design fee, but appreciated him more. Haha, since that's the case, I'll leave this matter to you. Brother Yi, Ning Fiping sincerely said. Brother Ning, please check the machines first. Yifeng extended his hand. Ning Fiping nodded and proceeded to inspect the machines. Despite their personal relationship, Ning Fiping didn't relax his examination of the machines just because Yifeng agreed to help with the store design. After testing each machine, checking the parts, and inspecting for aging, it took him over 2 hours to complete the testing of all 22 machines. The machines have been repaired, but the repair was done very well. The parts are in good condition, and they meet the requirements. I have approved the inspection, Ning Fiping said with satisfaction. These machines were in better condition than he had anticipated, with many parts showing signs of repair, but at a high level of service. Overall, buying these computers was a good decision, and selling them with a 1-year warranty was sure to be profitable. Boss Ning has a keen eye, Yifeng praised. Ning Fiping chuckled, then suddenly asked, Brother Yi, do you have skilled workers? The repair quality of these parts is top-notch, clearly the work of experts. Wang Tai proudly interjected. Boss Ning, the expert Brother Yi is referring to is none other than me. Ning Fiping widened his eyes in astonishment and looked at Yifeng with surprise. What? You can repair computers? Yifeng nodded and smiled. If I couldn't, I wouldn't have opened this computer repair shop. Wow. I didn't expect you to be able to repair computers, and your skills are so good. A genius. Ning Fiping exclaimed. This young man was quite talented. His future prospects were limitless. Ning Fiping was even more determined to build a good relationship with Yifeng. Such a genius was like a dragon swimming against the current, unstoppable once started. Boss Ning, you're too kind, Yifeng said modestly. Next, should we sign the contract? Business is business, and some procedures need to be followed. Yifeng humbly replied. All right, let's sign the contract now. Ning Fiping nodded. Yifeng presented the prepared contract for Ning Fiping to review. After examining it closely and not making any comments, Ning Fiping readily agreed to sign. They signed the contract on the spot, stamped it, and exchanged copies. Brother Yi, it's been a pleasure working with you. I'll have someone transfer the funds to you later. Ning Fiping extended his hand with a smile. Yifeng shook hands with him and replied, "No rush, Boss Ning. Whenever you have time. How about having dinner together later? I'll treat Boss Ning to Guangwelu. What do you think?" Having dinner together was exactly what he wanted. He also wanted to strengthen his relationship with Yifeng, so he suggested, "Sure, let's have a few drinks." Yifeng then turned to Han Ping'an and Wan Tai. "You guys go prepare dinner. Join us for dinner. And Nanny can help in the shop." "Sure. Brother Fun," Han Ping'an replied. "Brother Fun, I'll go reserve a private room." Wan Tai was clever and took out his phone to make a call. Yifeng had also bought him a second-hand phone for easy communication. In the afternoon, they went to Guangwelu for dinner. Both Yifeng and Ning Fiping thoroughly enjoyed the meal. They were both sincere individuals and got along well. After a few drinks, they had already become great friends, addressing each other as brothers. During dinner, Yifeng did not discuss business or career plans with Ning Fiping but simply enjoy each other's company. It was only their first day of meeting, so deep conversations were not necessary. Yifeng knew when to speak at each stage of relationship development. Wan Tai accompanied them throughout and occasionally took notes on Yifeng's conversation skills. Han Ping'an, on the other hand, silently enjoyed his meal, looking a bit shy and reserved. The meal lasted for over 2 hours, continuing until 6 p.m., after which they parted ways. Ning Fiping called a friend to drive them back, but Yifeng politely declined. Sometimes, it's essential to draw the line in relationships and gradually build rapport, which is also a skill in business relationships. After seeing Ning Fiping off, Yifeng, Wang Tai, and Han Ping'an returned to the shop. Not long after returning, Yifeng received a text message from the bank. Daxia Bank. "Dear customer, the account balance for your debit card ending in 2013 has received a deposit of 90,000 yuan. The current balance is 135,500 yuan. Yifeng was delighted to see his account balance. The 90,000 yuan had been deposited. Ning Fiping was indeed efficient. Previously, after spending over a month repairing computers for Master Zhao, he had made a considerable profit. However, the shop renovation had cost over 50,000 yuan. The expenses were justified because high-quality furniture was expensive. Leather seats, sofas, yellow rosewood panels, flooring, ceiling, etc. were all premium products, and purchasing a variety of repair tools had also cost money. With over 130,000 in the account, it was sufficient as the startup capital for the shop. They planned to purchase a batch of computer accessories and invest in operations and promotion, all of which required a significant amount of money. "Brother Fun, what good news makes you so happy?" Wang Tai curiously asked. Yifeng chuckled. "Ning's money has been deposited, a total of 90,000 yuan. "What? That's great!" Wang Tai exclaimed, thrilled about the 90,000 yuan profit. "Let's go, buy some things and get some gifts for your mom as a token of my gratitude. Then we'll go to Master Zhao's shop and finish today's work." "Okay." The two went shopping at Tian City Mall and bought some gifts for their families. Yifeng bought 2 sets of clothes for his parents and some alcohol for Gu Muxi and the others. By the time they arrived at Zhao Xinju's store, it was already 8 p.m. Yifeng entered the shop while Wang Tai carried the bags and followed behind. "Master Zhao, how many machines do we need to repair today?" Yifeng asked with a smile. Zhao Xinju was sitting inside the glass display, showing no intention of getting up to greet them, and said coldly, "Oh, just one. Huh, just one on a weekend?" Yifeng squinted at him, feeling a change in Zhao Xinju's attitude today. He seemed to be less friendly than before. "Heh. There's only one left. The other machines have already been repaired by Xiao Gao." Zhao Xinju smirked proudly. "Master Zhao, this isn't fair, is it? You said he was just a helper, and I would do the repairs, so why are you doing this now? Isn't it inappropriate?" Yifeng said coldly. After more than a month, Gao Hanxing had indeed learned something, and he could repair simple issues on his own. However, he didn't expect Zhao Xinju to bypass him so quickly and let Gao Hanxing repair the computers personally. It seemed that Zhao was too impatient for Gao Hanxing. Indeed, it had come to this point sooner than he had anticipated. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xinju's expression turned colder, and he stood up, straightened his clothes, and said, "Brother Yi, Gao Hongxing has been learning for a while now. It's time for him to practice his skills. What's wrong with that? Besides, this shop is mine, the customers are mine, and I can choose whoever I want to do the repairs. Do I need your approval? Upon hearing this, Wang Tai's face flushed with anger, and he exclaimed, "Damn it, Master Zhao, you promised that Yizhe would only repair these machines. Now you're letting someone with the surname Gao do it. What kind of behavior is this?" Zhao Xinju sneered, "Taixiao, when did I say that only Yifeng would do the repairs? Do you have any evidence? Have I ever said such a thing?" You. Wang Tai was so angry that he couldn't even speak, and glared at Zhao Xinju. Now Wang Tai wanted to punch his despicable face. Enough. Taixiao, Yifeng remained calm, and stopped Taixiao's impulsive actions. Master Zhao, how are we supposed to cooperate in the future if you continue like this? Zhao Xinju's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. Finally, he could need Yifeng's money for repairs. He had been eyeing the profits from Yifeng's repairs for a long time. Having earned 70 to 80,000 yuan in just over a month, Yifeng's repair income was more profitable than selling computers. With such significant profits, he was very tempted. Now that he had Gao Hongxing, he naturally didn't want Yifeng to earn that money anymore. Well, Brother Yi, maybe consider my previous suggestion. I'll pay you as a technical consultant. You can help me train people, and I'll reward you for each person you teach. How about that? Zhao Xinju sneered, trying to manipulate Yifeng. However, Yifeng showed no reaction to his proposal. Hey, Master Zhao, are you suggesting I step into the background so you can make money from the repairs? Yifeng exposed Zhao Xinju's deceit. Zhao Xinju coldly chuckled but remained silent. Yifeng's lip curled into a mocking smile. You want me to train people for you, enlarge your business, and make profits? I'll earn some labor fees in return. Hey, Master Zhao, are you dreaming to bake? Do you think I would agree to your terms? Zhao Xinju shrugged indifferently. If you agree, we can continue to work together and make money together. If you don't agree, hey, then, sorry, you don't have to come here starting tomorrow. With these words, Zhao Xinju finally exposed his true intentions. He wanted to monopolize the repair business profits. He had been eyeing Yifeng's repair earnings for a long time. The profits were substantial, enough to tempt him significantly. Now that he had Gao Hongxing, he naturally didn't want Yifeng to earn that money anymore. What do you think, Brother Yi? Have you thought it over? Zhao Xinju smirked, feeling that he had completely controlled the situation. Yifeng coldly chuckled. Thought? I think you should eat shit. Zhao Xinju's face darkened. What did you say? Eat shit. Yifeng emphasized each word with a smile. I don't feel like eating it. Taixiao, let's go. Yifeng turned around and left without hesitation, as his own shop would be opening soon, and he wouldn't have time to assist Zhao Xinju with repairs. In addition, they would soon become competitors. Okay. Yizhe. Wang Tai picked up the packages and briskly followed. Zhao Xinju's face turned grim, and he followed them outside, shouting angrily at Yifeng's retreating back. Yifeng, you're a bird. You shameless bastard. Shameless. On the way home, Wang Tai was still indignant. Fenjie, that fat guy is really bullying. Clearly he just wants to get rid of you and take all the maintenance business money for himself. Damn. He was just talking nicely about us doing the maintenance business together before. Now that guy surnamed Gao appeared, he ditched us. He's absolutely shameless. Yifeng rode his bike, his face calm, not as angry as Wang Tai. He had already expected what was going to happen at this point. It was only a bit faster than he had anticipated. TZ. There's no need to be angry with people like that. It will only bring trouble to yourself. You must remember, in the business world, there are no forever friends, only forever interests. Don't talk about many business partners, friends. As long as the interests are big enough to tempt them, they will likely turn their backs on you. Turning their backs and betraying you is quite common. There are many so-called friends who will stab you in the back at crucial moments, Yifeng said calmly. He had seen too many of these things and experienced too much. That's why he became more cold-blooded in the business world. Dealing with businessmen, he couldn't fully trust the other party. No matter how they cooperate, he always had to keep a backhand. Wang Tai listened to Yifeng's words and nodded heavily. Yes, Fenjie, I understand. I will remember. He deeply engraved Yifeng's words in his heart. Okay. We made a lot of money today. Let's be happy, Yifeng said with a smile. By the way, I noticed you've been getting close to Su Xiaoling recently. Is there something going on? Wang Tai, with his rare shy expression on his round face, said, Heh. There's a little progress. Fun Jay, I followed your advice. Boldly went to find her every day, bought her ice cream, snacks. She seems to be accepting me a bit. I feel hopeful. Yifan looked surprised. Really? I didn't expect that. Fat guy, you're not bad after all. That's because you taught me well. Fun Jay. Wang Tai laughed innocently, with a happy look on his face. Then you need to try harder. I think Su Xiaoling might be a bit tricky to handle. Yifan smiled. He had seen that Su Xiaoling. She was indeed very attractive, the flower of the class, but, well, she might be a bit playful, hanging out with a lot of boys in the class. And it said she also gets along with boys from the next class quite well. That girl seemed quite clever. Wang Tai was more straightforward in pursuing girls. Simple, may not be so easy to win her over. Yet, Fun Jay, I'll work hard. Wang Tai said confidently. Writing and chatting under the night sky, the two of them soon returned to the workers' residential area. After parting ways with Wang Tai in the community, Yifan was in a good mood, humming a tune as he ran home. But after opening the door, it was quiet inside, no voices of his parents talking. Where did Mom and Dad go? Yifan scratched his head, in confusion. Mom, Dad? Yifan walked into the house calling out twice, but there was no response. Where could they have gone? Normally, at this time, his parents should be watching TV. Did they go next door to chat with neighbors? Possibly. Oh well, he'll give them a surprise when they come back. Yifan put the gifts for his parents back in the room, then hid the gift for Gu Muxi in a bag and went to the opposite door, Gu Muxi's house. He knocked on the door. Is Miss Gu at home? After a while, there were hurried footsteps inside the door. Then it opened. Stinky Yifan, why are you coming back now? Where have you been fooling around? Gu Muxi was wearing a loose pink nightgown, her long round legs exposed under the skirt. She rubbed her wet hair with her hand. Her delicate and beautiful face blushed, her snow-white skin tinged with pink, exuding a seductive post-bath allure. Yifeng's eyes were fixed on her at first sight. Damn, this little demon Gu Muxi. How dare she dress like this to seduce me? I must use my demon-slaying stick to take care of this demon in the future. Gu Muxi wiped her hair, not hearing Yifeng's response, then glanced at him, and noticed his gaze on her, blushed on her cheeks, and glared at him. Stinky Yifan, what are you looking at? Cough cough. Nothing, I'm just thinking about buying a couple of tow airplanes to play with sometime. Yifan said seriously. Airplane? Why do you want to play with airplanes? I want to try landing skills. Gu Muxi was stunned, then looked down at her chest. Her loose nightgown had covered everything. She suddenly understood his meaning. Damn. Stinky Yifan, you're asking for it. Gu Muxi embarrassedly grabbed Yifeng's right hand and immediately performed a joint technique, then locked him from behind. Ah. It hurts, let go. Yifan pretended to cry out in pain, even though it didn't really hurt that much. But he felt his back leaning against something soft. It seemed quite big. Did she start to develop? Seeing him cry out in pain, Gu Muxi released him and let him in. Come on. Why are you so late? Where were you hanging out? There's a smell of smoke and alcohol on you. Did you go drinking again? Gu Muxi stood with her hands on her hips, staring at him like a housewife. Yifan closed the door, looked around inside, and said, Your mom and dad aren't home? Let's talk in the room. Stop looking at me like that. I had a social engagement tonight. Couldn't help it. Gu Muxi pinched her small nose in disgust, walking while saying, A social engagement? Instead of studying well, what kind of social engagement is that? The two of them entered the room and closed the door. Your parents aren't home either. My parents aren't home either. Did they go out together? Yifan asked curiously. Gu Muxi shook her head. I don't know where they went, but they did go out together. Oh. Yifan scratched his head, in confusion. He had recently seen his parents occasionally going out with Gu Muxi's parents, but he didn't know where they went. They never talked about it when they came back. Oh well, he'll ask them when they return. Yifan sat comfortably on Gu Muxi's bed and lay down. Gu Muxi's bed was fragrant and soft. Stinky Yifan, you're so stinky all over and yet you're lying on my bed. Get up quickly. Gu Muxi warned with her teeth showing. Shenron. Stinky man, if you're not stinky, how can you be called a man? It's okay. Let me lie down and rest for a bit. It's been a tiring day today. Yifeng smiled boldly. No way. You're not to lie on my bed. Okay. Okay. I'll stop. I have a gift for you. Gumuxi grabbed his collar and suddenly froze. A gift? For me? What kind of gift? Yifeng picked up the bag by the bed and handed it to her. Take a look, you'll definitely like it. Gumuxi let go of him, took the bag, and looked inside it. She took out a box from the bag, and when she saw the pattern on the box, she suddenly froze, then a look of surprise flashed across her face. A Walkman, ah. A Walkman, she excitedly shouted. It was a Sony Walkman model she had always wanted to buy, which she could always carry with her and even change tapes. And this Walkman also came with a set of earphones. This way, she could listen to music anytime, anywhere. She had wanted to buy it before, but she didn't have the money, nor did she want to ask her parents for it. Planning to work a summer job, after the college entrance examination, earn some money, then buy it. She excitedly touched the Walkman's box, happy like a child who had just received a new toy. Seeing her excited expression, Yifeng's lips curled up in a smile. It really suited her taste. Yishao, really? You really give it to me? Are you so kind as to give me a Walkman? Gumuxi looked at him suspiciously, as if she doubted his intentions. What's with that look? What's wrong with me earning money to buy you a gift? Don't worry, I don't have any ulterior motives. Yifeng smiled. Well, thank you. Gumuxi's heart warmed, and she smiled sweetly. Yishao was really not bad. He even knew to buy gifts for me. This relationship might work out. Yifeng smirked. Just thank me. How about you give me a kiss? Whether you prefer the left cheek or the right cheek is fine. Yifeng turned left and right, bringing his face close to her. Gumuxi blushed and glared at him, saying, You wish. How dare Yifeng actually try to negotiate with me? Ooh. Yifeng smiled and said, All right, just kidding with you. Let's see if we can use it. After unpacking it, Gumuxi hummed and started to unwrap the packaging, saying, In return for your gift of the portable music player, I can cook you a delicious meal. Yifeng, Gumuxi, do you have to return kindness with enmity like this? Every time Yifeng thought about the noodles Gumuxi cooked, he couldn't help but feel a bit nauseous. It was truly a dark memory. Please, I've been looking up recipes online recently, learning how to cook. Okay. Gumuxi stared at him, proudly stating, Have you tried cooking? Not yet, I'm still in the learning phase. Haven't put it into practice. Then you still want to cook for me? Consider yourself a taste tester. Faft. Gumuxi, are you trying to kill me? Not happening. Gumuxi raised an eyebrow and clenched her fist. Creak, is my cooking really that bad? It's not that it's good. It's just extremely bad. Alright, this is negotiable. Let's talk it out. We can talk about it. Hehe. You are sensible. Now, can you please remove your hand from my neck? Gumuxi finally put her hand down satisfactorily and continued to unpack the gift. After opening the packaging box, a brand new portable music player appeared in front of her, with an accessory, earphones. So cool. Gumuxi excitedly took out the portable music player, handling it with joy. Yifeng leaned over and said, Insert the battery, put in the cassette tape, and try turning it on. Okay. Wait a moment. Gumuxi quickly got out batteries and the cassette tape from the bookshelf, ran back, and inserted the batteries herself into the music player. What song are you going to listen to? Yifeng curiously asked. Fei Wang's It's Fei Wang. It's so good. After inserting the cassette tape, Gumuxi scratched her head, asking, How do you operate this? How do you turn it on? Yifeng picked up the portable music player. Let me take a look. Maybe you inserted it wrong. Inserted it wrong? No way. I inserted it accurately. You actually inserted it the wrong way. Not like this. You need to align it with this dark spot first, then slowly insert it. Be gentle, not too forceful or fast. It will hurt, and you might damage it. You must control the force correctly. Slowly insert it. Push it in deeper until you hear a click. Yifeng demonstrated it for her. Click. The cassette tape was smoothly inserted into the music player. Gumuxi was delighted and praised. It's really amazing. Yifeng, you inserted it perfectly. Yifeng couldn't help but chuckle. Ahem, you just realized my talent now. Experience it yourself next time. Huh, what experience? It's just inserting a cassette tape. Am I overreacting by praising you? Gumuxi gave him a disdainful glance. After inserting the cassette tape, she switched on the music player. The device successfully started playing music. Suddenly, the sky darkens. The world could suddenly have nothing. I think of you. Gumuxi lightly hummed along with the song, her slender and smooth legs swaying to the rhythm at the edge of the bed. Her loose nightdress unintentionally moved up, catching Yifeng's eyes. It was such a captivating sight. If Gumuxi wore stockings, it would be stunning, right? Yifeng's mind imagined a scene of Gumuxi in her absolute territory, making his heart race. No man could resist. Yifeng, do you want to listen together? It sounds better with the earphones in. Gumuxi suddenly asked. Yifeng calmed his thoughts and smiled. Of course. Let me listen too. Gumuxi plugged in the cables and handed him an earphone. Yifeng took the earphone, put it in his ear, and enjoyed the enhanced sound quality. Lying on the bed comfortably, he listened to the music. Since the cable wasn't long enough, Gumuxi had to lie down beside him as well. The two of them lay on the bed together, quietly listening to the music, immersed in the soul-stirring voice of Fei Wang. Yifeng caught a whiff of Gumuxi's scent, a blend of body fragrance and shampoo, refreshing and stirring his innermost emotions. It was a heart-pounding sensation. Yifeng turned his head slightly, looking at Gumuxi. From the side, he could see her delicate profile, long eyelashes, cute little nose, and beautiful lips, every detail so perfect, as if crafted meticulously by the heavens. Gumuxi was truly beautiful, undeniably the school's top beauty wherever she goes. No wonder so many boys pursued her and secretly admired her. Why hadn't he noticed how beautiful she was before? Maybe it was because they were too close. Perhaps, when you're too close, you don't see the beauty around you. Gumuxi, do you think about dating after going to college? Yifeng smirked and suddenly asked. Gumuxi turned to him, puzzled, and asked, why such a sudden question? Just answer me. I don't know. Maybe, if you have no one, I can consider taking you in. Ha ha. Yifeng, are you getting cheeky again? Just kidding. How can I not find someone to date? So many people are chasing after me. There were quite a few chasing you in high school as well. Why didn't you date anyone then? Because I didn't like any of them. Is your standard too high? Of course, the guy I like should be a great hero coming on a rainbow cloud. Are you joking? I'm not a hero. What about a hero's sidekick? Someone who can't fly? Nope. Well, then, you'll remain alone. You rotten scoundrel. Gumuxi rolled over, grabbing his neck, pretending to bite him playfully. Then she raised her leg to kick Yifeng, whose eyes lit up. Yeah. Is it my turn now? He grabbed her leg, opened his mouth, pretending to take a bite. Gumuxi was startled and quickly pulled back her leg, pouting and glaring at him. You weirdo, are you a dog or something? Yifeng. Woof woof woof. Gumuxi. You jerk, watch me strike first. Oh no. Gumuxi, you really bit me. Gumuxi firmly clasped his legs around him, then grabbed his right arm and bit down. Ouch. Yifeng let out a cry of pain and quickly used his left hand to tickle her waist. Gumuxi wasn't afraid of anything else, just afraid of being tickled. When Yifeng tickled her, she had no choice but to release him and laugh uncontrollably. It's so itchy. Stop. Stop tickling me. Still dare to bite me. You stink. Yifeng, I'll show you. The two of them tickled each other, laughing and playing around. When Yifeng tickled her, she used her hands to defend herself. Suddenly, she pulled Yifeng's hand up and it landed right on her chest. Yifeng was stunned. He felt like he had grasped something and pinched it. Why was it so soft? He looked down. Gumuxi felt the mischievous touch and also looked down. For a moment, both of them froze. Gumuxi blinked, then her cheeks turned red like apples. Fun. Gumuxi. Listen to my explanation. No, you listen to me. Dang. Yifeng was kicked off the bed. Gumuxi's face blushed, embarrassed, as she stood up, ready to teach Yifeng a lesson. Yifeng naturally couldn't wait to die in one place. In a flash, he got up, using a chair to shield himself. Gumuxi, calm down. I really didn't do it on purpose. Gumuxi clenched her fists. My fists won't be on purpose later. Explain that to my fists. Yifeng smirked. Now is not the time to wait around. Gumuxi, it's getting late. I have to go back. Bye. See you tomorrow. After saying that, Yifeng quickly opened the door, rushed out, and casually closed it behind him. Gumuxi gritted her teeth, her face red to her neck. Damn it. Yifeng took advantage again. Why did I say again? It was then that she recalled the scene where she was publicly kissed by Yifeng some time ago, making her face even hotter. Yifeng, wait for me to deal with you tomorrow. She snorted proudly, then lay back on the bed, staring at the white ceiling. Her heart was inexplicably beating faster. Turning her head, she saw a pink pig figurine placed on the bedside table. She grabbed the pig figurine, squeezing its face viciously into different shapes. "I'll kill you, stinky Yifeng, always bullying me. I'll kill you." However, no matter how she squeezed, the pig's face always remained smiling, now seemingly with a hint of mocking smile. Gumuxi embarrassedly pulled on its face, still smiling. Damn it! On the other side, Yifeng sneaked out of Gumuxi's house, about to go back home. As he reached the front door, he suddenly noticed it was slightly ajar, with voices inside. Had his parents returned? Yifeng was about to open the door when he heard his father, Yi Jianjun's, low and solemn voice. "Honey, you know about our family's situation. We really have no money. Wife, she's been in the hospital recently, spent quite a bit of money, and still owes a lot of medical bills. Can you lend me a bit?" Hearing this, Yifeng was shocked. His mother was sick. Next, a sharp and harsh voice rang out. "Brother-in-law, where do you expect me to have money now? Don't think I make money with the 2 clothing stores, each month barely making any profits. I can't lend you money." Yifeng peeked inside and recognized the middle-aged woman speaking as his 4th aunt. She owned clothing stores and was the most profitable among relatives, having bought a house in the city long ago, with initial funds gathered from several relatives. Yifeng remembered that his father lent her the most money, a full 2,000 yuan. At that time, that 2,000 yuan was their entire savings. Although his mother occasionally complained, since the money was already lent out, she didn't say much. After the aunt successfully started the business and repaid the money 2 years later, contact became sparse, only seeing her during holidays back in the old village. Since her success, there was a growing distance with relatives, never mentioning the money-lending matter. Inside, Yi Jianjun listened to her, his face showing slight difficulty, but he still begged with a low voice, "Honey, we have no money now. Without it, we can't continue Xiaoyun's treatment. Please, I'm begging you." Meng Tingmai crossed her arms, slightly raising her chin and giving him a side glance. "Brother-in-law, even though I sympathize with your sister-in-law's situation, these times are hard for everyone. Moreover, lending you money means you won't be able to pay it back. Asking me for 20,000, with your little salary and a money spender at home, never saving much all year round. How will you repay?" Yi Jianjun's complexion worsened, and he pleaded, No, as long as you lend me, I will work 2 jobs in the future, guaranteeing repayment. When Yifeng goes to university, he can also work part-time and make some money. I believe he can repay you soon. We can't overcome this hurdle now. I really implore you to help our family through this. Just this once. Meng Tingmai remained indifferent. "No, I really have no money to lend you. All right, it's getting late. I should go back. I have a busy work schedule and can't answer your calls when I'm not free." That's it. She left before she could finish her sentence. Heading towards the door, she muttered something. "Lend what? Even with money, I wouldn't lend it to you." As she opened the door, she was startled by a person standing before her. "Ha? Xiaoyu." Yifeng calmly looked at her. Auntie? Leaving already? Won't you stay a bit longer?" "Oh, I have things to do. Maybe another time." Meng Tingmai gave Yifeng a dismissive look, then walked past him and left the building. Yifeng shook his head. There was no hope of help from such materialistic relatives. He walked back inside. "Dad, I'm back." Yi Jianjun forced a smile of concern. "Son, how was your revision today?" Yifeng sighed as he looked at him. "Dad, why did you keep this from me?" "Out, what? Keep what from you?" Yi Jianjun looked nervous. "Why didn't you tell me about Mom's illness?" Yifeng asked calmly, without an ounce of blame in his tone. Because he knew his parents had sacrificed too much for this family. His father's shoulders had carried the entire burden of the family. For his mother, he had let go of all dignity to plead and beg. Yifeng bore no resentment but only heartache. He regretted not being able to share their hardships. Yi Jianjun paused. The father and son stared at each other in silence. The atmosphere was heavy, like a thick cloud engulfing both of them. "You knew about it too. Do you know?" Yi Jianjun looked at Yifeng with a hint of bitterness on his face. "Yes, I just heard it at the door." "Where is Mom now?" Yifeng asked. "She is at the hospital for a checkup, with Uncle Guanadli accompanying her." Yi Jianjun sighed and sat down to smoke. His back looked even more stooped in the smoke. "Mom, what illness does she have?" "Brain tumor. It was benign and checked before, thankfully. But if surgery is not done, there is a possibility it could turn malignant. But for the surgery, it might cost at least tens of thousands. Yi Jianjun said helplessly. Yifeng didn't hesitate. Dad, let's have mom undergo surgery quickly. Son, we don't have that much money. Yi Jianjun sighed. I have it. Huh? Son, what are you joking about? This is tens of thousands, not just a few. Dad, I really have it. Yifeng took out his phone, opened a text message, and handed it to him. Yi Jianjun looked at him in confusion, took the phone, and was shocked to see the amount on the message. He stared at the numbers, dumbfounded, completely stunned. My goodness, son, where did you get so much money? Yi Jianjun's mind was in turmoil, dropping the cigarette in his hand. I earned this money by repairing computers and selling them. I was actually planning to surprise you all today. I was going to use this money to open a shop, but for now, let's use it to treat mom's illness. No matter how much more money, it's not as important as mom's life, Yifeng said firmly. He clenched his fist, nails digging into the flesh. This time, he didn't want any regrets. No matter what, no matter the cost, he had to save mom. Yi Jianjun looked at the phone, then at Yifeng, a look of disbelief on his face. But soon, a smile finally appeared on his face. His son had indeed made progress, surprisingly so. This money was literally a lifesaver for the whole family. All right, let's go to the hospital now. Half an hour later, Yi Jianjun and Yifeng rushed to the hospital. They saw Gu Muxi's parents and Meng Xiaoyun in the infusion hall. When Meng Xiaoyun saw Yi Jianjun bringing Yifeng along, her expression changed. How could you bring Yifeng here too? Yifeng smiled bitterly. Mom, do you still want to hide it from me? A smile crept onto Meng Xiaoyun's pale face. Yifeng, mom is fine. Just a little stomach discomfort. Mom, don't say that. Dad has already told me. I will help you with the hospitalization procedure later. Yifeng shook his head, smiling wryly. At this point, his mother still wanted to hide her illness from him, just to prevent him from worrying, affecting his performance in the college entrance examination. Meng Xiaoyun glanced at Yi Jianjun, smiled bitterly. Son, hospitalization costs quite a bit. The doctor said that as long as I rest well, not being hospitalized, not undergoing surgery, is also fine. Yi Jianjun interrupted. Don't worry about the money issue. Our son is capable. Our son has quietly earned a large sum of money. Huh? What? Meng Xiaoyun was stunned. Gu Xingzhang and Li Wen were also dumbfounded. Yifeng had earned a large sum of money. Yifeng took out his phone and bank card, showing her the phone. The over 130,000 yuan cash deposit displayed on the phone directly stunned Meng Xiaoyun. Wow, son, where did you get so much money? You didn't do anything illegal, did you? Even though we are poor, we can't resort to such things. Meng Xiaoyun's face turned even paler, and this amount really took her by surprise. After hearing about how he earned money by repairing computers and selling them, Meng Xiaoyun finally felt at ease. Son, you are indeed capable. You will always be mom's pride. Meng Xiaoyun happily hugged Yifeng, kissed his forehead multiple times, her emotions too overwhelming to express in words. Gu Xingzhang and Li Wen were shocked beyond measure, looking at Yifeng with eyes full of astonishment. My dear Yifeng, this child is so good at making money. Li Wen's eyes sparkled with admiration. Yifeng, this child is destined for greatness. My judgment of him must be correct. Having seen his intelligence since he was young, I didn't expect him to grow up with such business acumen. It would be a great thing if she could have him as a partner in the future. Yifeng didn't know that at that moment, he had been unofficially set as Li Wen's future son-in-law. Gu Xingzhang patted Yifeng's shoulder. Pleased, good lad, I knew you made some money by repairing computers, but I didn't expect this much. To be able to make a living with this skill, you will definitely prosper in the future. He then turned to Yi Jianjun, smiling. Old Yi, with Yifeng's progress, you can sit back and relax in the future. Yi Jianjun was overjoyed, his face beaming with delight. Relax maybe not, but I hope Yifeng can achieve more in the future, become successful, and then I'll be satisfied. Every parent hopes for their child to succeed. Now that he saw Yifeng make so much money at a young age, Yi Jianjun was greatly comforted. Let's not talk about it now. Let's go to the hospital. Back at the hospital, once Meng Xiaoyun finished her for drip, they took her to the hospital building to be admitted. After completing all the admission procedures, Yi Jianjun stayed behind to take care of her. Laogu, I might have to ask for a long leave from you, Yi Jianjun said with a wry smile. Men Xiaoyun would need someone to take care of her after being admitted to the hospital, at least until after the surgery. Fortunately, the doctor said that with the higher success rate of tumor removal surgery now, if the recovery went well post-surgery, she could be discharged in 2 to 3 weeks. The worst thing for this disease is neglect. Delaying treatment could increase the chances of the benign tumor turning malignant. Another name for malignant tumor, cancer. This would require very painful and lengthy treatment, with a not very high chance of cure. So, fortunately among the unfortunate, Meng Xiaoyun's brain tumor was still benign. Successful benign tumor removal surgery would likely cure it. No problem, just take care of Xiaoyun. I'll grant you the leave when the time comes. Zifeng can eat with us these days. I'll take good care of him. You can rest assured, Gu Xingzhan assured. Yi Jianjun felt a warmth in his heart. How many true friends could one have? One good friend is enough. After over 20 years of the two families' relationship, it had already become closer than siblings. Thank you. Yi Jianjun expressed his gratitude. Lao Yi, don't be so polite with me. Really. Gu Xingzhan gave him a playful scolding look. Watching the deep friendship between the two old friends, Yifeng couldn't help but feel moved. His father would have a friend like this in his lifetime, which was enviable enough. Dad, I'll bring your change of clothes later, Yifeng said with a smile. Yi Jianjun nodded, hesitated for a moment, then advised, Son, your college entrance exam is coming in 2 days. Don't stress yourself too much. Focus on reviewing. Focus on studying. Your mother and I will take care of everything. Don't worry too much. Absolutely no visit until after your exam finishes. Stay at home. Study hard. Yifeng smiled wryly, seeing his father's serious and stern expression, and agreed. All right, Dad. Mom, you can rest assured. I will do well on the exam. After some more advice from his parents, Yifeng returned home with Gu Muxi's parents. When he got home, he packed his parents' clothes, then hurried to the hospital. Dizzy with everything, he returned home only to find it was already midnight. Exhausted in body and mind, he almost collapsed on the sofa. The knock on the door brought him back from the drowsy state, on the edge of sleep. Who is it? Yifeng rubbed his sore temples and got up to open the door. It's me. Yi Xiao. Gu Muxi's sweet voice came from outside the door. Upon hearing Gu Muxi's voice, Yifeng suddenly felt a bit more awake. He opened the door to see Gu Muxi in a loose nightgown, standing brightly at the entrance. Gu Muxi, why aren't you sleeping so late? Yifeng asked curiously. Aren't you not sleeping this late either? I saw your living room light on, and I knew you were still awake. Gu Muxi walked in with her hands behind her back, making herself comfortable on the sofa. Yifeng followed and sat down beside her. Gu Muxi looked at him intently, comforting. Yi Xiao, I just learned about your mom's situation. The surgery will definitely go smoothly. You shouldn't worry too much. If you can score well on the exam, maybe your mom's mood will improve, and she will recover faster. Yifeng was surprised, as he didn't expect this little girl to come over late at night just to comfort him. His heart was warmly touched. Yes, I know. I'll do my best in the exam. Yifeng smiled. Gu Muxi reached out her left hand. Give me your hand. Huh? Why? Yifeng was taken aback but placed his hand in hers. Gu Muxi held his hand, sweetly saying, I'll share a bit of my good luck with you. Stinky Yifeng, you must do your best. Gu Muxi opened her eyes wide, a particularly encouraging look in them. She wasn't joking this time, she was very serious. Yifeng was completely awake now, feeling as energized as if he had been injected with chicken blood. Thank you. Yifeng expressed his gratitude from the bottom of his heart. Oh, don't mention it. As your mistress, it's my duty. Gu Muxi laughed, covering her mouth. Yifeng chuckled and pretended to let go of her hand, but instead held it tightly. Gu Muxi's hand was so soft and delicate. Holding it felt so comfortable. Gu Muxi tried to pull her hand away, but found that Yifeng was still holding it, causing her cheeks to redden. Stupid Yifeng, how long do you want to hold my hand for? Oops, I forgot. Hehe. Only then did Yifeng reluctantly release her hand. Gu Muxi stood up and said, All right, comfort mission accomplished. I should go back now. Huh. That's it. Yes. What else do you want? How about using both your hands to comfort me at the same time? What? Without hands, you can comfort me with your mouth. Mouth? How can a mouth comfort you? Ow, say some encouraging words. As long as you encourage me, even if I rank first in the city, I can still make it. TSK. Go on. Say it. Even sweet talk will do. Ha, what nonsense are you talking about? Well, fine. I give up on you. Isha, good luck on the college entrance exam. Work hard. Aim to be in the top 1,000. Top 1,000? No. I have to be in the top 10 in the city or province. Isha, it's getting dark now. It's not suitable to daydream. Go wash up and sleep. Gu Muxi yawned, stretched lazily, and said, when she yawned, her loose sleep dress instantly hiked up a lot, revealing her slender legs that caught Yifeng's attention. Yifeng's eyes were fixed on her legs. These legs must be very flexible, right? I should go back now. I'm tired. You should sleep early. Gu Muxi waved goodbye. After Gu Muxi left, Yifeng washed up, trying to wake himself up a bit, and then returned to his room to start on his homework. The desk lamp was bright. Yifeng was focused on his tasks, completely immersed in his work. He didn't know how long had passed, but after finishing his homework, a strong wave of drowsiness hit him, and he fell asleep on the table. Yifeng didn't know how long he had been asleep, but he was awakened by the glaring morning sunlight. He felt sore all over, the aftermath of sleeping on the table. As he was about to stretch, he suddenly noticed a blanket over him, with a faint familiar scent. Yifeng turned his head to look at the pink blanket on him and sniffed the scent. There was no doubt that it belonged to Gu Muxi. He could recognize her scent anywhere. Isha, are you awake? Gu Muxi's voice came from the door. Yifeng turned to see Gu Muxi, wearing a blue dress, with an apron tied in front of her, holding a spatula in her hands, looking at him with a smile. Gu Muxi, when did you come? Gu Muxi pouted. I called you from the window several times, but you didn't respond. So I came early to check if you died suddenly. Yifeng. Hey, Gu Beauty Queen, are you so eager for me to die? Aren't you afraid of being a widow? Gu Muxi glared at him blushing. You're the one who's a widow. HMPH. No, if you die, it's not my problem. Get up and brush your teeth, wash your face, and have breakfast. Yifeng suddenly stared at her warily. Breakfast? Did your mother make it? What are you thinking? My parents went out early in the morning, instructing me to take care of you. Not only did I cover you with a blanket, but I also personally made breakfast for you. Other guys don't have this kind of luck. Yifeng heard that Gu Muxi made breakfast and took a sharp breath. Gu Muxi, can't you just skip that kind of luck? Gu Muxi picked up the spatula in her hand and hummed. What do you think? Ahem. Okay. I'll go wash up first. Yifeng rushed out of the room and into the bathroom. As he brushed his teeth, he mentally prepared himself for the generous sacrifice he was about to make. After brushing up, Yifeng walked to the table with a solemn air and sat down. Tell me, Gu Muxi, what did you make for breakfast? Gu Muxi brought over a pot of dark porridge and placed it in front of him. Yifeng looked at the dark, unidentifiable substance, swallowed hard, and asked, Gu Muxi, can you tell me, what is this? Gu Muxi put her hands on her waist, proudly smiling. This is my own nutritional light porridge. I guarantee that after drinking it, you'll be full of energy. Yifeng's mind immediately popped with one word. Danger. Are you sure? After drinking it, I'll be full of energy, not lying on the floor. Besides, this pitch black porridge, why call it white porridge? If they have any relation at all, it's barely there. Gu Muxi rolled her eyes. Less talking. Eat quickly. This was actually her attempt at making blunt and lean meat porridge she learned online to invigorate the spirits. She even copied the recipe into her notebook and followed the steps. To test her cooking skills, she used Yifeng as a guinea pig. Alright, let me taste it first. Yifeng scooped half a bowl with a spoon, stirred it a bit, and sniffed it at the edge of his nose. Why does it have a vinegar smell? With confusion in his mind, he still put the porridge in his mouth. A sour and fishy taste rushed to his head. Yifeng's face changed suddenly. How is it? Is it delicious? Gu Muxi curiously asked. Yifeng, trying to hold back his urge to vomit, pretended to look surprised. Wow, it's so delicious. Gu Muxi, you must taste it. It's really delicious. Yifeng said with a pleasant expression, pushing the bowl toward her. Ha ha, it worked. I do have a bit of cooking talent. Gu Muxi said coolly. As she spoke, she picked up Yifeng's bowl and took 2 big spoonfuls directly. Faft. Gu Muxi's face turned pale. and she sprayed out what she just ate. By pure coincidence, it all landed on Yifeng's smug face. His smile froze. Gumushi. Yifeng gritted his teeth and looked at her. Gumuxi's face showed embarrassment. Oh, I'm really sorry. But I distinctly remember adding soy sauce. How did it turn into vinegar? Yifeng wiped off the rice from his face, looking at her like she was an idiot. Idiot, that was aged vinegar. And even if it was soy sauce, why would you put so much? Gumuxi lowered her head and stole a glance at Yifeng, weakly saying, the recipe just said a moderate amount. But how would I know how much that is? Since the porridge wasn't much, I just added a little extra. It was really just a little extra. A little bit. That's more like a billion little bits. Yifeng tugged at the corner of his mouth, feeling a bit downcast. Forget it. Looks like we can't finish this pot of congee. I'll go wash my face. Let's go eat noodles outside instead. Gumushi, you're treating later. Yifeng shot her a glance. Gumushi pursed her lips. Fine, I'll treat. After Yifeng washed his face, the two of them headed out to find food. They found a noodle shop outside the staff quarters and ordered 2 bowls of pork, awful noodles as usual. Gumushi, how's your recent review going? Yifeng slurped his noodles and casually asked. It's alright, I think I have a good chance of getting into a top university with my scores. How about you? Gumushi asked. She was more concerned about Yifeng. Although he had made significant progress in the last test, 10 made it into the top 10 of the class, his integrated science score was still not high enough, making her feel uneasy. If both of them could get into a top university, it would be great to study at the same college. As for me, I feel like I'm in top form. I've been reviewing Chinese and integrated science lately, so I should be able to score well. Yifeng smiled slightly. Oh, you're that confident? Gumushi asked in surprise. Of course, Yifeng smiled. Since the last test, he had been focusing on targeted subject strengthening exercises. Recently, he had been doing practice tests, getting close to full marks in integrated science. As for Chinese, he had been practicing writing compositions, so getting a high score was not a problem. Mathematics and English were his strong subjects, passing the English Level 6 exam with flying colors and acing the high school English exam as well. Mathematics, in particular, was his strongest subject. In computer science, he almost always scored full marks in math subjects. He had even practiced with past high school exam papers and managed to score almost full marks, only losing a few points. He could probably pass the score cutoff for a top university, but his goal was more ambitious, to aim for an even higher score, to make his parents happy with his achievements. Then, keep up the good work, Gumushi encouraged. The college entrance exam is tomorrow. Let's finish eating and go back to review our homework together for a final push. Yifeng nodded and said seriously, alright, let me finish quickly. What kind of speed? Review speed. The two finished breakfast and went home to review their homework together. In Gumushi's room, Gumushi took out a math practice book from her bag, intending to do more exercises to solidify her understanding. She glanced at Yifeng beside her and saw him take out 4 sets of mock exam questions from his bag, for math, English, Chinese, and integrated science. What are you planning to do with these? Aren't you being a bit extreme? Are you planning to finish all these mock exams within the day? Gumushi stared in disbelief. Yifeng calmly replied, yes. Any problems with that? I've already finished half of these for books and only have the other half left. I should be able to finish them today. By finishing these for books, it's almost a sure thing. Gumushi exclaimed. I don't believe you can finish them all. Yifeng rolled his eyes. What's so difficult about that? A mock exam takes 90 minutes per subject. That's only 6 hours for all 4 subjects. It's just right for 2 rounds of practice. 12 hours. Should be no problem. Maybe even faster. Gumushi looked at him as if he were crazy. Are you crazy? 12 hours. It's 9 o'clock now. You'll be writing until 10, 11 at night. Yifeng smirked. Like I said, it's a final push. Alright, I'm starting now. Yifeng opened the practice book and began the mock exams in earnest. Gumushi, surprised by his determination, started her own practice. Time passed slowly as the two of them immersed themselves in the intense study session. From day to night, then to the rising crescent moon in the sky. They only took breaks for a quick egg noodle meal during lunch and a few bites for dinner, spending the rest of the time hunched over their books. In a blink of an eye, it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. Gu Xingzhan and Li Wen were sitting in the living room reading magazines. It's already 9 o'clock. Are those two still studying? They're really putting in a lot of effort. Li Wen checked the time and glanced towards Gu Muxi's room. Gu Xingzhan flipped through the magazine absent-mindedly. The college entrance exam is tomorrow, so it's quite stressful. Well, I hope the pressure isn't too much. It's easy to underperform when too stressed. They should relax a bit, Li Wen remarked. I'll make them some juice so they can take a break. Li Wen got up and headed to the kitchen. After a while, she came out with 2 glasses of watermelon juice and knocked on Gu Muxi's room door. Zifan, have some juice and take a break. Okay. Mom, I'm quite thirsty. Gu Muxi's voice came from inside. Li Wen entered the room and saw Gu Muxi looking weary, slumped in her chair, while Yifan was still intensely focused on studying. Here. You've worked hard today, have some juice and take a break. Li Wen placed the juice on the table. Gu Muxi rubbed her temples, feeling exhausted. Indeed, after a day of studying, my head is spinning. She grabbed one of the glasses of juice and drank it in big gulps. Aren't you having some? Gu Muxi looked at Yifan. Throughout the day, although they were in the same room, they didn't exchange 10 sentences. Yifeng had been intensely focused on his exams the entire day. His ability to persist this long was beyond her expectations. Take a break too. Li Wen looked at Yifeng, concerned that he might be putting too much pressure on himself. All right, Mom, I'll take a break after I finish this, Yifeng responded without looking up. Well, remember to rest, don't stay up too late. Tomorrow is the real battle, and you need to be well rested, Li Wen advised. Okay, Mom. I know. Yifeng still kept his head down, his pen in hand not stopping. Li Wen walked out, and after another half hour, Yifeng finally put down his pen and let out a long sigh. Finished 2 rounds of mock exams. It's been a while since I've experienced this kind of intense study session. It's strange. During the writing process, I didn't feel tired at all. But now that it's done, I'm suddenly hit by a wave of exhaustion. Gu Muxi remarked in surprise. I didn't expect you to last this long. I'm more enduring than you thought. Yifeng raised an eyebrow. I have good endurance. Are you doubting my endurance? Let me tell you, a usual 1 or 2 hours is no problem at all. Gu Muxi felt his words were weird but still snorted. I never knew you were this enduring. Yifeng grinned. Well, now you know. You'll have the chance to experience it yourself in the future. Gu Muxi rolled her eyes at him and coquettishly said, I don't want to. You simulated 2 rounds. How did you do? Gu Muxi glanced at his practice book curiously and asked. Around 680 to 700 points, Yifeng said lazily. What? Around 700 points. Gu Muxi covered her mouth in astonishment, looking incredulous, because that score was really impressive. Last year's top score in the Provincial Science College entrance exam was only 670 points. However, she thought to herself that this was just a simulation test, so it was normal for the simulated score to be higher. If it were the actual college entrance exam, getting over 630 points would already be a blessing. The admission cutoff score for the Provincial Science College for the past 2 years was around 630 points. Although it showed a decreasing trend each year, the threshold was still very high. Not many people in the whole province could get admitted to the first-tier colleges, mostly belonging to the top students of each school, with the majority of examinees falling into the pre-professional category. By calculating the proportion, less than 10% of people scored high enough to enter the first-tier colleges. 20% entered the second-tier colleges, and 40% were pre-professional, with the remaining not even meeting the pre-professional score requirement. Keep up the good work. I hope you can achieve these results in the college entrance exam too. Gu Muxi encouraged. Yifeng turned his head to glance at her. Is that your way of wishing me luck? Shouldn't the wish be for even better results? Gu Muxi rolled her eyes and scoffed. You are quite ambitious, aren't you? It would be good enough to reach the score for admission to the first-tier colleges. Do you really want to achieve this score? Don't slack off just because your simulation test scores were good. The real battle is tomorrow during the college entrance exam. Yifeng chuckled. After these 2 rounds of simulation, I am more confident now, but don't worry, I won't slack off, Yifeng said. I will give my all for the college entrance exam. Gu Muxi nodded in relief, saying, that's the attitude. You must give your all. But first, finish your juice and take a break. I see you've been studying all day. Even the strongest body can't handle it. Yifeng patted his chest confidently, saying, "My body is strong." Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly felt his fingers cramping, his face changing color. "Oh no. I have a cramp." Due to the high intensity and prolonged gripping of the pen, his right hand's fingers started cramping uncontrollably, muscles stiffening in pain. "Don't move. Let me help you." Gumuxi quickly grabbed his index finger and thumb that were cramping and began massaging and pressing them rapidly to relax the muscles. After her massage, the finger cramping eased somewhat, but his fingers still felt sore and swollen. Yifeng looked at Gumuxi, who was intensely focused on easing his pain, feeling touched. "How is it feeling now? Better?" Gumuxi asked with concern. "It's a bit better, but still a bit sore and swollen," Yifeng said, taking a big gulp of watermelon juice with his left hand to calm down. "Let me help you relax a bit more," Gumuxi said, lowering her head and carefully manipulating Yifeng's finger joints. Yifeng looked at her delicate and beautiful face as a faint fragrance wafted through his nose, causing a tingling sensation in his heart. Her hands were smooth and fair, seemingly boneless, and each touch felt like an electric current passing through. "So comfortable," Gumuxi continued to mutter, while helping to massage and stretch Yifeng's finger joints. After a while, she lifted her head and asked, "Feeling better now?" Yifeng hadn't had enough of the massage. How could he feel better so soon? He smiled and said, "The finger feels better, but my lower back is really sore. Maybe I've been sitting for too long. Could I have strained my back? How about you help me with a massage?" Gumuxi said in a slightly annoyed tone. "Why is it always some kind of ache with you? Do you take me for a servant?" Yifeng pretended to endure the pain, holding his back, saying, "All right, I should be able to bear it, no need to worry. I might feel better after a break." Gumuxi, hesitating for a moment, said with a sigh, "All right, lie down on the bed. I'll give you a massage." Yifeng's eyes lit up with a subtle sense of satisfaction. He can enjoy the massage from Gu, the school beauty. If news of this treatment spread in school, Gumuxi would probably be chased by numerous suitors. Yifeng swiftly ran onto the bed and lay down, saying, "Gumuxi, I'm ready." Gumuxi glared at him. "If it weren't for the tomorrow's exam, I wouldn't be helping you with this massage." With these words, she sat next to Yifeng and began massaging his lower back. Although Gumuxi's massage technique was unpolished, her strength compensated for it, making the massage quite comfortable. Yifeng felt the warm touch of Gumuxi's fingers on his lower back, the varying pressures bringing him great relief. "So comfortable, Gumuxi, a little lower." "Yes, right there. Apply more pressure." In the living room, Li Huan came out from freshening up, ready to rest, then suddenly heard strange sounds coming from Gumuxi's room. "Honey, what are they doing in there?" Li Huan asked curiously. Gu Xingzhan put down the magazine and said, "I don't know, but it's late. They should be resting. If they don't rest well, they won't have the energy for tomorrow's exam, affecting their performance." As he walked over, he froze when he reached the door. "What's wrong?" Li Huan walked over, equally puzzled. Just as she approached the door, she also froze upon hearing the conversation inside. Gumuxi, faster." "Yes, just like that. It feels so good." Gu Xingzhan and Li Huan exchanged bewildered looks. "What are these two kids doing?" Gu Xingzhan pointed at the door, sounding perplexed. Li Huan quickly pushed the door open and saw Gumuxi sitting on Yifeng's lap, giving him a massage. Mom, what's up?" Gumuxi asked, seeing her parents entering, looking bewildered. "What are you doing?" Li Huan inwardly sighed in relief. "Oh, you said his lower back was sore, so I'm helping with a massage," Gumuxi replied seriously. "I thought you guys were." "Mom, you thought we were what?" Nothing." "Well, carry on. Get some rest after the massage." Li Huan quickly closed the door. Gu Xingzhan had a strange look on his face, saying, "Well, seems like we misunderstood. Let's leave them to rest." Li Huan shook her head and smiled. It turned out her worries were unfounded. But both of these kids have grown up. Looks like they may need some education in that area in the future. After all, safety comes first. In the room, Gumuxi scratched his head in confusion. What was Mom's expression just now? Why was it so strange? Yifeng smirked secretly, guessing that his aunt had misunderstood something. "Hey, maybe she was surprised because she saw you willing to give me a massage. Come on, let's continue." Yifeng straightened his back, moved to a more comfortable position. Gumuxi suddenly realized that his back seemed perfectly fine. Could this smelly Yifeng be tricking me? Muxi, stop staring. Let's continue. Yifeng teased. Seeing his expression, Muxi already guessed about 70 to 80%. Alright, smelly Yifeng. Deliberately amusing me. Do you want a massage? Then I'll give you a good one. A sly look flashed through Muxi's beautiful eyes. Well, let's continue. Get ready. I'll give you a Thai massage. Muxi pinched the soft flesh around his waist and pulled it towards the center. Ouch. Yifeng cried out in pain, his expression changing suddenly. Then Muxi bent his legs up, almost folding him over. Holy crap. Ouch. Muxi, what are you doing? Muxi snorted. I'm giving you a Thai massage. Bear with it. No. Ouch. After being tormented by Muxi for over 10 minutes, Yifeng finally found an excuse to escape and ran back to his own room in a flash. Ouch. This girl's got some strength. Yifeng lay on the bed, shivering, his whole body sore. At least she didn't break all his bones. Yishao, weren't you going to the bathroom? Why did you run away? Muxi's laughter sounded like silver bells outside the window. Yifeng got up, went to open the window, and saw Muxi perched on the windowsill, a proud look on her face. Ahem, it's too late today. And there's an exam tomorrow, so no more massage. Yifeng chuckled dryly. Oh, my Thai technique isn't finished yet. How can you just call it quits like this? Muxi, another day. Okay, another day. Alright, Yishao, feel free to come play again next time. With that, Muxi shot him a seductive glance, and then closed the window. Yifeng got goosebumps from her stare. Letting her give me a massage again? Absolutely not. No more words for the night. The next morning, Yifeng was awakened by the window's knocking nose as usual. Yishao, get up. Yifeng opened his eyes, rubbing the sleep from them. Since Muxi started waking him up every day, he had thrown away his alarm clock. What's wrong with having the school flower personally wake you up? He could enjoy the unique wake-up service every day. I know, Yifeng replied, and got up to open the window. Muxi was still there as before, tying her hair into a ponytail, her beautiful face radiating youthful energy. Good morning, Muxi. Good morning, smelly Yifeng. The two greeted each other. Muxi tied up her hair and said, Today is the first day of the college entrance examination. My mom made a hearty breakfast. Come and eat. After breakfast, we'll go to school. Muxi seemed especially serious today, not as playful as usual with Yifeng. Yifeng could tell she was feeling the pressure. The college entrance exam had officially arrived, and he believed that most students would inevitably feel a bit nervous and stressed. However, it wasn't Yifeng's first time taking the exam, and he felt more confident, so he wasn't nervous at all. Okay, I'll come over after freshening up. Yifeng smiled. He closed the window and went to get ready, spending a few minutes freshening up, changing into clean clothes, picking up his backpack, then knocking on Muxi's door. The door opened, and Muxi was still wearing her loose school uniform, as always. Although she looked youthful and lovely in her school outfit, it completely obscured her perfect figure. If she wore a uniform, now that would be stunning. Yifeng's mind wandered, unable to help but look forward to seeing Muxi in uniform. Why are you standing there? Come in. Muxi saw him staring and salivating. Looking so lecherous, she rolled her eyes at him. Heh. Okay, what hearty breakfast did your mom make today? Seafood porridge, scallion pancakes, and deep-fried dough sticks. Wow, that sounds delicious. My mouth is watering. Yifeng praised heavily. Eat slowly. There's plenty of time. Liwen came out of the kitchen, smiling. Auntie, you're such a great cook. This breakfast is so fragrant. Yifeng praised heartily. If it's tasty, eat more. There's plenty more. Liwen said happily. Beep beep beep. Suddenly, the landline phone rang. Liwen went over to answer it and then shouted, Zifeng, your dad's on the phone. Okay. Yifeng put down his bowl and chopsticks, quickly went over to answer the phone. Dad. What's up? Son. Today is the first day of the college entrance exams. You must do your best. Study well, but don't put too much pressure on yourself. As long as you do your best, the score doesn't matter. No regrets. On the phone, his father, Yi Jianjun, advised earnestly. Yifeng knew that his parents probably had high expectations for the college entrance exams. To achieve a good score was what they expected the most. To study hard for 3 years of high school without regrets. Going to a good university would pave the way for a brighter future. Okay. Dad. I got it. You can rest assured. I'll do my best. Yifeng nodded firmly. That's good. After talking about his mother's upcoming surgery for a while, they decided to go through with it the day after tomorrow after the doctor's consultation yesterday. That day also happened to be after the college entrance exams. After a while, Yi Jianjun hung up the phone, not wanting Yifeng to worry too much about his mother's surgery and affect his performance in the exams. Yifeng returned to the dining table, finishing the leftover porridge. I'm full. Gu Muxi, let's go. Okay. The two went to school together, picked up their exam admission tickets in the classroom, and prepared the pens, erasers, rulers, and other exam tools. Fun J, which exam room are you going to? Wang Tai leaned over, curious. I'm going to Tian school exam room. What about you? That's great, me too. Haha, we can go together. Wang Tai said happily. Then, let's go together later. Yifeng nodded, then looked towards Gu Muxi sitting in front. Gu Muxi, which exam room are you in? Gu Muxi seemed a bit absent-minded, not paying attention to Yifeng's voice. Yifeng reached out and tugged at her bra strap. Gu Muxi? Gu Muxi came to her senses, glared at Yifeng, and said, What? Why are you not focused? Yifeng asked in confusion. I'm a little nervous. Gu Muxi smiled bitterly and admitted she had felt the pressure from her parents early on, hoping she could achieve good results, but the greater the expectations, the greater the pressure, so that she was a bit absent-minded today. Give me your hand. Yifeng reached out his right hand with a smile. Gu Muxi hesitated but ultimately placed her hand in his. Yifeng held her hand and said, You gave me luck last time. Today I give you confidence. Gu Muxi, you're the best. Gu Muxi's heart trembled, then burst into laughter. Of course, this lady will definitely be admitted to a top-tier university. She regained her confidence and lively smile. Thank you, Yi Shao. Gu Muxi thanked sincerely, feeling less nervous now. Hehe. You're welcome. Who are we? Then, can you let go of my hand? Oops, I forgot. Humph. Stop pretending. Smelly Yifeng, you're doing it on purpose. Ji Mux's cheeks flushed. She glared at him. Stinky Yifeng, you took advantage of me again. Recently, why does this guy always like physical contact? Openly and secretly trying to take advantage of me. I need to find time to teach him a lesson. AI, Ji Mux, don't slander me. I'll sue you for defamation. Look, Wang Tai, she's defaming me. Yifeng said righteously. Wang Tai smirked inwardly. Yifeng really thick-skinned. Learned. As the three of them chatted and laughed, the homeroom teacher, Zhao Maon, walked in quickly, and the classroom fell silent. Teacher Zhao knocked on the podium, scanned the class, and said seriously, Today is the first day of the college entrance examination, with math in the morning and language in the afternoon. Tomorrow morning is comprehensive science, and the afternoon is English. Remember all this, don't forget it. Prepare your admission tickets and exam supplies. Don't make any last-minute mistakes. After leaving the school later, each of you will go to the exam hall. Pay attention to safety on the way. And don't be late. Did you all hear me clearly? The whole class shouted, Yes. Teacher Zhao relaxed a bit, showing a warm smile. After the college entrance examination, your days in school will be limited. Perhaps you will go your separate ways in the future. I will miss you all, but I still wish you all good results and a bright future. Teacher Zhao's sincere words were simple and very moving. Several sensitive girls in the class wiped their tears secretly. Yifeng silently sighed. Teacher Zhao, actually, is pretty good. Although he was strict with students, he was also caring. He really is a good teacher. After Teacher Zhao's instructions, everyone started to proceed to the exam hall. Yifeng, Ji Mux, and Wang Tai were all in the same school, participating in the college entrance examination at Tian High School. But they were not in the same classroom. The three of them rode their bicycles to the entrance of Tian High School, where many students' parents had gathered. The parents watched their children enter the school as if sending soldiers into battle. All the parents wore a similar tense expression, with the same expectations in their eyes. After Yifeng and the others entered the school, they bid farewell to each other. TZ. Do well in the exam. Fight. Yifeng patted his shoulder encouragingly. I will. Yishe. Wang Tai nodded. Although his grades were not good, he wanted to pass the exam for a second-tier university. At least it is a bachelor's degree. Yi Shao, you must do well too. I'll wait for you at the school gate after the exam. Ji Mux raised a small fist in excitement. Okay. Yifeng smiled in response. After saying their goodbyes, they each went to their respective classrooms. Yifeng found his exam classroom and sat down according to the C indicated on his admission ticket. Soon, other students entered the classroom, one by one, each at their designated desk. When all the examinees were there, a middle-aged woman proctor entered the room, distributed the test papers when the time was up, and announced the exam rules. With the sound of the bell, the college entrance examination officially began. Students, begin the exam. The female proctor instructed, and the examinees began writing diligently. After Yifeng glanced through the math test paper, he was already confident. This year's test paper was indeed not particularly difficult, and the questions were within the scope he was familiar with. With a bit of carefulness, scoring full marks shouldn't be a problem. Yifeng smiled slightly and began the exam. As time passed by slowly, an hour quickly went by. At the school gate, numerous parents were not chatting, they were all anxiously waiting. A van from a newspaper arrived, breaking the silence with the sound of the car engine. A group of reporters, led by a female journalist, stepped out of the car, with a cameraman carrying the equipment following behind her. The female journalist was in her early 30s, with shoulder-length hair, wearing a light gray professional suit, slender figure, and a pleasant appearance. As soon as she appeared, she caused a stir among the surrounding parents. Oh, isn't that Nana, the reporter from Guan City TV's news facts program? How come she's here? Ha ha. Come interview me, I want to be on TV. Hey, it really is the news facts section. They seem to report on the college entrance examination every year. Didn't expect them to show up here today. Hurry and interview me. Heh. Yang Na heard the discussions around her but didn't mind. She did have an interview duty today, but it wasn't the usual interviewing of parents. Every year, they interviewed parents for the college entrance examination. With the same instructions and expectations, it had long lost its novelty. So before going on the assignment, the program team held a small meeting and decided to interview students this year instead of parents. And she was planning to interview the first student to come out of the exam hall to understand the student's mood about this year's college entrance examination. How long has the exam been going on? Xiao. Yang Na turned to her assistant reporter Wu Gang. Wu Gang glanced at his watch. Not yet. It's been exactly an hour. There are still 30 minutes until the exam ends. Yang Na nodded and smiled. All right. Be ready to start filming anytime. We'll stay at the gate and wait for the first student to come out of the exam hall. Ow. Nah, yeah. I doubt anyone will come out of the exam hall this fast. Shall we rest on the side for a while? Wu Gang wiped the sweat from his forehead. It was a hot day after the rain, and the sun was out again, making the air hot, like a sauna. Okay. Then go buy 2 bottles of water. Yang Na was also sweating, waving her hand. Heh. Okay. Wu Gang responded and ran off to buy water. Yang Na and the cameraman found shade under a tree to cool off, but as soon as she sat down, she suddenly saw a student coming out from inside, and there was no other student out behind him. Huh, how come someone is turning in the exam so quickly? Yang Na was somewhat surprised. Quick, don't let him get away. Hurry up and interview him. Since Wu Gang hadn't returned, she didn't want to wait, so she took the cameraman and blocked the student at the gate. Hello, everyone. I'm reporter Yang Na. Today, let me interview the first student who came out of the exam hall. Hello. Student, I'm Yang Na from Guan City TV's news facts program. What's your name? Yang Na showed a friendly smile and held the microphone up to the student's mouth. Yifeng. Haha. Hello, yi student. First, I wish you good luck in the college entrance exam. Thank you. Can I ask why you turned in your exam so quickly and came out? Finished writing. Didn't want to stay there any longer. Yifeng smiled. Yang Na was taken aback. This guy. Really willful. Okay. Then how do you feel about the difficulty of this year's math test? Well, to be honest, it's quite simple. Not very difficult. Yifeng said, honestly, it was true. If it wasn't that simple, he wouldn't have come out immediately, and the time was up. It was much easier than expected. In fact, he had finished writing in 40 minutes, but the exam rules required candidates to turn in the papers only after an hour. He got bored and waited for the early submission time to hand in his paper. Upon hearing Yifeng's words, the parents, who were watching nearby, couldn't help but show disdain. Which school is this student from? So arrogant? Yang Na was somewhat confused. This young man, young in age but not in attitude, was quite something. This classmate seems very confident about the college entrance examination, so let's wish him a successful start, Yang Na said politely, but secretly speculated in her heart, wondering if this young man couldn't write the exam well and just manage to get through it casually. Those who can hand in their papers early are either super geniuses or total slackers. It seems like this young man is more like the latter. Thank you. Yifeng smiled slightly. All right. Thank this classmate for accepting the interview with our station, Yang Na said to the camera. When the interview ended, the cameraman turned off the camera and asked, Na Yan, do we need to continue filming? Of course, let's continue waiting and interviewing other students, Yang Na nodded. After Yifeng finished the interview, he sat under the shade of a tree, waiting for Wan Tai and Gumuxi to come out. As the exam end time approached, many examinees started coming out. Yang Na immediately found some candidates to continue interviewing and gather material. After the official exam time ended, the bell rang, and the candidates poured out, creating a dense crowd. In the midst of the crowd, Yang Na searched for suitable interviewees and suddenly her eyes lit up. She noticed a beautiful figure in the crowd. This beautiful figure attracted the attention of many male candidates around her. What a beautiful young girl. She is the one. Yang Na walked up to her and said, Hello, I am Yang Na, the host of the news program. Would you be willing to accept an interview? Yang Na asked with a smile. The passers-by around them looked over, seeing a stunning girl in white school uniform, with a ponytail and fair skin exuding a youthful vibe. Two young candidates were staring at her, forgetting to watch where they were going, and accidentally bumped into a utility pole, wincing in pain. Gumuxi saw the sudden appearance of the reporter and cameraman behind them, and quickly adjusted her hair and appearance. Sure. Gumuxi nodded. She was a bit excited in her heart, thinking, am I going to be on TV? How should I address you? Gumuxi. Hello, Gu student. Do you find today's morning math exam difficult? Yang Na asked as usual. Gumuxi chuckled. It was quite challenging. The later questions were beyond the course scope and were new to me, but luckily I recently did some extra math problems with the help of a friend, so I should be able to achieve a good score, Gumuxi said modestly. Yang Na smiled. You find it difficult too. Apart from the first candidate I interviewed, none of the other candidates found it easy. It seems like the difficulty level of the college entrance exam is increasing throughout the years. Gu student, how do you feel now that the exam is over? Gumuxi grinned. It's fine. I feel good. Then, she looked around to see if Yifeng was around. Are you waiting for a friend, Gu student? Yang Na asked casually. Yes, I am waiting for a friend, Gumuxi nodded. Gumuxi. Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded behind the cameraman. Gumuxi turned her head and saw Yifeng peeking out from behind the cameraman, looking pleased with himself. Odd. Yifeng, how come you came out before me? Gumuxi stared at him in surprise. Everyone else wanted to have an extra half hour for the exam to check thoroughly or recalculate, but he was the first to come out. Can he really do well in the exam? It was boring inside, so I finished quickly. Yifeng walked over and stood next to her. Even though Yifeng was half a head taller than Gumuxi, they naturally looked harmonious together. Gumuxi lightly scoffed, feeling a little worried in her heart. If you don't do well, I'll cook you, Yifeng teased. Humph, dare to cook me. Watch me split you in half and sprinkle you with chili and cumin, Gumuxi retorted playfully. Yang Na, seeing the two of them so familiar with each other, squinted her eyes and continued the interview, creating a contrasting scene. Ha ha, Gu student. This student was the first to come out of the exam room. Yang Na laughed. The first one to come out. Yifeng. You are so bold. Gumuxi stared at him in astonishment. The other candidates all wished the exam could be extended for another half hour for further checking or recalculating to avoid missing anything. But here he was, the first one to leave. Can he really do well? It was boring inside, so I came out after finishing. Yifeng walked over and stood beside her. Yifeng and Gumuxi then walked away together, chatting and laughing, eliciting envious glances from the male students nearby. These boys were filled with admiration seeing a high-level beauty like Gumuxi being so close to a handsome guy like Yifeng. The three of them arrived at a rice noodle shop at a street corner. This shop specialized in selling Guangdong-style rice noodle rolls. As the exam had just ended, the shop was mostly filled with students, and there were no seats available, So many people were squatting outside the shop and eating. Yifeng, it looks like there are no seats available. Wang Tai looked around. It's okay. Just a casual meal. Squatting and eating is no problem. Yifeng shrugged. Wang Tai looked at Gu Muxi, hesitated a bit, and thought, although we are not related, but Gu Muxi is the top beauty of Taoyuan No, one high school. Should she really be squatting on the street to eat rice noodles with us? However, he didn't voice his thoughts. Regardless, as long as Gu Muxi didn't mind, Yifeng had the final say. Gu Muxi immediately drew attention from most of the male students as soon as she entered the shop. Her stunning beauty became the center of attention, leaving many male students mesmerized. So beautiful. Which school is she from? She's so gorgeous. She seems to be from Taoyuan No, one high school. Oh my god. Is she Gu? The beauty of Taoyuan No, one high school. Damn. It's really her. She's so beautiful. Her beauty surpasses that of female celebrities by 100-fold. Beautiful and elegant, she would be the school flower wherever she goes. The shop was abuzz with excitement and discussions. Gu miss, you are quite famous. Yifeng chuckled. HMPH, I don't care about these fake accolades, Gu Muxi said proudly. Alright, you wait here. I'll go buy the rice noodle rolls. Yifeng queued up to buy 3 orders of pork rice noodle rolls and received 3 red tags which corresponded to their order numbers. After waiting for about 15 minutes, their order was ready, and Yifeng collected the hot rice noodle rolls from the counter. Yifeng and Wang Tai each took their share and squatted at the shop entrance to eat. Gu Muxi went to collect her rice noodle rolls and added some sweet and sour tomato sauce as condiment before surveying the surroundings. The male students she glanced at were excited beyond measure. Many male students felt a surge of excitement, thinking, is she looking at me? The male students immediately stood up, offering their seats. Student, you can sit here. I'm done eating. Would you like to sit here? This student, my friend, is done eating. Why don't you sit next to me? One sturdy young man even kicked his companion away. Companion? Damn. I just started eating. What a guy, seeing beauty and forgetting friendship. Gu Muxi coldly declined. Thank you, there's no need. She's the ice queen. Admire from afar and never approach. The cold and aloof demeanor on her beautiful face kept everyone at a distance. However, as all the male students gazed fixated on her, Gu Muxi walked over to Yifeng. She imitated Yifeng, squatting at the shop entrance and enjoying her food, instantly shattering her perfect ice queen image. This scene left the male students present in shock. No, how can this be? Everyone. 0Q. Who is the guy beside the goddess? How could he make the goddess lose her composure like this? Gu Muxi squatted at the store entrance eating rice noodle rolls, and this scene had already become a spectacle, with everyone around looking on in astonishment. How could such a pretty girl behave this way? It must be that guy next to her who corrupted her. Because of this, many male classmates felt regretful. Yifeng also noticed the surprised and admiring looks from these people, and whispered to Gu Muxi, it's all your fault. Even eating rice noodle rolls attracts such attention, like a monkey being watched. Gu Muxi took a few bites, her mouth covered in tomato sauce. She looked indifferent and continued to eat the rice noodle rolls, saying, I don't mind at all. Why does it bother you? A grown man. Why are these rice noodle rolls so hard? It's so difficult to pick them up with chopsticks. Yifeng rolled his eyes and said, these are broad rice noodles, thicker and tougher compared to regular rice noodle rolls. Can't you eat? Gu Muxi was struggling with the rice noodle rolls, but couldn't break them. Discouraged, she said, how can I eat if I can't break them? Here. Let me show you. Yifeng extended his chopsticks and picked up a rice noodle roll from Gu Muxi's bowl. This scene shocked the other male classmates. Damn. This guy dared to pick up rice noodle rolls from the goddess bowl. What is their relationship? Can it be a couple? Damn bam bam. Countless male classmates in the store thought about this, feeling heartbroken. Yifeng picked up the rice noodle roll and brought it to Gu Muxi's mouth. Come on. Open your mouth first and gently bite it. Gu Muxi was puzzled and asked, and then? Hehe. And then, of course. Just eat the whole thing like me. Yifeng picked up a rice noodle roll from his own bowl and put it directly into his mouth, without any pretense. This is the most enjoyable way to eat. You should try. Although skeptical, Gu Muxi followed Yifeng's method and, although ungraceful, it seemed like the only way to eat them deliciously. She abandoned her goddess image completely and, under the astonished gazes of everyone, began to devour the rice noodle rolls. The three of them quickly filled their stomachs and left the store. There were only 2 hours left before the afternoon exam, and going home to rest wouldn't be possible. The weather was hot, so Yifan suggested resting in a nearby park with trees and benches. They found a shady spot under a tree in the park and sat down. It's so hot. What should we do? Gumuxi fanned herself with her small hand, sweating heavily, but her eyes were spinning, seemingly having some thoughts. What should we do? Just sit in the shade. It's already nice enough. Yifan leaned back on the bench to rest. Heh, Funjay, let me fan you. Wang Tai laughed obsequiously, picking up a large leaf from the nearby bushes to use as a fan for Yifan. Tai. Well done. Truly satisfying me, Yifan praised. Next to them, Gumuxi rolled her eyes and said, Yishao, are you not interested in having something cool and refreshing? What do you mean? Popsicles. Oh, I want some. You go buy them. Humph. Let's play rock paper scissors. The loser buys. How about that? Yifan smiled at the proposition, secretly amused. Rock paper scissors again? This girl probably always ends up choosing rock. Too easy to beat her. Okay. Let's play then. Yifan shrugged. They put their hands behind their backs, staring into each other's eyes, trying to anticipate their moves. 3, 2, 1. Scissors, rock, paper. Gumuxi indeed chose rock, while Yifan picked scissors. Yes. Ha. I won again. Yishao, you're really no match for me in this game. Ha. Gumuxi jumped up excitedly, hands on her hips, laughing triumphantly. Yifan looked at her affectionately and said, Yes, you won again. How many do you want? Just one. Forget it. I'll give you mine too. Let's say you can have 2 popsicles. Yifan chuckled. Wang Tai immediately stood up and said, Funjay, you stay here. I'll go buy them for you. He didn't want to be a third wheel beside the two. Tied. You're taking the initiative now. Yifan was a bit surprised. The one simple-minded Wang Tai had now become so attentive, showing promise. Heh, I've learned from Funjay. Wang Tai laughed and ran off to buy the popsicles. Gumuxi sat down, imitating Yifan's posture on the bench. Yifan glanced at her and suddenly saw a mosquito seemingly perched on her chest. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was indeed a mosquito. A daring mosquito, trying to take over his territory. Wait a minute, before acting, should he tell Gumuxi about it? Yifan thought for a moment before speaking up. Gumuxi, don't move. Huh? What's wrong? There's a mosquito. Don't move. If you move, it will fly away. Should I help you kill it? Okay. Gumuxi was startled and remained motionless, her eyes full of confusion, glancing at Yifan. She saw Yifan raise his hand and swiftly swat down. Gumuxi? For a moment, the two locked eyes, the air filled with an awkward atmosphere. Yifan subconsciously brushed his hand. Quite elastic. Fan, Gumuxi realized, her face blushing. She slapped his hand away and then grabbed his collar. Was this stinky Yifan deliberately trying to take advantage of her again? Just wait till she teaches him a lesson. Stop, Gumuxi, there really is a mosquito. Yifan unfolded his hand, revealing the flattened mosquito corpse. Gumuxi was taken aback. Oh, he really did kill the mosquito. HMPH. Fine. This time I'll spare your life, you scoundrel. Gumuxi lowered her fist and released him. But that one slap had thrown her heart into chaos, her heartbeat racing. Stinky Yifan, despicable. She had a feeling of being deceived but also feeling helpless against him. Yifan sighed, blowing the mosquito's body away, clapping his hands. All right, the mosquito is dead. Aren't you going to thank me for saving your life? Gumuxi gave him a sidelong glance. Isn't it just killing a mosquito? What more do you want? Saving my life. Dream on. Yifan said seriously. Mosquitoes naturally carry various bacteria and viruses. If you get bitten, you could be infected with all sorts of viruses. If you're infected, you could have an outbreak, and they could run rampant in your body. If you have a fever, it could lead to shock. If you go into shock, you could easily kick the bucket. See, isn't this saving your life? Gumuxi, you cheeky monkey, spending 2 cents and rounding up to 1 billion, get lost. Gumuxi yawned, feeling a bit sleepy. What time is it now? It's exactly 1:30. You have an exam in an hour. Yifan replied, taking out his phone. He turned to see Gumuxi looking a bit drowsy, so he affectionately rubbed her head. How about you nap for a bit? No. I haven't eaten my popsicle. Gumuxi remembered the popsicle she hadn't eaten and forced herself to perk up. At that moment, Gumuxi's home phone rang. Yifeng answered and heard Li Wan's voice. Hey, Zifeng, how did your exams go? Are you guys doing okay? We're doing alright. No major problems. We're in a good position to win. Yifeng replied with a smile. That's good to hear. Today after your exams, I've taken 2 days off to prepare some delicious food for you at home. I made old hen soup and bought fresh oysters. I'm planning to make garlic butter oysters for you to eat. Oysters are nourishing. Yifeng's eyes lit up at the mention of garlic butter oysters, one of his favorite foods. Sounds great. Thanks, Auntie, Yifeng replied happily. Well, do your best in the afternoon exams. Good luck, and come home for dinner after you're done, Li Wan said with a smile. Okay. Yifeng hung up the phone, and Gumuxi leaned over to ask, my mom's call? Yes. Auntie said she's cooking something special for us tonight. Garlic butter oysters, Yifeng said delightfully. Great, it's been a long time since I had oysters. Gumuxi licked her lips. Just listening to it made her mouth water. Gumuxi's family was better off than Yifeng's, but they didn't eat seafood often. Only during special occasions, like holidays or birthdays, could they enjoy such delicacies. Guan province had a famous oyster-producing area, Zan City, where the oysters were large and tasty. In Guan City's culinary and nutritional guide, oysters were considered a health food with the ability to nourish Chan blood, so sometimes people in Guan City would use them to make soup. As they talked about eating oysters, Wang Tai brought back the popsicles. He bought 3 popsicles and a bottle of energy drink for Yifeng. Bro Feng, since you don't want the popsicle, I got you the energy drink. Wang Tai handed him the drink. Yifeng was a bit surprised. Wang Tai had changed, becoming smarter and more thoughtful. Thank you, Wang Tai. Yifeng took the drink, pulled the tap, and took a big gulp. Ah, so refreshing. The familiar taste. Yifeng exclaimed. The cold soda instantly relieved the heat, making him feel refreshed and quenched. Gumuxi held a popsicle in each hand, licking one side and then the other. Her cute pink tongue slid over the light-colored old popsicle, looking adorable. Seeing her enjoying herself, Yifeng wanted to taste it too. Gumuxi, can I have a lick? Why should I let you lick it? You already have a drink. Gumuxi quickly turned aside, wary of Yifeng trying to steal her food. How about this? I'll give you a sip, and you let me have a taste. Deal? Yifeng proposed a trade. I won't. I've already licked it. Gumuxi shook her head like a rattled drum. Yifeng smiled. I don't mind. Gumuxi glared at him. I do. Just one sip, how about it? Let me taste. I promise to buy you one next time. Yifeng bargained. Hearing that she could have another one later, Gumuxi was tempted. Just one sip? Really? Really? Let me have a lick. I promise to buy you another one next time. Yifeng persuaded. Fine. Gumuxi brought the popsicle to his mouth. Yifeng lowered his head, opened his mouth, and took a big bite, almost half the popsicle. Stinky Yifeng, you're asking for it. Gumuxi glared at him, shocked and angry at being deceived. I said, just a sip. Yifeng mumbled through the ice chunks in his mouth, grinning. Is this a sip? We agreed on licking. You lied to me again. I'll teach you a lesson. Gumuxi bit down on the other popsicle, then pushed him onto the bench with one hand. Wang Tai quickly retreated with his own popsicle, not wanting to get involved. He watched as Yifeng was subdued by Gumuxi, silently praying in his heart. Bodhisattva, bless them. Bro Feng, may you handle this well by yourself. It's not ideal for me to intervene in this kind of situation. Plus, even the both of us might not be a match for Gumuxi alone. Good luck. I'm rooting for you. After a few minutes of playful banter, Gumuxi got tired and stopped. Stinky Yifeng, dare to bite my popsicle again, and I'll bite you. With a cute pair of small vampire teeth revealed as she spoke. Alright, enough. Stop fighting. Finish your popsicle and rest for a bit. You'll need the energy for the afternoon. Yifeng laughed. Gumuxi actually listened to him. She finished both popsicles in 3 bites and stopped the teasing. Gumuxi, having finished her popsicle and had some fun, let out a yawn and leaned back in her chair, closing her eyes. Not long after, Yifeng heard her quiet, rhythmic breathing, but her head had no support, and whenever she was about to fall asleep, her head tilted, and she woke up. Yifeng moved to her side, sat down, and used his hand to gently press her head against his shoulder. Sleep. Muxi murmured softly, leaning on Yifeng's shoulder, closed her eyes and drifted off to sleep. After a while, Yifeng heard Muxi's gentle sleeping sounds. He glanced at her, seeing her beautiful face with a faint smile under her shiny black hair. Yifeng couldn't help but smile. What sweet dream was this little girl having? On scorching hot summer days, with waves of heat emanating, the cicadas in the trees tirelessly performed the summer melody. In the park, under the shade of the trees, two people sat leaning against each other on a bench. Muxi was asleep, while Yifeng hadn't slept, playing Snake on his phone. DDD. Suddenly the phone rang. It was 10 in the afternoon. Muxi was awakened by the alarm clock, muttering drowsily, "Stinky Yifeng, what time is it? Silly girl. It's 2:10. Get ready. We have an exam to go to." Yifeng smiled as he turned to her. Muxi slowly opened her eyes, rubbed them. "Already, have you been here the whole time?" Muxi realized she had been leaning on Yifeng's shoulder, her cheeks blushing. "Yes, where else would I go if not here?" "Quick, go wash your face. Wake up a bit, we need to go to the exam hall," Yifeng said, moving his stiff shoulder. Just now, to avoid waking Muxi, he had maintained this position without moving for nearly an hour. "Oh, okay." Muxi hastily sat up, feeling embarrassed. "Were you dreaming just now? You were smiling ... happily," Yifeng asked with a smile, massaging his shoulder. Muxi remembered the dream she had just had, her cheeks reddening even more, and she replied with a disdainful tone, "No way." Actually, she didn't understand why she had dreamed of swimming with Yifeng in the pool, and only the two of them. The scene was too eerie. She dreamt of everything, but she dared not mention it. "Forget it, I can't be bothered with you. Let's go." Yifeng got up. "TZ. Let's go." Yifeng called out to Wang Tai. Wang Tai quickly got up from the bench and responded, Okay. Brother Feng, wait for me." The three left the park and entered the exam hall once again. The afternoon exam subject was language. After getting his test paper, Yifeng turned it over to look at the essay topic. As expected, it was exactly the same as he remembered. This would be easy. It would not do justice to his days of preparation if he didn't score full marks on the essay. Yifeng picked up his pen and began to write passionately. Time flew by, and before he knew it, he was ready to submit his paper early. After the lunch break, Yan Na returned with her assistant Wu Gang and the cameraman. "Na yeah, do we have to film twice?" Wu Gang asked in confusion. "You had breakfast today. Why would you want to have dinner?" Yan Na laughed. This morning was math. This afternoon is language. In our college entrance exam news series, what is an important topic we need to cover? The college entrance exam essay. Yan Na reminded. "Oh, right. We need to report on the college entrance exam essay and find out what the essay topic is for this year." Wu Gang nodded in realization. "As usual, we'll grab the first student coming out of the exam hall," Yan Na said with a smile. She thought to herself, today in the afternoon, that young man shouldn't come out so quickly, right? This is a language exam. Wouldn't it be better to check for spelling mistakes and sentence construction for a bit longer? There shouldn't be anyone submitting their paper too early this time. Feeling the heat, Yan Na grabbed a bottle of water and took a big gulp. "Hey. Na yeah, someone seems to be coming out," Wu Gang exclaimed joyfully. Yan Na put down the water bottle and looked inside the campus, suddenly spotting a familiar face. "TFFFT. She spurted water out in surprise. Cough cough. How is he the first one out again? Yan Na looked shocked. Because the first person to come out of the exam hall was Yifeng. Terrence at the school gates also saw Yifeng and started discussing. How come he's the first one out again? Maybe he can't write well, just scribbled and got out. Oh, maybe he has given up on himself. In this world, there are few top students and many low achievers. That's understandable. Yeah. A lot of people take the college entrance exam just for the formality. After graduating from high school, they will just have to work in an electronic factory. This kid, no future if he goes to the electronics factory. Wu Gang whispered. "Na yeah, shall we go interview him?" "Of course, why not? He came out first 2 times in a row. We must interview him properly." Yan Na suddenly got excited, sensing a potential story. After Yifeng came out of the gate, Yan Na approached him again. "Hi. Yi. How did the language exam feel this afternoon?" Yan Na asked directly. Yifeng scratched his head. "It was okay. Not as hard as I imagined. Just average." Yan Na and the others were taken aback. Just average difficulty. And with such composure. Ow. May I ask what the language essay topic was this year? Our viewers are very curious about it. Yan Na paused, asking, Yi, did you not read the essay question? Yifeng smiled. Impossible. The topic was answers are rich and colorful. It emphasizes looking at things from different perspectives to discover different viewpoints, examining problems from multiple angles. Oh. So this is the essay topic for this year's college entrance exam. Thank you for sharing. Yi. Next, one more question. Now that all subjects are done for today, what will you do after going home? Yi. Yan Na asked with a smile. The standard response would have been, I will go home and prepare for tomorrow's exam, strive for better results, and so on. Of course, I'm going home to eat dinner. Tonight I'm having garlic-baked oysters. Yifeng licked his lips, looking like a greedy cat. Yan Na, Wu Gang, and the cameraman were almost taken aback by this answer. Ahem. I see. Looks like you are hungry. We won't disturb you then. Yan Na awkwardly coughed. She was stunned by this reply for the first time. This young man, he's not taking the usual route. Thank you, fellow student Yi, for accepting our interview. Thank you. Yan Na calmed her mind and smiled. Today's news material for the college entrance examination reports is all thanks to fellow student Yi. It's nothing. No need to be polite. Yifeng waved his hand. After the interview, Yifeng continued to hide in the shade of the trees waiting for Gu Muxi and Wan Tai. As the exam ended, the bell rang, and the students rushed towards the school gate like a tie. Gu Muxi and Wan Tai also walked out of the school gate one after another. Yi. Gu Muxi. Gu Muxi smiled charmingly and waved towards Yifeng, running towards him. The youthful and beautiful figure attracted many gazes. Gu Muxi, how do you feel about the Chinese exam? Yifeng asked as he approached. I feel pretty good. Anyway, better than math. I've always been good at Chinese. Gu Muxi said arrogantly. Confidence is good. Then your grades should be fine. Yifeng nodded. Gu Muxi giggled and then whispered. I feel like I have a talent for Chinese. I can write essays very quickly. When I go to college, I want to try writing a novel. Yifeng looked surprised and said, Write a novel? Writing a novel is a dead end. Huh? Why do you say that? Gu Muxi asked in confusion. If you don't write well, how can those handsome male readers and beautiful female readers possibly buy it? If you write well, they will make an effort to reward you. But writing well is really difficult, Yifeng said earnestly. Rewards? If I write a novel, I will definitely publish it, just like Grandpa Jin. No need for rewards. Gu Muxi said ambitiously. Yi, Gu Campus Bell, what are you guys talking about? Aren't we going home for dinner? Wan Tai ran over puzzlingly. Mentioning food, Yifeng immediately thought of garlic oysters, and his stomach growled. Yes, let's talk more when we get back. Come on. Let's go back and eat oysters. Yifeng waved his hand and smiled. After returning to the staff quarters, bidding farewell to Wan Tai, Yifeng and Gu Muxi hurriedly parked their bikes and rushed upstairs to Gu's home. Mom, we're back, Gu Muxi shouted as she entered. Following closely behind, Yifeng smelled the fragrant garlic even before he entered. It smells so good. Yifeng's mouth watered. Li Wen brought out a plate of oysters and said with a smile, Go wash your hands, your dad will be back soon. And we'll eat together. Great. Gu Muxi cheered and ran into the bathroom first. Yifeng followed suit, and the two shared a sink to wash their hands. When Gu Muxi saw her spot being squeezed out by Yifeng, she glared at him. Let me wash first. Let's wash together. What's the big deal? No. It's too crowded. A little squeeze will always make room. No. You took my spot. Pass me the soap. Gu Muxi. No. Then I'll just use yours. Suddenly, Yifeng grabbed Gu Muxi's hands. Her hands were soapy and slippery. So slippery. Gu Muxi blushed and tried to break free, but Yifeng held her hands firmly, rubbing them. You sneaky. Yifeng is bullying me again. Gu Muxi blushed and stared at him. Hey. Now my hands are soapy too. Heh. Yifeng proudly showed his hands, all soaped up from Gu Muxi. Gu Muxi rolled her eyes and smeared some soap on Yifeng's nose, making his nose foam covered. Ha ha. You wanted more, right? I'll give you more. Gu Muxi laughed triumphantly. Yifeng wiped his nose and said, All right. Let's start a soap fight. Gu Muxi, watch out. Yifeng's hands covered in foam moved towards Gu Muxi's face. Gu Muxi panicked and tried to dodge, only to slip on the floor and almost fall into the toilet. With quick reflexes, Yifeng caught her by the waist and pulled her back, holding her in his arms. Before Gu Muxi could react, she found herself being hugged by Yifeng. Both their bodies froze for a moment. "Are you okay?" Yifeng chuckled softly. Gu Muxi could feel her cheeks burning, and her heart pounding rapidly. "I'm fine. Stinky Yifeng, have you had enough?" Yifeng grinned. "Not yet." Gu Muxi raised her head, glared at him, lifted her foot, and stomped it down. "Ouch. Gu Muxi, you'll pay for this." Yifeng held his foot in pain. "Ha ha." Gu Muxi made a funny face. "What are you doing inside? Are you done washing?" Li Wan's voice came from outside. "Mom, I'm done washing." Gu Muxi replied with a smile and hurried out. Yifeng shook his head and smiled bitterly. This girl is really something. After washing his hands, he sat at the dinner table with Gu Muxi. The dishes were served, and Gu Xingzhan also returned at that moment, and they all had dinner together. Yifeng had eaten many meals at Gu's house before, so having dinner here was familiar and comfortable, just like at home. A plate of garlic oysters was almost finished by him, and Gu Muxi's competition for the food always played out in their daily lives. After eating, taking a short rest, it was already 8 p.m. Gu Xingzhan turned on the TV as usual to watch the news, which happened to be airing the program News Live. Audience, let's take a look at how the students did today. The screen then showed Yifeng's interview. Seeing Yifeng on the screen, Gu Muxi exclaimed in surprise, "You're on TV." Yifeng just smiled. He was used to being on TV. Following were interviews with other students and Gu Muxi, among whom Yifeng's confident yet quirky answers stood out. Next, one more question. Now that all the subjects have been completed today, what will fellow student Yi do after returning home? Of course, I will go back to eat. I will have garlic oysters for dinner tonight. Theft. Gu Muxi burst into laughter upon hearing Yifeng's answer. My goodness, Yi. Your answer is really peculiar. Oh, after the program airs, Yi, you're going to be famous. Yifeng also saw his own interview and laughed, saying, "It's not as exaggerated as you think. Just 2 interviews. I'm not interested in being an internet celebrity." Gu Muxi was puzzled and asked, "Internet celebrity? What's an internet celebrity?" "Ahem. You wouldn't understand if I told you. Go to bed early. You have exams tomorrow." Yifeng stood up. "Stinky Yifeng, you need to work harder for the science and English exams." Gu Muxi shouted at him. "All right, you too." After saying goodbye to Gu Muxi's parents, Yifeng returned home. The house felt a bit desolate. Yifeng remembered that his mother would have surgery a day after tomorrow and thought about calling her. But as soon as he took out his phone, he hesitated and put it back. His father had instructed him not to call until after the college entrance exams were over. Calling now might make him angry. Yifeng shook his head with a wry smile. He decided he would visit the hospital after the exams tomorrow. Once the exams were over, his father wouldn't have anything to say. Back in his room, Yifeng turned on his computer and continued to work on writing antivirus software code. The antivirus program wasn't particularly difficult, but due to the current level of technology, he needed to optimize it to be compatible with most computer systems in order to maximize its effectiveness. The project was already 80% complete, so he should be able to conduct internal testing before entering university. Yifeng focused on writing code, and before he knew it, it was already 10 p.m. Suddenly, there was a knocking sound on the QQ messenger. He checked the message and saw it was from Shui Mufeng Hua. Since Gu Muxi added him on this account, she pretended to be a Northeast Chinese netizen and chatted with him daily. Each time she tried to tease him, Yifeng always managed to deflect it. Yifeng occasionally teased her, such as one time suggesting using cucumber slices soaked in sugar water for facial beauty, which she actually tried and ended up being chased by mosquitoes and ants the whole day. Shui Mufeng Hua. Hey, handsome. What are you up to? Feng. Let me correct you. I'm not young. Shui Mufeng Hua. I haven't seen you. How would I know how old you are? Feng. Do you want to see me? Shui Mufeng Hua. Forget it. It's too far. I'm in the Northeast. Yifeng smirked, looked out the window. What Northeast? It was just across the window. Playing games with me. Feng. Oh. Then you won't be able to see. It's your loss. Shui Mufeng Hua. I find that you have a thick-skinned personality. Feng. Thank you for the compliment. So, what do you need me for? Shui mu fun hua. I want to share a post with you. It's hilarious. Ha ha. Then Gumuxi sent a post link. The source was from Chianya Forum. When he opened the post, the title puzzled him. How to evaluate the Gaokao student Xiaoxie. Do you think he is a top student or a bad student? There were thousands of replies below, and the post was even featured on the forum's hot topics. Decided, Xiaoxie is definitely a bad student. My brother said that the cocky student from last time is now working in the factory screwing bolts. Ha ha. I saw the news too. That kid is really unique. What are these young people thinking with their heads, always wanting to stand out? Below the post, netizens had varying opinions. Yifan shook his head with a smile. In this information age, every little thing has to be online. He didn't care about these discussions. They had no influence. Just some post-meal chat. Shui mu fun hua. Did you see it? Xiaoxie. That nickname is so funny. That guy is hilarious too. Ha ha. Gumuxi sat in front of the computer, typing on the keyboard, silently laughing. Stinky Yifan. Finally let me tease you once. She had just been surfing the internet aimlessly and stumbled upon this post. She didn't expect it to cause such a stir online shortly after the news was broadcast. So she intentionally shared the post with him to rile him up. Fun. Oh. Don't you think he's handsome? Yifan typed with a smile. Shui mu fun hua. Handsome. Crooked cricket. Fun. In the interview, there was a girl standing next to him who looked very compatible. They might become a couple in the future. Gumuxi blushed, quickly typing, where is the compatibility? Are you blind? Who would like him? She added. Only fools would like him. After typing, Gumuxi blushed, bit her finger, and stared at the screen. For some reason, she felt a bit nervous. Could it be that Yifan had recognized her? It couldn't be. I've hidden myself so well, so deeply. There's no way Stinky Yifan could have recognized me, right? On the other side, Yifan chuckled to himself. He could already imagine Gumuxi nervously biting her finger. Playing games with me. Yifan. Oh. Is that so? Then why are you so worked up? That girl isn't you. Gumuxi felt slightly relieved when she read this. Ahaha. Stinky Yifan really doesn't know that he's chatting with me right now. Heh. This is fun. Shui mu fun hua. I'm just sticking up for her. She's so beautiful and naturally elegant. Fun. Yes. She's someone I know, and she's quite nice. She's just frugal with clothing. Hehe. Gumuxi widened her eyes. Frugal with clothing. You little stinker. Gumuxi glanced down and thought to herself, I'm not small at all. Humph. Shui mu fun hua. I don't think she's small. You must have something wrong with your eyes. Well, you're not blind. Go get your eyes checked. After typing, Gumuxi angrily logged out of the messenger, puffing up her cheeks. I'm of normal height. This Stinky Yifan. Does he only like tall girls? Gumuxi looked down again, lost in deep thought. Yifan noticed that Gumuxi's profile picture turned gray during their conversation, so he knew she had probably logged out in a huff. Little Muxi, you can't outplay me. Yifan chuckled to himself, then returned to his programming endeavors. The next morning, Yifan was woken up as usual by the human alarm clock. Gumuxi, Yi Xiao, wake up. All right, Gu alarm clock. Alarm clock. You're the alarm clock. Get up. Yifan lazily got out of bed and quickly freshened up before heading to Gumuxi's house for breakfast. He sat at the dining table, drinking meat congee, when Gumuxi came out of her room with her hair in a ponytail. Morning. Yi Xiao. Morning. Yifan glanced at her and almost spewed out the congee in his mouth. How did Gumuxi suddenly grow so big overnight? Had she experienced a growth spurt? Gumuxi also noticed Yifang's gaze, blushed, and glared at him. What are you looking at? Never seen it before. Actually I haven't. Yifan shook his head with a smile. Gumuxi pretended to be calm and sat down to eat breakfast, but she felt a bit uncomfortable with the 2 extra sponge pads she used to make herself look bigger. She didn't use them often, and they felt a bit awkward. Even though the effect seemed fine, she still felt weird. Oh well, she'd take them off later. After breakfast, Gumuxi hurried back to her room. Yifan waited at the doorstep, calling out, Gumuxi, hurry up. Coming. Gumuxi emerged from her room again. Yifan was taken aback. Oh my. What's going on? Why does she seem smaller now? He rubbed his eyes, puzzled. Could it be that he had just misjudged? Was she not that big after all? But with his sharp eyesight, how could he have made a mistake? It was really strange. Such drastic changes in height made it hard to figure out. Today was the second day of the college entrance exams, and both of them received a ride from Wang Tai and headed straight to the exam venue. They had the integrated science exam in the morning and the English exam in the afternoon, and both exams went smoothly. For Yifeng, these two subjects weren't particularly challenging, especially for English. Being someone who had already passed the English proficiency test, the Gaokao English test was relatively simple. After finishing the exam in the afternoon, students flooded out of the school, each one cheering and excited. It was finally over. For them, this first major exam in life had finally come to an end. The tension that had been weighing on their minds could finally be released. There was no more exam pressure, so naturally, they were in a good mood. Yifeng waited for Gu Muxi at the door and saw her skipping over with a happy smile on her face. Yishao, the Gaokao is finally over. Yay. Gu Muxi skipped over to Yifeng, bouncing around like a jubilant elf. Yeah, it's finally over, Yifeng replied calmly. He didn't feel excessively excited, more of a sense of relief, as if a weight had been lifted off his chest. The performance in this Gaokao was within his expectations, and he was quite satisfied with his exam status. If he had to estimate his score, he should be able to surpass the cutoff for first-tier universities. When the results came out, his parents would probably be very pleased. Shay. Wang Tai also ran over, his face filled with excitement. Look at how excited you are. Let's celebrate at the shop tonight. Yifeng patted his shoulder. Hehe. Okay. Wang Tai grinned and nodded. The three of them returned to class 1 of Taoyuan High School. The classmates were discussing the exam questions. Some were proud, some were regretful, some were grateful. The classroom was buzzing with noise. After a while, their class teacher, Zhao Zhu, briskly entered the classroom, prompting everyone to hastily return to their seats. Zhao Zhu looked around the classroom with a pleased smile. First of all, congratulations on completing the exam successfully. After studying hard for 10 years, today is what you've been working towards. Regardless of the final results, I hope you'll set your sights on the future and pursue your goals and dreams. Today should be your last class meeting. When you come back to school next time, it will be to collect your graduation certificates. However, I still want to congratulate you in advance. Congratulations on graduating. As Zhao Zhu's words trailed off, the classroom erupted into enthusiastic applause. Every face showed a mixture of excitement and reluctance. The excitement of finally graduating, taking a step into society. The reluctance of bidding farewell to the 3 years of high school youth, saying goodbye to teachers, classmates, and embarking on different paths. The next reunion would likely come after the passage of many years. Zhao Zhu smiled gently and continued, I wish you all a brilliant future ahead. As long as you live well, that's what teachers most hope for. Dismissed. Goodbye, teacher. Everyone in the classroom stood up in unison to bid farewell to Zhao Zhu. After Zhao Zhu left, the classroom became even more lively. Suddenly someone from the next class ran into the corridor, shouting outside, I've graduated. Many people rushed out of the classroom, throwing various test papers and notebooks everywhere. The entire school was bustling with countless people cheering and celebrating. Gu Muxi turned back, smiling at Yifeng. Congrats on graduating, Stinky Feng. Master Gu, same happiness, same happiness. After the college entrance examination is over, there will be a 2-month summer vacation. What do you plan to do? Curious, Yifeng asked. Gu Muxi pointed to his lips with his jade finger, pondered for a moment, and said, I want to work part-time during the summer vacation, earn some tuition fees, so my parents' pressure will be less. Yifeng smirked, then come work at my shop. Work for me. Your shop? Work for you? No way. Silly Yifeng, if I work for you, won't you exploit me miserably? No. Absolutely not. Gu Muxi shook his head like a drum. Yifeng, are you making me out to be a blood-sucking capitalist? Why would I exploit you? If anything, you'd be the one exploiting me. Gu Muxi raised his chin proudly. Yes, even if I explode, I'll be the one exploiting you. Yifeng opened his arms, with a gesture of ready to die, said, then come, exploit me fiercely, trample on me. Gu Muxi blushed, pushed his chest, and said, what are you saying? Get lost. Yifeng chuckled. So, if you don't come work for me, where else do you want to go? Gu Muxi rested his chin on his hands and said, I want to study architecture at university. My mom has an old classmate who is a supervisor at an architectural design company. She said, I can go learn with them. Although I haven't started university yet, I still want to go see. It can't exactly be counted as summer job. More like learning something. Yifeng nodded. Well, I don't understand architecture, but since you want to learn, go ahead. Gu Muxi stood up, patted his backside, and said, all right, let's go. Does it, Andy? Okay. Let's go. Yifeng smiled. Wang Tai also walked over and said, Brother Fun, I'll go with you. You go to the shop, buy some good food from Ping An, and wait for me to come back. Yifeng patted his shoulder. Wang Tai grinned and nodded. All right, I'll go to the shop first. After Yifeng and Gu Muxi left the school, they went straight to the hospital. In the hospital room, they saw Yifeng's parents. Meng Xiaoyun was lying on the bed, looking better than before, in good spirits. Son, how did the exam go? Are you confident about getting into the second-tier university? Meng Xiaoyun held Yifeng's hand and asked with concern. Yi Jianjun chuckled on the side. Your mother, even in the hospital, she worries about your college entrance exam all day, afraid you won't do well, or fail. Second tier? Mom, you underestimate your son? Seeing Yifeng so confident, Meng Xiaoyun felt relieved. As long as you did well in the exam, Mom will be at ease. Mom, don't worry too much, you will have surgery tomorrow. Rest well. Yes. Auntie, you should rest well. Gu Muxi added cleverly. All right, Zixi, these days have been very troublesome to have you look after him. From now on, you need to watch him more closely. Don't let him play around after the college entrance exam. Especially no sneaking off to stay up all night on the internet. Meng Xiaoyun turned to Gu Muxi and advised. Gu Muxi smiled. Okay, Auntie, you can rest assured, I will keep an eye on him. If he dares to bully you, tell Auntie, and I'll stand up for you. Meng Xiaoyun indulged. Watching the two talk, Yifeng felt like they were acting just like a mother and son-in-law. Are they ganging up against me? Okay. Mom, I dare not bully her. She's always bullying me. Yifeng reported first. Gu Muxi looked round. Auntie, he's the one who bullies me. I never do. Meng Xiaoyun's hand then lightly tapped Yifeng's head. Zixi is such a lovely child. How could she bully anyone? And you, older than Zixi, should take care of her more. Yifeng immediately retorted. I don't want to be her brother. She be my wife in the future. Gu Muxi also retorted. I don't want to be his sister. Yifeng jokingly asked. Then what do you want to be for me? Gu Muxi blushed, glared at him. Your enemy. Seeing these two kids squabble, Meng Xiaoyun found it amusing. These two kids have been arch enemies since childhood. All right, you two go argue somewhere else. This is a hospital room. Let your mom rest. Yi Jianjun waved them away. Right, Dad. Mom, we're going back. After separating from Gu Muxi at the hospital, Yifeng rode his bike to the shop. As he arrived, the smell of food greeted him. A table was set up inside. Wang Tai and Han Nanan were setting the table. Yifeng is back. Wang Tai saw Yifeng and happily greeted him. Yi Zhe, Han Nanan also ran over cheerfully, opening her arms. Yifeng hugged her, lifted her high in the air. Hey, Nanan seems to have gained weight. You're heavy. Looks like your brother is taking good care of you. Yifeng put her down, rubbing her head and smiling. Ha ha, my brother buys me meat to eat every day now. I can eat 2 bowls of rice in one meal. Han Nanan bragged proudly about her eating prowess. Good. Now that you're growing, eat more. Where's your brother? Is he cooking inside? Yes. My brother said that Yi Zhe is coming to eat today, so he deliberately bought half a chicken and came back to stir-fry. Han Nanan obediently replied. She looked up with admiration in her eyes towards Yifeng, grateful for the good life Yi Zhe provided. In her heart, she had a deep sense of gratitude towards Yifeng. Han Nanan, though still young, had learned a lot these days and understood that the good life they now had was all thanks to Yi Zhe. Similarly, she worked diligently in the shop, cleaning every day, ensuring everything sparkled, and polished the glass to a shine. She wanted to contribute as much as she could. Ah, I could tell by the smell that your brother is definitely a good cook. Sometimes we would eat together in the shop, and Han Ping'an can cook, although it's simple home cooking, but he's skilled in a way that touches the heart. So young and already capable of anything, being an early head of the family, is what happens in poor families. Moreover, their home has long since disappeared. Han Ping'an is being both a father and mother to his sister. At this moment, Han Ping'an came out with the last dish, chicken stir-fried with mushrooms. Yishe, command eat. Han Ping'an put down the dish and said respectfully, "Okay, let's all sit down and eat." Yifeng nodded with a smile. The three young people, plus the little sister, sat together, eating a simple meal of 3 dishes and a soup. They talked and laughed while eating, creating a lively atmosphere. During the meal, Wang Tai asked, "Yizhe, now that the college entrance exam is over, when are we opening the shop?" Yifeng pondered for a moment and said, "In a couple of days, after we receive our graduation certificates, we'll have to go to the Electronic Science and Technology building. My mom is having surgery, so there's probably not much money left. We can't spend money on inventory, so we have to go to the Electronic Science and Technology building to find someone to cooperate with. Let's see if they can lend us some goods first, like computer parts, monitors, etc." Wang Tai worried, "Yizhe, if we don't have money, will they be willing to lend us goods? We seem to not have anything as collateral." Yifeng sighed. "Yes, that's the problem. If we don't solve the supply problem, our shop won't be able to open. It'll look barren, and no one will believe we sell computers, repair computers. But no matter how difficult it is, we have to try. This is entrepreneurship. Many problems will come our way, and what we need to do is keep a clear head, identify the key issues, and solve them one by one. We don't have money, but we want accessories, so we must deal with the Electronic Science and Technology building. It would be best to convince them to lend us some accessories first, even if it's a small part. I think we should go find Mr. Ning tomorrow," Wang Tai suggested. "He's been at the Electronic Science and Technology building for so many years, he should have some connections." Yifeng nodded, smiling. "Yes, I've been thinking of asking him for help too, but not now, and not by directly going to him. I'll make an appointment with him, have him join us for a meal. This matter is urgent, but it cannot be rushed. We need to understand his situation first. Still, remember, when asking others for help, you have to know if they have the ability to help you. If they do, it's best, have them help connect you. If not, then don't bring it up to avoid causing embarrassment or loss of face. In business, building relationships is crucial. Maintaining the relationships will allow us to continue doing business in the future." Listening to Yifeng's words, Wang Tai suddenly understood a few things. Yifeng is experienced. If there's more text to translate, feel free to share. I've learned. So let's do as you say, Brother Feng, and first make contact with Boss Ning. Wang Tai nodded. Yifeng smiled and said, "Okay, in a couple of days we'll go to the electric tower building. If we can negotiate on our own, it's best not to involve Boss Ning. It's not good to owe favors to people." As they ate, they chatted about going to the electric tower building. After finishing their meal, Yifeng asked Wang Tai to buy 3 beers and a can of juice. Wang Tai bought the drinks and helped Yifeng and Han Ping'an open the cans. Yifeng picked up a beer and said, "Come on, TZ, Ping'an. Let's celebrate our graduation." Wang Tai chuckled, wondering if this was his first time drinking. He had sneaked a few drinks with Yifeng before, but now he could openly enjoy drinking. "Come, Brother Feng, I toast to you." Cheers to Brother Feng. Han Ping'an also raised his beer and respectfully said, "Congratulations on your graduation, Brother Feng." Han Nanni imitated her older brother's expression and raised her drink to toast, but her hand wasn't long enough, so she had to stand up and stretch. Her determined attempt to toast caused laughter among the 3 of them. The small shop was filled with joyous laughter, gradually fading into the night outside. After a satisfying meal and drinks, Yifeng and Wang Tai moved chairs outside the shop and continued drinking and chatting. Wang Tai didn't drink often, and after finishing 3 cans, his face was red and he showed some signs of tipsiness. Yifeng sat back in his chair, gazing at the dark night sky, lost in thought. "TZ, if we don't open a shop, where would you go after graduation?" Wang Tai was puzzled by Yifeng's question. "Maybe I'll go back to my mom's hometown. My gambling-addicted dad often comes back asking for money. My mom wanted to go back to our hometown after I graduated to avoid him." Wang Tai chuckled self-deprecatingly. "Sometimes I really don't want to admit that gambling addict is my dad." Yifeng suddenly realized why he had difficulty contacting Wang Tai before. Nevertheless, everything had changed now. "Does your dad still come back asking for money?" Yifeng asked. "Yet, He came back before the college entrance exam and asked for money. I gave him $300 to send him away. Wang Tai replied with a bitter smile. Yifeng furrowed his brow. Why didn't you tell me? I said if he dares to come back asking for money again, come find me directly. Wang Tai looked guilty and replied softly. Brother Fan, I was preparing for the college entrance exam back then. I was afraid it might affect your exam. If anything happened that affected your exam, I wouldn't forgive myself. Yifeng sighed. He could guess Wang Tai's thoughts. If this issue wasn't resolved, Wang Tai would be constrained by his gambling-addicted father. Wang Tai's face darkened, reflecting his distress and frustration. He tilted his head back and took a big gulp of beer. He could only drown his sorrows in alcohol. Yifeng took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, pulled one out, and offered it to him. Want one? Wang Tai hesitantly accepted the cigarette and the lighter. Asterisk click, asterisk. The lighter lit the cigarette, and Wang Tai clumsily took a big drag. Cough, cough, cough. The strong smoke made him cough repeatedly, tears streaming down his face. Cough, cough. It's so strong. You almost choked me. This was his first time smoking. Yifeng chuckled lightly. Who told you to take such a big drag? Take it slow. Some things can't be rushed. Eventually it will all fall into place. Yifeng lit his cigarette and took a leisurely puff, expertly blowing a smoke ring. The dim streetlight made his face blurry through the smoke. Wang Tai imitated Yifeng and finally got the hang of smoking. Shaking his head, he said, this stuff really helps to relieve stress. Brother Fan, thank you for helping me out. We're brothers, it's what we should do. Yifeng flicked the ash off his cigarette, looking at Wang Tai, who appeared more mature with a cigarette in hand. If he comes back again for money, be sure to tell me. I'll help you. Yifeng reassured Wang Tai, who had tears in his eyes. Brother Fan, I understand, Wang Tai said gratefully. Yifeng patted his shoulder, comforting him. Don't cry. A true man should shed tears, out lightly. Wang Tai wiped his tears away and gave a goofy smile. Hey. Okay, I'll listen to you. Oh, my mom keeps saying she wants you to visit our home when you have time. She says Brother Fan has helped me so much, and we haven't even invited you over for dinner yet. My mom also scolds me for being so clueless. She has mentioned it several times. I told her I've been busy with the college entrance exams recently, but she won't listen. Yifeng smiled. Let's finish the business of opening the shop first, and then we'll celebrate at your place once everything is settled. Wang Tai was thrilled to hear this. Really? That's great. I'll have my mom cook something special. We'll talk about it later. By the way, TZ, have you thought about what major you want to study in college? Yifeng suddenly asked, scratching his head. Wang Tai looked puzzled. To be honest, I have no idea what to study. You know me. Brother Fan, I've never had big ambitions. I also don't know what kind of job I'll have in the future. Yifeng shook his head, recognizing the familiar sense of confusion that many students faced. After the college entrance exam, they had to decide on a major, but many didn't know what they wanted to pursue. Without a clear goal, they might rely on family or relative suggestions and end up studying something they had never considered before. Afterward, they might aimlessly finish for years of university, either graduating and facing unemployment or changing careers. Yifeng didn't want Wang Tai to become one of those individuals. He believed he had a brighter future ahead. However, the decision was ultimately up to Wang Tai. Yifeng could only offer some guidance and hope he would find his own life goal. TZ, tonight before you sleep, take some time to think carefully. Think about who you want to become in the next 10 years. Perhaps you already have an answer within yourself. Yifeng smiled. Wang Tai nodded earnestly. Brother Fan, I will think about it carefully. Come, let's have a drink. Yifeng raised his beer. They clinked their glasses and drank it all. At 10 p.m., Yifeng returned home. As he turned on the lights in his room, a moment later, he heard a knocking on the window. Opening the curtains, he saw Gu Muxi still awake, standing behind the window in a nightgown, her black hair flowing gently in the night breeze like a night spirit. Yi Xiao, why are you coming back so late? Where did you go and have fun? Yifeng grinned, leaning against the window. Why, you missed me so soon? Gu Muxi raised her chin arrogantly. Humph, who misses you? I'm just carrying out my supervisory duties. Don't forget that Auntie gave me the authority to oversee. Note: this translation captures the essence of the content but may not be a literal word-for-word translation. Yi Xiao, has a cockroach flown into your room? Don't be afraid, don't panic. Let me go and kill it. Gumuxi shouted repeatedly, then quickly left the room. Yifeng smirked. This girl is still so fond of small creatures. He still remember, when he was about 6 or 7 years old, a group of kids were playing in the community, and suddenly a caterpillar fell from a tree, scaring the other kids who ran away crying. Only Gumuxi curiously poked it with a stick and even picked it up to show everyone. She said in a childish voice, "What's there to be afraid of?" She even brought the caterpillar home to play, but accidentally tore it in half while trying to see its stretching ability. Later, she engaged in various bold behaviors such as burning cockroaches, pouring hot water on ants, and stabbing flies. After a while, there was a knock on the door. Yifeng went to answer it, and Gumuxi ran back into the room. Where's the cockroach? I'm ready. She raised the slipper in her hand, the ultimate weapon against cockroaches. It should still be in the room, Lady Inspector. I'll leave it to you. Yifeng smiled. Don't worry, Zifengzi. Lead the way. Let me deal with it. Gumuxi said confidently. To return to the room and found the cockroaches motionless on the wall, appearing unafraid of humans. These were American cockroaches, which can fly and are not afraid of people or light, daring to move around in daylight. Such pests must be exterminated. Gumuxi squinted her eyes, raised the slipper in her hand, and approached quietly. When she was about a meter away, she stopped and swiftly threw the slipper at one cockroach on the wall. Smack! The slipper flattened it, and the cockroach's body fell to the floor. Yifeng was astonished by the scene. Wow, this is really cool. A human weapon. However, the other cockroach was still scared and continued climbing up the wall, trembling in a corner on the ceiling. Gumuxi frowned and remarked, "This one is quite smart, climbing into the corner. It's not easy to hit it now. If she missed, it might crawl outside the window. What to do now?" Gumuxi pondered for a moment and then turned to Yifeng. "Zifengzi, can you help me?" Me? What do you need me to do?" Yifeng, puzzled, asked. "I'm not tall enough. Can you lift me up?" Gumuxi rolled her eyes at him. "Ow, this." Yifeng glanced at Gumuxi in a loose nightdress, noticing her slender legs. He gulped and chuckled. "Sure, I'm more than happy to help." Gumuxi focused on the remaining cockroach. Whisper, "I'm ready. Make sure to support me well. Are you strong enough?" Yifeng patted his chest. "Don't worry, I've got this." "All right, let's start," Gumuxi said seriously. Yifeng stood behind her, hands on her waist. At that moment of contact, Yifeng realized how slim her waist was and how soft it felt. He subconsciously squeezed it. Gumuxi felt his touch, as if there were electric currents running through her. Blushing, she glared at him. "What are you doing? If you scratch me again, I won't help you kill the cockroach. You can spend the night with it." "Ow. I'm just getting used to it." Yifeng laughed awkwardly. Gumuxi regained her focus. "Make sure to hold me up. 3, 2, 1. Gumuxi counted down, then took a deep breath. With the help of Yifeng's hands, she was lifted up. Using all his strength, Yifeng hoisted her up, realizing she was quite light, probably less than 90 pounds. Despite that, his hands were trembling, feeling the strain. "Gumuxi, hurry. Yishao, you need to hold on. Don't lose your strength." "I don't want to, but you gained weight." "I didn't. That's your imagination." Gumuxi, stretching her hand as far as she could, slapped down. Smack! The remaining cockroach was also flattened. "Aha! Done." Gumuxi cheered. However, Yifeng's arms were already giving in, and he stumbled back, falling on the bed. His hands loosened, and Gumuxi also fell on top of him. Dang! Creak! The bed creaked as Yifeng not only fell, but was also pinned down by Gumuxi, almost making him throw up everything he ate that night. "Yishao, are you okay?" Gumuxi turned to him, concerned. Yifeng's face was turning purple, weakly saying, Could you get off first?" Gumuxi, realizing she was sitting on him, blushed, spat out, "Ooh, shameless Yifeng, I won't help you anymore. Enjoy the night with the cockroach." "Ooh, getting used to it." Yifeng awkwardly smiled. Gumuxi, still blushing, released his leg, then quickly stood up. "You can deal with the corpse yourself. I'm going back to bed." Gumuxi waved and left, picking up the slipper on her way out. "Hey, Gumuxi, can't you handle the bodies while you're at it? Take them away," Yifeng called out as he got up. Gumuxi, with her hands behind her back, turned around with a Lone Ranger style. "I'm the Reaper, not the undertaker. She left without looking back. Yifeng chuckled helplessly at her act. This girl sure knows how to put on a show. Well, time to clean up by himself. Yifeng swept away the cockroach corpses and then went to freshen up. When he came out, Gu Muxi's room light was off. Has she fallen asleep? Yifeng drew the curtains, turned on the computer, ready to continue his antivirus software work. Just as he logged into QQ, he noticed Gu Muxi's online status on her alternate account. So, turning off the light to secretly play on the computer. Ting, ting, ding. Waterwood Bloom sent a message. Yifeng opened and read it. Waterwood Bloom, hey, Fengzi. Let me tell you a scary story I read on Chania. Feng. What is it? Waterwood Bloom. Once upon a time, a scholar met a married woman on the road, and the scholar secretly called her fat. Feng. And then, Waterwood Bloom. He was killed. Yifeng. Is this considered a horror story about knitting? Yifeng responded via text. Shui Mu Feng Hua replying. Not really. Oh, I just skipped over the part where the scholar was tortured to death. Didn't want to scare you. You mean there aren't men like the scholar in this world? TSK. The ending must be gruesome. On the other side, Gumushi was busy kneading the face of a powder cake, staring coldly at the screen. Stupid Yifeng, if you dare to call me fat again, I'll tear you apart. Gumushi exclaimed, kicking the powder pig onto the bed. Asterisk. Ding 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 asterisk. A message sounded. She looked at the screen. Feng. Probably not. Anyway, I'm not. Gumushi glared with her eyes wide, almost spitting blood. Stupid Feng. Shameless. The first day after the college entrance exam was the day Meng Xiaoyun had surgery. Yifeng didn't go anywhere but stayed at the hospital with Gumushi. The surgery started in the morning and didn't finish until lunchtime. When the doctor came out and informed them that the surgery went well, everyone truly breathed a sigh of relief. Meng Xiaoyun regained consciousness after the anesthesia wore off on the same day, and her spirits were recovering well. When the doctor made rounds, he reminded her about living and eating habits, and said that the surgery was very successful. If the recovery went well, she could be discharged in as early as 2 weeks. After discharge, she still needed 6 months of rest, avoiding heavy physical activity until the wound completely healed to resume normal work. Yifeng finally felt relief after hearing the doctor's words. 2 days later, Yifeng received his graduation certificate from school, took a class photo, and officially graduated. The feeling was like a caged bird finally gaining freedom, no longer burdened by the pressure of the college entrance exam, soaring freely. After taking care of things at home, Yifeng and Wang Tai went to the Department of Electronics on Saturday. They found a company online called Shengdi Electronic Trading, which represented multiple brands of computer accessories as a first-level distributor in Guang City. They represented numerous motherboard brands like Jijia, Waking, and Shinbu. Apart from motherboards, they also carried other graphic card brands, establishing their presence in the electronics department. Yifeng and Wang Tai directly visited the company. When the receptionist heard they wanted to purchase components, she contacted a sales manager. In a small meeting room, they waited for a while until the door opened, and a middle-aged man in a suit with slick-back hair walked in with a smile. Hello, I am Nidin, the sales manager of Shengd. The middle-aged man extended his hand for a handshake. Hello, I'm Yifeng. Here's my business card. Yifeng took out his card, exchanging it with the other party. Seeing the simple design of the card with only Shifeng Electronics and the name, Nidin also took a look at Yifeng and Wang Tai. These two seemed quite young, around 20 years old. Out at such a young age to do business, please have a seat. What components are you looking to purchase? Our company is the primary city distributor representing numerous brands. Getting supplies from us will give you the best price in the city. Nidin sat down, smiling. After some contemplation, Yifeng smiled and said, we do want to purchase a batch of supplies, but we want to propose a different method of cooperation. Can Sheng provide us with some supplies first? After we sell them, we take half of the profit, and the remaining profit can be shared with you. Like consignment sales, what do you think? Nidin was taken aback. This method of cooperation was not uncommon, but only well-established distributors dared to propose it since they have multiple selling channels to quickly move the goods and recover the funds. Yet, how did these unknown shopkeepers have the confidence to suggest this method? Who would be accountable if the goods didn't sell? Also, If the payment wasn't recovered, he would be in a tight spot. Ni Shin's face turned cold. This way of cooperation really puts me in a difficult position. Yi Feng smiled. Manager Ni, you might lack confidence in us, but I can promise you that if this batch of goods doesn't sell completely, we will buy the remaining stock at the original price agreed upon. We can sign a contract. This will benefit both your company and us, easing the pressure on payment. What do you think? When Ni Ding heard Yi Feng's offer to sign a contract guaranteeing the purchase of unsold goods, he became somewhat interested. After some thought, he said, Yi, your proposal is constructive, but I can't make this decision on my own. We need to inform our superiors and discuss it before proceeding with this initiative. That's all right, we look forward to your good news. Yi Feng smiled. Ni Ding looked surprised at Yi Feng, as if he believed this young man had a chance to make this partnership work. All right, after our company discusses it, we will inform you first if there is any update. Ni Ding nodded, though his tone was somewhat distant.